between the hours of 6 and 7. The guards were standing o'er me, and their numbers are uneven. So I flew to my pistols, but again I was mistaken. She'd filled them up with water, and the prisoner I was taken. Mush-a-ring-a-ma-doo-a-ma-da, whack for my daddy-o, whack for my daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar. They took me to the jailhouse and summons me in writing for robbing Colonel Farrell down on Kilgarry Mountain. But they couldn't take my fists, so I knocked down the sentry and bid upon farewell to the captain and the gentry. Mush-a-ring-a-ma-doo-a-ma-da, whack for my daddy-o, whack for my daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar. Now some take delight in a fishing and a bowling, and others take delight in a carriage fine and rolling. But I take delight in the juice of the barley, and courting pretty maidens in the morning bright and early. Mush-a-ring-a-ma-doo-a-ma-da, whack for my daddy-o, whack for my daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar. Mush-a-ring-a-ma-doo-a-ma-da, whack for my daddy-o, whack for my daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar.
Constant be, come wind, come weather. There's no discouragement shall make him once relent his first avowed intent to be a pilgrim. Whoso beset him round with dismal stories, who but themselves confound his strength the more is. Giant fight, but he will have a right to be a pilgrim. Nor foul fiend can daunt his spirit. He knows he at the end shall life inherit. Then if fancies flee away, he'll fear not what men say. He'll labor night and day to be a pilgrim. True valor see, let him come hither. One here will constant be, come when, come weather. There's no discouragement shall make him once relent his first avowed intent to be a pilgrim.
In South Australia I was born. Heave away, all the way. South Australia round Cape Horn. We're bound for South Australia. Away, you rolling kings. Heave away, all the way. All the way, you'll hear me sing. We're bound for South Australia. As I walked out one morning fair, heave away, all the way. There I met Miss Nancy Blair. We're bound for South Australia. All the way, you rolling kings. Heave away, all the way. All the way, you'll hear me sing. We're bound for South Australia. I shook her up, I shook her down. Heave away, all the way. Shook her round and round the town. We're bound for South Australia. All the way, you rolling kings. Heave away, all the way. All the way, you'll hear me sing. We're bound for South Australia. There ain't but one thing grieves my mind. Heave away, all the way. To leave Miss Nancy Blair behind. We're bound for South Australia. All the way, you rolling kings. Heave away, all the way. All the way, you'll hear me sing. We're bound for South Australia. And as you wallop around Cape Horn, heave away, all the way. You wish to God you'd never been born. We're bound for South Australia. All the way, you rolling kings. Heave away, all the way. All the way, you'll hear me sing. We're bound for South Australia.
waking up, playing some Dota. It's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.
DreamLeague Season 25 is brought to you by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, and 1xBet.
A very good morning to the second day here for DreamLeague Season 25, live from Stockholm in our fantastic new studio. We got a day filled with Dota 2, a lot of action ahead. There's a lot of things I don't think you're ready for yet, but there's 3 people that are always ready, the PogChamp Pandas. Yeah, I don't know if you're ready for this one, but let's welcome in my panelists for this fantastic start of the day. We got OD Pixel. Do you guys come with a new name like this or no?
No. Not merely these guys. I don't know.
I am Sir Jenkins.
There you go.
I was seeking a fool when I found thee. Nahaz, Nahaz, how art thou, Nahaz?
That's mean.
He's an old guy, and he's gone.
I miss him every day.
How are you doing, Gunner?
Sir Gunner to you.
Sir Gunner, my apologies,
Sir Gunner.
Sir Gunner,
Don't
how are
make me
thee?
bite my thumb at thee.
What?
Bite my thumb.
He bit his thumb.
He bit his thumb.
No, I do not bite my thumb at thee.
Oh.
I bite my thumb, though.
Gunfather, you are a scallion.
Thank you.
I think a scallion's a potato. No, it's an onion.
Yeah,
it's an
it is.
onion.
No, it's not.
It's a
I
green
think it
onion.
is.
It's a green onion.
Scallions are green onions.
Yeah.
You're a British guy. You should know the Shakespearean.
I don't know.
No, that's a shallot.
Yeah, it's a shallot.
Shallot, shallot, how art thou?
Did you guys know it's international?
Here, take Nahaz.
What was it? A Random Act of Kindness Day.
Okay.
So
Have you done a random act
we're
of kindness?
gonna just do a little bit of well, it's not gonna be that random anymore, I guess. But actually, I'm not gonna do Owen. That's too easy. Gunner, I love the fluff of your hat.
Thank you. I actually plucked this out of a peacock. the
Did
other
you?
day. Yes. I did it myself.
I can tell the love and effort that went into it. It shows.
It was a lot of effort, but
I would
I'm
pluck
glad.
all the feathers from thee for what you did to North American Dota. And now
It's Random Act of Kindness Day. You're supposed to say kind things.
Be nice
I would
to me.
insert feathers back into thee.
So you want to make me beautiful again?
That is right, correct?
But Gunner, if you could repay it to the person next to you, that would be wonderful.
Please, Gunner.
You can do Owen too if that makes you more comfortable.
Owen's a bit easier.
It's left to right. It's like board games.
Oh,
Okay.
is it?
Jenkins, you're a guy.
Lock that shit in, brother. Damn right. That's right. I'd lock and pop it. Oh, God. You are the least self-hating British person I've ever met. You don't say anything bad about the Queen.
I mean, I left the country. So, I mean...
Sir, that makes a lot of sense. You have unscrambled my brain. That's all I have.
It's to the band, Owen, if you please.
Oh, to the band?
Yes, please.
You guys are the best pandas I've ever met.
Do you know any Shakespeare?
What is Shakespeare music?
What's Shakespeare music like?
I don't know, like Romeo and Juliet.
Yeah, also, what's the song from Romeo and Juliet?
Romeo and Juliet was a musical.
They had that Radiohead song at the end of Romeo and Juliet, didn't they?
Yeah, No Surprises.
No, it wasn't No Surprises.
No Surprises
It was
by
exit
Radiohead.
music.
You know that one? Any Radiohead?
We have something else which just sounds really nice.
There we go. Something that sounds really nice is always good. There you go, Jenkins.
Hey, what the f? Don't put the camera on me!
Beautiful.
I really much appreciate that. Thank you, Pandas. PogChamp, as always. And nice that we give a little bit of love. You know who got a lot of love yesterday? And who will probably get a lot of, love from Valve, potentially also in a couple of days or whenever the patch.
Where's the patch?
Might or might not hit. PA got a lot of love. I want to talk a little bit about that because I felt like that yesterday, Gunnar, was the story of the day. And it will probably continue to be the story. Like, what do you think we saw yesterday? Because we definitely saw a little bit of an evolution as well.
Yeah, it started, I think it was picked second phase in the very first game, and then it became, you got to first pick, first ban it. I kind of want people to ban it. I think it's not as fun to know, oh, this team is PA, they're going to win.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to be banned for the excitement of the games.
That's fair enough.
I think that the story of yesterday, it's like in an anime when you got the first arc that's happening, but then there's kind of something that's brewing underneath the surface, you know, and that's going to be the second arc. Bloodseeker. The only hero that seems to be able to take games off of PA is Bloodseeker. We even saw Bet-Boom first pick the Bloodseeker to counter the PA. Now, I think when you're first picking a hero, it's...
Didn't they still lose?
They did.
I think it's 1-1.
They went
PA.
1-1.
Like one team won with Bloodseeker, one team lost.
Yeah, Radan beat PA. Radan Bloodseeker beat PA.
I think that if you're willing to flex the Bloodseeker to the offlane and play the offlane Bloodseeker, maybe there's something there. But it's like you're leaving it in specifically to try to counter it. I don't think it's just... PA is not a normal Dota hero right now. This is the best carry in the game. Probably, arguably the best hero in the game. If you have a full team that can like play around it, buff the hero up, play around the, make sure she's like kiting in the fights and stuff like that, giving her buffs. I think you need to ban it or you need to counter it, and the whole game is about countering it. But that can be a pain in the ass.
I don't even know what counters it. I don't think Bloodseeker's enough.
Yeah. I'm not sure. It's too consistent. Like I think the what Purge was saying is a very solid point, and he says like you can build items that make you tanky. You can build items that just generally are good, and still she does damage. Like before, the trade-off was that you would have to go all of these damage items, and she was very squishy. She was a glass cannon, but now it's like the items that you build on her make her so hard to deal with, and yet she can still out-carry any hero in the game, out-damage any hero in the game. And it's all burst. It's not like this is damage over time. Like, you see a hero for a second, and she's going to kill them.
It's also the facet, because she's way more consistent. You just have to hit, 6 times? And you guarantee a crit. In the past, there was times you would blink in, you'd hit them 10 times and no crits. And so now you know, oh, if I can survive 6 hits, I'll kill someone.
Yeah.
So I think that facet is what makes the hero really stable.
Yesterday we had like 16 games total. 14 of them included a Phantom Assassin with a 71% win rate. That's kind of mad. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
So just ban it might just be the...
I think so.
I mean, is it one of the heroes that probably has the biggest, or one of the larger disparities between pub win rates and competitive win rates?
I think so.
Because the pub win rate, I think on like Pro Track, it's like 47%, right?
It's
so people
not
look at that and
good.
they go, this hero's not broken, but then in competitive,
Yeah.
it's winning all the time.
I think there's layers to that. There's like, you have a full team that's playing around buffing this one guy. In pubs, like people are just buffing themselves, right? They're not really thinking about that too much. You're playing around it in team fights. And then also in pubs, people are not so good at, okay, let's wait until after the Battle Fury to fight. It's like PA has these specific timings. It's like she shows up between 10 to 15 minutes, and then she kind of chills for a bit, farms with the Battle Fury, gets like the Sange plus Sange and Yasha plus the Glimmer Cape, something like that. Then she starts showing up again, and you're not going to play around those power spikes in pubs.
But I guess that's the question then in terms of balance. If you're Valve, the developer, and you see this hero, they ain't doing that great in the majority of games. The stats in pubs aren't crazy.
Yeah.
But in pro, it's doing this. How do you balance that? Is it going to be, in the case, maybe it's like Gunnar saying, a lot of it's the facet. Do you sort of just rework an element of the hero? What's Brian doing up there?
He's got the answer for us.
Do you?
Do you? How'd you balance it, Brian?
How do you balance PA?
I mean, I think the issue is that you can build the survivability items while also doing damage. So there needs to be a tweak of the numbers to PA, or make it so she has to level her actual skill rather than stats. Like something along these lines. You can't do both. So, I mean, you're already mentioning the problem. But in pubs, it's like, it doesn't matter if you...
I can hear the mask. I don't know if you can hear
You
your
really
own
thought
voice.
we were going to take you seriously with the mask.
I thought we were going to act like it wasn't there, Jenkins. That was the bit.
No, but what I'm saying is, like, I can hear the mask on your face in the microphone. I can literally hear the
You're
mask.
just a little bit more nasal than normal, Brian. It's all good.
The info from the bird nest.
I see. That's all my analysis for today, Jenkins.
Thank you very much,
Thank you,
man.
Pro. We appreciate it.
No, hey, let's focus our attention of the order of the day.
Bird
'cause
SJ.
Yesterday we had a lot of games. Today we'll have a lot of games, and of course all these games are for this current Dream League, and this current Dream League is a part of something bigger than just Dream League. It is a part of the Esports World Cup, or the ESL Pro Tour, and here is the current ESL Pro Tour leaderboard that will decide which teams will make it to the Esports World Cup based on points alone, and don't have to go through brutal qualifiers. Now, this is how it looked before the tournament even started. Gunnar, this is is there anything that's really surprising to you, like just straight from the get-go? As you know, you're a player, so you haven't studied this list as much as, for example, we have in previous events. What do you think?
I think the Tundra one is that sticks out the most. I feel like they're ranked 7, but everyone probably would put them top 3 at this tournament. But I think they just haven't really hit their stride. They also changed players recently, so besides that, everything looks pretty normal. We saw Falcons had a rough day yesterday, even though they're high in the points. But again, a lot of the matchups are just the good teams playing the good teams, so it's really hard to say, oh, they got 2-0'd. They don't deserve to be there. It's they just played another one of the really good teams and they lost.
That's very true. Let's take a look at how many points people can earn at this Dream League Season 25, as this is the 3rd stop for the EPT. Keep in mind the LAN events that we have had and will have, Bangkok and Raleigh, the ESL ones, will give more points than the Dream Leagues. It's because LAN experience is just a little bit more important. We'll not show the points at the moment because we just like to keep you guys in suspense. You just have to trust us that it's very important to win and to do well. Focusing on the order of the day, though, we have got 16 of the best teams. No, 16 best teams in the world joining us for this tournament, and we have divided them in 2 groups of 6. The tournament has a format of 2 groups.
Groups of 6?
2 groups of 8. 2 groups of 8. That's how you divide 16 in 2 groups. I do know the math, but this is Group 8, Owen.
It is, and yeah, so far, Shopify and the Heroic, as they're standing out there with the hot starts, and in terms of surprisingly not so hot starts, Team Falcons 1 and 3. I wouldn't say it's too surprising for anyone that was watching the games yesterday, because I don't know what it was, but Falcons, they did just kind of look off their game. There were a lot of moments in the matches where weird moves were happening. They were just doing stuff they don't normally do. So I don't know what it was yesterday, but they weren't at their prime. And I expect, a few kind of good team convos from like Snaking and Owie. And today onwards, they're going to be back to business. Because, whatever was going on yesterday, it was just a rough day from them. They weren't at the top.
I feel like they were the team letting PA through in the game, in the games that I watched. Like,
I think they lost it 3 times.
Yeah.
And I think the one win they had was the one they had PA, right?
I think like that. Maybe that will be the story of day 1, is that people realized how broken PA is, and it's just teams recovering from not respecting the PA enough. Maybe they didn't see it enough in scrims, or they thought they could counter it, or the other teams just happened to be scrimming with it. But I don't think I think day 2 is going to look entirely different. We might see Falcons.
Falcons will get
much stronger today.
And what about
this.
What about the other 3 teams at the bottom there, though, with Extreme and Nine Panas and
considering
Mude?
the group, I'd say not super surprising. And again, it's just day 1, so things can change massively. So I think out of all those, it's Falcons that sticks out as the surprise.
It's Shopify, right? Going 4-0 as well.
Yeah,
a lot of teams were not expecting that. But yeah, usually the first day you prepare strategies. You have drafts, heroes you want to play. And so usually the day 2 is you looked at the first day, you're like, oh guys, we lost every game. We can't do this again. So yeah, I agree with Jenkins. I think today will be kind of very different. A lot of the teams that maybe were winning will lose, or vice versa.
Let's take a look at the results of Group B. They also each had 4 games played. It's a little bit more mixed on this one. Only one team left undefeated in Team Spirit, who went 4-0. And the rest, Gunnar, what stands out to you here?
Pari, probably 1 and 3.
Yeah.
I think it's the same thing as Falcons, where I would say Pari and Falcons are top 3, top 4 teams in the tournament, just strength-wise going into it. And both of them are being 1 and 3 after the first day is surprising. But again, it's kind of a long group stage. There's a lot of games, so it's not not the end of the world.
Yeah.
Also, Pari did lose 0-2 to Spirit.
Yep.
And their series in Fissure was close. Like, I do think skill-wise, these teams are very, very close. And also Spirit, like, you know, Radon just came back. Kalaf just came back. So they took a little time to settle in again. Like, I think you can never count out Spirit, this Spirit as a team, ever at any tournament. They are a scary group of players.
Yeah, we didn't really touch upon it in the morning panel yet, but we also see Gaming Gladiators there with a 3-1, and this is the first full tournament they're going to play with Malady. Oh, and it seems like he's fitting in well.
Yeah, no, great first day from them. I mean, of course, you know, this is a team that did sort of have their struggles, but we've got to remember what last tournament, they did come second. Sure, the grand final performance it weren't great. You know, it's not one that you go back and watch really for the Dota. It was quite a bit of a stomping, but they still came second. And as you say, now with this extra change now, bringing Malady in, 3-1. I think there's reason to believe, Gaming Gladiators should be on track to continue to do good. I don't think that's a team that wins 3-1 on the first day here and then ends up in the bottom half of the group. I think they'll actually manage to stay on top.
You know what I was excited about? Yakult Brothers.
Yeah, still they're coming in good.
3-1.
They're back.
I like this team. They have like silently crept their way to be not only the best Chinese team, but like legitimately a top tier team in a world where we're talking about like, oh, China has fallen off, you know, South America has fallen off. Ame is back.
And he's doing fun stuff.
He's Terry Tidehunter.
Yeah. And it works. I feel like he's tried this before and it just was not working. But now, whatever
With
it is
these
about
guys,
this team,
it works.
It works more than it doesn't when he's coming in with stuff that, you know, he's just like, I want to play this. And he brings something out. Yeah, a lot of fun to watch, especially the drafts, because you just don't really know what kind of direction they're going to go.
These guys have the vibes. They have the vibes coach, Yakult. He's like the blitz
the
for
actual
these guys.
big brother. Yeah.
He's just so happy all the time. Like, he's such an inspirational guy to be around. Super passionate. And it absolutely like rubs off on the team. He's constantly hanging out with them at events. Like, they're a group of friends.
Yeah, I think group of friends usually do really good in Dota. You see, I think Team Spirit were all really good when they were as a 5. You had OG multiple years in a row. So I usually think that story kind of leads to a lot of success if they keep that up.
Well, if you guys got your favorite team picked out already from the 16 we have, let's take a look and see where you can watch them, because we have a lot of streams going on. We have 4 streams going on at the same time, and this is the Ember stream as we go through them one by one. Here we got Falcons Extreme, Avalis Spirit, Falcons Heroic, and Boom Spirit. What are you thinking, Jenkins? Which one stands out?
Let's see. You know, Falcons Heroic is a goodie.
Yeah, I think so,
we've seen that in the grand finals, right? So that's
true.
That's always a really solid one. And I think this iteration of Heroic is a very special. You know,
in a good way.
Yeah. Speaking of like Yakult Brothers raising up the China region again, like this is what Heroic is doing for South America. This squad looks amazing. They performed extremely well in the last couple of tournaments, especially in group stages.
Yeah, let's take a look at the next screen. Gunnar, this one's for you.
Yakult Liquid.
Yakult Liquid without hesitation.
Yakult Liquid, right? I'm excited. I really like Liquid, but obviously the story of Yakult's really fun, and I think both the teams are playing pretty good. I wouldn't say either of them are playing to their like peak performance, but I think that match should be pretty close and fun to watch.
All right, let's take a look at the last one, the Earth stream, Owen.
Ooh, I would say on this one, I'd probably be looking at the 9 Pandas Bet Boom team matchup. I think, you know, when these two teams match up, it's already always pretty close. 9 Pandas, at the moment they were 0-4, right? They really need a win. I think that could be them starting to get it back. I think they're going to have actually a tougher time against Shopify Rebellion, just considering how well Shopify was playing yesterday. I feel like BetBoom, they can still crumble at times, and I think if there's a team that's going to know how to make them crumble, it's going to be 9 Pandas.
Inter-regional matchup. Yeah.
Okay. And then the mainstream, this is what you'll be watching right here. We're going to end the day with Paravision Avalus, Shopify versus Tundra before that. Before that, it's Paravision Gaming Gladiators. And we will start the day with Heroic taking on Tundra. And I know our commentary team will leave us very soon, so I'd love to get some quick thoughts before we let you go.
Yeah, I think Heroic Tundra's going to be fun, if anything, just because of how much Heroic's on the up right now. And then on Tundra's side of things, because they're picking new stuff. Like we saw yesterday, 33 coming out with an Necrophos.
Yeah.
So who knows what he's going to pick today. I think they're going to be feeling pretty good because of how well they did on day one. So we might see further innovation from Tundra in this first series against Heroic.
Yeah, and I think at the same side, Heroic, that roster is just really strong. I'm biased towards Yuma, obviously, but they got Whisper too, who's been probably the best South American offlaner for years at this point. So I think it should be a good series. I'm hoping for a 1-1. I want to see.
Back and
I want
forth.
them both to play really well today.
Okay, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. It is time to step into our first series. Let's get ready for Heroic versus Tundra.
It's rising.
Technology is catching up with us as we are waiting for the table to get us.
People were much taller in Shakespearean times. That's why. Yeah, we need to go to the modern era.
It's nice. Then this way, people at home will see that we have the technology to get the
lay on the table. Lacoste.
table
no, we're good.
How are you doing, Lacoste?
Doing good. You know what they
outfit.
say: "You shall not pass." That Star Wars movie about pirates.
Great.
Yeah.
You want to unpack that one?
No, there's a lot. There's a lot there.
It's okay. It's okay. We're gonna first head over to Brian, who will lead us into the series.
Yeah, thank you, Sheever. As I'm going to go ahead and remove this because I don't want to sound like this the whole analysis.
Yeah, it's me.
Coming into this series, we've got a bit of a stock market-esque shift coming out in the meta, despite it being around for so long as we celebrated the 200-day birthday of 7.37. As we see 4 heroes with the most notable shifts, Invoker's kind of doing his best. Index fund, 10% reliable yield over the course of the last 3 tournaments. Stocks are rising. It seems like the most reliable mid of the time. We're talking about Muerta doing her best Dogecoin impression, where she's really been usurped by the Invis heroes of Nyx and Bounty Hunter and Ricky, and I really can't take myself seriously in this hat. But then we've also got Warlock, who's made his uprising as the 5. The team fight he has later has always been great, but his Ion Shell heal, effectively, that he's using on aggressive carries like the Alchemist and the PA, is really making his stocks rise in DreamLeague Season 25 thus far. And the hero that we've been all talking about is Phantom Assassin, who's about to go into integer overflow mode, otherwise known as first round banning. These 2 teams that we have, though, Tundra as well. Every time the camera goes through, Tundra as well as Heroic have valued this hero very differently throughout DreamLeague Season 25. Just at the beginning of this stock market chart we have here, these 2 teams played each other in a best of 3 where PA lost both games 1 time for each team. And since then, Tundra's been picking or banning PA in every single one of their games, so far 3-0 in DreamLeague Season 25, while Heroics either banned it twice, ignored it once, and actually took a game off of it yesterday. So it looks like going into the series, we're going to have to see exactly where Heroic places the ban, or are they going to let it through for Tundra, because it seems clear that they're not prioritizing it nearly as highly. I'm thinking they're going to ban it personally. That puts them at a bit of a disadvantage going into the draft, but we'll just have to see exactly where she gets slotted in here.
Thank you very much, Brian, as we indeed see what these 2 teams will have in store for each other in a little bit. The draft is moments away, but I do want to first dive into these 2 teams a little bit more, starting with Team Tundra. This is the team that we just heard it already, Lacoste. This team is considered to be in the top of every team here. Should this be a walk in the park for them? What do you think?
No, definitely not. I mean, if we go back to Fisher Playground, Brian just mentioned it. These two teams were pretty evenly matched in the BO3 series, and the games were really like entertaining to watch as well. You did mention Phantom Assassin, that was heavily contested. They also managed to beat it, which was really nice to see at the time. But I also see some of the improvements as well coming out from the teams, and I really like, because we're in the Glimmer Cape meta. I see that Oracle has been played 3 games. He won all 3 games so far. Shadow Demon, this is something that Heroic opened it 2 times yesterday in their last series. So everybody's prepping for potentially Glimmer Cape, any kind of these barriers that can get dispelled, and we can see it being very successful already.
Yeah, these heroes are both good at dispelling the barriers and using them as well. So it's the double entendre there.
Very, very true. For Tundra, by the way, in case you are not that familiar with this team, which it's okay, you only watch DreamLeague, totally get it. It's fine, we got you covered.
Tundra, this once TI winning team, has been through many iterations of players in the past year, ultimately looping back to 3-3 as the captain once again. Their current roster consists of former Tundra TI winning players, 3-3 and Soxa, but it also includes Dyrachyo, BZM, and Whitemon, who's been a part of every Tundra iteration from the past year and has just stuck around for all of it. At Fisher Playground 1, they eliminated Dyrachyo's former teammates, Gaming Gladiators, and went on to win the whole tournament with a close 3-2 against Team Falcons. A great showing, and in case that wasn't impressive enough, they put up an even better, spicier result in the next tournament at Blast Slam 2. They found themselves against Gaming Gladiators in the finals, and they cleanly 3-0'd them. So, now we're looking at this hand-picked 3-3 Tundra squad, and we're asking the obvious question. Is Tundra the best team in the world right now? Is 3-3 the best captain? Maybe ever? They'll have a lot of expectations riding on them after their last 2 tournament wins. Will they manage to reach up to their potential, or will they have to make another swift roster change if they get second place? Time will tell, but DreamLeague Season 25 will be the biggest test of strength for them yet.
It's mad to think that Tundra has, as their worst result, top 5 finish with the 16-team event, which was the previous DreamLeague. Other than that, it's just first place, second place, third place, second place, third place. It's pretty rare.
If you go to their Dota buff page and look at the matches, it's just green. It is just green. Like, these guys really rarely lose. If they do lose a game, they don't lose the series. So yeah, this is a very strong team, and kudos to 33 scouting out this roster, because I feel like multiple times they've made these replacements and people have gone like, what the hell is he doing? You know, like, he leaves the TI winning team for this. What the hell is he doing? And then all of a sudden Dyrachyo and BZM are coming back, even though the roster was doing well. What's he doing? He knows what he's doing.
Yeah, I feel like this roster is a perfect example of how players like BZM can, I don't want to say be held back by their previous teams, but they need to be...
But you do want to say
but
that.
They need to fit in, you know? They need to have players who enable them, because he's kind of that greedy, creative mid. Like, we saw his mid Morphling yesterday. It seems like he's kind of allowed to vibe with the roster that he's currently on right now, as I'm trying really hard to ignore. Okay, so
chill out, man. You're
so
stressed.
you got 33 as like the greedy offlaner. You have Dyrachyo as like the space-making carry player, and then you've got BZM that's just allowed to do his own thing in the mid lane. And it's tough to find that perfect balance of core players and their role in the team, and it just shows how special it is once you put it together.
Yeah, very true. Let's focus our attention on, I know we can talk about Tundra for a long time, guys. This is a very fun team to talk about for many different reasons. But we got to talk a little bit about their opponents as well. This is Heroic. Heroic is also 4-0 at the moment, Lacoste. They're doing well.
They're doing well. This is a very scary team to play against. Sometimes they are on top of their game, and you can definitely feel it. I think previous tournaments that they played, they weren't really there, especially during Fisher. They kind of looked on and off, but this time around, they feel that they improved some of the stuff that wasn't really working out for them. And speaking of being held back by organization, shots fired at OG. We see BZM, he's doing fine. We see Whisper, he was not doing so hot in OG. Suddenly, he looks like one of the best ones out there. Because I've been praising Whisper for years, being the best like South American offlaner. And I think this meta suits him really well, because he's playing all of the offlaners that have this initiation. And I think the offlane duo also fits them really well, the heroes that they've been playing. Because Schofield, he wants to be in your face, be very annoying, playing these Clockworks, Bounty Hunter, Rikimaru. heroes, and then you have the offlaner, you have Whisper, who's going to be playing all of these traditional offlaners, these Enigmas, Beastmasters and such, but also he shines when he's playing a Blink Initiator, so we're going to be looking towards most likely something like a Magnus as well, or a Centaur for him.
I have a question for you guys. 2 questions. First off, do you think Whisper is currently a top 3 offlaner in the world?
Top 3 is...
Collapse?
Collapse right now.
Ace at a point. Maybe now it's hard to tell.
He's at least top 4. Whisper.
I would say so.
Okay.
He might be top 3.
Yeah, because if you're doing now, you unfortunately for Ace don't count Ace. You don't count the past. It doesn't work that way.
The only one I'm 100% sure is there is 33.
33, yeah, for sure. Okay, what about, was Whisper at any point the best offlaner in the world?
I don't know. I don't think so.
I think he was.
I think he was. Maybe like a year ago or something, year and a half ago, he was because he always had steady performances. Like he was like, you could always count on Whisper to do his own thing.
A year and a half ago, Team Spirit won Riyadh, so you cannot go against Collapse at that point. Sorry, guys.
I think it's really different.
You can't argue with receipts. But I think the fact that he's
33. All right, we forgot about Amar. 33 and Amar, they're definitely up there. These are the top 2 spots taken.
Yeah, but I do think that like Whisper, he has been the offlaner that is in the conversation, that is on teams that are not at the same caliber as the other teams and players in that conversation. You know, like we talk about 33, he's on the best team in the world. He won TI. Like Whisper has never won a TI, and we still talk about him like that. So I think this guy's a very, very exceptional player.
Do we put 33 in the offline category or the captain category? Because
carry.
Yeah, exactly.
I would say, yeah, you're right. More captain than...
Because when you think about like 33 being on the best teams in the world, like this team, literally in the intro, it was referred to as a hand-picked 33 team. Like he organized this team. He won TI with Liquid last year, left because he wanted to make his own team. He had his own vision despite having success with his team. And he just made a whole nother version of the same thing, basically.
Yeah. And if the team is playing, it's like by his identity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Either way, does that mean that in this game that we're about to watch, is Tundra going to focus Whisper a little bit extra heavily? We're talking a lot about Whisper. I think that just means that should be their strongest player, aka as Tundra. You're going to focus that?
Yeah, it's like, I don't necessarily think you can focus Whisper because he also just has, I feel like he's the play anything. He's kind of the Zai. He's like another Zai. Where
he will always do fine.
Yeah, you throw him in whatever hero, like whatever situation, like whatever his actual role in the team is he initiator, is he damage, is he utility, like he'll do it all. But I think you kind of ignore him in the draft and just be ready for whatever he's going to bring out. Abaddon, the hero that's also been stocks rising nonstop. 33 was spamming it in pubs. They played it yesterday as well. Heroic so far, they first picked it against Mudang yesterday as well.
Yeah, and they'll play it on multiple roles. This is something that I remember back when Whisper wasn't the hotshot, like offlaner guy. You know, South America wasn't really a region. Neither was North America at the time. But in pubs, like this is one of the few heroes that like Whisper was spamming. It was like the Whisper Timber, Abaddon, Enigma, and like those heroes that I just listed are literally the ones that he's played in this tournament. So it's actually a really good patch.
The beauty of this hero is that you can go for multiple ways of itemizing, because he stops the healing. With his innate ability with Orb of Corrosion, you have more than enough to stop any kind of healing pretty much. And then also if you want to go for Orchid type of a build, if it's a good Radiance game, if it's good Echo Saber SNY. What's funny?
He's like cackling on.
He's just such a character. He's just such a goofy character. This is exactly how he plays too.
Yeah.
He's a goofy guy. Sorry, go ahead.
No. Yeah,
he had more important things to say. Sorry, that was very helpful, Jenkins. Thank you. Back to you, Lucas.
I do think Schofield is, in my opinion, the most unique position for that in the world.
Yeah,
hands down.
Go for it.
I think the way that he plays is incredible. It's really hard to play against. There he is. Look at why?
He's just really happy. He's looking forward to the first game of the day, just like everybody. Come on, look at that energy.
I like when
that's what you want.
I like when he's on his Shadow Shamans, Clockworks, annoying heroes. He's an annoying guy. In the best possible way.
He pioneered Tiny being the most annoying 4 position out there, I think.
He did.
I'll never forget Schofield Tiny.
No, because we played against it.
That's what I'm saying. It was like the bane of my brief pro career.
You're just tossed into towers and on cliffs.
Well, you just can't kill the guy. And he's like the Glimmer Cape Yule Scepter 4-staff 4 position player that is just poking you. He'll be canceling random TPs because he's some reason camping in your trees for like 45 seconds waiting for you to do just that.
Yeah.
But I'm curious what you guys think about this Beastmaster pick into Abaddon, because I always thought like Beastmaster's axes are what makes his lane strong, right? It's a debuff that stacks and it's purgeable, and then you can also shield off whoever gets roared. And on paper...
And you cancel healing.
Yeah.
This ABBA can also follow Beastmaster. This can be carry ABBA, position 5. If it's going to be maybe some position 1 Beastmaster, as we see that others are also playing it, you can throw it to the off lane. So they have an option. I think it's a good way of countering, and he also does a lot of healing for himself with the Aghanim Scepter build, and the hero stops the healing.
But they picked Beastmaster into Abaddon. That's why I was wondering, like, what do you guys think Tundra... Because I agree with everything you said. I'm like, on paper, it seems really bad for Beastmaster.
Yeah, there was also a meme the other day on Reddit about who's stronger, like 120-second ability from Bane or 7-second ability cooldown from Abaddon, which cancels it. So people were complaining that it's a bit imbalanced. Same goes for Beastmaster. Yuru's Roar, easily removed by ABBA.
It's funny how people make those posts when Abaddon Shield's been the same ability for like 12 years or something.
Yeah.
But it is the fact that it's now... In the past, you could do primarily like the full amount of damage and then disengage or like hit it from range with the support, and the shield wouldn't do any damage. But now in lane, if you hit Abaddon at all when he's shielded, first off, the shield does more because of the facet. It has more effective HP, and it's also just damaging over time. It looks like every single trade goes his way, and now his passive is no longer activated on 4 hits. So it feels like if you hit Abaddon when he's got shield on and he also hits you, you're taking like 40 damage a second in level 1 for like no reason.
Maybe it's a 5-head move where if you pick Beastmaster into Abaddon, you're kind of forcing him to play the safe lane, and therefore you don't want to play him on the off lane, and that is the strongest place for Abaddon
and
to go.
they think if you make that adjustment, it gimps the hero's effectiveness.
I mean,
but they also played it as position 1, so
Yeah, well, they also picked Phoenix that is also countered by Abaddon.
Yes. Well, Abaddon can't counter everything. So just pick everything that's good against Abaddon. At least something goes through.
I think we're thinking like a little too one-to-one mechanical counters. I think in terms of like pacing, this is probably why Tundra picked the Beast. With Beast, like you can get a creep and run at towers and group up as 5 with auras. And maybe they think that they don't care about the fact that Abaddon counters him mechanically speaking, because they want the pacing that Beastmaster provides for the rest of the draft.
I love Beastmaster. This is the hero that can solo kill Roshan 11, 12 minutes into the game. One of my favorites from the offlane. Name one more hero who can do it.
Solo kill Roshan?
Yeah.
Ursa with a
Phantom Assassin offlane.
Offlane Ursa with mask. Happy to see that one.
Yeah.
It won't win, but it might get you the Roche.
Yeah.
I missed level 1 Roche though.
I do too.
You'll get somebody the Roche, that's for sure.
I would love in the next, that's on my patch wish list, by the way, bring back the potential of level 1 Roche. Just make him like significantly weaker before the time goes out, like the 0-minute mark ticks over, and just give teams this option. That'd be really fun. I mean, I don't think there was any point in time where we thought that was so free, it's like a broken strategy. It always has to be something you sneak in. I feel like right now it's kind of scripted. Both teams like smoke into each other's jungle pre-game, play some wards, maybe run into a 5-on-5 engagement. Come on, give us the option for Roche.
It would be really lovely. By the way, the Abaddon, we talked a lot about Phantom Assassin and our high pick rate and our high win rate. Abaddon has been picked 13 times, so only 3 games yesterday not picked. 77% win rate.
Wow.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
So they wanted to have some kind of a Dispel Heroic. They are going, like, look at the turnaround potential with the Wisps. On Enchantress, 1 shield, Monkey with the Boundless Strike, and Jingu, you can turn around the whole fight. If you initiate onto Monkey and you don't get the kill, like you could just lose a whole fight on top of that. But now they have the spell mechanic as well. They have the burst damage, the scouting tool from Nyx Assassin, something that can also always kill Enchantress. So that's going to be good. Good against her creep as well, because you can kill it in the lane. So Enchantress, I don't think she's going to be having that good of a time.
No.
The question is, does the boar have mana?
No.
No.
It does not.
Okay, so if she enchants the boar, Nyx can't one-shot it.
Yeah.
Okay. That's interesting. I'm just wondering because I'm like, Nyx Beastmaster against Enchantress, plus like a strong laning carry that's likely Monkey, but potentially the Abaddon. I feel like 33 might be doing his like jungle impression that we've been seeing him do sometimes. I remember seeing him jungle Lycan last week.
Yeah.
Like level 2 or something. Is this not an incredibly unfavorable lane up top for Tundra?
Yeah, I think so. You probably, if I'm Nyx, I think Soxa's probably going to cut the wave. We saw yesterday there was some Null Talisman, Nyx Assassin, double Null, and then there was like Boots first. You go like Boots Blood Grenade, and you play not to lane, pretty much. I could see that from Tundra. You just cut wave, Beastmaster takes, he's still 1v1ing a monkey, which is not great. The Ench is going to follow the Nyx. But then the Beast is, at least in a 1v1, and then they're stacking as well.
Again, a lot of shields, a lot of stuff that they can throw on top of each other. I would love to see some darks here, just for the memes. You have Ember Spirit, and you have Abaddon as well.
And then it all gets dispelled by a tornado.
Yep. No,
Nice.
this is way too much. They're probably going to be looking for Schofield's hero from position 4, some maybe Muerta. I think that's going to be fine. They are banning out, I think they could also ban Lion because they banned Shaman. Something that Nyx doesn't like to play into is instant control, instant hex, and right now they don't have too much control, so they're going to be looking for some kind of control from Schofield's hero.
Just a thought, would this not be the sickest Faceless Void game of all time for Tundra?
Is it ever a Faceless
I'm
Void?
saying that
Faceless Void
I'm
game?
saying right now the meta sucks for him, but if you were ever going
There
to
was
pick the
one
hero-
game during Fissure, and I was calling for Faceless Void. It was that good of a game, never came out.
Okay,
so I
well,
don't believe in the hero
I'll let my
grind.
dreams remain dreams then.
It's good. I see what you're saying. They have the egg
They have
protection,
an egg.
the
You can do the time,
cataclysm.
but you can do the Times Square or whatever it is, and a hero like Beastmaster would just go ham in there.
Yeah, that's true.
You know what I'm saying? And the root against Monkey and Ember, they can't jump away. So I just thought that would be pretty sick. But dreams are dreams for a reason.
They are. Right. Why throw it back to me after that? Achieving all of my dreams being here with you guys. Thank you.
That makes one of us dreams.
Yeah. Anyway, Nyx Assassin plus Invoker. Love this combo. That's a lot of the time Nyx doesn't have quite enough damage to full to zero somebody, but with the Sunstrike, it's pretty much a guaranteed, no matter how your game is going. Dagon 1 is enough. Last pick for Heroic, and we think it's going to be a Schofield hero.
Yeah, I think it's going to be some Lion, maybe Tusk, but I think they have enough saves, so most likely going to be looking for a range hero to be paired up with Abba. I'm also fine with maybe a Dark Willow, but prefer to see a Lion.
Are they lacking a bit too much damage in the mid game? You have a bad off lane, you have... Yeah, I was actually thinking Hoodwink or Dark Willow, the damage force. I like this a lot. You have the setup from the chains. So in the mid game, I was thinking Ember needs to run around and you need someone to finish off the heroes he's chaining. So I like this pick a lot.
Quite a lot of poke too between the Ember and the Hoodwink.
Yeah.
Throwing creeps in there, Abaddon, he kind of plays long fights as well.
And here's the Faceless Void for Dota.
They got a full minute to see what fits. And I think the Retro will just go for based on the interview you did with him yesterday, Jenkins, he'll just go with what he thinks is fun.
He's just trying to have a good time here.
Faceless Void, I don't know if it's considered to be fun.
Yeah, picking bad heroes generally isn't very fun.
No, losing is not fun.
They go for the Dragon Knight, which I wouldn't typically class as fun either.
Durachio's he's a freak. He's a freak. He likes to play Dragon Knight every now and then.
Okay.
I mean, Hoodwink and Abaddon, they're pretty much all physical when it comes to harassing lane, and DK is DK, so I think that could, it allows the Phoenix to take lane pretty early too. You have a greedy 5. So you have a self-sustaining carry, you don't really have to play around him, he can potentially rotate to the Twin Gate to help the Beastmaster out. Self-sustaining carry kind of makes sense here, and it's not Faceless Void.
This is a shockingly normal draft from Tundra.
Very normal.
They just have, if I looked at this, I'd be like, oh yeah, that's a good Falcons draft. I'm utterly shocked, I will say.
First game of the day, they're getting in there.
They're
Still
really
a start.
I swear, Moon and 33 are like evil geniuses. They're just tricking people into thinking that's they're gonna morph mid. We gotta ban morph mid. Last pick Dragon Knight for Durachio, the most aggressive carry arguably in Dota's history, and he's Dragon Knight of all heroes.
Yeah, that was a good point, Jenkins, about Dragon Knight. Watch the anime, Season 1, Season 2 as well. I don't know if Season 3 is out. Davion, one of the better characters out there. But I feel like they don't have enough damage on the side of Heroic to be able to sustain themselves. They have a... Yeah, come in here. There we go. I don't know if I'm feeling the draft from Heroic, because they have pretty...
That's right.
All right, let's check in with Odie Pixel and Gunner. Hear what they have to say about the draft.
Yeah, thanks, Hubie. I'm looking forward to this. I think I agree with you guys. A little bit disappointed in Tundra's draft because it's pretty plain old, standard stuff. Nothing crazy, nothing like the 33 Necro yesterday. And getting the chance to end with the Dragon Knight, I guess that's kind of what happens when you're now having to ban out like PA in the
I'm
first
excited.
phase.
There's no PA. That's all I have to say is no Phantom Assassin.
Yeah, indeed. So hopefully that will be a remaining theme throughout today. No more PA.
Can we get the camera zoom in on Gunner? Gunner, I'm gonna say 2 words and you give me a reaction.
Is this our thing? Okay.
No Phantom Assassin. Yes, Phantom Assassin.
That's it?
Wait, no, I wasn't done yet.
Oh, you said 2 things.
Dragon Knight, last pick.
Okay. Well, that one is still up for the jury to decide, and it will be decided in the first game of this 2-game series, where we're heading to right now via the PogChamp Pandas.
To get into the action here between Tundra and Heroic, and already both teams looking for some of that action, as Heroic did make the move over into Tundra's high ground area here. Tundra trying to get in with the chase down, but neither side quite having the catch or finding the angle that they wanted to try and make a play happen. But yeah, let's see what happens. Tundra's lineup, it does look pretty scary, Gunner, when you consider what's strong this patch.
They definitely got a lot of what they wanted, I would say. Their Invoker always gets banned, but they got it. Dragon Knight almost always banned, they got it. 33 Beastmaster, I feel like just their cores, you don't even have to think about the supports, their cores got everything they want. And on the side Heroic, I think they still got strong heroes, but it doesn't feel as scary as what Tundra got. Now King Jungles.
Yep, Tundra, they're going to get first blood with that. Whitemon, he'll grab that one as they take down King Jungles. Duracho will be chased a little bit by Whisper and Schofield, able to get in with a cheeky bounty rune deny there, Schofield. Make sure that Duracho is not able to grab that for the team. Yeah, starting off with the first blood. And so with the way that this is set up, we know that Tundra's lineup makes a lot of sense. When you look at what Heroic's going for, what do you think their plan is? Like, what was sort of their angle today, turning up and trying to take a game, or potentially 2 off Tundra? What do they want to do?
I honestly was a bit surprised when they moved the Abba off carry. I thought this was one of the good Abba carry games, especially versus the Beast, but they probably either don't value it as much, and I know Yuma really likes the matchup of Monkey versus Beastmaster, and so the only issue I see with their draft is it doesn't feel like their heroes have the same strengths as just like Total, right? If you take a really strong Tundra draft and a really strong Heroic draft, I feel like Tundra draft is just going to win. So for Heroic, I think it's probably a lot on Analog in terms of how well he lanes mid versus BZM Invoker and how well he can rotate. He also doesn't really have that much burst damage besides Hoodwing, so it's probably also on Schofield to kind of help enable Analog. And we've seen these games where the teams have weaker drafts or less damage, but they just outnumber Tundra. And so it's basically a question of, can Heroic outnumber Tundra? But we've basically seen Tundra's always the one outnumbering as well. It's never been Tundra gets out. I don't think I've seen one time in a Tundra game this tournament that they've been outnumbered in a fight in the early game.
No, their sort of distribution of resources when it comes to heroes and those early reactions have been fantastic.
I think a lot of it is on Duracho as well. He's always this very active carry, wants to go fight. I know Jenkins doesn't sound like he's a fan of Dragon Knight, but it's actually a very active carry. You can even go first side and Blink Dagger, play kind of like a mid. And so for Tundra, they also BCM on Invoker. This hero, I think every game I watch Tundra, it's pretty much banned in the second phase, and they don't allow him to get the Invoker for free, but he still gets it. So a bit surprising, but I think to give Heroic credit, usually when you're not banning heroes, like they're not banning the Invoker, they're not banning the Beast.
Some there from Saxa onto the 2 of them. Yuma's going to turn and stand his ground with a boundless strike, and we'll be able to get the kill first. Take Saxa down. 33 not going to quite be able to punish either of them in return. Same time, bottom lane, Duracho steps up with the Dragon Tail onto Whispers. Whisper and Schofield, they're attempting to chase Whitemon down into the trees, but he's got the Fire Spirits out. We'll be able to get them onto the 2 of them. Whisper shields up. Doesn't want to dive in under the tower for him yet, though.
Duracho's a stun in 1.
Got to be careful. Dragon Tail stun once more on towards Whisper, but damage is not going to be there from Duracho. So Heroic will be fine for now. I mean, again, they're kind of really pushing it. At the same time, back up on the top lane, 33 was able to get Yuma out of the lane. As soon as he got that backup coming back in once more from Saxa, they get that kill up there.
Yeah, actually really surprising how this lane is going. 33's doing really, really well for himself, especially versus Enchantress. Usually this matchup is really sad because you can't go Boars, and I think Boars is just a really strong laning spell for Beast, and he skips it obviously for the Enchantress, and he's still kind of winning the lane at this level 1-2 timing, which is just means that pretty much he knows his hero really well. I think he's probably the best Beastmaster in the world, so it definitely feels bad for Heroic when you pick this monkey with the idea that, oh, I'm going to jump onto the Beastmaster, I'm going to keep going on him and win the lane, and you start losing the lane.
Yeah, so we've seen countless times of him adapting to the different situations that he's had to play into, and he just becomes so familiar with. One of the reasons why Tundra do not feel afraid of just going with that first pick Beastmaster in many a draft. Very likely to always have a very, very good time. Mid lane matchup so far, 14 for 3 against the 12 and 2, very close. The battles continue down bottom as King Jungles will turn up. Lovely stun here with the Centaur onto the two of them. Body blocking as well. King Jungles comes in with the setup, make sure they get the kill. Whisper actually survives there as Whitemon couldn't get enough damage done. Now with the Bushwhack back up, Schofield gets the double off the back of that excellent rotation from King Jungles on the Enchantress.
Yeah, really good read to kind of notice they're not winning this lane top. They're not going to win the lane likely anymore, especially now that the Beastmaster has Arcane Boots, so just Gates with the Centaur creep gets a double kill, and that is setting up... This ball lane is already very close.
Look at this. They want to go for a really heavy hit here. They want to go for another play. Diving the tower here. As soon as they're TP'd in, they go straight for Dyrachyo. See if they can kill him off. That beautiful Bushwhack, dragging him in there pretty much from max range. As soon as he TP's in, they're going to be able to kill him off again. See if they can also deal with Whitemon. They turn towards him, shield down to King Jungles. Whitemon's got to dive away. He's going to go through the twin gate. The acorn shot, the right click's not enough to kill him immediately. He's ticking down low, but he will live in a very awkward spot though. And Yuma, he's hunting for him. Ready to see if he can finish off a kill. Whitemon for now, staying with the vision advantage. And we'll go back down to the other side on the twin gate. Same time, in the mid lane, rotation comes in from Saxa. Joins forces with BZM to be able to take down Analog. But yeah, this bottom lane and Dyrachyo's game, of course, being slowed down massively as he has to take the long walk back to that tier 1. And back down bottom, Whitemon came for the twin gate. They were still here ready for him. They'll also be able to kill him off again. So King Jungles really opening up these side lanes, this bottom lane in particular, for the side of Heroic.
Yeah, 5 assists on him in 4 minutes. Every single kill he's been a part of. And also a really big thing was Yuma actually canceled the TP of Saxa at the start of that fight. So if Nyx Assassin was there, maybe he's able to defend his team. But just really good rotations. Dragonite dies 2 times back-to-back. Phoenix dies 2 times back-to-back. And Heroic's kind of taking the lead. Even though their Ember does go down mid, I think it doesn't matter too much. Especially because these side lanes are so important right now that... Yep. Heroic's in a pretty good spot with how the game's going.
Yeah, and his farm, of course, still good on the Ember in the mid. Still staying level with that of BZM's Invoker. And that kill did require the attention of Saxa to come over from that top lane. Bottom. See Whitemon and Dyrachyo looking to get a bit of payback here as they'll be able to run down Schofield. Bushwhack onto the 2 of them. But they'll burn him down with a brief fire. No chance to deny to the neutrals. So keeping it close here with the kills that they can find back in their favor. Mid lane, Analog getting pretty low. And Saxa's looking to make his appearance known once again around the mid, so Analog's got to be cautious.
Yeah, it's scary if he can't get 6 before the power rune, which he probably won't. So Heroic's going to have to give up the 6 rune, I think, unless they bring a lot of heroes, and that matters a lot. The 6-minute rune, especially for heroes like Ember or Invoker to some extent, they want to be able to rotate with it. So if he has to give up the rune fully and they give up control to Tundra, the next minute or 2 can go into their favor really hard. It looks like a 50-50 though.
Just going to be an invis room for Saxa. Might be able to set something up with that. See where he wants to head. Bottom lane. Dyrachyo having to deal with the pressure of Whisper. Not easy for him to do with the slow start that he's had as the DK in this lane. Whisper level 5, a level ahead of him.
Yeah, it's very surprising that his game is so bad, and it's all because of the rotations. Usually you pick Dragonite, you leave... This guy can 1v2 and he'll still be the most farmed hero in the entire game, but already now he's kind of struggling. He's just barely above the Ember Spear, who got killed mid, so... his inventory is just so funny. It's Brown Boots Windlace. He doesn't really have any stats. He can't really contest Whisper. Whisper has Boots Windlace as well, but he also has a full Orb of Corrosion and a Null Talisman, so he's pretty far behind already on the Dragonite, just in terms of laning prowess. And I think that'll kind of matter because you want Dragonite to accelerate early in the game by winning his lane being really stable. So if he gets kicked out early by maybe another rotation to bot lane, that's going to hurt Tundra's map state a lot.
We'll see Yuma. He's looking to get cheeky around the 7-minute wisdom. But 33 and Saxa are there. He's going to be able to jump in and get it.
He's going to pay for it, though.
I think so. Raw's going to be there in place to make sure he doesn't get any sort of chance to get the Jingu out. Stacked up and able to stand his ground. But he got the job done. Steals the wisdom, gets out of there. You know, he's not going to be too upset.
Wisdom runes. Every game, he would go to the
wisdom
be
telling you that's
every
worth.
Game. Yeah, and he goes... Sometimes he'll be... Don't worry, guys. If I did it slightly better, I wouldn't even have died. but it's worth anyway. Honestly, happy he hasn't changed. And it's not the worst, because they got double XP runes. The supports are going to be low on Tundra. He's level 4 on the Nyx. Like, he's not going to... Level 3 on the Phoenix. So, honestly, not the worst, because his lane wasn't going great. It wasn't like he was able to contest the Beastmaster normally in the lane, so at least getting the ability to make some pressure happen in some way, it's never a bad thing to make moves, even if you die.
Sure. And I guess overall for Tundra, obviously with Duracho having the slow start, the good news for him is, right, that they have these two other cores, BZM on the Invoker and 33 on the Beastmaster, and these two heroes, they're going to get to the point, right, where they can roam the map and really just start to take over a lot of space and secure a lot of safe areas for Duracho to be able to catch up on the farm.
Yeah, and also something I'm surprised about is he's going Helm of the Dom on Beastmaster, which is pretty strange versus Enchantress, just because she can take the creep at any point, but once you get the upgraded Dom 2, then you can get Ancients, and then Enchantress can't take it over anymore. But I want to see how he kind of uses the timing when he gets it.
Saxa, patience there, was able to lay down the stun onto Yuma, but dealing with the three of them, not going to be possible. Yuma gets the kill.
Dire's middle tower is under
Really good by just Heroic going for that kill. I think a lot of the Monkey Kings we've seen in this tournament have gotten a lot better at the hero with how to utilize it. We saw Mickey yesterday from Liquid. He would just rotate mid. They had the whole entire 4v4 mid at like 8 minutes. Same thing here. Yuma goes to XP rune once, goes to his jungle, gets a kill, and it's a lot less these days of carry. You go AFK for 20 minutes, go farm, 1v5 the game. It's so much more about how can you participate in your team and help your team win the game. Even Tundra, right? Duracho. This guy participates in every fight he can possibly. He's never just sitting here hitting creeps unless he needs his one item to go play the game for real.
Looks to be quite the early tier 1 tower potentially being taken here by Heroic, because Tundra don't really have any interest in bringing anyone down here to slow this down. The Whisper getting a lot of freedom on the Abaddon.
I am scared of what BZM will do. I think his game has been really good so far, and I think his Invoker is really strong. I also think it's just a good Invoker game in general. It's good versus Abba, it's good versus Monkey, even the supports it's decent versus. So he can put in a lot of work this game, and he's also not only the only strong one, but 33 Beastmaster.
A lovely little pull back there with the Wild Wing Ripper, leaves no chance for Yuma to run. I mean, this is the thing, right? I feel like the test this game for Heroic is, can they beat a 33 Beastmaster that's at the top net worth by quite a bit at the 10-minute mark? You know, these sort of games, 33 on his Beastmaster, he doesn't tend to lose them, Gunnar.
No, I think even the games he's super far behind. I've seen so many games of him. I'll watch his replays, and he's 5th net worth. He got like completely countered in the lane, and jump cut, 18 minutes in the game, top net worth in the game, 3 items, killing everyone. So when you put him in these really good positions, he definitely knows what to do, how to pressure with his hero. I would say Tundra is one of the best teams at all of their cores, knowing the balance between farming and fighting. You never feel like any of their players are farming too much. They always show up to every fight they can, but they're never losing gold by doing it. 33, everyone just says, this guy's going to AFK farm the whole game. He's never going to play the game, but he makes so many moves between farming that it never feels like he's doing nothing in the game. He's never AFK. He's always just doing something. Same with Duracho.
Ooh, Yuma.
So close.
The Spidey sense is tingling there, jumps up into the trees just at the right time to avoid that setup. Completely connecting from Saxa, because if that stun was there, he would have been dead for sure. So a heads-up move from Yuma to instantly get out with the jump.
So they have Roar again. I think they're going to try to take this tower. Eventually, they want to kick Yuma out and force him to jungle. But he's not that sad, honestly, on the Monkey King. And Heroic actually looks like they want to defend the tower. Whisper actually ends up TPing top to defend it.
They want to get in on this. They feel strong with Whisper at the front. See how Tundra want to continue to push this, or they do have 4 heroes themselves, of course, the Tundra, so can afford to be aggressive. They got the Roar at the ready, but obviously hard to play with around the Abaddon. BZM maybe seeing if he can catch off some heroes to the side. King Jungles knows that something's up, though. So indeed will be aware that BZM is hunting him down, so keeps himself nicely hidden. Over to the mid, they get the slight chains opening into the bushwhack. Not enough follow damage to threaten this Invoker, though. BZM, difficult one to go for right now. King Jungles can start messing around with Duracho. Won't be able to kill him, of course, on his own. And Saxa's still there watching from the high ground.
Double TP's top. They're trying to get 33.
It's a good chains opening. Do they have to follow up? Not quite. Hawk will hold back Whisper momentarily. Looking to get the sharp shot in, not going to hit.
Nice dodge.
33 doing his best to walk out of this. He's got the Roar to help him get away, and he's going to be fine. Saxa also might just get up with a Vendetta. They've got the Dust. They don't get the chains connections there as they proc on the Mud Golems instead, unfortunately, for Analog. So Saxa, he's out, and he should be perfectly fine without the mana to TP away. So Tundra, good retreat there. Heroic, not quite able to catch and kill any of them.
Yeah, there's really good movement. 33 dodges the Hoodwink ult, so he doesn't even get slowed by that. Saxa's just kiting. So he saves his ult just for like the very last second. He presses all stuns, uses everything to help 33, gets out. Just really good team play. And also to say Heroic, it's a bit of a commitment for them to use all of their TPs. So Whisper had a completely free lane bot. He TP's top to defend the tower. And then he's now in danger, and if you let him die, it's really bad. So now all of Heroic has to TP to protect the tower the second time that they go, and you get nothing. So all of that, even though Tundra got no kills, it's a massive lead for them. I think they probably got 500, 600 gold, even to 1,000.
They did, for sure, because I think previously, like, 33 was maybe 1k ahead of the nearest. Now he's like 1,500 ahead of the
so
nearest.
Just so much gold for them, just based on this one movement. And even, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised that it goes up to 2k in the next minute or just based on these TPs. And so Tundra's making really good moves and also not getting caught out at the same time.
And this is the thing, right? Whereas the numbers at the moment are close, 6 to 7, 1k gold lead, I guess the question would be, what feels worse, to be the team that has an Ember Spirit falling behind and having a slower game, or the team with a DK having a slower game? Like, which of these can recover easier from a slow start?
Probably DK, honestly. I think Ember, these days, the skill build is now you're max Searing Chains, because it hits 3 targets, you push the lane with just Searing Chains. And so you don't have like the Flame Guard farming like you used to, and Dragon Knight has Cleave. And honestly, Dragon Knight's fine scaling these days. It's no longer the hero where you get Blink, you'll never get an item for the rest of the game, and you'll just AFK farm. So I don't feel too bad for Tundra.
Saxa, he follows down Schofield and sets up for Duracho to just turn across and pick himself up a nice little bit of a cash boost. Gets an easy kill and throws him out the tip.
I think Heroic's starting to get us in a bad cycle of the game state where someone gets caught out or moves somewhere, and then they TP to react. And they're just constantly in this state of reacting. You see Analog just TP's bot, and then he has to remnant back mid. And so now he doesn't really get to make an active move for the next minute or two because he's stuck with no TP. And if you watch Tundra movements, a lot of their moves aren't TP plays. They like walk somewhere casually as 4, or they smoke somewhere as 4, they take an area, and a move just naturally occurs to them. And I think Heroic just needs to kind of step back and make their own moves and stop always responding to whatever Tundra's doing.
And in these sort of games as well, when you've got this looming threat of the 33 Beastmaster, of course, already with this Helm of the Overlord done
right now.
Like, what's the plan? What are you discussing as a team? Like, how are you going to address the fact that this Beastmaster is just going to continue to take over the game, and pretty much 33 is going to get to freely do whatever he feels necessary on this Beastmaster with very little answers?
It's definitely really scary. He's such a tanky hero these days, especially people are buying Glimmer on him now, so you have no way to really burst him easily. And when he's this far ahead, he's just such a tanky hero with the Aegis and in his backpack. And honestly, at this point, you just dodge him. You just have to hope that you don't get caught out, which big ass versus Nyx Assassin, obviously, but you just dodge him. You can't fight the Dom 2. You don't have a way to deal with the creep, and your Monkey is a Battle Fury, so it looks like they want to fight, but I don't know how this fight's actually going to turn out for Heroic if they take it.
Yeah, Monkey King definitely still one of those heroes where we do see some, like, the difference, right, between players preferring the Battle Fury or the Maelstrom build. Yep. Is that purely player preference, or is it situational, depending on certain
I think
things?
It's a bit of both. There's some players who will go Battle Fury every game, and there's some that will go Maelstrom, but I like in this game, I think the Battle Fury is fine. He really needs to be the hard carry of his team, and the Maelstrom is more of an early game fighting. And I think Heroic in a world could have been this early game fighting team, but now it's kind of ending up bad because Yuma does need to fight for his team.
And he's in trouble. Yuma, he's gone.
Dodges it.
He's dead. Yeah, BZM finishing with the Deafening Blast. They do get the catch onto BZM. They've got the pushback. They'll be able to punish, but Tundra overall with 33 turning up, the Supernova going off successfully. They're going to get the cleanup as they chase down Schofield, get themselves a third. Sure, they lost BZM, but they're killing 3 heroes. And they'll be able to get the creep wave pushed up towards this tier 2 top. 33, he can just continue to put on the pressure. It just seems like, how do you turn up these sort of fights as Heroic?
Yeah, everything just feels really hard right now for Heroic to. The game states just feel bad when you feel you can't fight them, but you can't dodge them either because they have so much catch. And so you're forced to have to 5v5 them, which is what Heroic's doing. I think it's the correct choice. It's just a question of, can you actually outplay Tundra? Can you actually outnumber them? And so far, no. I think Tundra's showing consistently that they won't get outnumbered and they won't get outfought. And so you have to kind of divide a different strategy to beat Tundra in this kind of game.
I imagine one thing about this game that they probably came in with it, along the lines as you mentioned, you know, letting the Beastmaster, you know, not focusing that as one of your first phase bans was probably because what, as you said, Yuma does like the Monkey King against it, so probably said, you know what, let me try that, see how it works out. Obviously didn't work out as great as he would have hoped for, so would you imagine going into game 2, they'd probably say, well, you know what, scratch that, we just can't deal with the 33 Beastmaster, we do have to put that in the first phase bans.
Yeah, I definitely think it's one of those cycles where, you know, you see 33, you're like, we can be this Beastmaster.
Yeah, you try.
Because
it's at least, it's one of those kind of, you know, it's an expected threat, right? You know it's going to come, so at least give it yourself a shot at trying out a strat, trying out a lane matchup against it.
Yeah, sometimes when you draft, you know teams will pick, you know, 2-3 heroes. Like, 33 is always going to play Beastmaster if it's in the pool. And if you ban the Beast, like the panel was saying, Tundra kind of, they might pick some crazy stuff. We don't know what they'll cook. And so sometimes it's easier to prepare for, hey guys, we'll give them their best hero because we know what they do, how they play it, and we can devise a strategy versus it rather than ban the Beast and then now they just picked Necro offlane and no one knows what's happening except for 33 because he's playing the hero. So sometimes it's easier to beat the poison that you know rather than...
Absolutely. Now, of course, this game goes on, still with a chance here, Heroic. It's just going to be very difficult, and we're seeing just for the progress on the other roles right as well. We were talking earlier about the catch-up potential of Durachion and the DK, as opposed to Analog in the mid, who also had a slow start on the Ember. And we're seeing the difference now, of course, as the DK, as you mentioned, easily able to start farming up and getting into what's now the second highest spot on the board. Whereas, unfortunately for Analog, there just haven't been the opportunities to really get back in. And indeed, Saxa trips him up in the mid. He will be able to jump out to the side, but BZM, he's there waiting, and he tries for a very cute play there, BZM. If he hits that, that would have been a Pog champ and a half. But unfortunately for him, was not on track with the next Remnant placement. So Analog will manage to escape with the haste rune.
Yep. Those escapes are really important for just Heroic in general. Anytime that they get ganked and they survive it, that's now, they still have 50 seconds for Nyx having no Vendetta. They know they can push out the map again aggressively. It's good. The way that I see them winning this game or kind of making a comeback is probably a lot of Yuma and probably Analog too, honestly. They have to get a really good Monkey King ring where the Voker gets bursted with the chains and the egg dies. If the egg dies, it might be right here.
Let's have a look. I mean, they managed to clean up the Tormentor for themselves. Dracho is going to get jumped and focused, so they'll kill off the DK. They've got to try and turn this into more heroic. Jump forward, they get the chains control
15 seconds
on
on
towards 33. 33 or for the once. And they may just get him the second time. The rest of Tundra is heading over, seeing what they can do to help out. Boundless strike down on towards 33. They'll kill him off. They've got him. They turn over towards the egg. Can they get enough hits in to kill it? They can't. Whitemon successfully supernovas, but the rest of Tundra still might lose some extra lives there. I mean, BZM, have they got detection for him? They don't, so he's able to slowly ghost walk away. They'll get the catch onto Saxa. So another kill to be found. Heroic choosing a good time to fight there. They knew that Tundra would try and force that advantage, run straight for the Tormentor 20 minutes in. Heroic turn up. They're able to get a few kills out of it.
Yep. I feel it's such a common thing of this 20-minute fight that's a comeback fight. There's so many times the team's winning the game, and at 20 minutes, I've been a victim of this as well, and you're like, guys, let's take their Tormentor, let's take their XP, we're going to take everything from them. And then the other team shows up, you just Tormentor, you're all 500 health, you're like, oh, this is a bit rough, guys, and then you lose. And something like that matters so much for Heroic. Now they actually have a chance of fighting them.
Yeah, that was a very important fight for them to have, taken away that. Because if they sat back and let sort of what you should say, Tundra were going for, fall into their hands, get that Tormentor and Wisdom Rune, then the game's going to be feeling pretty irrecoverable. But making a very good move at the moment it was quite required. So BZM trying to open up onto Schofield, but hasn't got enough damage on his own to take him down fully. And of course, throughout this, Yuma is keeping up very, very nicely on the Monkey King. The farm's very good. He's going to have his BKB in about 500 gold, so we'll have that for the next fight. I guess the sort of question comes into play. I think we heard the panel talk about it. They did have some fears of, in like a full team fight 5v5, will Heroic have the tools and the damage to kind of kill the targets that they'd hoped for? I mean, do you see that being a problem, or you think Heroic can get these core kills in the midst of a team fight?
I think honestly they can. I was going to say something really funny about the development is a lot of the cores are skipping BKB. They want to go Sanj and Yasha and Glimmer Cape and be this tanky hero that doesn't have a cooldown to fight. And often there's worlds that actually leads to comebacks. Because if you saw in that last fight, maybe if Dratio had a BKB instead, he just walks away from the ring. Or if 33, maybe he can just roar BKB TP on a second life. And so the fact that they're not buying BKBs as much these days actually can lead to comebacks. Like, I can see this fight, Dratio might just get bursted if he goes up too far.
Now, Yuma, he's going to opt to jump back for now. Doesn't want to fully commit. Saxa, he's coming in from the sideline. Now Yuma will hold his ground, drops down the Wukong's command. He's going to try and hit the egg. Can he kill it in time? He needs one more. The roar! It's there from 33. Holds back Yuma from finishing off the egg. Whitemon will survive for now. They'll get the cold snap over towards Yuma. Coming in with the tornado as well. BZM able to throw him up in the air. The stun strike timed perfectly, but Yuma is out to the side. He'll survive, and now Heroic can turn straight back to BZM, kill off the Invoker, and they can start chasing for more for sure after killing off both 33 and BZM.
Misses the chains.
It's not going to get the lockdown on towards Saxa, but Yuma in the trees.
Yuma gonna
close
die.
in. There's the Boundless. He's in for the finishing blow, but Saxa turns with the stun. Doesn't matter. Not enough damage to threaten Yuma. He survives thanks to Whisper. And Heroic, again, finding the chance to get these team fights in their favor and getting these huge kills, killing off 33 at the start of it, and then being able to follow into BZM and Saxa as well.
Yeah, it's exactly the BKB. They have no BKBs, and there's so much kite from Ember kiting. There's the Hoodwink kiting. They're fighting the entire fight as well in the Monkey King ring. The Beastmaster walks in. Obviously, you know, it's such a close fight for the roar on the egg, but the entire fight just kind of kiting into Heroic's favor. You can see here, they just keep chasing the supports. They keep walking up. They're walking to this cliff forward for Heroic. They have full vision. Yuma drops this ring, and everyone's just fighting in that ring the whole time.
And back in action. It's going to be another one for Heroic. They sweep immediately towards the mid lane, catch out Whitemon. With these plays, shutting down that lead that Tundra had. And Yuma in this top spot now as the Monkey King. He's got the luxury of kind of considering where he wants to go now after this core Battle Fury and BKB. I guess the question is, where do you think he wants to go? What is the next item that you want to be picking up against this lineup? Do you still want to be getting like the SMY on top of the BKB, or because you have the BKB you can afford to go for something more aggressive?
He can kind of go in any direction. I would like a Scotty.
Yeah.
It's really good. It's good versus the Phoenix healing. It's good versus Dragonite because he's a range share when he's in ult. So I think that's probably his best bet. If not for that, maybe just a Butterfly, just to be really tanky, gives him more attack speed. But yeah, he's kind of free to do anything at this point. He has a Whisper to protect him as well with shields.
And look at this, Dratio.
No
he's
BKB.
out on his low. Oh, he did not expect this one bit. Suddenly, Heroic's there. Duratio's dead. They're ready to start throwing some friendly tips out here between them, Heroic, boosting up each other. As these moves, now Tundra getting caught out a little bit after what was a very smooth start. It looked to be another Tundra show, but Heroic, they just turned up and said no.
Yep. We see the BKB now queued up for Dratio. 33 is finishing the Ag, so there are some timings that are kind of coming out. I would say for Tundra, the Pike is now finished as well for BZM, but it might be too little too late in terms of feeling like you're ahead. The game state's now completely even, no matter what items you buy. You don't have this uphill battle that Heroic's fighting. It's completely even, and it's about who gets a jump, who chases further. And a lot of the time, I think Tundra early in this game has been in the position where we can just chase them, guys. We can do whatever, and they can never respond to us. But now, you saw they chased like just that little bit too far into that cliff fort, and the game's completely turned around from this one team fight.
No, absolutely. Yeah, the whole sort of direction that it's going is drifting very quickly into Heroic's favor, and Heroic, they're ready to keep this going.
4-man smoke and a gate.
Let's see what they can get with this Heroic.
They might catch BZM if they are lucky.
It's a bit of an awkward spot to check out.
Yuma's going to find him. He is a dust as well.
Yeah, he is indeed. He's right on track for this. He knows that he's here. It's quite the find. Can the rest of the team connect in time? BZM wasn't back with the tornado. Analog sweeping across. BZM, can he escape this? He's got 4 heroes chasing him down. Remnant 4 from Analog. He's got the dust at the ready. Slight chains are there. A big catch to find here. Heroic, as they are just sweeping the map in a way that they're constantly finding these big picks. You know, Dratio getting caught off guard on his side of the map. Now, BZM considers then, well, I guess we're going to find kind of riskier places to farm. He's right on the edge of the map somewhere they don't have even vision, Heroic. But Yuma still having the sense to just keep
They're trying to fight
area.
33 now. They kind of just passed him, just barely passed him, but it is still a 4v4, even with King Jungles going down. And I think Yuma really wants to take this
Analog.
fight.
He's on the high ground. He's getting a lot of good vision. Human's in with the setup of the Boundless Strike. 33 pops the Glimmer. Still there, they can stay on top of this. There's the dust. There's the drag back with the Harpoon. They're in on towards him. 33. He's going to get dragged back. They've got the stun control. He's locked down in the Wukong's command. He's dead again. Heroic. Keep the show going.
And this is Roshan. Roshan's alive. All Heroic's just perfectly around it. So Looks like a free Aegis probably going to the hands of Yuma, and he's going for Sanji Yasha, which is still a good item. But yeah, I think constantly Heroic's just winning these fights just based on positioning, just map positioning. They're in the right places at the right times with the right heroes, and it just keeps rewarding them. Every time you play good Dota, you get rewarded, either with kills, with objectives, and Heroic's having a really nice reward right now.
They're going to be able to get this Aegis. Of course, you see on the numbers, though, this is something that Tundra is very good at doing. Even when they do start to lose heroes here or there, overall as a team, the way that they're able to be efficient with their map movements, it does continue to grow the net worth lead, right? So even with these kills, these moves that Heroic are making against Tundra still building up that net worth advantage with the way that they're split up across the map.
Yep. Anytime that you 5-man a lot, Heroic's pretty much 5-manning, right? Sometimes there's one hero alone, which is usually analog. And when you 5-man, you get way less gold than when you're split up and farm the map. But the big thing is also experience, that when you get kills, it's a lot more experience than farming. So you get ahead in levels, and just objectives as well, you get ahead when you're usually grouped up. And so I think all of this, even though they're down 6k gold.
And look at that, with the Sunstrike, it is enough. Saxa finding the solo setup, but indeed will pay for it. Caught by the chains, and Yuma finishes off the job, splats the bug there with the Boundless.
It's still good though. Every time you get these kills as Nyx, you still feel good, even if it's a 1-for-1.
Yep.
I did my job, my ult's on cooldown. Unfortunately, BZM didn't get the last hit, just for the experience. Usually you like your Invoker to get it because he gets global XP, but it's still experience for Saxa.
Now with this Aegis on Yuma, you'd imagine that Heroic are definitely going to try and keep the pace up. I mean, they're going to feel it. You know, even though, as you say, they're making these 5-man movements, that with how much Tundra is split up, the Tundra does continue to get that next step towards their next round of items a little bit easier with how well they're making use of the map space. So Heroic, they need to come in with some heavy hits.
BZM and Yuma are kind of dancing around each other.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
He has no detection though. Yep, he's just gonna gate out. I think Tundra really just wants to dodge for at least Duracho's BKB, which is finishing right now.
They seem to know that he went this way. Yeah, they were heading up there, and Duracho immediately senses.
But yeah, look at this Aegis. 8,000 gold lead.
Yep, they got to do
Tundra.
something heroic with this Aegis.
They're starting to lean more towards the catching them constantly, and when you're playing like that and you don't catch them, you fall behind in so much gold, because what ends up happening is I'm 33, right? I go farm a third of the map, and then I TP out, and if you guys bring everything to there, you have no camps to farm, you have no waves to push, and you don't even get the kill. So I think they might be slightly too much in this catching phase, and instead of catching, they should try to be pushing objectives, is what I'd like to see.
Yeah, we'll find a catch here. Find 33. Dead again. They need more than that. Duracho on top would be beautiful.
He has no TP.
Indeed.
25 seconds.
Yeah, we'll be able to put the BKB and maybe try and Shadow Blade out of this, but yet no chance of TPing out. Here's the BKB and the Shadow Blade.
They don't have dust for 10 seconds.
He should be able to chase him down. He's going to try for the jukes, but they're on top of it. They know where he is, and indeed on top of 33, they get Duracho once more. 2 more kills for them. It's exactly what they need. It still feels like they need a bit more than that. You know, they get these kills. They've got to try and find an objective, because you can see with the creep positioning, right? Both the mid lane and the bottom lane are completely pushed out onto Heroic's side of the map. Saxa, TP out, just in time. Nothing to stop it. We'll get out safely. So Heroic, they get the kills, but what can they get done off the back of that?
They still have 2 minutes in the Aegis, but yeah, I don't think this Aegis is actually somewhat of a loss for them. They haven't gained any gold. The only reason that they haven't even lost gold is because they got these last two kills. And so if you look at the net worth, it's Yuma, and then it's all the cores of Tundra. Honestly, the Ember's not even close to being, in that top 4 section. So it's a lot riding on Yuma right now as to whether he can carry these next couple of fights. Purely because BKBs are actually being finished for Tundra now, right? Beastmaster has his, Dragon Eye has his, and he doesn't even get his ult off because of the break.
Indeed. Had the Agnes Shard on the Nyx Assassin, and of course that silence follow-up as well, so not a chance for him. Having that full combo Saxa with that Orchid.
Yeah, really cool Orchid, honestly.
I love it. That's always the dream build on Nyx if you're having a good game. Getting the Dag on the Shard and the Orchid, in particular against the Abaddon.
Yep. and they're looking for more. They're constantly going now. I think that Tundra now feels that they're strong enough to fight them even into this Aegis with a Retta pickoff. They have double BKBs. BZM is just, he doesn't have a BKB, but I think Invoker these days are just so tanky they don't necessarily need it. And if anything, he's not even going to be at the start of the fight. He always wants to wait till some spells are casted so then he gets to join the fight for free later. So Tundra's now in a very good fighting position between all 5 of their heroes. Even this Orchid Nyx SSM matters a lot for Whisper. You see that Whisper might join a fight and just instantly die with no choice. So now it's a bit more on Heroic to find the good fights rather than run at them and get good fights for free. I do like the Daedalus that Yuma's going for, though. I think they really need this big damage coming out from him to kind of dissuade the BKB usage from just destroying his team.
Sure. Yeah. Heroic. Analog up top. He's going to be scouted out by Saxa. Yeah, good move there. Doesn't want to stay a moment too long around that creep wave that deep. Definitely difficult for Heroic. I mean, this is the thing about Tundra. I feel like there's not many teams that you'll see kind of lose cores back-to-back and it not matter that much. I mean, we're going to see 33 go down here. I say that, though. He has got the BKB. Maybe he's able to get out. Yeah, BKB TP. He's not even going to go down this time now with the BKB online. Yep. He can just TP out of there. And it's definitely a little bit of a concern for Heroic. They would have felt that they were kind of doing it for a moment, you know, stopping kind of plan A from Tundra. But the problem is with Tundra, their plan Bs are always just as good as their plan As. And bottom.
And they might catch Yuma now.
They do. They get the opening setup. He has to put the BKB, try and get out of this. But Wukong's command limit doesn't matter. He's dead. BZM and Saxa getting the kill. Saxa will pay for it. But BZM, he's got backup. Wymon's here with the Sunray. Supernova as well to kill Schofield off. Double kill for BZM. The struggles have returned for Heroic. After being able to say stop plan A from Tundra, but stopping plan B, that's going to be a whole nother world of difficult.
Yeah, it definitely feels a bit bad for Heroic that they were destroying the game until the Aegis, and they get this Aegis, and then they start losing again, which is usually the opposite of what you want to see, but I think a lot of it is based on they didn't really hit buildings that much.
Yeah, you can see here, look at that. This is what happened during the Aegis.
2,000 net worth. That, for second Aegis is bad. Even the first... Especially if you think of it in a positive way, right? Let's say they only gain 2,000 gold. That's still not a good usage of the second Aegis. The fact it's a negative 2,000 gold on the second Aegis just means that I think they played the map pretty bad. Because usually the second Aegis, honestly, a lot of teams consider that you want to win the game with it. It's a good timing. You have your items and...
Daracho.
He's
just killing here on his own, killing heroes off. Borrowed time will be there.
He's top net worth in the game now after that slow start. So... all of Tundra's kind of recovered. They're top 3 net worths in the game, and it's almost felt like Tundra shouldn't be as far ahead as they are based on what's been happening.
Because of how many kind of, yeah, how many pickoffs Heroic were able to make. But it's something about Tundra. They just know how to make these deaths not matter because of just how much they're getting and how much time they know that you're having to spend looking for them around the map. They just, it really was during that pickoff phase, they started to just grow even more ahead as a team here, Tundra.
Now it's a question of, are you just going to look at this replay, watch your team, and then tell me, like, all right, guys, we have to stop killing them as much. It's really bad to kill them. Look at that. There's so many kills that Heroic got back-to-back.
It barely made a dent.
They lose a bit of gold on Tundra, but then they still just get so much farm. So it's the XP, right, is what I was saying. The XP, the Heroic was very far ahead. But just on kills, it stopped mattering so much. Or on gold, rather. 13,000 gold lead, 36 minutes in the game. Heroic's back to basically where they were 20 minutes ago. Just being super far behind, trying to figure out how to deal with the Beastmaster. And it's still, again, it's all on Yuma. As to whether he's enough damage for these fights, I'm not sure, though.
Again, they're going to get a kill here. They find Sax up. But it's just for the ability to go for anything off the back of these kills. Because once again, they're getting these kills, but you look at the creep position across all 3 waves, they're shoved right in against Heroic. And this is obviously largely in part to the fact that they have this 33 Beastmaster. And the way that they farm as a team, right, Tundra, you rarely see during these kind of phases of the game more than one core together, right? They're very separate, pretty much in all 3 completely different parts of the map. So, yeah, you can make these moves, kill off one of them, but the other 2 are going to be having a great time somewhere else. Schofield is trying to interrupt this attempt here towards the Roshan. 33's got the BKB. Tundra will start to back away. Yuma Looking to lead in. We'll get the jumping over towards BZM, but BZM still got his BKB at the ready. The Roar's there as well as the Supernova. Yuma's in trouble. Yuma will jump out with the Battle List just in time, but Duracho, he's there looking for him. The Dragonform comes through, but Saxa moves him with a Vendetta, able to take down Yuma. Now for Heroic, it's falling apart. 3 dead. No further team fight to be had around this Roshan. They've got to run. And this Rosh, it's going to be all Tundra's.
A bit far of the chase, I would say, from Yuma. He sees the BKB gets popped. He's like, you know, he wants to get something out of it, right? That his whole team's committing into this fight. But again, a lot of the time, it's whoever chases ends up losing the fights. We saw Tundra happen to them earlier. We see Heroic now. It's a lot of just positioning, I would say, in this game. A lot of these heroes are based off, if you chase a little too far, you get stunned, you just die. So I think Tundra are playing this game really, really well. They have the Aegis. They can just push high ground, and Heroic might have to use buybacks to not lose 2 sides. The push from Tundra is really scary, and the supports from Heroic don't really have anything they can do to stop it.
And BZM, he's the chosen one there, gets himself the free Aghanim Scepter from the Roche.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I see how the high ground defense is from Heroic. It's not going to be easy against this Dragon Knight, this Beastmaster. I mean, an insane amount of push here from Tundra's lineup. The Heroic's heroes, even if they got to the point where they were up to the base of Tundra's, they would not have had anywhere as easy of a time taking these buildings. Tundra's lineup just devastatingly powerful here with the building siege.
I think even now, if Heroic is up as 5, I don't see them really fighting into this ball that easily. It needs to be probably a wraparound. You kill the Voker needs to die. I think Voker and Phoenix, if the Phoenix doesn't get egg off, that's Heroic's opportunity, but they don't really have the stun combos. Like, Whisper doesn't provide stuns, Analog doesn't provide actual stuns to stop an egg, so it's just constantly going to be Tundra starting the fights however they like to. And look how tanky Duracho is.
Yeah, and he doesn't care whatsoever. He's also got an Axe Blessing on his way out to him. And level 25, BKB and Aegis on him. 28k lead. Heroic. They're going to try and step out, see if they can find someone alone, see what they can do here outside of the base. They get the jumping onto Whitemon, but the dive away is going to be there. Whitemon, it's going to be okay for now. Yuma closes in though. Boundless strikes there. They've killed the Phoenix off.
No buyback.
Can they go for something else now, Heroic? Who they want to turn towards next? They'll surround Duracho. Yuma in good position to lay down the Wukong's command, but Tundra, they'll get out of it. Able to walk away. BZM turns with the Tornado. EMP down on towards Analog. Analog able to slight fish dodge the EMP at the least. The Whisper, he's gone. 33 beats him down. Now they can chase on for more. BZM forcing aggressively forward here to close in on the remaining 3 of Heroic. Buybacks come out from Whisper. But I don't think there's any turn in this fight. As soon as he buys back and turns up to the fight, he's gone again. BZM pushes them all back with the Deafening Blast. They're just cleaning up here. As Heroic,
Tornado?
They've not got much left to do. They're just sent running across the map. BZM chasing them down. The Schofield, that Glimmer's going to come to an end soon. See if BZM continues to find him. He will. Double kill for BZM.
Analog might go down. Yep.
This is a good.
But they tried.
They tried.
Like, at the end of the day, what can you say? Heroic, they gave it a good effort. Unfortunately for them, it was Tundra. And Tundra, yeah, they made a bit of a mistake early, going for that Tormentor as early as they did. But Tundra is just this team. If they make a mistake like that, they will recover. And being able to punish that sort of move, it's proven to be so hard for so many teams to do against Tundra right now.
Yep. Again, I think a lot of this is probably off the draft. I think Tundra got, I would say, almost their #1 hero for the 3 cores. Got Invoker, Beast, Dragon Knight. I think a lot of it just goes down to that. Maybe Heroic had a plan for 1 or 2 of those heroes, but I think it might be too much to just give everyone exactly what they want. You know, you can give 33 as Beast, but do you really want to give BZM and Invoker in the same game? And so in the second game, I'm hoping for Heroic to split up what their priorities are.
Let's have a look. This is going to be their final stand here, Heroic. Can they do something insane? They're looking to Duracho, but of course he still has the Aegis and the BKB. 33 turns with the Roar onto Yuma. Yuma's out, no buyback available for him. The fortification is going to end in a moment. Analog trying to deal with BZM, but BZM can just stand his ground. No sort of threat against this Invoker as he BKBs, focuses the Ancient, closes the game up. GG well played is called. Tundra will close up this game 1.
Duracho always looks so happy after they win. Every game it just like smiles, a little stretch, feels good.
Yeah, had a bit of a rough start, of course, in the lane. Dying without TP again. Yeah, so he's going to feel very happy that they're able to pull it back. And yeah, one of those games where like the KDAs don't look too crazy. Outside of BZM on Tundra's side, everyone else is kind of like whatever. They just played the map, played the objectives perfectly, Tundra. But BZM definitely leading the show 8-3 and 11 on his Invoker. I can always rely on him to bring the fun and doing the most damage on the team by far. So great stuff from him. And yeah, Heroic, what can you say? It was a nice try, Gunnar, from them.
Yeah, I definitely think there are points in the game where Heroic was not even just, they had a chance to win. They could have done it, but they were ahead. They had, right before this Aegis, I would say that the game was kind of in their control. And I think a lot of it is based off of just map movements, whether they know how to make the map movements or not. But I think this is a good replay for them to kind of go back and say, what should we have done with this Aegis? What should we have done with the timing? And just don't let Tundra do this again.
Absolutely, yeah. Tundra, again, along the lines of what you mentioned when it came to the draft. Just getting to do what they've done many times before. And as I say, Tundra, it doesn't matter if they slip up a little bit in the mid-game. They will recover, as we've seen time and time again. And I think that the main thing when it comes to what they pick next time is if Heroic are going to let Tundra, in particular, I'd say get the 33 Beastmaster, because I think throughout all of the chaos, that was the most solid part with how much of a lead he had at the beginning.
Yep.
And then maybe you did indeed make a case for kind of BZM Invoker, because out of all the teams right now, the way that Tundra were able to play around his Invoker seems to be stronger than anyone else right now. BZM 8-3 and 11, fantastic game from him, fantastic game for Tundra. They take the win here against Heroic.
Thank you very much on the Pixel and Gunner. They take the win, but it wasn't easy. It wasn't a walk in the park. It wasn't as smooth as I think some people were expecting it to be. I was very impressed with that Heroic was able to find a way to come back into the game the way they did for a little while. It looked like it was close, but if you look more close, the cost. Tundra, even when they
if you look
behind,
closer, it wasn't really that close
Look,
of the
also,
game.
if you don't mind, I'd like to quote a friend of mine. He said, if you could spend 1 week flying with 33, you would gain 2,000 MMR.
He did say that.
Who's that smart friend?
That was my friend Dominic.
Oh, nice.
AKA Lacoste.
The reason why I said it in the green room is because the way they're playing the map, we saw the Aegis power play where they actually gained negative network lead. One of the few ones. This is the second Roshan that they did have, and they're playing the map so well. They understand what needs to be done. He's the one calling the shots without a doubt where everyone needs to be, even though he's the one dying in some of these situations. The rest of the team is getting a lot. This is how Tundra has been playing.
2 cores die and their gold league goes up by 1k.
Yeah. Throughout the whole game, they had 3 of their cores in top 4 throughout the whole time. Yuma was the one with Battle Fury Monkey King keeping up with them, but it was not enough.
Yeah, that was... like, the thing with this Tundra is they're very entertaining to watch. Right? This is a fun Tundra. Everybody's enjoyed the gameplay from them. A lot of the time when you see teams like this, if this was the way that they won all the time, they would be like a boring team, right? That's what makes this Tundra so powerful and a 33 team so powerful is that, like, no matter what he needs to do to win, he'll find a way. So you can have the games where Duraccio is showing up at 10-15 minutes on PA and getting rampages, but you can also have the games where they're just dying everywhere and still farming.
Yeah, Duraccio was tipping from different side of the map, not really contributing much. He got shut down heavily. KJ rotations early on were on point. That 3-minute gate rotation where he gets a kill on Duraccio. He stays there. Duraccio TPs in. They kill him one more time. This is where you said, man, I'm not going to have a game, so somebody else will need to step it up. And who stepped it up? 33 again on his Beastmaster. That was the first big Beastmaster. 13 minutes Helm of the Overlord. He's the one dominating the map, but they kind of stopped 20 minutes in. We saw the Tormentor steal that did occur, but they paid a price.
Yeah.
They did. And it did look like we saw Heroic's power play, like the peak timing rather. I shouldn't use power play, that's mean. But peak timing where they were supposed to be strong. And they looked like they were in control of the map, but I mean, they just weren't. Because how do you deal with that when you're like doing well, but you don't get the gold out of the map? They're going to look back at this replay and it's going to be so obvious that, wait a second, even when we thought we were ahead, they still had so much farm on the map.
Yeah, this is something to study for sure for them.
Yeah.
I think that part of it is Saksa on Nyx Assassin. He was doing a really good job at being annoying. I think like the 2 top Nyx Assassins in the world to me are Saksa and 9 Class. Like the fact that he's always there stealing the runes, he's getting solo kills. all the time he'll go in for a solo kill, and then he'll be able to Vendetta out because he's saving the cooldown. Like, he plays this flawlessly.
It does, and really loved his itemization as well, going for that Orchid after finishing off Dagon. Because you're playing against Abba, he did get the shard from Tormentor that they took, so he has break mechanic, he silences Abaddon, and there's nothing that he can do, so he dies. His ulti doesn't proc at all. That's a deadly combo against Abba. If you can get it, break plus silence. They did have it in this game, and it showed like once or maybe even twice, but it's very annoying for him to play, knowing that he can't be the front line, be that scouting tool that sometimes you see Abba just running in. So this time around, he was much more afraid of that.
Yeah, and it kind of puts new light. We mentioned that Abaddon is one of the most successful heroes so far, played yesterday, and that we saw Beastmaster picked into Abaddon, even though historically Abaddon was a counter to the Beastmaster. But they had an answer to Abaddon all along, and they were easily executed for sure. We're going to check in with Brian as he wants to talk to us about his Kitty Award of the Day.
Yeah, thank you, Shiver. As this could be award of the game, we're not really results-oriented here, as this is going to be talking about Heroic strategically retreating to their own ward for a team fight. As Tundra, they were just playing the map the whole time, playing for pickoffs. But this, you see the ward on the north side of your screen. This is going to allow Yuma to confidently jump up on the trees. Heroic doing this really great job of retreating to their vision, having all the information, allowed to play around the fog of the cliff. And all the team fights seemingly went in favor of Heroic. Sadly, most of the game did not look like this, where there were actual team fights going on. They were playing this assassination duo roaming strategy from Tundra, seemingly consistently out-farming them. But Heroic did a great job of playing to their strengths. Just next time around, they'll need to be able to get better fights on a consistent basis.
It is a 2-game series, and we did hear Gunnar say at the start of the day that he was hoping that this would be a 2-game series because the way Heroic is playing, they deserve at least one win. Both of these teams also coming into this were a 4-0, so it would, make sense that they tie the series. But what needs to happen, Lacoste, for game number 2 to go the way of Heroic?
I want to see some more aggression coming out from them. I think they were lacking playmakers as well. This Abba from the offlane is fine. Yuma was doing the heavy lifting on his Monkey King. He was very active after picking up pretty much 2 items. He was all over the map because he needed to be paired up with his Ember Spirit to be able to get the kill, because Enchantress is not that hero. Like, you are very good at the early stages of the game to try to get some pressure onto the enemy towers, but you're not really a playmaker. And also, for Schofield, I want to see something maybe more aggressive. Hoodwink is fine. I'm fine with the hero. I think the team composition needs to be a bit different, where they can play aggressive, because they didn't really have that play. You saw in a lot of situations where they were unable to go the egg or just focus down Phoenix before he can get the egg off.
I agree.
You agree?
You do agree?
Yeah?
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Very good. Well, with that being said, we're going to find out if Heroic can indeed do it and change up their game a little bit in game number 2 to force out a tie for this 2-game series. We'll be right back.
But now I'm returning with gold and great score. I never will play the wild rover no more. And it's no, nay, never. No, nay, never, no more will I play the wild rover. No, never, no more. I went to an alehouse I used to frequent. Told the landlady money was spent. I asked her for credit, she answered me nay. Such custom is yours, I can get any day. And it's no, nay, never. No, nay, never, no more will I play the wild rover. No, never, no more. Put your hand in me pocket, well, that sovereign's prize. And the landlady's eyes opened wide with delight. I've beer and I've whiskey, wines of the best. And the words that I spoke you were only in jest. And it's no, nay, never. No, nay, never, no more will I play the wild rover. No, never, no more. Me parents confess what I've done. Ask them to pardon their prodigal son. If they will do so oft times before, I never will play the wild rover no more. And it's no, nay, never. No, nay, never, no more will I play the wild rover. No, never, no more. And it's no, nay, never. No, nay, never, no more will I play the wild rover. No, never, no more. Yay!
My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy.
Thank you very much, PogChamp Pandas, for welcoming us back properly here for DreamLeague Season 25. We're in the first series of the day, and it was Tundra that took a game off of Heroic. Can Heroic tie the score? This is a 2-game series that they are playing. We're going to find out as we are moments away from getting the draft on your screen. I am still joined by Lacoste and Jenkins and BSJ. And Brian, I've already heard from them too, what they feel like should change in game number 2. What do you feel like Heroic's path should be?
Well, I think the fact that Tundra, I was looking at the rest of their drafts, they always seem to have a kill duo. I feel like for Heroic, it was almost quote-unquote inconvenient to get kills every time they were like killing Soxas. He would be solo killing somebody with the Invoker Sunstrike, and then they'd bring 2 or 3 cores, or maybe 4 heroes sometimes. And it felt like that was why the farm was consistently going against them. I also think that's why heroes like Nyx, Riki, Bounty Hunter are being so popular right now, because they supply that +1, they give you the vision advantage, you're terrified to go out on your own. So something about this whole walk around as 2 and have it be a serious enough threat. It's like you have Ember Hoodwink, but once items come out, the Manta Invoker, any BKBs, anything like this, that combo is no longer so potent. But at every stage of the game, Nyx will burst you.
And then you have like 3 semi-cores that are farming at the same time. But
Yeah.
they're the semi-cores that are like...
Even like a Phoenix, yeah.
They're like, the pretend semi-cores where they actually scale incredibly well.
Yeah.
Dota has just been balanced in a way where these like non-carries can carry the game.
It's like if you think of the formula for how Heroic would get kills in that game, while on the map, like not in team fights, but just while people are farming creep waves, there really is no obvious.
They need like
these
four
four
heroes,
spells in a row. Yeah, it needs to be like
Too
chains into Boundless Strike into Hoodwink Stun. It's like otherwise it's just Nyx +1 and it'd be a kill.
Well, we got the same situation as previous game where Heroic is first pick and Tundra is second pick, but they did change sides. So far, inside of Heroic is exactly the same. Actually, one change. They ban out Beastmaster rather than the Bristleback in their final ban there. On the side of Tundra, they banned the exact same heroes in the Alchemist, the Magnus, Shadow Demon, and a Morphling. And we'll see where they go this time, as previously they did answer with that Beastmaster, but now...
Whatever's not
Bristleback
banned, they're going to take it.
Pick it up. Yeah, easy.
This is the story of the tournament moving forward for me, is the fact that now you have PA being added to the first round of bans. That just opens up the standard Bristlebacks and I guess a Batten at this point that are going to be first picked, and that's going to affect the entire rest of the draft. So I'm expecting to see more and more new picks prop up towards like 4th, 5th pick as a response to the new openings that are going to keep gradually evolving.
We're going to give respect to BZM's Invoker because he did a lot. Like his damage numbers in the previous games were insane. You did mention his item build. He did go for Manta style as his first item, which I really like because he knew that if he gets out of the chains, he's not gonna die, and also his positioning was top tier. He also dominated the mid matchup, and also really liked his itemization afterwards, picking up this Parasma, damage over time, not allowing Monkey King to pretty much do anything, and he was contributing so much, controlling the whole team fight. You see Monkey King getting the Jingu stacks, immediately getting dispelled by BZM.
You know there's a hole in your draft when Invoker can have Manta Hurricane Pike, and you have no formula for killing him. Their setup was the chains, the Atos. They had like Monkey King and then Wukongs, and if you disengage from the Wukongs, Invoker's never dying here. And yeah, he had a few deaths early game, but past that stage, BZM felt unkillable, and he's a second Nyx later on where he's walking around in Ghost Walk. So anytime Dyrachyo manages to stun somebody, which I feel like never even happened that game. I don't even think Dyrachyo was a part of any of these kills.
He was not necessary.
Yeah, it felt like it was just the Beastmaster plus Nyx Invoker show and Whitemon clearing waves and Dyrachyo hitting neutrals. That felt like the
that was
entire story of last game.
Very chill game from the safe lane, actually. They were just farming.
Here's the real question. Could I have won that game if I was DK Jenkins?
I think you would have found a way to die.
Because I would have died twice in lane. I would have done that part.
Yeah.
I could have followed that script.
Definitely.
All right, give me your analysis on Schofield, Jenkins.
It's just more of the same.
In the zone.
The thing is, you're never going to look at Schofield, oh, he's doing a crazy thing again, because he's so crazy that you can't even predict what he's going to do in real life.
Do you think that's a result of the first game, or like, you know, we saw what he looked like first game, pre-game?
No, he doesn't give a shit. He doesn't care if he wins or loses.
Do you think he told them, pick me X hero, and that's it? Pick me one of these two. I'm
I
going
don't
to
think
take a
he
quick
minds.
nap.
I have a question though, because we keep talking about how impactful the Nyx Assassin was, and they ban out the Clockwork in this game as well as the previous game. Why not ban out the Nyx Assassin at that point?
Because they banned Invoker. They probably think that a lot of the times you would see that extra bit of a damage from Sunstrike is what made the difference. Still, Nyx Assassin is a scary hero, and they might still go for it one more time. Well, one thing this is the hero that got banned in the last phase. They needed extra bit of a control. This is a good way of keeping people alive. They definitely needed some extra bit of a help as well, some kind of a control. So that's going to be a hero for Schofield. He doesn't seem too entertained by this.
Excuse me, Lukas, I want to ask you, do you know if any of these heroes on Heroic have a break mechanic at level 15 for the right talent?
Yeah, they do. Shadow Shaman with level 15 talent. So this is going to be their way of breaking Bristleback, which is going to be nice.
That was oddly specific, Jenkins.
Well, he has to still get to level 15.
It's not that hard because Shadow Shaman, he doesn't die. A lot of the times you would see him running away, and he also, because of his foul play, has Cluster Clock and also has a Batten. So he survives with the foul play, gets shielded, doesn't die.
The Zeus coming out as well on the side of Heroic. So they got quite a bit of magic damage. So yay, Glimmer Capes.
They're prepping for these position 4 heroes that could come out, these bounty hunters, so they want to have vision game, Nyx Assassin, so they have Hex for him as well if they're going to go for it. So I think Tundra might pick something different.
Is the 15 talent with the Hex, is that as long as you're hexed, you're broken? Is that like the duration of the break?
Yeah, I think it's Hex breaks. I think it's,
so while you're hexed, you're broken. Okay, so you can't like Lotus Orb the break or something like that if like somebody on your team has it, is what I'm saying. Okay.
As long as you have Hex, like, you're broken.
Yeah. That would be a very good talent. I'm a big
As long
believer
as
in
it's
the
not
Zeus,
on
by the way.
cooldown.
I know some people are not believers, but in my opinion, the 3 best 4s are Nyx, Riki, Bounty Hunter.
Okay.
And then the 4th best 4 is Zeus.
Dave and Kataomi talked about Zeus being like the best or the second best position 4/5 hero in the game during Fisher. Probably that changed a little bit, but they still think that this hero provides you with so much. Because it's a vision hero, it's anti-vision on top of that. And another Dragon Knight. How do you feel about it?
I feel completely neutral about this. I think Duraccio did exactly what I expected from him in the last game, which is he farmed. I mean, he was the Rock. If he was needed to carry the game, he could have done it.
Later on in the game during team fights, he was standing his ground and chunking people.
He did damage.
He did have high impact.
It's just that from Duraccio, as a big D fan, like you want to see him on these like really aggressive heroes because, nobody's gonna go on a Dragon Knight. Duraccio runs at you on DK, you run away. That's like the correct thing to do. When he runs at you on PA, you're like, oh, what do I do? Should I kill the PA? She's trying to farm Battle Fury. I should go on her. Puts you in this crazy space.
Yeah, speaking
DK,
from a
it's
fellow
obvious.
big D fan here, I feel like I like Duraccio on the hyper-polarizing heroes. DK is the most stable,
It's very
reliable.
stable,
He's just going to do a very predictable thing. On PA, you can get a Rampage, or you can just blink in and die instantly. That's much more Duraccio when I think of big D.
I want to go back to this Riki pick a bit more. With the Shard, you can't use Cluster Cluck, you can't shield, you can't heal anybody. Zeus is very suitable to die during when he gets the Fusel Blade timing. There's not going to be any saves. And they're also, like we've seen Tundra stealing enemy Tormentors, they have very good shards. This is like creme de la creme on Phoenix, on Riki, so expect same thing to happen 20 minutes in.
So this is everybody buys a 4-staff or what?
Yeah, you might need to get out of it somehow.
Is that how you prevent the Glimmer Capes, as you force the 4 staffs?
Force 4 staffs
exactly.
on the team.
Yeah, easy.
4 score. Oh, that's a different time era.
Lena will probably just go E-Blade, right? Like, if she gets gone, like, she can go a somewhat early Ghost Scepter after, like, Boots of Travel Ags. You can just go E-Blade.
My visceral gut says that with Lena and Zeus, I know I just said I'm a Zeus believer, but I was spamming this like 2 weeks ago when everybody wasn't going Glimmer Capes.
Yeah.
And I get that on one hand, Zeus is giving you vision of the Glimmer Capes, which is really nice. But also, it's magic damage, so the barrier is not so nice.
Yeah.
Maybe that cancels out. Zeus is still decent. But with Lena, I feel like she hates the Glimmer Cape.
Her whole thing is to one-shot you.
And this is the thing that's going to make it so that instead of full to zeroing you have 20% HP left. Boom, this hero's like healed up by whatever healing items there are, whatever healing spells there are, and then the fight is turned.
But what about with the Hex break during the duration of the break of the Hex?
If they're forcing 4 staffs and the Hex breaks...
During the Cloud and the Mischance.
During the Cloud and the Mischance, in the Cluster Clock. I'm not entirely sure how that's going to play out.
It's good.
Yeah, it's an analysis right there.
Thank you, Jenkins. So they do have overall last pick on Tundra. Most likely BZM's pick.
Come on, dude.
He got his hero like 3rd overall, man. He's chilling.
He got hit by Ricky's Sleeping Dart. He's out.
He's role-playing the return of Sleeping Dart next patch.
He sees Dragon Knight Bristleback on the enemy team, and he's like, I'm going to sleep.
He's getting in the zone. It's fine. Everything's under control and fine.
I don't think Schofield has ever been in the zone in his life.
Well, no, or you could argue he's never been out of the zone.
This man
there
So
you
if
go.
you're always
There
in the
you
zone,
go.
are you actually... Is there even a zone?
That's a good question. My man is trapped in purgatory since he was born. I feel like if you chase him around on the map in a Dota game, you're trapped in purgatory with him. That's how he reels people in.
All right, so we got one more ban coming out from Heroic, and the overall last pick will go the way of Tundra. And it looks like we still need a hero for Yuma on the side of Heroic, so where are we going to go with this? With the Nyx Assassin, sorry, the Lifestealer, the Nyx, and the Bloodseeker banned out.
I wouldn't mind if you just run Bad and Safe Lane as well. So it could be a...
They could go for an
Whisper
off lane,
hero.
sure.
Yeah.
And they know their safe laner with the DK Phoenix lane.
I mean, he could Timber because he's playing into DK plus Bristle, so it's good in the game, but it's not great against the Phoenix magic damage, percentage damage, Vessel Buyer, and the DK Timber lane is actually not favored for the Timber. DK wins that, not by a huge amount, but DK will win that now because he's pretty much regen based.
I would be fine with Centaur if they are looking for an offlaner because you can disengage against the egg, you can help your teammates during the Cloud as well.
Kind of looks like Yuma is the one that's like making the call right now. Maybe he's just more vocal during the draft.
Does the Lycan ban tell us anything? Or is that just to protect the backline?
I think you have 3, including Lina, 2 supports, including Lina, all very susceptible to these wolves.
What about a Spectre to global gank with like the Lina? Lina goes to like one-shot somebody, Spectre haunts in. Same thing with like a Shaman setting up.
It would probably do okay in lane versus Ricky.
Ooh, what about a Juggernaut?
Not what I was expecting. Not at all. I mean, it's great against the Phoenix Egg. Spin and kill the egg, that's a classic counter.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you asked me if they were going to pick Jug or not, I would say definitely not. But
Here we go again.
Oh, god damn it. This is the panel for puns, honestly, between you two.
It is a good egg hitter.
They get a pass for this is the first Juggernaut on the
Fair.
Can you still
On
Manta
mainstream.
spin out of Ricky Cloud? Like while in the middle of the cloud?
I'm not sure.
Where you have that like iframe and you can press spin? I think you still can.
I think so, because I think...
Because there's no lingering period on cloud anymore.
I think the spin is still something that... Gunnar says yes, you can.
Nice. Okay, then that's a pretty good matchup against Ricky. Most of the like cores that rely on a spell, like Nags for instance, will be heavily countered by Ricky in the early to mid game. But Jug should get probably Maelstrom into Manta in around 17, 18 minutes, and I don't really see how they kill him on the side of Tundra. So maybe that allows them to have somebody that plays on his own, then setting up the map for, you have a Baden and Jug playing on their own, you have Lina plus Shaman looking for kills, Zeus kind of playing the role of Phoenix last game. I'm kind of just seeing if Heroic adapted Tundra's formula in with their own heroes.
Oh, I was thinking of the
That's a
Enigma.
pretty rough lane matchup for Jug.
I mean, you were saying that Jug can play on his own, so my immediate thought goes to BKB Piercing Stun, which is Beastmaster is the one. It's banned, of course, in this game, so Enigma is number 2.
This should be a pretty free lane for 33.
Yeah, and the lane is good, too.
And it's BZM playing Bristleback mid.
Ooh.
Yep. That's a spicy one.
I think this is a bit of a curveball that Heroic was not expecting at all. They did have the Lycan ban, so perhaps they were targeting potential offlaners, but I've played, like, Jug's one of my favorite heroes. All the Jugs, the Slarks, these, like, melee guys that just want to chill for the first 5-6 levels, they suck against Enigma, so I'm worried about the bottom lane for Heroic here.
Bottom lane for Heroic in trouble. How do we feel?
How does Lina, the Lina Bristle matchup?
I'm not seeing this matchup, but I assume it's going to be some creep skipping, dragging the creep waves for Bristleback, because you're not going to be able to sustain yourself in the lane.
Yeah.
And my follow-up question would be, how does BZM Bristleback feel for you guys?
I've never seen it before, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't know if he's seen it before.
It's not like it's some super high-skilled hero. You have QW. Most of the time, you're going to be using W just
But
to
it is
farm.
weird now, because you can go like the Snot Rocket Facet, or you can
He's
go
probably
Seed
going
Red.
to Quills. I think they'll play for like ancient stacks for him and stuff. Sox is pretty free, I think, to roam.
Because they
after, like,
have the
level 3,
spell.
4.
They have Abaddon, so the goo is not going to be as effective. So I assume seeing red is going to be the fastest that he
Wait,
chooses.
Let us ask some more experts on maybe
They have the
Bristleback
info.
Lina matchup. Gunnar, shine some light for us.
Please, as a mid laner.
I don't know.
What?
I don't think I've seen this one. I thought it was going to be a Dragon Knight mid.
I think most people thought that.
It's okay. He'll buy Glimmer Cape. It's cool, guys. It'll be fine.
Wait, which one will buy Glimmer Cape?
Both of them.
Probably both.
All right. Owen, hyped about this game?
Yeah, no, I'm just having a look. BZM has played Bristle once before in a pro game.
Okay.
4 months ago. Let me see when it was, if he won it. It lasted. He won the game in 12 minutes.
Okay.
He went 11-0, and he won a game in 12 minutes on Bristol.
I don't think he's going to
That's
do
all
as
I
well
needed
this
to
game
hear.
as he did there.
In case he is, the game is about to start, so we don't want to miss a single second. If it's only going to last 12 minutes, we better be fast. So, PogChamp Pandas, please do us the honors of getting us into game number 2.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Looking forward to see how this one plays out. Some beautiful pictures being slapped down on the ground here in preparation for this game 2. Heroic versus Tundra. Let's see if Heroic can give themselves a bit of a better shot this time around, because Tundra last game really did seem like they had everything covered. You know, it really did seem like a pretty impossible one for Heroic, despite their best efforts. So we're getting early first bloods here. A little bit of a fight around the bounty rune, but they should be fine here.
fine.
Whisper and Schofield able to run away. I mean, overall, what do you make of this, Gunnar? Because definitely sort of things to talk about. This Jug coming in last for Heroic, and then Tundra making that switch up, being like, well, if you want to play Jug, we really want to play 33 Enigma against it, so we're going to switch this Bristle to the mid lane.
I thought it was somewhat expected because they did ban the Lycan. They knew that the Dragonite is a good matchup for Selena. The Jug's a bit surprising. This hero's not looked the greatest. I know a few months ago, there was some Jug rumors going around that people wanted to try this hero a bit, but it kind of fell off really fast because people realized it was bad. Again, the thing that the panel, I'm surprised again about the Bristle mid. I really want to see what BZM does in this matchup. And just in general, so far his lane's been going pretty decent. He's 4 CS on the first wave, so we'll see. It's a bit different hero as to what BZM is usually playing. He usually plays more aggressive heroes, spellcasters kind of things, wants to be active. Bristleback's, you know, you go do ancient stacks, and you eventually get farmed with your Ags, so we'll see how Tundra plays, but again, Tundra is a team where if they're going to play crazy stuff, they're the crazy team these days with all their players. You know, we used to have OG with Thompson. I think Tundra just does it with all 5 players. Bot lane, though.
Yuma taking quite the hit here from the Eidolons, and this will be first blood. 33 able to bring down King Jungles. It's a strong lane from these two. Could be quite the issue. And just having a look as well, so obviously I said earlier, BZM had played Bristle once in a official 4 months ago, won it. But in his pubs, he's been playing it a lot. So this is a completely rehearsed practice thing from him. Last 2 weeks, he's played, what, 19 matches of mid-Bristle, 63% win rate. So it's been something that he's been cooking pretty well. You know, that's a lot of games. You know, he's fully prepped on this. This is something that he's been doing. He'll go for the Axe Rush, of course, and then typically follows it up with that Bloodstone, and then SMY, AC, depending on what the game calls for. But he's been doing it a lot.
Okay. So he knows what he's doing.
Yep.
If anything, it's still just surprising to dodge the Dragonite Lina matchup, because that's usually one of the best counters to Lina, but it's probably due to the fact that Dragonite's such a stable laner. It can carry the Phoenix out of the lane. And, you know, maybe BZM was feeling it. He just wanted to play the Bristleback. So, good for him. I hope he has a fun time. That's what we're here for.
Yeah, because this is something, as far as you're aware, right, no other mids are doing this right now, intentionally drafting, as a team drafting to get the Bristle into the mid lane.
Not really, no. Usually we see the Bristles carry offlane flex. Yeah. But again, it's one of those things where if you're able to flex it all 3 rolls, it just makes it so much better. And even now, he's kind of diving mid.
Yeah,
there's no stun on Analog.
He might just be dead here, right?
BZM once? No.
Okay, doesn't want to dance around with the tier 2 tower damage, so we'll kind of leave Analog in this position. Obviously still great for BZM.
You can't walk past them.
Indeed, this next creep wave is going to be swallowed up by the tower, and Analog can't quite get in range of it. Here's
One
the
TP though, here's the Shadow Shaman.
Yeah, they need backup to try and rectify this sort of situation for Analog.
He saw the TP as well.
Yeah, BZM will throw him down a tip, knowing that the pressure that he's putting on has forced things to kind of have to change elsewhere on the map, with these early TPs having to come in to help Analog out.
Yeah, and these Silence are going pretty bad, especially with that TP coming out mid. I think bot is kind of to be expected for Tundra to just stomp. I think the Ricky Zeus matchup, I don't think you're a fan, right? Of this matchup?
I feel like, sure, yeah, Zeus, you can see the Ricky, but the Ricky could see you.
Yeah.
He could jump in, he could jump out. Doesn't matter if you see him, he's up in the air, he's jumping around. Good luck in the lane as well, especially when it's a Saxa Ricky. I just feel kind of this Zeus answer against these Ricky picks, I'm never really completely sold on. Ricky seems to be just the nature of the hero, right? One of these heroes is in a great position right now, the other one not so much.
Yeah, I think Zeus keeps getting picked. I think in pubs, it's actually a really strong hero.
Okay.
Because you do okay in the lane every time, and then you get actually a lot of vision kills, D-wards.
Has to TP out here. There's next Quills. Not going to come in time.
But I think in these officials, it matters a bit less. And especially the Ricky, the vision that the Ricky provides is way more kill threat rather than the Zeus. Zeus really only provides kill threat vision with his ult, and he can't have that all the time, whereas Ricky's watching someone constantly the entire game. And it's also setting up for 33 to have a free lane on Enigma. He's playing Enigma versus Jug. Nothing Yuma can really do, but honestly, I'm actually really surprised at how close the CS in his lane is.
Sure. He's actually, you know, not getting completely shut out of the lane, right, on the Juggernaut.
And then top lane, I don't know, it's a Dragonite.
Yeah, DK Abaddon. Seen it many a time before this patch. At the leash of Dirachi, obviously, he didn't have a very fun start to game 1. This time round, he's having a much easier start.
A lot of that was off of King Jungles, though, and now he's playing Zeus, kind of getting bullied. I don't think we're going to see the same gate rotations. It would probably have to involve Yuma, which is... He's actually a good hero to kill the Dragonite, spins magic damage, so does have a way to provide, but...
And this is kind of rough down here. We just had the healing ward get sniped, and the courier for King Jungles that was coming in did have the tangos and the salves on. So there is now no regen in this lane. Yuma's got to play careful for the next 20 seconds. He's very going to take the twin gate.
Yep. They're going to make this play top.
All right.
Double gating both. Just the whole safe lane is now
It's a risky move. I mean, it needs to pay off. Otherwise, you're going to feel pretty bad for the time that you spent looking for this.
Tundra kind of knows.
I'm just humble.
I mean, yeah, Duracio's duked this out completely. Whitemon doesn't have dive. It is on cooldown, so Yuma should be able to chase Whitemon down and will get a kill out of it. So it succeeds in getting a support kill, but as I say, it takes quite the bit of resources here with the 4 of them. And now they'll be able to punch back a little bit. I mean, Yuma, we'll see.
Bot tower's just dead.
Yeah, it's just been completely abandoned. So 33 is just getting to take over this entire area. I mean, it was a move, but was it a good move?
I think if they got the Dragonite, it would feel a lot better.
Sure.
And if they get this tower, I think it's okay, but...
I mean, because you've got your carry, right? It's this level 3 Jug just running around, not hitting creeps. It's got to feel kind of rough.
Yeah, look at him. They're going on Duraccio. I don't know if he'll actually die. If he does die, it's really good for Tundra, or for Heroic, but he might even just kill the Zeus.
I mean, he's just going to turn a D-Dragon Tail. They will kill him.
Okay.
There we go. Okay? So they're making it work.
He's a bit slow. No boots. Schofield does have boots, so he'll probably end up catching him. Yep. Whitemon's going to go down. Okay.
There we go.
It worked out.
They get Whitemon a couple of times. They get Duraccio the once. And they're able to set up a... I guess for this... Because this is the thing, right? Yuma also wanted to shift to the top lane. He doesn't want to farm down bottom against 33's Enigma. I mean, honestly, with 33 taking that tower as quickly as he did, I don't know if anyone wants to go down there and try and farm against this Enigma, right? He's hit level 6. This is not a safe spot of the map for anybody, really, on Heroic.
No, at this point, 33 can probably just do the rotation towards mid, kick out Analog, and the scary thing is not, you know, oh, Yuma, you lost your tower, you have to farm into your tier 2, you get less farm.
Sure.
The scary thing is the mid pressure now. You're going to see 33 just kind of free reign to do whatever. He can push in bot, he can go mid, and if he kills Analog with a rotation mid, Analog's going to be their pace setter, because you could say Whisper's game was good. Oh,
look at this. He just goes straight up for the black hole play with the Eidolons out. Is it enough to kill the Jug? It is. Yuma goes down. The shackles are there from Schofield, but he got nothing else to do. I mean, this is the problem, right?
Yep.
You know, you can ban the Beastmaster, but you can't ban 33. He will just crush these lanes any single opportunity he gets. And in this situation, just with that foresight as a team to make this shift up, be like, BZM, you play Bristle mid anyway. Let's get this Enigma pick in last, and it has been brutal so far in this 7 minutes.
Yeah, I really like... And he's just farming. He doesn't even feel the need to rotate mid. I think BZM's game is as well going really well. Surprisingly, I'm very surprised. He's up 300 net worth on the Lina.
Yeah.
Almost 500 gold after this. And yeah, I thought this lane might be a bit harder. So the fact his lane is so good, he's going to have really good timings with his Ags. And Tundra's going to hit this really early block because 33 really likes buying some auras on his Enigma. So grouping up between 2 strength cores, Enigma buying auras, they have a Phoenix for heals. There's going to be a death ball coming in the next, you know, probably like 7-8 minutes. That's going to be really hard for Heroic to deal with because Jug doesn't deal with death balls. Abba doesn't deal with death balls. Shadow Shaman doesn't. It's your Lina and your Zeus have to defend everything by themselves, and if 33 goes a pipe, what damage does Heroic really bring to a team fight?
Yeah, this is going to be very difficult for Heroic.
So 33 TP's top, but look, there's a smoke out from Heroic.
They've got to try and find a kill with this Laguna Blade. They'll settle for the easy one. They'll catch Whitemon. Laguna still at the ready.
There's no
they
black
turn
hole,
into
90
something
seconds.
else. Trying to close in onto 33, but he's got the Malefice to hold back Analog. Again, get a support kill. But they ideally want something more than that. If they can get the tier 1 tower, that would be something to be happy
Tundra
with.
wants to defend this. 33 is still set up here. Gonna keep aggroing the creeps back. This is the awkward part. It's you bring all these resources, all these heroes, and the tower's still here, and they can't really kill the tower for free. And on the opposite side, Yuma's getting poked down constantly. He's always like less than 300 health, has to constantly be using healing ward mana, you know, spin mana. He didn't have enough mana to spin TP if he gets ganked again right now. So just a lot of pressure that Tundra is doing as well as just absorbing it up top.
And Tundra bringing in even more resources to hold onto this tower. BZM. He's ready to join the action. So Heroic cannot stick around here any longer to try for the tier 1 tower. Tundra, they keep the tower alive.
Analog going pretty aggressive build. A little greedy. He goes just boots of travel. I would say he's probably recognizing that his entire job in this game is to delay and push out lanes and be everywhere that he can. He doesn't even have stun. He's not playing to kill heroes. He's literally just going to show up, hit a tower, push the wave in, and then do something else.
Whisper. See if they're able to force out the...
He has a point.
Borrowed time.
He should be okay.
Yeah, he plays it cool. Knows he doesn't have to get that quite yet.
You think he'll be able to do that?
What, just be cool and just not steal the ult? I don't know, it's risky. I would be just so concerned there's like a random Ricky about a jump or something as well.
Jumped and you just bursted.
It's risky, but...
Sometimes I get scared of, you know, if you end up dying in those positions without clicking your ult, it's way worse than, oh no, my ult's on cooldown for 60 seconds. Same with like Wraith King. You just forget to skill the ult on Wraith King.
Oh, that's so risky on Wraith King.
That's a bad one.
I just skill that one immediately.
Yeah?
I'm not going to play around with fire.
It's better now with his innate, where he turns into a ghost.
You do have that window.
You actually have a window now.
You do.
Abba, you don't. You just die.
Timings we've got for Tundra at the black hole. It is at the ready again for 33. Hasn't quite got the mana, but he's got the one charges actually to make it work if he needs to.
Whitemon's about to get egg off of this next creep wave, so I think they're going to defend this tower. There's no point for Tundra not to. It's a lot of space as well for the other two cores. Both BZM and Dyrachyo love farming on these heroes. They're great at farming, so just the longer 33 is able to sit up here and defend this tower, the better for the whole team. And look, 1k gold lead. They're up at 3k gold now at 11 minutes just by existing. They're not doing any moves. They're not doing anything crazy. It's just 33 is defending this tower, and his other two cores are just farming. And it's going to keep being a bigger and bigger lead as the game goes on.
Now Yuma trying to chase Saxa down, but can't do this on his own.
You can never Omni Slash or Ricky.
No, it's never going to work out.
How annoying is this to play this?
It's got to be rough, right? Especially when like Yuma, you're playing the Jug. This is already a hero that is not easy to kind of get off the ground in this patch. And you've just been completely bullied in these first moments of the game. You've got a long road ahead of you.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It's just a bad... Oh, they get the Whitemon.
They keep getting Whitemon. You know, multiple times they keep being able to kill off the Phoenix.
I feel like it's somewhat similar story as the first game where Heroic actually is ahead in kills. And they're getting these pickoffs, but what, of their 6 kills, 4 of them are Whitemon?
Yep.
This guy doesn't even have 2,000 net worth. And they're still down 3,000 gold. They're up 4 kills, but they're down 3k gold. So Tundra's playing the, you know, we don't care about dying as long as we are playing the map properly.
Serpent Walls were dropped to try and put some pressure onto this tier 1, but Tundra's going to be able to farm up on pretty much all of them. Just not easy for Heroic to push down any of these tier 1s at the moment. Tundra keeping full control of their side of the map.
And now Tundra might go for a push mid.
Sax is giving good information here on the high ground. They're going to be able to turn towards the Zeus, smoke screens down. They'll be able to kill off King Jungles, no struggle.
This is
Heroic. They're trying to fight this, but
Really
Schofield, he gets
fight.
jumped. He's gone. Omni Slash is there onto 33, but it bounces back to the Eidolon, so 33 is perfectly fine. Whisper has to borrow time under the tier 2 tower. Tundra, they're turning to chase down Yuma. He's got the Blade Fury, but the physical damage is coming in. Yuma, he should fall here. The Fire Spirits connect, dive forward. He's gone. It's looking rough here, Gunner.
Yeah.
It's early days, 13 minutes in, but 6k lead and Tundra getting to do whatever they want, and a Heroic just not able to do much more than kill the occasional Phoenix.
And 33, I think he either just canceled his black hole instantly or black hole the ground, and it didn't matter. They all died. We
can see it again here.
Yep. King Jungle's just one stun into the smoke cloud goes down, and you can already tell the second that the fight starts breaking down. Oh. All right, there was the black hole.
Yeah, I guess, you know, Omni Slash to dodge the black hole.
It was very well played by Yuma, but it's not enough. It's just really awkward. They get surrounded. And again, every time I watch Tundra, it's an outnumbered game. They bring 5 heroes, then it's like 1-by-1 TPs, and by the time the rest of the team gets there, Zeus is dead. And now Lina doesn't really want to enter the fight. So now you just have the Jug and the Shadow Shaman just kind of on an island surrounded by 5 heroes of Tundra, and they both go down like for free.
I mean, diving the tower here, my goodness. Woo!
One more?
He's gone. They can just dive for Schofield as well. It's getting messy. This one's could be a painful one unless something crazy happens.
It's okay. The innate from Jug Duelist is going to kick in. Whenever he's facing an enemy in honorable combat, he does 12% more damage. So, yeah, it's really good.
Okay. But it's against the Bristleback.
It's against the Bristleback.
The Bristleback has countered this incredibly powerful Juggernaut innate ability.
Yep.
You know, just turn his back to him. Well, he's 12% damage now.
And Ricky's always going to be behind him.
Yeah.
He's backstabbing the Jug, so he countered
didn't
himself.
Pick the Jug into this.
Yeah.
He didn't read the innate.
He wasn't ready for this.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Hey, here we go. Dyrachyo.
No BKB.
They should be able to get him, surely. There we go. Drop all the ults.
Armor
Bam.
toggle?
There's something.
You think BZM's going for this?
Not yet. Soon. Soon BZM will reach the power level of which tier 2 diving
It's the Glimmer Cape.
Can occur without any threat.
BZM does have it queued up.
Yep.
So how many Glimmer Capes do we have right now? Is it only the one? I think it's only the one.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Surprising. 33 unfortunately does have to go for a pipe.
He does.
He's buying the auras. It's a good pipe game.
BZM does lose his courier. Did have his shard on. So a little bit of a snipe there from Schofield. Slows down BZM's progression. But BZM should be able to farm up some of these serpent wards.
And Soxa now finishes Diffusal, so it's the Ricky versus Zeus matchup where the Zeus will just die anytime in that Soxa season. And it's getting rough. Tundra's getting every tool that they want. They get this Diffusal. They're about to finish the pipe. Dragon Knight's finishing his Sajin Yasha. Well, I guess not that soon, but everyone's getting exactly what they want, I would say, for Tundra. On the side of Heroic, still finishing a Battle Fury. It's 16 minutes in the game, still no Battle Fury. The Lina has Boots of Travel, so maybe they're looking towards the Lina Ags and trying to get 1 or 2 burst kills, but that's so much weight on the shoulders of a Lina, who, especially, it's not a free Lina game. She doesn't, I don't think she can burst a Dragon Knight, and then if Ricky jumps her, she's dead. If Enigma jumps her, she's dead. So it's a lot on if Analog is actually able to survive the initial fights and actually get his damage out.
Smoke out here as they're trying for the setup. At the top lane, Sax is in.
Duraggio might get caught bot.
They can just dive the tower here, force out the borrowed time. Whisper should live. But yeah, Heroic, can they find the opportunity to catch Duraggio out once more? They've hit the scan, they know exactly where he is.
They're going to go for it.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I don't know if they actually have the damage.
And in this sort of position, there
And he's
will be
dodging them.
backup. Yeah. He's going to show around mid, so they'll know that they've missed him now at least, so they can stop kind of wasting further time around this spot. Obviously, Tundra, they're getting the most done whilst Heroic are trying to chase Duraggio around the map. Tundra, they've got the space to take the tier 2 here, still nice and early, 17 minutes in.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
I like how Tundra's playing if you compare it to the first game when Heroic was in similar positions. They were never this
He
far
steps
ahead.
forward. That borrowed time's still on cooldown for 50 seconds. They'll try and run.
Has a shield in one.
He's gone.
I just like how Tundra's constantly playing around objectives. If you see wherever they're getting kills, it's actually around an enemy tower. Whereas in the first game, Heroic was just kind of getting kills wherever. Even the kills they've gotten, like the Phoenix, haven't really led to anything major for them. I think, what, 1 tower they've taken in the whole game. They just barely took the second tier 1 bot. So Tundra, if you watch their games, it's a lot about gold and actually getting objectives with that gold. And now they're going to rack. So
That's 18 minutes in.
Pipe is finished. Ags is finished on the Bristol. Dragon Knight's here. He doesn't need any items. And I don't think that there's a way for Heroic to defend this.
Uh-oh. It's looking pretty rough. Heroic, they'll turn up. Saxa.
Ags is
with
finished.
The jump. Okay, Saxa does die for that. He's gone. Gonna try and look to turn towards BZM. He is low, but he's got a lot of protection with these barriers, and now Tundra's ready to turn back in.
No borrow time.
Over towards Whisper, they've got him. The Abaddon's out for 30 seconds, no buyback on him, and Yuma's trying to get him from the side with the potential Omni Slash, but even if he does not have the damage right now. Just Battle Fury alone. And Tundra, I'll hold back with the loss of the Ricky.
I think they might walk into the 33 right now if they're not careful. This is a very scary situation for Heroic. They need to delay the game. I think Analog basically needs to get 2 or 3 kills, just one-shot kills randomly across the map in the next, I would say, 4 minutes. Otherwise, they're going to get racks. Like 33, if he kills him right now,
You're just thinking
this
about
could be
it.
the game.
They just dive it. They might not even need the black hole. They've got the Aphotic Shield to get him out.
He's okay.
They're more than happy to just continue to focus down these barracks. Whisper will force them back for now. Still no borrowed time, though. It's cooldown for 25 seconds, so Whisper has to be cautious. I mean, BZM getting very close to just killing him off. Whisper has to get back to the fountain. The space is there for Tundra to push on around the Dragon Form of Duraggio and take this 19 minutes full set of barracks top.
And what's stopping them from going mid?
Well, BZM's courier was just AFK in the jungle.
He's going to work on his courier micro.
Yeah,
What's that,
just,
2 in a row?
in there with the mask on.
The shard, the voodoo mask. A bit disappointing. But we move on. He doesn't need it. He can honestly, at this point, just buy a second one. You know, TB base, buy another voodoo mask. Eat the gold loss. They're still going to be up 10k gold. amplified damage now for the Bristle. I would say this is it, right? It's 20 minutes. The siege just spawned. Tundra probably just wants to end the game right now. Heroic's gonna go for the Tormentor. It should be fine. Oh no, guys,
I mean,
not again.
Little risky.
Not again.
Uh-oh, Saxa, is he going to be able to get in and start cleaning up some heroes? They're TPing out, so get the Hex off. And the only TPs. But it bounces back onto the Eidolons. Saxa has got the tricks of the trade to help bring down Schofield. They'll look to Yuma, and indeed, the Black Hole up and ready. Yuma's not getting home tonight.
And in the base, BZM's almost killing Whisper. He forces out the Apple. Lina just has to show up just to protect him, using everything to protect him. And it's always the 20-minute Tormentors. Has there been one good 20-minute Tormentor
contest? It's so risky.
I haven't seen it.
Because this was also obviously done by the team that was behind.
Yep.
But I guess, you know, that's the thing.
You have to make risky plays.
Indeed. In this situation, it's more understandable, right?
Yep.
You have to go for the risk because you know that the overall game state, it ain't great.
Of course. Roshan's up. 33 Cs. He just wants to go Roche. It is rough. It is not a good one if you're a Heroic fan.
And I just feel like it's been a while since I've been sold by a Jug pick. I don't know. This hero, is it ever it, Gunnar?
Not for me.
Nah.
Personally, I mean, I know Yuma has a lot of faith in it. I think he used to win a lot of pubs. I think he plays it in pubs too. And then they did buff Duelist. And
we could check that actually.
Yeah. We
can get the stats though. Let's see if how's he been doing in his pubs, Yuma? Is Juggernaut it in the pubs? I will find this information out.
But every time I see it, I think it's just weak compared to a lot of the current meta heroes.
Sure.
Usually the carries have either mobility or a really strong steroid, and he doesn't really have either for damage and no stuns. So kind of just everything that makes the other heroes good, like Alchemist, Dragon Knight, Phantom Assassin, he doesn't have any of that. The spin doesn't really do that much damage anyways because heroes are so tanky now, they actually survive the spin and just turn on him. So he has a lot of negatives, I would say. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he just pulls up to this fight on this Rax and kills everyone.
Let's have a look. BKB on Lina.
I think he has to do what? About like 10,000 damage?
A lot of damage.
Yeah, I think there's about 10,000 health on Dire. Maybe a bit more. A bit less. Yeah, just 9,000, 10,000. He can do it. They just have to maybe unplug their monitors for a little bit. Maybe the internet too.
They're just getting the racks. Everyone's alive on Heroic, but there's nothing to be done. It's gone. So so looking at you, he's played it 8 times in the last 3 months in his pubs.
Okay.
And he has a 75% win rate.
Yeah.
So you can imagine, sure, he's still got these memories in his mind of that time where he absolutely crushed it on a Jug. But then again, one of these games, I'm seeing he went Battle Fury Armlet, so I don't know how serious that game was. He did win it in 15 minutes.
Yeah,
maybe he should have gone Armlet this game.
He should have won Armlet.
He should have gone Armlet on Jug.
All right, so they smoke. Tundra kind of smells out the smoke.
Yeah.
Schofield's going to go down.
They're trying to kill 33. Can they even get him? They can't. The barriers are out. He's fine. They will kill the egg. You know, Whitemon will continue to tank the deaths this game for Tundra. Yuma will get the Omni Slash up. Here we go.
How much damage was that?
Negative.
It was like 80.
Oh, 80. That's generous. That's generous. Well, here we go. A bit of fountain diving. We'll get punished.
Okay.
But the barracks are dying. Mega creeps will be coming out.
You should dive the fountain. I would go.
Dive the fountain. Come on, BZM.
Go. No,
Don't be scared. Dive it.
You have Bloodstone.
Oh, come on. Get in there, BZM. Come on.
You have mega creeps, guys. Okay, they called GG. Now, can you do it?
BZ, come on. Where's the fountain?
I'm sad.
Yeah, no fountain diving in. Disappointing.
Sad.
Here we go. Oh, come on.
That's not fun.
What's he scared of? Well, there you go. 33's face says it all. Easy game. Easy game, really. This was a rough one for Heroic. Tundra, they were tested a little bit in game 1. Not much. This game 2, they weren't really tested at all, Gunnar.
Yeah, I think a lot of it comes down to the draft. I feel like the first game was way more even in terms of... Obviously, Tundra got what they wanted, but the draft strength was pretty similar. I think in this game, I don't know if Heroic didn't get what they wanted. Maybe stuff was banned, but I think Tundra just completely outdrafted them, outclassed them, and just outplayed them.
Yeah, it was rough. And, you know, looking at some of the numbers, indeed, on the Jug, Yuma, second lowest hero damage on the team. And it's not the player. It really is the hero, I feel, Gunnar. I don't know.
Because compared to the first game, right? He was Monkey King, way more better hero, more active as a stun.
If you compare that, his play game 1, it was there. He did a lot. Not enough, but I mean, the whole team couldn't do enough, but much different. Much more different to what we saw this time around. And just big brain stuff from Tundra. As he said, BZM coming in with this mid-bristle, something that he had been cooking a lot recently in his pubs, brings it out to the professional level, and it's absolutely perfect. You know, doing it against a hero that, indeed, we had some questions of whether it might struggle against the Lina mid. It did not whatsoever. BZM, he's practiced this, and the practice has paid off. 3-0-6 flawless game for him. And just the added bonus that being able to do that, have that extra level of flexibility as Tundra, to be able to let 33 get this last pick Enigma to just completely break the game. Well, there we go. Ladies and gentlemen, with this easy game for Tundra, they'll take both wins today against Heroic, 2-0.
Yeah, that felt kind of smooth actually. Bristleback versus Lina. I'm not sure if we're gonna see it more, Lacoste, but it worked out for this one.
Maybe. Not the matchup that I've seen ever, but after seeing it the way it works, at least in this game, we'll definitely love to see more, because Lina, a lot of the times, like in this patch, people are toying with a lot of mid Lina, where she's like, yeah, with the darn many heroes that can't beat her in the lane, she's very annoying. But the way they've been playing, and this team is very innovative when it comes down to the hero picks, because they showed some Necrophos, they're swapping the heroes as well here and there, flexing the heroes that you don't expect them to flex, which makes them such a strong team to play against. And yeah, they were like, haha, 23 Juggernaut, you're not going to be able to do anything. They flex the heroes, suddenly Enigma comes out, Juggernaut's roaming around the map, level 3.
Yeah. I mean, I like the portal rotations in general, because like on the flip side, 33 often goes through the portals in these games, and he just stays in the lane that he goes to. And it's weird to see at like 6 or 7 minutes, like 2 cores in one lane, but he always ends up getting a kill. Or the other core is like jungling, he's standing in front, and then they have a support farming somewhere. So in terms of, it can be efficient. I guess it's just not efficient when it's something that feels forced. And maybe in this situation for Heroic, it was forced because you have a Juggernaut. And like, if Oh My God can't make this work,
I was about to say, like,
fair.
The one thing I don't want to see is them forcing this Juggernaut. Because previous DreamLeague, Ame was like, you know what? I'm going to play Juggernaut no matter what. If it's a good game, if it's not a good game for it, he has set item build as well with 1 Null Talisman, Magic 1 Treads, and Mjolnir. This time around, he was very struggling to even get to the Battle Fury. But yeah, it doesn't feel like a hero. There was a point during the draft where we talked about the Cloud and Manta style interaction. A lot of these things sound good on paper, but Dota is much more complicated than that.
I'm very happy that after game 1, that when the draft was done, we're like, oh, this is a very unlike Tundra draft. I'm very happy that we got a very Tundra-like draft, where they do something unusual and make it work for other people to study. I think definitely Heroic, you know, they were kind of thrown a bit of a curveball, Jenkins. Maybe a big curveball.
I think so. I mean, my favorite thing is when these like S-tier teams, they don't have to throw curveballs, and they throw curveballs, or they change like the type of curveball, because I feel like just the fact that the Tundra is willing to pick something entirely normal, and then the next game, even though they won the first game, all of a sudden they're running the bristle mid.
Yeah.
And it's like, how do you predict this as a drafter? And I will always go back to, this is what a team looks like when Moonmeander is the coach. Like, his drafting is like this. It's very chaotic. And I really think that him plus 33, like 33 has kind of like reeled in Moonmeander's like craziness to a point where there's like method to the madness now, and it looks so good.
Yeah, it looked incredibly solid in this whole series. So far, undefeated here for Heroic. Before we move forward, though, we're going to check in with BSJ, who has his Acer Predator head-to-head.
And thank you, Shiver. As for my Acer Predator head-to-head for this series, I'm highlighting BZM with that flex pick that the panel was talking about. Basically saying we're going to enable 33's Enigma last pick, and we're going to see just how much impact he had. So first off, runes taken. I know this was inflated by Shovel, but I felt like BZM just had the complete control of the mid lane and the map, and it made it very difficult for Heroic to make any plays. While on the other hand, you have hero damage, and even though Bristleback, you'd think of him as more of the damage soaker, not the damage dealer, and Lina is the exact opposite,
we see those numbers be about equal, and then here's the damage taken part. I feel like all of Lena's damage was basically nuking BZM throughout the course of this game, and so even though Analog was looking for kills on the map, he couldn't really get... I think he had 1 kill on Dyrachyo with the 3-man gank later on, but the Lena was almost completely neutralized by BZM's like consistent pressure up in his face play, and kudos to BZM for taking that flex bristleback from the first pick and allowing 33 to open up the game with that cheese pick last.
Yeah, you gotta know that your players can handle it, and I think that we mentioned several times, this is a hand-picked team from 33, and he made sure that everybody is able to play whatever he throws at them, and I think that's a big criteria, Lacoste, for putting together a team.
You need to have it in this current meta, because a lot of, like, you want to hide most of your picks, you don't want to see where they're exactly going, and everybody needs to be playing those meta heroes right now. But what I like about this team is that they're also prepping for heroes that they see are becoming meta, so you see them beating Abaddon, who had, 76% win rate after day 1. He was the 2nd or 3rd most picked hero of the tournament, and they're prepping for it immediately. They pick Abaddon 2 times. You didn't really feel the influence of Abaddon in both of these games. Like, you really didn't feel he did anything.
Yeah. Speaking of
Abaddon, don't care what you were saying, Lacoste, because we got Big 3. Good to see you, Big 3. Congratulations on another series win. How you doing, man?
Thank you. All good.
So I got a few questions for you. First question is, game 1, you guys were kind of like getting killed around the map and stuff, and they were getting Roche and things like that. I don't know if you felt this during the game, but the gold lead was going up for you. You were winning while kind of dying. Like, what was your call in that game? Were you saying, like, let's just farm? Like, what were the comms like?
We kind of knew that we had this game, pretty easily, and then we did the traditional 3-2 at the Tormentor. And then suddenly the game was not so easy anymore.
Yeah.
So yeah, I would say at some point we realized, okay, 5v5 is really not good for us anymore, and let's just keep farming and splitting, and that's for now.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I don't think we ever felt like we are losing or we are in a really bad spot, because we had a lot of confidence in our heroes, and we felt our team fight is maybe a bit weaker, but our scaling is good. So yeah, we just felt like we'll keep farming, and eventually the game will turn.
Okay, as an offlaner myself, I want to ask you some nerdy offlaner questions. Maybe you won't answer them because maybe it's your secret tech, but I wanted to ask you, I've noticed in a lot of these games, you're going through the portal like after you take the safe lane tower, and then you're staying there. You're sometimes staying even when your carry is like farming near you or something like that. What is the idea there? Why are you using the portal so much these days? Is this actually a trend?
To be honest, I don't remember doing it too much. I think I did it in the Sankin game, in the finals, and I did it in this game. Other than that, I don't think I really do it much. Yeah, I guess it just depends on the situation. In the Sankin game, I felt like my lane, I'm not really achieving much in it, because I'm kind of getting fucked, and I was just looking at the map and trying to see if there's anywhere I could have a bit more impact, and yeah, I just kind of went for it, I guess, and it worked out. And this game, I just felt like there's 0 heroes in my lane, and there's like, I don't know, 3 to 4 heroes top, and I wanted to, because I was so strong, my hero was so strong, I wanted to try and lane against some enemy heroes. Also, Abaddon can't really jungle, so he has to keep laning, so I thought if I'll just go there and I'll just stay in front of them, and yeah, I thought it would like slow the game down. I think
It did.
they kind of had the right call that they really wanted to take this tier 1 tower. Yeah. They kept bringing heroes, and I could tell that they were getting tilted, that we are defending it, even though it's already on like 20-30% HP. Usually you just let this tower go.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know, just specifically this game, I felt it would be good.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I got questions about some of your players. So Big D joined your team, of course. Everybody's ranting and raving, talking about him, the Gaming Gladiator story, whatever. I feel like BZM has been pretty underrated, and he's carrying a lot of these games. Can you tell me, what is he bringing to the team in particular?
Well, honestly, he's just owning like every game. I don't know, like every game I just look at my mid and he's fucking owning, so that's really good. I think in terms of team atmosphere, he's also helping a lot. He's a bit of like a clown, and yeah, he's always like laughing at Moon is laughing at him, and I guess team atmosphere is nice that way. Yeah, I'm not sure what else to say, guy plays good. What more can you want?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, he's owning. Okay, I'll send over to somebody else who's owning, and that's going to be Big B with some questions for you.
Yeah, thank you, Jenkins. 33, we were talking about how that first game where you guys they had the Aegis and you guys were extending your net worth lead. That just looks like such a 33 team thing to do, whether it was with Liquid, the former Tundra, this current Tundra. What exactly are you looking for when you're adding players to like create this vision of yours? Do you feel like it's even your vision? Is it more of like fitting to this lineup? Let's talk through that.
I don't think it's anything like as, a grand vision as people make it out to be. I think it's just about trying to, I'm not sure, it's just about trying to play the most efficient way and not like waste your time, I guess.
I'm wondering during the game, how quickly do you guys come to the conclusion that we no longer 5v5? And is this something you have to discuss a lot through scrims? Or is this something that is just kind of natural that is more so an understood concept of part of your strategy?
Usually it just comes very, very naturally. Like one guy would say, okay, I don't feel like I want to fight anymore. And then, if one of the other cores feel like, yeah, no, it's easy, we just fucked up last fight, we can still 5v5, no problem, then the call just gets called off. But if one guy says he doesn't feel like it and then nobody like contradicts him, pretty much means that everyone agrees and you kind of just go with it. It doesn't really require a big discussion.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, 33. We'll let you get back to your scrims and your practice. I'm sure we'll see you here quite a lot.
Yeah, thank you. See ya.
Good, great guy, great man. I think he's a visionary. I think these visionaries don't realize they're visionaries. It's like, it's so natural to them that they're like, nah,
but like everybody thinks that way.
There's no big
everybody
vision.
would have done this.
I just made the call when I won TI twice. It's like, well, okay, dude, relax. What do you mean?
I thought it would be good to defend the tier 1 tower.
Yeah,
it's a small thing, but he
makes it sound so simple. Like also the calm, keeping things simple, that's very important. Or like the way he just talked about it. One guy is like, yeah, I don't want to fight. The other guy says, we're taking that fight. I messed up. I'm vetoing your call, and everybody else agrees.
It's funny, like even the concept of slowing the game down is like not a simple one. Like who's speeding the game up? Then you have to know that as well. Like
because the map is getting smaller, but they always seem to find the right moments when they need to slow the game down.
Yeah.
Where they're going to be able to farm. Somebody's going to sacrifice their life on the side of the map. Mostly it's going to be like Saksa when he's playing these Invis heroes, and the rest of the team, you see their net worth just going up.
Yeah.
Yep. And I'm sure that Shopify has a lot to study with this series. They're going to be the ones facing Tundra next. Later today, that will be, of course, the third series of the day. We are going to first take a step into Group B. We're going to have Paravision versus Gaming. But we have a little bit of time before that series, so stick around. I believe we have something planned, so don't go anywhere.
Waking up, playing some Dota. It's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.
There was an old farmer in Dorset did dwell, Lily Valera, la, and he had a wife that many knew well, Lily Valera, la. Lily Valera, Lily Valera, la. Lily Valera, Lily Valera, la. The devil came to the old man at the plough, Lily Valera, la. One of your family I must have now. It's not your oldest son that I crave, but 'tis your wife, and she I must have. Lero, lero, lily, bolero, lily, bolero, bullinala.
Now welcome, good Satan, with all of me heart.
Lily, bolero, bullinala.
I hope you and she will never more part.
Lily, bolero, bullinala. Now Satan has got the old wife on his back. He's lugged her off like a peddler's pack. Lero, lero, lily, bolero, lily, bolero. away till they came to his gate. Lily Valero, bull in a la. Come and take in this old farmer's mate. Lily Valero, bull in a la. She saw 30 nymphs all dancing in chains. She ups with their boots and beats at their brains. Lero, lero, Lily Valero, Lily Valero, bull in a la. She knocked out Satan against the wall. Lily Valero, bull in a la. Let's turn her out or she'll murder us all. Lily Valero, bull in a la. He's bundled her up on his back and then to her own husband he's took her again. Lero, lero, Lily Valero, Lily Valero, bull in a la. I've been a tormentor the whole of me life. Lily Valero, bull in a la. But I've never tormented like this farmer's wife. Lily Valero, bull in a la. Lero, lero, Lily Valero, Lily Valero, bull in a la. Lero, lero, Lily Valero, Lily Valero, bull in a la. Lero, lero, Lily Valero, Lily Valero, bull in a la. Lero, lero, Lily Valero, Lily Valero, bull in a la. As I was a-walking down Paradise Street, to me way, hey, close and down, a pretty young dam that I can't pardon me. Give me some time to blow and down, please, blow and down, to me way, hey, close and down, blowing my back to Liverpool town. Give me some time to blow and down. I gave her me arm and I took her in tow. To me way, hey, blow and down. And yard arm to yard arm, oh, here we go. Give me some time to blow and down, please, blow and down. To me way, hey, blow and down, blowing like back to Liverpool town. Give me some time to blow and down. Little town, they're lifting me. Mark well what I do say. It's little town, they're lifting me. And she was a mistress, not afraid. I'll go on, blowing with you, fair maid. The rowing, since rowing's been my ruin. I'll go on, rowing with you, fair maid. I took this fair maid for a walk. Mark well what I do say. I took this fair maid for a walk, and we had such a loving talk. I'll go on, rowing with you, fair maid. The rowing, since rowing's been my ruin. I'll go on, rowing with you, fair maid. Oh, didn't I tell her stories true? Mark well what I do say. Oh, didn't I tell her stories true? And didn't I tell her walkers too? Go on, rowing with you, fair maid. The rowing, since rowing's been my ruin. I'll go on, rowing with you, fair maid. What do we do with the drunken sailor? What do we do with the drunken sailor? What do we do with the drunken sailor? Early in the morning. Way, hey, up she rises, way, hey, up she rises, way, hey, up she rises early in the morning. Put him in the cover and the hole of my bonnet. Put him in the cover and the hole of my bonnet. Put him in the cover and the hole of my bonnet early in the morning. Way, hey, up she rises, way, hey, up she rises, way, hey, up she rises early in the morning. That's what we do with the drunken sailor. That's what we do with the drunken sailor. That's what we do with the drunken sailor early in the morning. Way, hey, up she rises, way, hey, up she rises, way, hey, up she rises early in the morning. Way, hey, up she rises, way, hey, up she rises, way, hey, up she rises early in the morning. T'other day when I were driving down the street, I spied a place to park all nice and neat. The fact the gap was small didn't bother I at all till the missus hollered from the rear seat. And she said, back and back, you're you, back and back round. If he hasn't got the knack and he hasn't back and back, then you'll have to back up her back down.
You're still watching DreamLeague. You know, where else would this happen?
Dizzy, dude.
Hey, Ashley, how are you doing?
Great, James. How are you?
Welcome to the panel.
Good.
Thank you.
Good gentleman, welcome.
Well, what accent is that?
I'm a Shakespeare guy.
That's how they speak.
No. It really is.
How art thou?
Probably not, so. What is that? I don't even know what I just did.
That was good.
Brian, you do something now.
Good luck, Brian.
Do something.
Do something. I mean, an accent. Go. You have 5
How
seconds.
art thou?
That was the Jenkins impression.
That's pretty good,
that was
actually.
good.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Fever?
very good.
We're missing one accent. Do a Dutch accent.
I saw that. I got it. Yeah, there you go. Got it. Did it.
Because she's Dutch.
Blinker, you missed it.
Is she?
Yes.
What?
How can this be? Now, I will be very honest. I have no idea why we went back live. So we can start talking about Paravision versus Gaming, but normally when we start talking about a team, we're over there. And we're not over there right now.
Yeah, I'm all about compartmentalizing, Chief. So
Yeah.
I'm in the zone to talk about them over there, but over here.
Yeah, I don't know what to say now.
Yeah, I'm lost.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chief.
Well, I think everyone wants to say
welcome.
something.
No, I think that whatever happens on this couch will be very smart.
Jenkins really set the tone with that initial.
It's like
Shakespeare is very smart.
Well, yeah, wise.
He sure was. You heard the theory that he wasn't actually a person, but a collection of people.
No, really?
That's what some people say.
What do you believe?
I think it was a person. I'd like to think that, when genius of that level exists, people try to reduce it to, certainly couldn't have been a single brain. There's no way. That's just envy.
I heard that Shakespeare was
That
a
was
woman,
speaking.
and it was Willie Shakespeare.
I heard that there was a chest
Wilma.
that needs someone's attention. The chest is glowing, and it's BSJ's mystery chest. Brian, it's yours!
Wait, what? What?
Oh,
I actually
what
did
do we
not
got?
know this was coming.
What do we got?
Oh, gosh. Okay. Well, if it's anything like Jenkins yesterday.
What the hell does that mean?
Oh.
This is where Brian was sitting.
Oh my god, it's like a banana suit, but it's a tree.
Brian,
You're a tree protector!
Brian, you screwed the timing,
Wait,
by the
no,
way.
he's not.
Did I ruin the timing?
Adrian.
The light, it's lit.
You're a melee creep.
Oh, is that what I am?
Are you not?
Am I a treant or am I
You're
a
either
melee
a tree
creep?
or a melee creep.
Put it
But
on.
a radiant creep.
Radiant creep.
That's a radiant creep. Not a melee. That's a ranged radiant creep.
That doesn't even make sense.
I don't know how this stuff works.
Brian, are you
Brian, do you need help?
Stairs.
Here, I'll help you. You're good? There we go. How's the mic? Can you still hear him?
Where? Oh, do I need the handheld?
Yeah, he's turned
This
off.
should be your
yeah.
new banana suit, Brian.
You gotta pull it further down, or is this how it's supposed to
Very
go?
good.
Okay, let's first play a game of what is he, because I know.
He's
It's either a radiant
or a
creep.
radiant creep.
You have to pick one.
Wait, no, we can guess.
I'll tell him. Brian, come here. I'll tell you
I
who you
gotta
are, and you have to act it, okay?
Gotta get my mic.
Brian,
Put the mic away.
you gotta pull your pants up a little bit.
Wait, let's see.
Oh my gosh, did they get a boxer shot? You're looking for the boxer
Bro,
shot.
you just plumber cracked like 20,000 people.
I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
God, I did.
Okay,
Nobody
come
took
here.
that out of context.
Could you hear it?
No.
You said I'm a melee creep?
No. Yeah, I did.
We literally
Maybe.
said that. We
Yeah.
said that.
Okay, no, do acting. Is that part of it?
I don't know how to say his. I don't know any voice lines. You ever go one? I am an old tree.
You're a tree protector.
Yeah, I heal your towers, Chiefs.
Yes, very good.
I'm gonna speak in the dark, the deep. I don't know.
I just know that he says something along the lines of motion, I forgot what it is. He says
trees aren't
something-
so good with motion.
yeah, something
know?
like that.
Yeah.
Trees aren't so good with motion.
That's literally what
Yeah,
we just
you
said.
know.
Yeah, but I'm trying to.
You're practicing. Yeah,
I'm practicing just in case.
I'm finding you a good line.
Okay,
Thank
do
you.
that.
Yep.
We have to. I think we should all talk slowly.
Otherwise, he cannot understand.
I'm not so good with motion, Chiefs.
You know.
Oh, skull. It's
7 years ago.
You're not talking slowly. I did the wrong
You're
time.
interrupting Jenkins.
Hey, can you say trees can be ferocious if provoked?
Trees can be
ferocious.
You're so bad.
When
You're saying the words. That's like
You're putting
provoked.
the words have to go slow.
Okay.
You're putting a pause between each word.
Trees.
You're doing it again.
There's no
he's,
pause.
He's more gentle and wise. You're
As
just
if
making
you're
him sound
singing.
dumb.
Trees can be ferocious when
Does that
provoked.
give you the energy of a gentle and wise tree?
I don't know. I don't know the gentle.
Trees can
Trees
be
can
ferocious.
be ferocious
if provoked.
Provoked.
Trees can be ferocious if provoked.
You're way better
Wow.
at rolling your
Good.
voice.
That was good.
I'm gonna have to practice this.
Come here, Shiver. Yeah, that was good.
Train's a protector, Brian, not a. You know, you gotta be.
Yeah, why have you not been protecting?
Where is Trina these days? What do you guys think?
You've got to
I'm
get
right
buffed.
here.
Okay.
Good one.
You gotta
Thank you.
You
I
got-
can't see Jenkins or Mirror because of this.
That's
branch.
better for you.
That's called a
better for you.
blinder.
Bonus.
People.
But aren't you happier this way?
Did I see Jenkins?
Are you a tree or are you just happy to see me? He's got wood.
And on that notion, thank you very much for joining us on the couch here, Tree and Protector, who will
Of
probably not
course.
be picked. Maybe if the patch is good, if there is going to be a patch. Again, we don't know. We know just as much as you do. But thank you. We're going to get going with Paravision versus Gaming Gladiators. There we go. We're back to normal, back to the way it's supposed to be here for DreamLeague as we're getting ready for our second series of the day. It will be in Group B. We got Gaming Gladiators and Paravision ready to go, and for that we're gonna break it all down without Tree and Protector. Don't worry, I think he's not gonna be picked in the game either. But what can we expect here, Effie?
I mean, I think a lot of what we've been seeing, the big question obviously is PA. Is she
Yeah.
gonna get through? She's really been she was the hero of yesterday in terms of like she only lost 2 games total, I believe. I didn't review all of them, but she's been doing excellent. A lot of teams are opting to ban her out in the first phase. If she doesn't make it through, it's gonna be a lot of bristleback. Still a lot of DK, so nothing too different than like the series of the last tournament.
Glimmer Cape counters. Because I don't think PA is going to go through. At least just looking from what we saw in the first series, teams are like, nah, not happening. We're not going to play against it. We're not going to let it through, try to counter it. But I think the one thing that you can't ban is an item. And that's the Glimmer Cape Sanjin Yasha. So maybe we'll see more counters to that, like the Oracle, the Shadow Demon.
So I think Shadow Demon is actually, he's had like a really big fall off and he has to be very particularly picked. But I think Oracle is quite undervalued, and we saw it yesterday, V-Run in the Liquid versus Gamer series, and was played on either team.
Yeah,
and it
won both times, right?
It won both games. So there is a lot to be seen in this hero, especially with like popular picks like Huskar on the rise because of the Glimmer Cape. We'll very likely see Oracle pairings with these unkillable heroes.
Very true. I'm also curious to hear what Brian has for this upcoming game.
Thank you, Shiva. I'm going to be talking to you all about Tree and Protector for game. No, I'm kidding. These are the two teams that, when I look at their rosters, I think of the teams that had a lot of success and then proceeded to kick their carry player. So I have a little graphic here that shows the history of these two teams and their placements. So this is since TI, and we look at Gaimin, and we see that there's not too impressive performances, but they did come in second just last week, while Parivision, you see it working their way towards first, and then a little bit lackluster performances in comparison. And then we're going to show exactly where they kicked their carry players in here. Gaimin, prior to that 7th, 8th, in the last 3 major tournaments, had a second, first, and a second, then leading to those results. And Parivision, as you see, kicked their carry player right after they won. So I think we're seeing the J curve, which I refer to as when you become slightly worse for the greater good over the long term. GG's at the end of their J curve right now, as they've gotten second at last tournament, setting themselves up with a 3-1 showing so far. While Parivision, they're still working out the kinks with Satanic, both going for farm-heavy carries as opposed to the aggressive carries that they had previously. And I'm expecting Pari Vision to need a couple more tournaments to get there, and we're just going to have to see which greedy team and greedy carry player is going to come out on top.
Ryan, why is it called a J-curve?
J-curve, because you start here, and then you go down,
Okay.
and then you go up.
That's a U.
Because I just
No,
feel like
but you go higher. It would be a U if you ended up in the same spot you were in
Oh.
previously, Sheaves. That's why it's a J. You gotta.
it's just that there's a J in both
Okay.
of our names, and I thought maybe there was some
No, it's just-
subconscious
it's-
bias there.
I have no creativity, man. It's just that if you draw it, it's a J.
Okay, that's fair enough. That's
Very
creative.
good. Great segment. Thank you so much. And we also know that it's not just the carries that have changed. There's someone that wants to... I will just wait a little bit. No, okay. There's not just been carries that have changed. We also know that Malady is now on the side of Gaming Gladiator, so they have a little bit of switch up on the position 5 as well. And we are going to learn a little bit more about how Gaming Gladiators is coming in to this DreamLeague.
The Gladiators are back once again. After solidly being the overall best team of 2023, Gaming Gladiators started going on a downward trajectory for the first time since their formation in 2022. While they achieved some very good results in 2024, including winning Riyadh Masters and getting second at TI for the second year in a row, it didn't quite match their previous year. And so, after TI 2024, Gaming Gladiators changed their roster for the first time since Quinn joined the team. Duraccio was out, and Watson was in. On paper, many believed this would be beneficial and would hopefully bring them back to the top. In reality, though, they've struggled more than ever, including failing to qualify for several LAN events. Hopefully, Gaming Gladiators can get back on track and at least be in the running for one of the best teams in the world again. As it looks right now, they're coming into DreamLeague as an underdog. Maybe all they need is some more time. But with all their recent struggles, and Malady standing in for a 6th salary, this could be one of their toughest challenges.
So far, it's actually going well. They're 3-1 right now, so they're looking good, Brian. So far, the change has brought good things.
Yeah, I mean, I think Malady is an incredible 5 position, and I almost think his hero pool is more suitable for this meta, especially the Phoenix 5. I feel like we just saw a masterclass from Wyman on that last series as well. So I'm personally more optimistic about GG than most, despite like these qualifier performances. I also think you just have so much going on that you can't bring your A game all the time, and they showed up last week at the Fissure Playground, and I think they're going to show up again at DreamLeague here.
All right, Blast, yeah, they got second.
Or Blast,
Sorry,
yeah.
I mean, they got stomped by Tundra, but Tundra is looking like unstoppable. Right? But they knocked Falcons out of Blast as well, so it was like 2-0, I think.
They've been looking better, and we actually got to talk to Malady a little bit yesterday. Like, he did the interview, and it was surprising how calm and thoughtful he was. Like, it felt like he was the type of player to always put thought into everything he does in his life and inside of Dota, and he had the confidence to say that I called for this pick. Even though he's a new addition to the team, he said, I told Quinn to pick Huskar in 18, and this is what we're gonna pick to close it out. Like, it'll be one of 3 heroes, and I will play it for you, and we're gonna win the game. And they won the game off of that. So usually new players, when they join a team, they don't have that confidence to have their voice be a big part of the decision-making process so early, but he's doing it so easily, and that's exactly what they needed out of a last-minute replacement, honestly.
It really is, and so they have had a strong start. We have to look over to Paravision. They have a less strong start. They're actually the opposite. They're 1-3 right now, and I will say, I mean, they came first in Bangkok. Jenkins, they did really well. They changed the carry player. Everybody was like, oh my gosh, Satanic, is the best pickup ever. Sad for Crystalis, he was a good player, but you have a choice for Satanic, you're going to go for it. But it hasn't really paid off as well as we wanted it to.
The thing is, like, they got, was it 4th in Fissure? I know they
got 3rd in Fissure.
They got 3rd. Was it Spirit that? No, they knocked out Spirit, and then they lost. But they still had a good run.
Yes.
Their games in their series were still close. I feel like the cap for this team is very high, having Satanic. I think Crystalis fit in better at the time, and I think he is an exceptional carry. But I think Satanic is a once-in-a-generation talent that when a team uses him correctly, they will be extremely strong. Unfortunately for him, Team Spirit Yatoro is also a generational talent. So they went with Yatoro over Satanic, but I still think like I have very high hopes for this team. And then you have no one who came back after not playing for so long, and he's back to like top 3 mids in the world. Like, and he gets left out of conversation. I remember asking Makoto about like, oh, who are the mids that you're afraid to play against? He goes like, oh, Nisha, like Quinn, like he mentions the obvious ones. And then I'm like, what about no one? He's like, oh yeah, no one. Like no one's really good. That guy's so annoying to play against because you forget about him because he hasn't been here for a long time, but he's back now.
Yeah, it just feels like growing pains right now. Like, I wouldn't be pessimistic about it because, like you said, he is incredibly talented on Satanic, but there's going to be a very clunky phase where you go from the Duraccio style of carry to the Yatoro style of carry, because Satanic really was playing just like Yatoro on Team Spirit while he was on there. So it's going to be a little awkward. This DreamLeague is going to be good for them in the sense of figuring it out. So people who are doubtful of it or like pointing fingers, it's way too early to do that.
Yeah, I think both these teams just had the same idea when they replaced their carry players. They weren't like upset with what was currently going on, but they just felt like they had hit their ceiling and that the ceiling could be higher with the option in hand. Like, I know for Parivision, I think it was just an opportunistic situation with Team Spirit bringing back Yatoro. So it's kind of a now or never situation. They they weren't like, okay, once we win, we can get rid of Crystallis. Like,
no.
It was more like, okay, we've won. We're a more appealing team for Satanic to join, and the timing lined up. But yeah, I agree with everything you guys said. I'll reference the J curve time and time again, and with these two teams, and I feel like Satanic. Not only is he a farm-heavy player, but I also think you build the entire team's strategy around him, as opposed to Crystallis. I think was more of a, you know what you're going to get. He's going to be one of these like 4 or 5 semi-carries, and you can build around the other 2 cores. And I think it requires DM and Noah to take a little bit of a step back with their priority in the draft and the strategy, and that's just going to take time to get used to.
But I will also say this, like, a big reason why Satanic was able to fit in so seamlessly into Spirit wasn't just Yatoro's energy, but like the Team Spirit leadership that always comes with Miposhka. Sure. Like, Miposhka played such a big role in helping him adjust quickly, like kind of taking his vision and like placing it in him and making it easy. And even you were saying, Jenkins, like back when Satanic was on Spirit, like you saw Miposhka backstage giving him thumbs up when he did interviews. Like, he, as a young player and still as a relatively inexperienced player, needs somebody like that on his team. Does that person exist on Paravision?
I think so, because I was doing an interview with them in their practice room, and off camera I saw like Satanic and Ducalis are like they're homies, they're boys. Like they were like wrestling and like messing with each other. And this is like, to see Satanic doing that, you interview this guy, it's like you ask him a question, yes. How much Dota do you play per day? I don't know. It's like, God damn it, Satanic, we're trying to interview you, bro. But the moment the cameras are off, like this guy's, they're friends. But I know, like Ducalis was telling me that they are trying to teach, he's still a young guy, and they're trying to teach him like the lessons that you need to teach a youngin' essentially. And they said that he's learned, and I was like, okay, well, Satanic, what have you learned? He goes, I don't know. It's like, well, God damn it, I didn't get it. But it's happening behind the scenes.
I guess I'm expressing the skepticism that Mira was, which is like, you said that they have somebody who's giving him good vibes, but I feel like Miposhka was more a bit of a father mentor figure in this situation, while you're sounding like Ducalis is more of a buddy friend inviting him.
Maybe older brother. Maybe an older brother sort of situation.
Okay, I could see that.
Either way,
still a role model.
Either way, I do feel like the way we're talking about this for both of these teams, the format that we have here for DreamLeague is very good for both these teams. They just need to get a lot of games out, and they have the chance to do so if they come out of this group stage as well. As we are in the draft for game number 1, we do have Paravision on their side with second pick, and it was the opening pick the Gaming Gladiators had was the Beastmaster, answered instantly with the Chen. Some of the usual suspects got banned already. PA Baden out, of course, Alchemist Magnus also out. And Paravision has one more ban they get to do before going for the next pick. What do we feel about the opening?
I mean, I'm always happy when I see Ducalis Chen for Parivision. Also, you have the conversion against the boar, so he's most likely going to have to go for the axes. Maybe just use the boar to stack on Ace. But you are setting yourself up for, I'd say you want to carry on the side of Parivision. That's just going to do its own thing, kind of similar to the DK, that you're going to be allowed to have the Chen roam, farm his own jungle camp, similar to the Phoenix last series.
And you also just have the comfortable lane matchup in Chen versus Beastmaster. Like, you can dominate the boar. And now that you've paired the Bristleback with Chen, you're playing for a very strong early game timing, which was where they looked kind of odd yesterday on Paravision. It looked like they played a lot slower than we were used to seeing, but like we mentioned, with the shift and carry, they are going to be playing slower. But that slow style of play isn't what they were owning on. They were owning on like quick tempo domination, and this change from yesterday to today is already welcome.
And we got the Nyx Assassin Beastmaster combination. I mean, we've seen the damage that Nyx Assassin can do.
We had this like exact thing happen earlier today, where it was the Beast getting picked, the Chen getting picked up to dominate the boar, and then the Nyx getting picked up, and then the boar doesn't have mana, so... But you are going to insta-kill the Chen creep at level 1, which he's going to get no matter what facet he goes for. That's really annoying for Chen. Beast plus Nyx, I also feel like Nyx can, like... There's no point in them trying to lane this normally anyway, right? Like, they're not going to win. So he can leave the lane on Nyx, and they can play to kind of 50-50 the lane and stack jungle and, like, play to not lane, I think, for Gaiman.
You could also just drag creeps. Like Chen doesn't really do a
that's
good
what
job.
I mean. That you have to drag creeps here.
Yeah, like he doesn't really do a good job of stopping the creep drag. He doesn't have like a stun or like much of a means to kill them on their way
maybe
back.
a creep, but then you're
You
going to
just
insta-kill
nuke
the
it.
creep
Yeah.
with Nyx. Oh yeah, Cardell.
Sniper
That's
coming
quite
out.
an early sniper pick.
Yeah, that's bold.
I would love to see like a Tusk type support that is responsible for jumping the sniper with a +1. Like you combine a support with a core that can both get on top of him with just abilities, and it feels like it's really hard for sniper to play the mid game. They don't have save for him right now. I feel like Nyx is a slow hero. Beastmaster is going to be doing his own thing, so I think if you can pick on him in the first like 10 minutes, sniper's quite susceptible here.
That's true. I mean, yesterday Gaiman's sniper lost to mid Earthshaker and carry Monkey King. Monkey King is already taken out, but Gaiman looked kind of bad on their sniper draft yesterday, but it was because they were playing disconnected. Like, I want to see some team fight anchor, like bringing it all together so they don't get split up in a fight. And while Beastmaster does have Roar, it's not exactly what I'm looking for. So maybe a carry that can just be like your blink stun go guy. Is Dragon Knight banned? Yep. Dragon Knight would have been great.
I think they might go for the 9-class Spearbreaker also. Just something like the Tusk Spearbreaker.
He's been playing that in pubs a lot.
Yeah.
The Lycan instead coming out for DM.
Lycan versus Beastmaster.
Wait,
El
is it going to be
Clasico.
played by DM? Because then you're already locking in the Bristle for Satanic?
Could be Satanic.
It absolutely could be a Satanic Lycan. He's played it.
Also, guys, Lycan for Sniper is rough for Sniper.
Yeah, carry Lycan especially.
It's rough for Sniper. Like, once Lycan hits 6 and just runs out that mid lane with his form, like, you're always kicking him out of lane. It's a hard game.
I was thinking Tiny here. It's really good at throwing the sniper, and same thing against Lina. You're not really going to outlane the sniper. You'll do fine, but it's more so in the fights and in the early ganks, like a Tiny tossback. Dwarven sniper, he's dead. Cardell can't do anything about that. I honestly, I think Tiny's good against the Nyx as well, because like the Ava toss, you will proc one of the toss ticks on the Spike Carapace. So you can just insta-burst the Nyx Assassin, and he, instead of reflecting like 400 damage or something like that, you reflect like 20.
Yeah, it is nice that the damage over time happens on the Avalanche versus Nyx.
Oh.
Also, it gives them a low cooldown stun, right, Brian? They didn't have
Yeah.
enough stuns on Paravision before.
Yeah, they had absolutely no catch, and you want a hero that can usually take half or 2/3 of their HP with a combo, like because of the fact that the wolves will do the rest. Usually you won't hit that kill threshold on Tiny until you have like the Phylactery combo, but with the wolves, that's like an extra few hundred damage.
They both do 2/3.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of those things where Nyx is pretty annoying once he gets 6 because the wolves don't effectively scout him out, but I'm also thinking Lycan, the way he plays, he usually goes Wand, Triple Branch, straight into Midas, which if I'm looking at the off lane for Gaiman, you can't really punish this. Like Beastmaster Nyx, it's going to be a pretty chill lane. You guys said you're not even thinking they're going to lane. So Lycan's great for this. I feel like he's the most punishable before he gets his wolf timings up. And once you get that early Midas, you're going to get that. It's level 9 that the wolves get the root on their attack. And so that's something we got to keep an eye out for, is the wolves at level 9. Satanic, I remember watching one of his replays. He got level 9, summoned the wolves, instantly send them to a fight, and they got a double kill as in one of his pro matches like 2 weeks ago.
I'm seeing everybody portal the wolves.
Yeah.
Even as soon as the wolves get the invis, you just farm with your hero in lane and send the wolves through the
The
portal.
wolves are nice with invis, but once they have the root, they are so freaking annoying.
Yeah, that's one of the most frustrating things in Dota right now, for sure.
So Slark loves long, drawn-out fights, and if they do go long, this is like the dream Slark game. But I guess I'm a bit concerned that there's a lot of poke. There's a lot of random ground damage from the Tiny and the Bristle. If Slark gets off the ground with like the Mage Slayer Ags into maybe even like a Scotty, just one more stat item that puts him over the burstable threshold, I could see how he's absolutely going to run rampant in this game. But they also probably haven't picked the 4 position on Pari Vision, perhaps. So if you pick like a Hoodwink, something that's a strong laner that just
Willow
that
Hoodwink.
just kind of nukes, Bristleback plus that should be plenty to bully him around.
Or Batrider.
Oh yeah, Batrider.
Yeah, the universal.
That matchup used to be one of Batrider's worst matchups because he predominantly played on sticky, but now that you're mainly Firefly plus Lasso, it's
And right clicks.
it's significantly shifted the dynamic of that one.
Yeah, I remember there was a patch where, I mean, those 3 supports are picked in a lot of patches, but I remember there was a patch where all the offlaners were countered by Slark, and these cheeky carries would try, and I would just sit there and watch them try to hit me, and my Hoodwink hits them like 4 times, they hit me once, and it's like, nice trade, bro. I completely agree. I think one of these supports
Is that
works
what
really
9
nice.
class kind of plays, though? I do feel like 99% of the time he's a melee guy, so maybe that's something Game read by saying you're going to have a dual offlane melee?
No, 9 class can play anything. It's just that he
plays Willow,
specializes.
doesn't he?
He plays a lot of Willow. He plays range here as well. So he's also very good at Batrider. That's why I brought him up. It's just that sometimes, every time I watch him, he has like a pool that he really likes for that one tournament and sticks to it. But he's got a very massive hero pool.
Okay.
I prefer Willow for the area control, but I prefer Bat for catching the sniper. I guess the question is, how countered do they feel like the sniper is already?
Oh, the
Venom would have been, that would have been nasty.
For timing wise, you have like this other guy building drums or mech or something. Oh gosh,
That was a good ban.
A good ban, yeah.
Wouldn't it be fun to see a 9 class Venom?
Okay, my concern about Slark in the lane was him getting just poked out and not being able to hit, so this is about the best pick I can imagine, actually, when the current meta. So I really like this Warlock pick.
Now maybe you go something to kill the Warlock, but I've heard like even Clockwork is not good against Warlock anymore because you can sit there and out-trade him with the heal. Since it does damage now.
probably just creep drag in this lane as well, planning on 9 class roaming. So I wouldn't mind the Spear Breaker or the Bat picking on Sniper in the mid lane. I think you actually just abandon bottom because they've, in terms of when I say abandon, Slark plus Warlock's not going to kill you. But you're also not going to bully the Slark because it's Warlock. So I think you just let Bristle trade farm.
If they don't pick SB this game, I don't know when they're going to pick it because I can't think of a better SB game. You get Vision for the Slark, Disable
Spirit
Assault.
Breaker, yes.
Yeah, you catch the Sniper. If you catch the Nyx on a Sentry, you can charge him and kill him. Beastmaster is also a hero that often plays on his own, and you just want to hunt him in his area. It's fine against Warlock.
I think the issue with that is then you're playing 4 melee into Fatal Bonds and potentially the Beastmaster
that's quite
Ags,
devastating.
And then your window of like success is very limited to a certain timing in the game.
Let's go just Shadow Demon. Still in the pool. Saves from the Roar. Can Purge
You can
eventually.
stack this triangle as well.
Typically, I think supports like Shadow Demon who don't rush Lotus Orb versus Warlock
They go
like
for
really
another
struggle.
Okay. They'll go for Ricky instead.
A lot of melee boys on the side of Pari Vision.
Yeah.
And they have the ability to catch Sniper, but also once he survives the combo, gets like a Hurricane Pike and like the heals plus the attack and buff up from Beastmaster Slark in front of him, I do feel like this is all going to come down to Hunt Tinkardell. And I think that Pari Vision has very little room for error here, which is what I'm concerned about. What are your thoughts, Jenkins?
I would agree. I think that Gaiman, if they just roar Satanic every fight on Lycan, then I think Quinn on Sniper can deal with all of the other problems.
Roar the Wolves, you mean?
Roar the Wolves, right?
Yeah,
The thing that matters the most. I think Quinn is set up for quite a good game here on Sniper, actually. I agree that with just like a Pike and the Grenade, he's actually going to be quite tanky. And the only problem is like killing the Lycan. But they have Roar, they have Nyx Stun as well, Chain Stun, and then they have a lot of damage for the Lycan. Because after that, I think that Watson can just run around on Slark and steal a ton of stacks from people.
I think for Gaiman, actually, if their key lane to have to go well is the Beastmaster lane, because if they can play off of Beastmaster's timing, then they can play into Paravision's 5-man quite easily. So long as like Ace's lane doesn't go poorly, Gaiman's draft is much easier to execute. The issue is though, Paravision does have a really strong, really early timing. And if Gaiman can just like, avoid that timing of the Chen 5-man and the Bristle items, and then just play for Slark's late game, then they can win this easy.
Speaking of Slark, we got a Slark specialist in the house. Owen, what are we thinking?
Hello, yeah, I think you guys are kind of crazy. I think Slark's terrible. I'm gonna say I think Slark I mean, I'm looking at the win rates previous tournaments. It's just not good. And I don't think Sniper's good either. Slark, I think it's Juggernaut tier.
Ooh,
Jug tier. That's offensive to
I think you
Slark
guys
here.
are crazy. I think
Do you want to do it with Gunner?
Can
real
we get a zoom in on Gunner, please? Don't get a reaction. BSA, can you do the honors?
Yeah.
Get a zoom in on
Wait,
Gunner.
we're waiting for a zoom in on Gunner. Yep. Here it comes.
Carry Juggernaut.
Cut the camera, guys. Cut the camera.
Carry Bristleback.
W.
Carry Slark. That was like the same as Jug. He agrees with Owen.
He does agree with Owen.
It's D tier. Jug is
D
F,
tier.
Slark is D tier.
Okay, that's fair.
We're going to see how it's going to play out in this first game of the 2-game series. We're going to head over to it via the PogChamp Pandas.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Time to get into the action here on our second series of the day on the main stream. It's Gaming Gladiators versus Paravision. And I'm ready to see. I'm ready to see what Watson's able to show us from the Slark. As I said, I was looking up the sort of stats of how the Slark's been doing on the previous tournaments. It's not been great. I think, you know, it was picked 2 times already here. It won 1 game. I believe that was an off-lane Slark, though, from Amar. And then previously a Blast Slam 2. It didn't win a single game in the games it was picked. And then I believe also at Fisher Playground, there was one of them it was picked like 7 times. It won 1 game. That 1 game it won, I think it was like Satanic playing it. He kind of got carried. He went 2-8 on the Slark. His team kind of carried him. He did win, though. So there has been a carry Slark win once in like the last few months on these LAN tournaments. But I don't know.
It's probably better than Jug.
It is better than Jug.
I don't know if Jug's won a game in the LAN tournament recently.
Yeah, that would be probably quite the win to try and find in terms of histories. But the thing is also with Sniper. Sniper's just not been doing that hot recently. So we'll see what Gaming Gladiators have got cooking. I think it's a win-win either way. One way, if they get the win, we get to see a Slark victory. And the other way, if the Slark ends up useless, maybe my hero's going to get a little bit of a buff in the next patch, Gunner.
You're a big Slark guy?
Yeah,
I think Face is Void.
I'm a disgusting I think he's my most played hero. Actually, no, that's true. Void's above it. Slark's like second.
Every time I tune into the stream, I see a little OD-Pixel Void, double Battle Fury.
But let's have a look. What do you make out of this overall? Do you think Gaming's got something cooking here, or do you feel it's going to be a tough one against Paravision? Bottom lane, Malady. Is he going to be survive with these stick charges? No, he's gone. First blood for 9 class. Down on the bottom lane, Watson.
He's kind of stuck.
Yeah, he's dead as well. I don't know. We'll see what happens, but I'm doubtful, Gunner.
Full context.
Yep.
I was going to answer this the same way. I was going to say I think they cooked a little too much. It might be a little burnt in the kitchen right now for this draft. I'm not a Slark fan. I also think Sniper is definitely in a weird spot. He's playing versus Tiny, who has jumped. He's playing versus
Dude, they can dive again here.
Oh, no. If he dies again?
He's definitely dead, right? Surely, unless he can juke this.
He can't juke it.
No, he's gone. Well, on the plus, Watson gets a little bit of solo
That's
XP
solo
on the
XP right
tower.
there.
There we go.
Yep. Deny as well. 2 denies. Okay. They're back. Watson's got this.
But what do you make of this? The problem is, I look at Paravision's lineup. It's pretty terrifying. There's not a lot of question marks on their lineup. It all makes a lot of sense. They even got a last pick Ricky in there.
I think these days, the anti-tanky heroes that would just right-click a lot, right? You think Sniper. You think Slark, where they're really happy to play versus tanky heroes. He's fine. He's got a lot of regen. You expect them to be good because a lot of the meta is these really tanky heroes, but the tanky heroes do so much damage that they literally this Bristleback is going to sit there, tank Slark for like full ult, full shard, refresher, ult shard, still gonna have 40% health, and then 3-shot the Slark after. So just the tanky heroes kind of do too much damage that I think the Slarks and the Snipers don't really provide. Like, Sniper's not going to do as much damage as Bristle or Lycan in a game. And he also gets ran at. So it's just a bit awkward. I just feel like Gaming doesn't really have playmakers either. It's all on, I would say, the Nyx. Like, Tofu has to kind of do everything. Because Sniper and Slark aren't really making their own plays, especially if the Slark's behind like he is now. So there's just a lot of pressure on Gaming, whereas Pari, Tiny can make plays. Lycan can even make plays with Wolves. Like, we see the Wolves solo kill supports randomly. Ricky can set up for plays, so they have a lot more options, and I always think the more options you have, the easier it is to play.
And what do you sort of make of this top lane, you know, with the Lycan and with the Gem backup? How safe is Satanic here against this Nyx Beastmaster?
I feel like he should be fine, unless he... I say that. You always ask it the kind of worst.
I don't put you on the... Oh, he should be okay, though, maybe?
No, 3 seconds. He might get sniped. I think the axes might kill.
The Wolves, though, helping to get the kill against Tofu and Satanic. I mean, Ace is going to keep chasing him.
He has a stick. He might have to drop a branch for a stick. I think it's just a stick. Oh.
it's enough to keep him alive from that set of axes.
Wait, he's going to keep going.
I mean, this next round's going to kill him unless he can deny himself to the neutrals in time.
No, why summon wolves?
Ace gets him.
All right. Yeah, at the same time, Tofu did die at the very start of that fight to wolves, which would have actually, that chase would have been really bad if they didn't kill Tofu, because he would have gotten like full XP from the wave, so he actually didn't really get that much. Not the worst for Pari, I would say, even though
he's gonna be
Satanic
back,
goes down.
yeah.
There's a big wave. He didn't really miss much for the Lycan. Watson, though, bot. I think he's fine.
Yeah, he's getting decent farm out of this lane now, Watson. After that initial death, 17 and 9 on the Slark. They're getting a good amount of denies in as well against DM.
I also like how Satanic has the Midas queued. I like the Midas Lycan, honestly. It makes a lot of sense because, especially with the facet with the strong wolves, you don't really use them to farm all the time. You're always using them to chase heroes and kind of solo kill. So just having a Midas to fix your farming speed is just really, really nice. Because you don't even need to join. You just farm. It's like it's almost like Sunstrike, right? On Invoker, how every Invoker used to go Midas because they would farm while Sunstriking the map. It's the same thing for Lycan. You just farm with a Midas. The mid lane.
It's going beautifully here for Quinn.
Yeah.
26 and 10 against the 13 and 3 for no one. So tough times for the Tiny in these first few waves. Quinn dominating on the sniper.
I was a bit surprised when they picked Riki, honestly. I thought they would dodge this mid matchup. The Tiny Sniper. I think Sniper is one of the best mids versus Tiny, just because he's 0 armor. And so everything Sniper does is amazing versus 0 armor. Tiny can never like walk up to you, can never trade with you because, you know, what's he do? You're going to do? Press an avalanche on you? You're not going to care. So I was kind of hoping that they would pick some anti-sniper mid-hero. I thought Invoker was in the pool, could have been good. And now all this pressure might lead to no one even dying.
He's going to get some backup, no one, but yeah, no surviving this. They have the supports nearby, Paravision, but they cannot save the Tiny falling as Quinn's lane continues to be on the up.
Dire's middle tower
Quinn is probably
under attack.
the big bastion of hope right now for gaming. Obviously, the game's very close, but I think just in terms of who has to apply pressure where, it's a lot on Quinn right now. Bot lane, Watson's not really going to be able to pressure that much, and even top, nice blink.
Yeah, indeed, blocking off the pounce a little bit, keeping Watson held in position. I mean, that for me as well, that's one of the nightmares. Whenever I play as a Slark, Riki is just, it's so annoying. You know, you think you're out, you think you're in, you're blocking these pounces, you're having to deal with the smoke screen. It's not fun, Gunnar.
Yeah, even if you pounce, you're trying to kill the Riki, it's so hard. He has 2 different blinks to get away from you. He has the smoke cloud if you jump him. It forces you to buy BKB. I think Starks almost always want to skip it just because you have two defensive tools built in. And then you have to buy the BKB just to be able to play your hero. It's like Puck versus Riki. It kind of feels gross to play. 6-minute Midas for Satanic. His net worth is he's top of the net worth. Even with 1 death, even with Quinn getting kills mid, he's still higher net worth than Quinn.
They're going to try and mess around with Watson again.
He has the pounce.
Now, be careful whilst they've got the Fatal Bonds upon them, Paravision.
I think they also know that Quinn's kind of around. He wants to make a little play here. Ooh, the XP rune.
Was sending his Wolf over, but a little too slow. Won't be able to mess around or deny that. Ace has got it safely. Getting a good amount of
the stacks, though.
Yeah, he is. I mean, is there anything they can do with that info? Do they sort of have a lineup that can take some heroes to contest this or do anything early around this spot?
Probably not with no one's game.
Yep.
He's not even level 6 on the Tiny, so you don't really want to rotate. He's pretty much a full level behind. I think the worst thing that Satanic could do to gaming would just be block, but his bot lane.
Another death here for Malady. Not easy to survive against these heroes just going straight for you.
It feels really bad. You have Slark, so you have to pick a support to secure the lane. Slark's laning is way too bad. Your 5 needs to win the lane for you, and he just dies 3 times, like almost 2 times back to back. Just dies a 3rd, has no impact in the lane. So DM's game is completely free. Even 9 class has a completely free game.
See in the mid, no one getting bullied again here by Gaming Gladiators. Got the assassinate coming in.
He should be fine.
He is going to be able to live for a little longer. Tries to turn with the toss back. It's a good try. Really using all of his resources to attempt to live. Won't survive. Meanwhile, this sniper on the back line's just getting dove.
Satanic is here too.
They can get the push going onto this tier 1 tower. And same time, I mean 9 class, he went over to this ancient stack. He soaked up quite a bit of the XP when the rest of it's being cleaned up. Yep. And he was actually able to, he's actually taken away some of these larger ancient creeps on his own at the end of this.
I also want to say something really cool. No one's one of the best players to do this. He dropped his soul ring when he fairy fired while being chased. So he actually got more healing from the fairy fire, and it almost let him live. But I think the toss wasn't like super fast enough just to get him to survive. But good plays from Power Vision overall, getting a lot out of the map.
Yeah, and 9 class basically with that move, he gained a full level. He just hit level 5, but he hovers around, soaks up the XP when
and he blocks
the rest was cleaning it up, and cleans up the rest. Yeah, being suitably annoying for the progression of Ace and his Beastmaster there with how much 9 class just took away from him.
I feel like 9 class is the best annoying pause 4 these days. Like playing Terrorblade 4, playing Ricky 4, just kind of doing stuff that you play versus him, and sometimes you don't even want to admit it's good. It just feels annoying to play versus him in the game. Like you can tell it's just annoying, and usually when people do that, it's good. There's almost never stuff that people do that's annoying, and it's just a bad thing because it's messing with how you're playing, what you want to do, what you want to accomplish, and he's definitely really good at that. Invis on Invis.
Easy bounty rune, but he will die for it. So not that worth there for 9 class. Tofu ready to shut him down.
The Nyx sense. It's actually a really good innate ability, especially in these matchups like Nyx versus Bounty, Nyx versus Ricky. You can go Invis, and the other guy just never knows that you see him.
Hoping for the power in here. No one.
Does get it.
And he does indeed. Shield rune. That's the full phase boots coming out as well, but has a lot of recovery still to do with how much more Quinn got against him in that mid matchup.
I mean, he's behind Tofu. He's 400 gold behind the position 4.
Bottom lane. Trying to bully Watson again. A little harder now. He's hit the 6. He's got the Shadow Dance. They don't have the damage to fight through it.
Does have to TP out though.
The farm's still good though.
Yep.
Not too bad at all.
Watching the game is fine.
Especially considering that he's likely to lose his tier 1 tower pretty early on now with pressure to Carlos, DM and 9 class. So still a bit of a trip for him to be able to catch up with Satanic on this Lycan with the very solid timing on the Midas.
Yeah, once he hits that level 9, we'll kind of see the impact of his facet. That's the scariest point of the game. Satanic's level 9, see what he does. Honestly, I'm going to guess Warlock's going to die 2 or 3 times at least to these wolves. Just casually. Playing the game, you're dead. Either has to smoke or press a golem. And because of that, Gaming's trying to shut him down right before, so they're going to do a little smoke. They do have the Warlock level 6.
Yeah, this is a good move if they can get away with it. We'll see how aware Satanic is. He's already under the tier 2.
Dire's top tower is
Hard to find him. Tofu might still find the chance for the opening.
If he stops the farm, he's probably dead.
Nah, this should be an easy one. They've got the golem if necessary. It probably won't even need to be. He's going to pop the ultimate. They will drop the golem, just to be sure. Make sure he doesn't get the chance to run as they bring Satanic down.
Almost a really good read by him, but they just hunted him a little too far. And now they're going to reverse smoke back into their own jungle on the side of Power Vision.
Let's see what they can pick up with this sweet Power Vision.
Are scanning.
See, Quinn would be the big catch.
Even the Beastmaster would be good, but it looks like they will find Quinn. Yep.
Oh, there's a wolf scouting. Forward. Yeah, DM instantly on top of Quinn. They've got to leave Quinn be. They can't save it. We'll see the TP out from Malady. Comes in just in time before anything else is able to interrupt it. That's Power Vision getting the trade there at least. They may have lost Satanic, but they're able to take away Quinn. And keep this push going. Tier 1 on the top lane. Next on the menu for Power Vision.
Big timing is going to be no one's dagger. He's definitely really far behind us to where he would want to be, but he's recovering. He's actually making moves with his team, and that's what matters. You don't need a dagger to rotate as Tiny, so as long as he keeps getting kills or keeps helping his team, you know, they're farming the Ancients, right? They're doing something. As long as you're always doing something, it's okay to be like slightly far behind.
Just in the mid, they've got eyes on 9 class. Pounce forward from Watson will be able to keep him locked down. They get the kill.
They might be looking for more.
Tofu been setting up some great moves here from Gaming so far. 3-1 and 2 on the Nyx Assassin. Doing a lot for the squad.
I think DM knows. If he was pressing Quill Spray off cooldown, I think he wouldn't know, but he feels safe.
Yeah, Tofu not going to be able to go for this on his own. Maybe if Quinn's in range. I mean, Quinn was considering maybe joining, but it is a pretty risky part. I think it's too risky.
You don't know where the Tiny is specifically. If the Tiny gets on the Sniper when all this is happening, you both just might die, right? The Nyx will die to the Bristol, the Tiny will die to the Sniper will die to the Tiny. Oh. 200 gold for no one's dagger. Flip side, Diffusal is finished for Watson. So he can now participate in the fights, feel really good. Axe is almost done for Ace, so they're actually hitting some good item timings. Maelstrom as well for Sniper. So I think right now is pretty peak early game strength for gaming. Probably around this 14-minute rune. And they should definitely look to fight Pari, because I think Pari is going to get to the unfightable point soonish because they have a Chen. We'll see what they choose to do on gaming.
Satanic will be able to grab himself the Wisdom, has now got the full Echo online, level 10. They're continuing to smash the timings here as the safe lane Lycan. Yeah, Watson not too far behind. Can start working on that Aghanims after Diffusal. And then we'll see how impactful he can be in the team fights, or if Paravision are going to be able to trip up this Slark in the midst of the action.
I wonder if they're going to just try to force Roche on gaming, if they feel, or how they feel about the game state. I don't know what their thoughts are. As like, can we scale? Can we fight the mid game? You know, there's always some strategy, right, when the draft ends. So, in my eyes, it should be, it hits minute 15. Ace pushes out top, they go Roche, they probably give it to the Sniper, and then they start controlling the map, pushing forward and forward, and they have to be grouped. But they might have a different read that they're really comfortable just doing the pick-off game with a Nyx Assassin.
So far they have proven to be very strong around that setup and information that Tofu can give. The smokeouts there from Gaming. Tofu leading the way once again. Let's see who finds this time. No one. Be a pretty easy grab. And there's the Spike Carapace to open up. And
nice
the rest
dodge.
of the team ready to follow up. He does indeed dodge the stun. It's not enough to get him away. Pounce forward there from Watson. Golem's going to be dropped just to make sure they can get the kill. Now maybe be able to turn towards DM as well. He's got
Look
the
at the
blade
wolves in
mail
the back
off.
line.
Indeed, they're just biting away at Quinn. Quinn, he needs help with these walls. They're nearly killing him off alone, really. Finally, they'll get rid of them as they time out. Indeed, definitely showing the power of the walls still. So Quinn, they've got to be ready to protect their Sniper and keep him clean off this sort of aggressive plays with the micro that Satanic's looking for.
This is one wolf against Tofu right now. Half health.
That's a lot to
Fun
deal
hero. Really, really fun hero.
I mean, because this is the thing, right? You know, Satanic can do this whilst he, meanwhile, continues to farm very freely. Nearly has the shard, and he's level 12.
And he constantly can do it. He has infinite mana because of Echo and Raindrops, so just farm. And then just, you randomly get a kill here, randomly get a kill there. It's
This could be big for game.
Yeah, this is a Roshan. So it's going to be scouted by the Wolves, so Pari Vision will know this is happening. The question is, are they actually going to do anything? And they do. They're all TPing here.
Yeah, they're not going to get away with it as easy as they hope for gaming. And now starting to have to back off. So for will turn, get the stun on towards DM, but DM's pretty tough to take down as the Bristol now at this point. Ace stepping up quite aggressively.
So it's scary for Ace here.
I mean, they have to be very careful how they try and commit into this game in, as Paravision do have control of the area now. Watson's joined the fight, ready to help out, but neither the Wolves, they just on Quinn, the Avalanche catching him, Quinn's gone, they'll turn with the Roar, jump forward, they'll be able to take down no one in return, but now the Satanic's out, Watson, he's caught in the smoke screen, he's just dead, Satanic gets the double, this fight, it's over for Gaming, they have to try and cut their losses and get out of it, but Ace, he cannot run, Satanic cleans up the triple, Tofu, he'll TP out just in time. But we're seeing now at this point with Satanic having the smooth start that he has, any fight that he turns up to is just going to be a fight that Gaming Gladiators do not want to have right now against Paravision. We'll see it again here.
Yeah, the backline. Wolves just kind of ate Quinn. No one blinks in to just secure the kill. I think it was the right play, but they use everything on him. Watson gets no spells off because of this Riki matchup. He can't play versus Riki Smoke Cloud. And I think once you lose those two big, you lose the Sniper, you lose the Slark, the fight, there's nothing you can really do in the fight. And now Pari gets his first Aegis. I've been saying, that Gaming really needs to hit this timing into a Roche, and Pari just completely, ruins that entire plan. So really, really nice rotation as well. Just Satanic, right? He scouts out the Roche. He knows exactly what they're doing with the Wolves.
And look at this.
Look at these Wolves.
The Wolves
guys.
and Riki. Oh no, poor rolled Sniper.
Oh, he's alive?
He's not for long.
Unless?
No. It would be funny if a neutral came and got the kill.
Yeah.
They will be able to keep 9 Glass around long enough to get the kill against him with Tofu taking that. But you're losing your mid, you're losing Quinn against the Riki and a couple of Wolves.
It is not a fun time. This is why people are scared of Lycan in pubs. And the meta's kind of become, I think, Glimmer Cape. Should Quinn buy Glimmer Cape? He's buying Shadowblade, actually, which I do like. Specifically just so the wolves don't kill him in the fight.
I mean, yeah, that's... But, you know, as soon as that's there, Ricky's going to be carrying around some dust.
The other ones, so Dagon as well is finished for the Nyx. So Nyx can kill one wolf.
That's one of the wolves.
Yep. And then Maladich is buying a Dominator, which will be the other wolf. So that way the wolves are kind of dealt with, if you think about it.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And then, you know, Satanic is going to show up as his hero and kind of kill them all. But, you know, maybe one time they live because of it.
These wolves are just keeping 3 heroes underneath the tower.
It's also just scary to think about this, that these wolves have so much impact that they're performing the Ember Spirit. You know, when you have an Ember mid and he's playing up in the mid, he's sleight of fisting people and just constantly poking them in. Your Ember's game isn't great because instead of farming the jungle, playing for his own game, he's shutting the enemy down. These wolves are effectively shutting down gaming gladiators while the entire team of Power Vision gets to farm everything they want. So it's like you get the choice of being like the 9 class and following the wolves, getting free kills, or if you're a core, just split up from the wolves and just farm. So gaming needs to probably start controlling the map or being more aggressive. I think letting the wolves
it's their
control
wolf
everything.
now.
It is their wolf. It's not strong though without the buff, unfortunately.
But at least it's not, you know,
it is vision.
It's your wolf now.
Yes. It's not against you.
Yeah, you're probably not going to be able to do anything aggressive. You're just converting it into your side, and then you're just sending it out to sit somewhere where it's not attacking you.
It could be worse.
Now, take it away from them. So that's what the plan is.
Yeah. Are they going to go high ground? No, right? I don't think they go high ground. They just smoke. Yeah, I think it's really hard for gaming to fight into them. The thing is gaming has crazy damage still. They have Warlock Bonds, they have Beastmaster with Ags, even to start going in, but if the Warlock dies, I think Warlock is so big for their fight that the second he goes down, I think gaming should give up everything. Just completely give up this tier 2, don't even TP, don't do anything. Hold the tier 3 with maybe a sniper showing up, but pretend the fight doesn't exist right now. Fighting is just a bad idea.
They got enough to kill him. They get the goo out. Not quite enough. Tofu's going to consider turning. We see the jump forward here as well with the Shadow Dance. Watson wants to fight this. Looks towards no one, but no one's got the illusion. Turns with the combo. Ace, he'll drop the roar, but there's nothing to follow it up. Ace is just dead. And Watson, he has to pounce away.
No, he's fine. See, so now's the issue. They try to fight, right, without the Warlock. And you saw how little damage all of Power Vision took. And now they can just keep walking tower to tower. They're just going... They took bot tower, now they took mid. They're probably going to cut top now, take top tier 2. And honestly, I think this Tormentor will not be a throw.
Well, this is a game where you can comfortably go for it.
You can 5-man the Tormentor. You got Chen heals. You know, it'll be fine. Please don't cut to them in a minute now where they all just die in the Tormentor. Don't edit this out. But yeah, Power Vision kind of does whatever they want. They're going on DM bot with Watson. He still has the Aegis, 50 seconds. I don't think he can even die once.
I mean, Watson's going to take a fair bit of damage as well in return from the Quills.
All right, maybe once.
There we go. Aegis gone.
He's fine though.
Yeah, they can't do it a second time.
Here to back him up.
Yeah, Paravision sweeping over, so Gaming have to be careful how they stick around. They still want to try and fight this Gaming with this smoke up. Tofu trying to get the info for the setup. So if they can catch anyone out alone. At the moment, Paravision pretty well grouped up. And grouped up enough to not allow Gaming to get that chance to strike back and find an opening.
7,000 gold lead. All right, they want to fight.
They do. Ultimate popped here by Satanic. They're ready to run straight at them. Paravision down the mid.
Gaming's under a ward. They know because of the Stark passive, so they're just going to get out and give up everything. But 5 heroes in the base, if Pari wants any fight, I think this fight's going to be good. But Warlock is alive.
He's going to drop the Golem. But
nice
Satanic,
Manta dodge.
Yeah, Manta dodge is the initial instance of it.
And that's it.
Tofu will live, though. So an ult for an ult. Satanic popping his ult, but obviously the longer one coming out in return from Gaming with Malady dropping the Golem. That's out for 140 seconds. And won't have that. And Watson, he's going to try and get out the smoke screen. They have the Avalanche. Will be able to get the Shadow Dance off in time, and now he looks to try and turn. But the Glimmer Cape's there on towards no one. No one's able to continue to control him with the toss. Watson, he's got to try and find a way out of this. Will be able to pounce back down to the low ground, keep himself alive. Again, neither side losing any lives. Do have the full Crimson now and Ace, so a bit better protection for the team against these Wolves of Satanic.
It's so scary for Watson to kind of play these fights out. Because if he gets like one Avalanche into a smoke screen, he's probably just dead. They don't have many defensive tools because the supports both had to buy their Dagon and Dominator for the Wolves. So no Force Staffs out, no Glimmer Capes too. Power Vision has what? Glimmer Cape on Bristleback, Glimmer Cape on Tiny, and they have a Solar Crest on Shen. So Power Vision just is able to buy these purely defensive tanky items, whereas Gaming Gladiators has to buy... they're defensive items, but like, how defensive is a Dagon? How defensive is a Dominator? It's purely for the one Lycan Wolves, and you're not dealing with the rest of the 5 heroes. It's just a Crimson Guard. The only thing that stands between Gaming Gladiators and Power Vision damage is one Crimson Guard. Look at this bait though.
For the setup. Watson. The follow-up. Still no one gets the combo off. And in fact, Tofu's just straight dead. Watson will continue to try and push on for this. The Glimmer's there. They use the Rod. They really want to kill no one. Can they actually finish off the job? They can't. No one. He's going to be fine. Watson has to bail out of this. They turn towards Ace, kill off the Beastmaster, and now they can try and look to chase. Watson's got to keep running.
He has only 1 pounce. That's his only button. This is it.
He's got pounce TP. And if they got anything to stop it, they don't. But we're seeing that. I mean, that's the concern, right? It looked like an easy setup to try and punish no one, but they just had so many ways to bail him out. And Gaming Gladiators, at least with the heroes they had there at the time, they just don't really have that explosive level of damage to kill these heroes quick enough.
Yep. And now Quinn, no, he's fine. It was really close to Quinn actually being caught by a Wolf and Ricky, but ooh, this feels bad.
Attempt.
Completely alone.
Yep.
He's in the middle of the river. He turns around, kills one instantly, and then everyone shows up. They press every button on impossible, and he lives. He's sitting in the smoke screen, has all this evasion, gets glimmered by Bristleback, gets glimmered by himself, doesn't even die to the magic damage. It's commitment. You're committing too much for a Tiny. But it's hard. He's constantly showing himself being aggressive, and you can't play Dota in a way where you never jump on the Tiny. You have to be able to jump him. You have to be able to kill him at some point, but at not that point.
Dire are scared.
Now we got a little bit of revenge from Watson. Finds 9 class sneaking around. They'll get this kill surely. Yes, no
surely.
Quinn, make sure that they don't lose out on that one with the assassinate hit coming in big. But the Wolves,
dying? No.
There's no way. He's got the Shadow Blade right. Yeah, it's back up. It has to be ever so careful out on the map like this.
It's so scary to play. Just Invis Wolves are stalking you all the time. You press your Shadow Blade once, you know, oh, this gives me movement speed. Maybe I'll just like look for a kill, and then it's off cooldown for 5 seconds. You're just dead.
I guess that's the thing for me as well. That's why I'm not a big fan of Sniper right now. It's like, do you really want to be playing Sniper in a Lycan meta? I know I wouldn't want
Phantom
to.
Assassin meta too.
Yeah,
Alchemist.
It's scary.
All these heroes are so good. They're being first phased. So it's definitely a bit of a scary Sniper pick for me in the draft. I mean, you know, I could be wrong. BSJ loves Slark. So maybe he was a little biased towards Slark in the panel. Obviously, we know a lot. We know Dota very well, so.
They've got the silence onto Watson. They have any follow-up. Move forward here. Smoke screen to follow things up.
Nice
Golem drop down to try and give some space for Watson to escape from Watson to get out. He can't. The toss is there for no one. Watson, he's dead. And now they can turn towards Ace. Ace is going to try for the TP out. They don't have any interrupt, so Ace will survive. But Quinn, he's very, very dead as well. As Paravision,
3-shot, 1.
It's just so easy for them to kill the mid and the carry right now. Like, how do you live as this Slark or Sniper? I don't know.
I think they have to play for the high ground defense. Warlock, Sniper are both really good at defending high ground, and these fights outside where chaotic fights favor Power Vision so much more than Gaming. Gaming wants a very stable fight where Sniper gets just in the backline, never get jumped. Warlock's hit in the backline, never get jumped. Your Slark and your Beastmaster are the tanky ones. They're kind of taking all the aggression, but all these fights, the angles end up being, oh, Lycan Wolves are on Sniper guys, help Sniper. Oh, the Lycan is ulted, killing the Warlock, help the Warlock. And the Slark and the Beastmaster just kind of exist and aren't really doing enough to force Pari to hit them.
Maybe when the BKB is there for Watson, he's going to be able to stand a bit of a better chance. Because these silences, of course, are completely destroying him.
It's only about 3,000 more gold.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a trip there.
We'll see. Roshan's about to spawn in 1 second. Satanic's going to see it on the dot.
And with this Aegis, they're definitely going to be eyeing up the chance to go high ground, Paravision.
I think it's definitely hard in the sense of they're up 16k gold and going high ground is not the easiest task, but it's still not that hard for them. I think they can just dive the Sniper.
Oh, they can. I mean, already 9 class. He's on the hunt for Quinn.
This. He has a gem.
Look at Wolves are on the way as well.
Oh no, Quinn.
And Quinn Has he got any help nearby? He's got Malady. They'll dust 9 class, but the Wolves will stay on top of Quinn. He's also got Topher. The further backup comes in from Gaming, so Quinn's not alone anymore. So he's going to be okay for now. Paravision bringing the creep wave push in.
The Wolf sees everything.
It does indeed. They were trying to set up from the high ground, but they've got eyes on Tofu. At the same time, Ace, he's in with the Roar. They'll try and eliminate the Chen first. They'll take Tukalis out of the fight. Watson jumps in. Look at the walls. No one. They've got the pounce. It's going to be an immediate buyback from Tukalis. Wants to get involved in the action. Watson, Shadow Dancer, he's just trying to deal with the wolves and the illusions that Satanic's sending at him.
Everything.
And now he has to pounce away. DM, he's killed off Tofu, successfully chasing out to the edge of the fight. And the rest of Paravision hold their own and keep the creep wave pushed up towards the base.
Every cooldown got used for Gaming Gladiators. They do have the rock up now finally, so maybe they can defend this high ground, but it's scary. I feel like every time Pari takes a fight, it doesn't feel like they have any cooldowns.
He's just able to jump forward, get the toss back. They're going to try and punish him, but he gets glimmered up. He's walking out. Quinn trying to find the damage to threaten this Tiny, but he can't. No one's still over half his HP. They just don't have the damage to punish him at this point. They have to pop the fortification. 9 class jumping in aggressively. Satanic keeping the walls on both Quinn and Ace as they're getting bullied back to the fountain, and all the space in the world is there for Paravision to take this tier 3 tower. Gaming. What have they got? Watson.
Here's Watson.
He's in with the jump, and he immediately gets caught by the avalanche and has to use the Shadow Dance to try and turn towards someone else. And they actually get any sort of kill out of this. Look at the pouncing on towards 9 class. The Golem's dropped onto DM.
Okay. Can they chase though?
They jump forward.
Good roar.
Roar's there. They might just have to bail on DM here, Paravision. They'll have to let him fall. So Malady with the buyback coming in, offering up the Golem. It's enough to be able to provide the power to push back Paravision. And Gaming Gladiators, they'll lose the tier 3 tower, but the racks will remain alive.
It's definitely, that's a win. That's a big win for Gaming. They don't get the Aegis, so still Pari can make another move just like that. I think they have, what, 2 minutes left on the Aegis, so it's not, you know, a massive loss for Pari, but we need stuff like that for Gaming. They need to keep taking these fights where they kind of bait people in. They're able to kind of kite the fight out. I think, again, it's a lot on Warlock. I think he has to get good bonds, good golems, and if he survives and Sniper survives in the early game, I think they have the damage to take a fight eventually. I would say it's a bit surprising he didn't go Upheaval on Warlock. I know the Lycan fully ignores it with his ult, but I think the other, like, you use it on Tiny, use it on a Bristle. These guys have to commit in, and you can kind of kite. Maybe he just feels like the Riki might just catch him too easily.
I guess, but you could make the argument that it would be kind of nice if he tanks the silences, right? Because then it gives Watson a bit more of a free reign to jump around the team fight if they're having to use silences to interrupt the Upheaval.
I think it's a bit surprising. I feel maybe it's a bad spell. He plays Warlock more than I do. I don't know Warlock at all. What can I say about this hero? I didn't even know that W was a AoE spell until recently. So
yeah, with that courier tech.
Yeah.
Paravision on the way back over towards Gaming's half of the map and ready to start looking at going for another round of high ground siege whilst they have the remainders of the Aegis. No one gets the catch on towards Tofu at the side. Tofu is able to get away just in time with a Vendetta. As the jump force there from 9 class, he's gone. Watson is going to find his target as he pounces over to Wars 9 class. Silence does clip on towards him, and in fact, he's just getting destroyed. He's dead. Watson's gone. Ace tries to frontline in the fight there, maybe involuntarily because of the toss, but he's gone.
Alright, Satanic can dive. Satanic can dive.
Okay, that's a bit too much, Satanic. Okay.
He's okay, double pounce.
Yeah, they've got him. They're glimmering him. They're trying to bail Satanic out of this one. Caught by the root. Avalanche is there for no one to keep Satanic safe. Satanic, he's surviving for this. He might just be able to kill that Watson at the same time. No, the Shadow Dance is there once more. The Death Shroud, sorry, to keep him safe enough to survive. Watson will live, but the barracks, they're gone. And there's 3 heroes dead. The longest being that of Ace. He bought back, died back. He's out for 80 seconds. They don't have it.
And they're TPing out. They're resetting. I also didn't notice 9 class bought an Ags. So we got Pocket Riki in the game. He had a Yasha cute, I think, and then he just went Ags. It's pretty good though. He can jump in the Lycan, run in with the whole team, actually kill everyone. It makes him tankier. And 23,000 gold now. Buybacks too. You know, did they even get 1 kill with all those buys? No, right? So yeah, they didn't get anything. 0 deaths. That was what, like a 5 for 0, 6 for 0 with all the buybacks.
Yeah, it's rough.
Now what? What do you look for? Does BKB still 2,000 gold away?
Yep. Due to that buyback.
He's so squishy. And it's not his fault, right? He's buying the correct items. It's just a hero.
He found the avalanche, but he couldn't quite find the toss back onto Quinn.
I think this is just another high ground push.
Tofu trying to provide some sort of front line here for the team. That's the fortification out. Full AC now on DM, so everything really coming together for Paravision to tear through the buildings and tear through heroes as well. We saw how scary it is for Watson. He jumps in and gets caught. The overwhelming amount of damage, he just gets torn apart immediately.
It's a hard position for Watson to be in. I don't really know how he plays the fights. It's not even his fault. It's just such a hard Slark game. There's AoE damage from Tiny. There's AoE damage from Bristle. There's smoke screen from the Ricky. Even the Chen and the Lycan, he's not gonna have the damage to kill, really. You saw that last fight. Ace jumped in, roared the Chen, and sat there hitting him for the entire duration of the roar, and I think he went down to like 50% health. So it feels like there's almost too much HP that gaming doesn't really have this burst damage to chew through.
Bloodthorn now as well on Satanic. So anyone who makes a misstep in this fight and gets focus fired down by the entire team of Paravision, they're going to die so quickly.
Yep.
On gaming.
It feels a lot like the tanky heroes right now are just really strong. Because not only they're tanky, but they do a lot of damage. You think of Tiny, Bristle, Lycan. All these heroes have, what, 3,000, 4,000 health?
And no one.
And look at that damage, right? One-shotting a support. You're not going to see Sniper one-shot a support that fast. You're not going to see a Slark one-shot. And they have half the health of the cores, too. So it is hard for them to figure out what to do.
Paravision taking the barracks without gaming really being able to do anything. They're going to have one chance really around that golem from Malady.
It's just the mid-racks remain. And I don't think they're going to stop. Roshan has 30 seconds, so it can even start respawning. There's no point to be scared. All right, so the Chen has retaken the Wolf. So we got helmeted down by the Warlock. Yep, and now the Chen has it. So back to the side of Paravision.
Watson's got his BKB, so finally can kind of get involved in the fights, and obviously need to worry a little less about the silences.
I think for him, it probably needs to be jumps in with the Beastmaster. They focus the Chen.
Sure.
Even the Ricky, honestly, is a really good focus because he can't use his spells when he gets pounced by the Slark. And it's just hard because you really ideally want to kill the cores. You want to kill this Tiny, you want to kill this Lycan, but I don't think if Slark hit a hero for 9 seconds straight, full BKB, no kiting at all, he would even do half the Tiny's health over those 9 seconds. So, gotta, beggars can't be choosers. You take the Ricky, you take the Chen, and then hopefully you can kite out the fight with Warlock. I think this is their last hurrah.
Yeah, they've got to try and go for this sort of fight. They know they can't afford to wait until Paravision come with the push. They've got to look to see if they can get some sort of pick off around this upcoming potential Roshan respawn time. It's going to be up in about 20 seconds. Can Gaming find a little bit of an opening? Can they find someone out on their lonesome? It doesn't look like at the moment Paravision pretty safely on their side of the map for the most part, so not easy and likely that Gaming get anything from this smoke. But they have to try and shoot their shot, try and look for these chances. They won't get it this time. Paravision, they've got the space for their Tormentor and should be able to set up for that Roshan if they want to make the move up to the top corner.
It's just really hard for Gaming to feel like they can move on the map. So both side lanes have super creeps because they don't have the racks. And then there's also a Lycan shard, which is spawning wolves in every wave, constantly pushing. So it almost feels like if you push both side lanes out fully and mid, at most you get 20 seconds to play the game. And then you have to go back and defend all 3 lanes again. And it just feels very oppressive. I don't even think they can contest the Roche, but I think if the other side is if they give up Roche, they're going to lose. So it's almost like a lose-lose for Gaming that you're expecting. Honestly, you want Pari to just dive again. Even harder. Just dive even harder, guys. Dive the fountain.
It's going to be rough.
A little bait. Maybe they buy 4-staff and they 4-staff the entire team in.
At this point, 9 class, you know, he's up there with the... He's
the core.
Same farm as Watson Slark. Yeah. And I know which of the 2 heroes I would find more scary in this patch. You know, this is a level 18 Ricky with an Axe and a Daedalus.
Yeah.
It's pretty terrifying. There's a lot of damage coming out from 9 class. Arguably way more, unfortunately, that Watson can do on the Slark just because of the nature of the hero and how rough of a game it's been.
And there's also an Ags on this Roche, so... All right, should
Who's
they
taking that?
Satanic, and then he bites either the Tiny
Dude,
or
bite
the
the
Ricky.
Ricky.
You bite the Ricky.
Bite the Ricky. Let's go.
You think he'll bite the Ricky? Okay.
I mean, I think
Who's
he's
your
gonna
bet?
bite. No, he's gonna bite the Tiny. Right.
I think he might bite the Ricky. I think these guys are kind of memers, a bit. You know, I think they're the type of players that would think it's funny to like. 9 Class is gonna ask for it.
Sure, he's ready to clown.
He's
on
definitely
them.
asking
Yeah.
for it in the game, whether or not it happens. But that's my prediction. Even the Bristle would be, not the Bristle. He doesn't
the
need
Bristle's kind of like
He
that.
doesn't need the
You're
help.
right. The
He's a
Bristol
support.
and the
He's
Tiny,
utility.
they're not as juicy looking as the Ricky, right? You know, Satanic wants to sink his
Invis
teeth
Wolf.
into this Ricky.
It's also lifesteal, right? When he presses E,
And they just
he'll
heal
kill
but-
each other. Yep.
You know, you're never killing the Lycan
Oh,
after that
they
point.
did not know it. Okay.
Oh, disappointing.
I mean, he does have 20,000 net worth and a moon shard.
Yeah, it's fair. It's fair. 9 Class.
Not as fun.
He'll get the bite next time here from him.
You missed this TI, the Lycan Tiny meta.
The Lycan Tiny meta.
We're back.
Oh, they dropped the Golem.
No one's taking a total of 400 damage.
Look at him go. He's flailing around here. No, and Watson's in. My goodness. They'll live just with the BK being shadowed on itself in time. They're going to turn over towards the Ricky, but
my.
they've lost Ace. And look at this damage. Satanic just eating them up one by
And
one.
the toss.
And it's a beautiful toss. Lands straight on Watson. Watson's gone. No buyback for him. Quinn's dead. They're all dead. The mid-brack's gone. Nothing to be done here. As Paravision, they'll clean up some more kills on the way out. Triple kill for Satanic. GG is called. Paravision will take this game 1.
Okay. I think the start did not work out.
I didn't.
I'm
not a believer. I just can't see it. Especially the fact that they go not just for the Slark, but you have the Slark and the Sniper in a meta where there's going to be a Lycan. And it's not just any old Lycan, it's a Satanic Lycan. I'm sure as soon as he loaded into the game, he knew this was going to be an easy one.
Yeah,
He's like, dude, they got Slark and Sniper. I'm going to eat these heroes up for dinner.
Exactly. And especially this bot lane, I think that was probably the biggest thing for the early game where Slark died, 2 times? The Warlock died 3. It was like 5 deaths within the first 5 minutes between the 2 of them. And I think that just sets up the whole game where now there's pressure in the safe lane. Quinn even has to walk there, abandon his lane mid. There's just not really much gameplay, I think, for gaming.
Yeah. And with this, the start that Quinn got right. He got a great start.
Crushed mid. Absolutely crushed
Didn't
mid.
matter. It did not matter. Yeah, tough times for gaming. But whenever there's a game like this, I always say like the silver lining is that I feel like gaming, they can look at this and say, hey, you know what? Let's just try something different with the draft.
Yeah. I think there's definitely some experimentation going on in group stages. A lot of teams even consider, to some extent, group stages are like public scrims. So the first day was guys, let's beat Phantom Assassin Day. Every single team today has been in agreement that Phantom Assassin's bad. And now today's maybe, all right, guys, can we beat the Lycan? Can we beat the Ricky? Can we beat the Tiny? Because honestly, I think it's the same situation as yesterday where Parge got a bunch of really good meta heroes and gaming picked not meta heroes. Is to put it simply. I just think Paravision's draft is way easier to execute.
Absolutely. Yeah, from what we've seen and learned this patch, at least so far. But on the plus side, hey, you know what? Maybe Slark is indeed needs a buff. We'll see, we'll see. Maybe we'll get that in the patch. I hope so. But anyway, there we go. Game 1. It's all Paravisions.
Thank you very much, the Pixel Gunner. Yeah, I heard Gunner talk about how good the Lycan, the Tiny, the Bristle, the Ricky 10 was. All meta heroes, all great. I am curious to hear if this was indeed a meta hero versus non-meta hero victory, or if Paravision just was better and also the draft is just bad on gaming, because Slark was not great, Effie. Didn't work out.
Yeah, I think Ricky posed a huge thorn in Slark's side this game, because when he dropped the smoke cloud, Slark couldn't kill anyone. He couldn't hit anyone through it. Like, Ricky is a big counter to Slark, and that's something we maybe overlooked when we were looking at this draft. But overall, like, Paravision played very dominantly. Like, yes, it was a case of meta versus non-meta, but also, like, once they hit their timing and they got that Aegis and the ball started rolling, they didn't make any mistakes. Like, they didn't give up an inch of ground, Jenkins.
This game, I think one thing that makes it easier, they spoke about ease of execution, to not give up an inch of ground, and a realization I had watching this game is the Lycan Wolves plus Invis Hero combination. It's not like Invis Hero plus Invis Hero combination, because like let's say you have like a BH plus Nyx or something like that. you can do the same thing. These heroes are running around killing heroes together, but then you're investing 2 heroes into doing that, and if they get a gem, if they're putting sentries down, getting dust, that sort of thing, like those resources are being allocated to shutting down 2 heroes. But if it's Lycan Wolves plus an Invis hero, it's just 9 class running around killing everybody with the Wolves. Like, Quinn died to kind of just 9 class because the Wolves were there hitting. And then Satanic is just on the other side of the map farming as well. So in my head, it seems like something that's really hard to counter because the cost is not that high. Like, you talk about cost in the draft, and like this is the same thing in the game. Like, the cost of countering this is very high, and the cost of them doing it is not high because Lycan is a good hero. Lycan is a good carry. He does a lot of damage, but then the Wolves pose such a huge threat as well.
Oh, for sure. That's one of the reasons why Lycan is such a nuisance. But also, when you pick a sniper, you're also like handing Lycan a game, like, because ideally, like, Lycan loves to run at sniper. There's really no means for a sniper to defend himself unless his team is like snowballing the game. And I think snowballing the game was what Paravision needed to do. And in retrospect, it probably was just a lot easier for them. Like, something that I also noticed, like, try tanky cores, Lycan, Tiny, and Bristleback. Gaimin did make plays in the early game because their laning stage went fine.
Yeah.
They like smoked heroes. They found Lycan farming. They found Tiny, I believe, farming. But every time they made a smoke, they had to drop everything.
Yeah, you can like kill one of them,
Everything.
not all 3.
Every time they found one hero, the smokes only found one hero, but you had to drop the golem, like commit 4 heroes, and then mix Vendetta. And then after that, you had no gas in the tank, no golem. You can't contest Roshan. You can't make plays of your own after that.
This was an overall last pick, Ricky. I feel like we've seen Ricky banned a lot already. Yesterday in the games, today in the games as well. Was this an oversight from Gaimin to just leave the Ricky in the pool? Because overall last pick Ricky in a game like this, and the way we're talking about it, seems like it had no business still being available in the draft at all.
Maybe it depends on the team. Like, if there's a Ricky specialist, then yes. But I also feel like, you know, if you're talking like 9 class, Nyx Assassin is also something which has to be on your radar. Depending on which player you're looking at, Bounty Hunter can also be like equally annoying for similar reasons.
They banned out Bounty Hunter and Veno instead of the Ricky, so they were on the right track.
I would prioritize the Ricky over the BH for
No,
this particular team.
I think you keep the BH in high priority and you take out the Veno. Because yesterday, the games that I covered, at least on the mainstream, especially versus Falcons, BH plus Ricky were both banned in the second phase. Every time.
Yeah,
in the
same for us.
series.
That's not a bad idea. Maybe they're too afraid of like the cheese, but it's like, okay, go ahead, do your jungle Veno. This is not like an OP hero. Have you seen Veno's win rate in pubs? Because everyone's trying to copy 9 class. It's like 42%. It's so bad, and it's one of the most picked in like 7K plus pubs because everyone's trying to.
It's like they want to do the new thing because they're tired of playing the old thing.
It's
I
terrible.
get it.
It's terrible for them.
It's terrible. Well, I will say, for Paravision, it was not terrible today. At least what they played. They didn't get to play the Veno, but the 9 class got to play as Ricky, and it looked great. And he had some fantastic help in the Wolves. And why am I mentioning Wolves? Well, maybe it's because we're checking out the Kidia Award of the Game.
Yeah, thank you, Sheaves. As Kadia Ward of the Game, as you mentioned, wards have actually been buffed. They're no longer just invisible. They can also move, root you, and lower your armor in their vicinity. So we're going to see a couple times where the Wolves from the Satanic Lycan are going to scout out Quinn, and just with like minimal effort on top of the vision that they're providing, you're going to see Quinn trying to position himself at nighttime. In theory, it should be difficult to find him. Nope, those Invis Wolves almost completely removing him from the fight in the first place, and doing about half of his HP and damage, making it look like he is a support sniper, maybe even a Jenkins offlane sniper, as it just seemed completely out of hand in terms of the draft with their ability to position the sniper. He was a lot of their draft was frontline from the Slark, frontline from the Beastmaster, providing for the space for Quinn to actually hit targets, but that was just never happening thanks to the Kadia moving Ward of the Game from his Wolves.
think gaming has to decide where they're going to go from here in terms of who was the problem. What was the problem? Was it the Riki? Was it the Lycan? How do you want them to address this, Effie?
So I think that, okay, looking back at that draft, I think they had 2 picks that both really needed to be drafted around or needed conditions to work. And those were Sniper and Slark. Like, getting Sniper and Slark in the same phase is an extremely tall order. Like, if you're going to pick an off-meta hero, stick with, like, one and then build around it. Because I do think, like, a Sniper can work. And I think Slark can work regardless of what people think of the hero. But the conditions need to be shaped a little bit better.
I agree. I agree with what you said about the potentially leaving the Venomancer in as well. See how that plays out. But also, I definitely think you have to prioritize the Rikis and the Invis heroes of the world if Lycan is also on the enemy draft. I think that we saw it in Blast, and I'm seeing it here again, and I'm slowly starting to understand and put myself in the game and feel like how annoying it is to play against this. I saw Quinn's frustration dying to a 4-position Riki with less than half his net worth and some damn wolves. Get it out if there's a Lycan.
Well, that seems like at least a simple solution for Gaming Gladiators, but we'll find out which route they'll take in game number 2, coming to you very soon.
We have here the golden ticket to the DHL Super Drop. I'm gonna get the box over here. Choose your own adventure, man. Are you ready?
I'm shaking.
Good. That's absolutely correct.
There were 2 little sisters a walking alone. Hey, the gay and the grinding. 2 little sisters a walking alone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Watched her body floating down by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, they laid her out on the bank to die. Hey, the gay and the grinding. For with the fiddle came riding by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made some strings from this yellow hair. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Made some strings from this yellow hair by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Sound would pierce the heart of a stone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. But the only tune that the fiddle would play was Ho, the bowls of London. The only tune the fiddle would play was the bonny, bonny bowls of London.
There was an old farmer in Dorset did dwell, Lily Valera, la, and he had a wife that many knew well, Lily Valera, la. Lera, lera, Lily Valera, Lily Valera, la. Lera, lera, Lily Valera, Lily Valera, la. The devil came to the old man at the plough, Lily Valera, la. One of your family I must have now, Lily Valera, la. It's not your oldest son that I crave, but 'tis your wife, and she I must have. Lero, lero, Lily Valera, Lily Valera, la.
Now welcome, good Satan, with all of me heart,
Lily Valera, la.
I hope you and she will never more part,
Lily Valera, la. Now Satan has got the old wife on his back, he's lugged her off like a peddler's pack. Lero, lero, Lily Valera, Lily Valera, la. He trudged away till they came to his gate, Lily Valera, la. Come and take in this old farmer's mate, Lily Valera, la. She saw 30 nymphs all dancing in chains, she ups with their boots and beats out their brains. Lero, lero, Lily Valera, Lily Valera, la. She knocked out Satan against the wall, Lily Valera, la. Let's turn her out or she'll murder us all, Lily Valera, la. He's bundled her up on his back and then to her own husband he's took her again. Lero, lero, Lily Valera, Lily Valera, la. I've been a tormentor the whole of me life, Lily Valera, la. But I've never tormented like this farmer's wife, Lily Valera, la. Lero, lero, Lily Valera, 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 Lily Valera, la.
Welcome back. You are watching DreamLeague Season 25, and we are ready to dive into Game 2. Draft is underway. We got Paravision and Gaming Gladiators. And the first game of this two-game series did go the way of Paravision, quite convincingly so. A couple next steps we expect from Gaming going into the draft, as that is where the biggest missteps happened. And to talk about all of those and what they can do better, I'm joined by Effie and Jenkins and Brian. And I was wrong, the draft has to wait a tiny bit, but it should be very soon. But Brian, we didn't get a chance to hear from you. What do you want Gamers to do differently in this game number 2?
I think what Mira mentioned about the second round being like two off-meta situational heroes. I also think when you're dealing with Bristleback, I think hard countering it in lane the way they did is not necessarily reliable anymore because of this he's one of the few heroes that has two like doable facets. Like he can choose which situation he wants them. And the Ags bristle's in theory bad against Slark because you want to tank a bunch of hits, but this bristle, he just buys Glimmer and Halberd and is just blade mail and is just really annoying with being hit by any hero. So I think playing more for your own game plan rather than trying to like hard counter these bristle offlane heroes that you've seen a lot of. I guess you know what's coming. You got to be a little bit better prepared for it, I think.
And also because he can cut waves and farm ancients, like countering him in lane is whatever.
Yeah.
He'll just leave and then farm.
He also like overplayed his hero a bit. Like he got killed level 1 trying to fight Ricky and Bristle at the same time, then he died at level 5 again. So didn't even win the lane.
Yeah.
Didn't even win the lane. That's depressing.
Definitely had to.
I will say though, I mean, we're and I'm partially to blame. We're talking about how Paravision, they smashed gaming. There was a massive gold lead in favor of Paravision for a long time, but they weren't able to close for the longest time. The Gaming Gladiators was able to drag a game on, and that is an art on itself. Maybe for the next game, if they have something that they can then strike back with, if it happens to be the same, if the game take the same path.
Gaimin or Paravision?
Gaimin.
Yeah, like I think that Warlock provides a lot in terms of high ground defense, and they did try their best to like set themselves up on the map, take opportunities where they could, but they were in a position where it was too difficult. I think with a couple of draft tweaks here and there in the same concept, it would look very different. So they shouldn't be too discouraged. I think this is one of those we can win easily in the next one if we correct like one hero.
Yeah. Seems simple.
I also think the game lasted longer because that's also the way Lycan tends to play nowadays, is he doesn't give you fair fights because the Wolves are starting your sniper at half HP into the fight, or they're providing vision, and they also know if you're all there, they can just not take the fight. So I feel like with Lycan, he's much more somehow #1 net worth on Satanic, despite using his Wolves 99% of the game to scout out heroes and give information. And I feel like Parivision just didn't fight because they didn't have to.
Yeah, it's like Naga. It's like the modern
It really,
Naga.
because you also have the Shard that pushes lanes.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
You're effectively pushing multiple lanes at once.
Yeah, I don't personally understand the sniper pick. I remember during the draft, we were all like, huh, that's...
No, you were happy to see the I heard you say it.
I'm happy to see
He wants to whip out the
Cardell.
costume again as well.
Yeah, that's fair.
I just am a sniper fan, but I think it's dog shit. Like, that's why, I played off lane, you know? But nothing really about the draft said to me like, oh, this is a good sniper game.
Sniper game.
You know, it's kind of like when you're playing with your friends in unranked, and you want them to pick something because they're usually Pudge, and you don't see the enemy draft, and you just go, this is a good disruptor game. Because you know the person plays disruptor, you just want them to be disruptor. It kind of felt like that with Quinn, except they're a professional team drafting against Paravision, who's won the Bangkok Major.
I think there's more thought to it than that, because like they saw Chen, and like obviously they talked about, okay, we're playing against Paravision, Ducalis plays Chen. If we let it out, like let it through, what approach are we gonna take? And Sniper with his shrapnel and his high ground defense is one of the better heroes versus Chen. I think they also wanted to put Paravision in a position where they had to react to the sniper pick because he's a lane dominator and you have to draft very specifically against him. And maybe they thought that their idea of like, they're gonna pick another tanky hero, something that jumps sniper like Tiny, and then we'll Slark. And they thought it was a good idea and they tried it and it didn't work. But there definitely was thought involved.
I would imagine.
I think in competitive drafting, there's very little thought usually.
Have you ever like imagined what you're gonna draw before you
instinct.
draw it? Have you ever done that where you're like, I'm gonna draw a beautiful painting of the night sky, and then you actually draw it, and then it looks like what I draw, which is like a kindergartner's vision. I'm saying like they had this whole picture that they were imagining with their draft, and then when they actually painted it, it looked like an elementary
because they're
school
not
drawing.
artists.
Yeah, it's like me.
But that's flaming gaming for having the vision, but not the skill to execute.
No. They had the vision, but when it's all on the colors don't match or something.
Can I add to your analogy?
Go ahead.
It's kind of like
Save me here, Jenkins.
If you take like an architect who's building good buildings, and you're like, draw a painting, and they're like, I could probably do this. I'm an artist.
Draw a painting.
And they're just bad at painting because they're an architect.
I feel like that was the exact same.
But then you still are flaming gaming for not being able to paint.
That's not flaming, because if you're somebody who thinks that you can do everything, you deserve to be flamed.
Yeah,
that's deserving. That's what I was trying to say. They have their specialty things that they do. They have their metas that they're good at. This was not that. That's all we're saying.
Yeah.
If they want to be good at everything, good luck. You're going to win 10 TIs in a row. It's not going to happen.
Okay, well, with that being said, we'll see if they can at least win one game of this series. We'll start there. Gaming hasn't dropped a series to Paravision this season yet. They faced each other in DreamLeague, the first one this season, and they tied in that group stage. They played each other during Blast just a week or so ago in the best of ones, where Gaimin took the game. And now they're in game number 2, and we are this time well on their way in the draft. We got Paravision with first pick, and Radiant, and they go for the Monkey and the Magnus for the first time today.
I was about to
Makes it
say,
through.
have we seen Magnus at all?
No.
I mean, he's always first round banned.
He is.
Cool.
Very cool, and that does mean that the Phoenix and the Bristol are the two that get banned instead of him.
Oh my god, they banned the Sniper. Okay, we're all wrong.
The Sniper was definitely... no.
That means
we might not be all wrong. They might just want to take Gaimin out of their conference.
It's a bit different when you've already picked like a melee mid hero that would be beaten by Sniper compared to last game where they hadn't picked their mid yet on the side of Paravision when Sniper came out and they just responded with Tiny.
And they know Quinn loves the Sniper. They're going to protect their Monkey King. Like, they're telegraphing that this is where they want to place the hero. But to be fair, this is where the hero usually should go.
Yeah.
It's only in, like, off games, or it's teams like Liquid who love to run it carry that we see it there, or maybe Tundra who flex it to 4. 90% of other teams just play the hero mid.
Yeah, I mean, especially for no one. I remember there was like a month window, maybe it was around the time of Bangkok actually, where you would see the Monkey King get picked up and we would theory craft like all of this potential swapping, and it was always no one.
I had a random thought. And it has nothing to do with the game, actually.
Okay.
No, it has to do with the PA first ban, and it's not just first phase ban, it's like overall first ban, you know? So I'm like, wow, that escalated quickly from where we saw it yesterday. And I'm wondering, if there is a patch coming, how much of that patch would have already been decided before the PA makes it this high prio?
I feel like the PA has been very, very popular in the pubs for the last like month.
Yeah, but the win rate's not great, and you said so yourself. And this first ban PA has been happening since yesterday.
The win rate's not great in 7K plus pubs, which is different from the like 10K plus pubs. And also, PA's win rate has always been good in like the mid-level pubs, like Legend and stuff, because the hero will always get farmed. So I think we'll see some big PA nerfs.
I think they won't be that big, the nerfs, actually. I think it'll be a few small tweaks, but I think changing everything else will make the hero weaker. Like, I talked about this briefly yesterday, but I do think a lot of PA's strength comes from supports just being weaker right now. A lot of the popular supports don't have stuns. When PA can just jump supports and not get stunned and have her, like, the rest of that supports team follow up and kill her and punish her, then she has free games. Like, the support pool is like heaven for a PA right now.
You're having good points, Effie. Support should be buffed.
They should. They feel weak right now.
Thank you.
I'm sensing a bit of bias coming out from this panel.
No, but generally when
I'm not gonna speak here. I feel like you guys are very lucky with your Glimmer Capes right now, and you know.
Well, they're so lucky. We're
'cause
taking the luck and buying it ourselves.
That is true. That is true. We got more money to buy more Glimmer Capes.
Yeah, we're still lucky. A loving 3-shot by PA's inspectors.
You think
it's 5-shotted.
I gotta buy a blade mail.
It takes her
every game.
5 hits to crit you,
so she doesn't kill me in the 5 seconds I have the blade mail.
No, it's been super fun getting PA'd inspected every pub, really. Supports are so lucky.
Don't forget about Lena and Nyx.
And then when you do have enough money to finally buy your Glimmer Cape, you're gonna get nullified.
Exactly.
Life is sad.
That's why you go Glimmer Cape into the Shadowblade
Yeah,
shapes.
let's focus. I do buy the Shadowblade
There you go,
nowadays,
yeah,
but
nice.
then I don't
The
have the
Shadowblade's
magic.
good.
Yeah, but then I don't have the magic resistance
People
barrier.
are actually
you have to buy
Talking about
Bull's
my-
Cheever.
Yeah, but that's expensive. Let's
Okay.
talk about the draft as we are 2 more picks in each. And we've got the Zeus coming out, a lot of magic damage there, and the Morphling as the follow-up there for Paravision.
Interesting morph response to Zeus. I guess they have like a heavy harass offlane duo that Gaimin's representing, and Morphling's like the hardest carry in the game to just bully out with harass. And it's Satanic.
Don't forget. 9 class Morphling.
Oh, yeah, the
he
flag.
Yes.
invented the position 4 Morphling. He watched me streaming the position 3 Morphling, and he's
He's like, wait a
this
minute,
would be
there's
good
something
for-"
here. If this wasn't actually trying to see us, it'd be fantastic.
Yeah, the fact that they can flex this Morphling to 4, and potentially even to 2, because I'm sure no one can play it, and we've seen 2 Morphling rise up a little bit. We saw BZM play it yesterday.
Yep.
It makes it very valuable.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah.
Here comes your Vando
Awesome.
Jenkins. But I just want to say that Morphling is still a very solid carry this patch. He's been a bit overshadowed by the Bristles and the DKs and whatnot, but if you see the offlaner in Magnus who you're going to outsee us, you're not threatened by Skewer because of waveform, you see another support who has no stun, so you're not threatened by that either, you're very comfortable picking carry Morph in this phase too.
Only annoying thing is the threat of the Zeus ult all the time when he's like morphing to 1 HP. Lina, good pickup as well. I mean, this is a ton of magic damage, but once again, I beg the question, when I see Lina Zeus, if this is 2 weeks ago, pre-Glimmer patch, I think like, wow, these heroes are great. They're going to burst everybody full to 0. This doesn't happen right
This
now.
Monkey King will have a Glimmer cape.
Yeah, he'll have a Glimmer, and the Veno's going to have a pipe. So you're already picking into a counter, in my opinion.
There's a bigger purpose to the Zeus, and it's like they wanted to have some kind of gameplay against Invis heroes, because Zeus's biggest value as a support actually doesn't come from his spell damage. It comes from being able to D-ward when you have sentries all over the map trying to scout out Lycan Wolves and Bounty Hunters and Rickies and Nixes. Having a support that can inherently do that for you alleviates a lot of pressure.
Yeah, they also didn't ban any of the Invis heroes, so you're almost certainly correct there, Miros. They're just deny picking it. Part of drafting in competitive is just make sure that you're counting for anything the opponent could pick, and by picking a hero like Zeus, you know they're unlikely to pick the Invis heroes, which they'll go to the next step, which we haven't seen a 9-class Veno yet, but it's also potentially Flex. Does Malady play Veno? Not really sure.
DM
does play Veno.
Loves his
He does play Veno.
Yeah, Malady, wrong team, even.
Oh, yeah.
Ducalis.
Sorry, Ducalis.
I mean, that's okay.
I feel like they were swapped last game. Yeah, they were. That's why I'm getting confused. Okay, I have an excuse. Thank you, Chiefs.
No, it's all good. We got the Bounty Hunter still, because the supports were still in. I mean, you gotta get it out before they get banned in the last phase.
Okay, not DM Veno.
No, I would imagine a Tofu Veno. And then we have...
9-class.
No, you did the same thing I did. I baited you.
No, oh, sorry, I meant Bounty Hunter.
Oh.
This time I did say the wrong player. I said the wrong hero. This is going great,
The same thing,
guys.
but for a different reason.
Yes. That made me feel better. Thank you, Chiefs.
You're welcome.
You're such a good host.
Yeah.
I'll take all the flames. So good. Bounty Hunter for Tofu. And then Zeus for Malady?
True.
And then we're waiting for Watson's hero last? Or do you want Magnus to be played by Watson?
No, I think I'd rather it be an offlane mag, but you're also dealing with Venomancer, so the Blink build is not as good.
I feel like you probably want something to punish Centaur and Lynx. You know Veno's going to be popping into the jungle a lot, right? So, does Magnus do that? I feel like Magnus Centaur will trade, even with a Zeus. I think Magnus Centaur would trade.
It doesn't do that, and it doesn't give you the scaling that you need to play against Morphling and Monkey King. That Terrorblade is a great ban. Like, that would have been a hero to punish Centaur and also take the scaling to late by the Scotty. I mean, DK is still in the pool. Like, they do have a Veno, which is going to make his life quite difficult with the ulti later on, but he is one of the best carries in the patch still, and he can benefit from the Empower from Magnus.
If you DK, don't you run into the same issue, though, of Paravision can just solo the Centaur against the DK, do fine, and Veno can go jungle? Get like a super early pipe.
Yeah, but I think Veno can do that regardless, right? He's going to go into the jungle at some point.
Yeah, but I'm
anyway.
more worried about the Centaur, not the Veno. I mean, the BH is going to run around and chase the Veno in the jungle. Like, that's part of the idea there. I remember that was an age-old counter to the junglers, was the Invis heroes who followed them around. But I'm just trying to think, like, I know Centaur, this is one of the strongest, just leave him alone from the start of the game heroes in the game, because he has so much regen, he has a stun. It's just generally a very strong laner, especially into a Zeus as a position 5.
Yeah, and how much kill threat are you going to have anyway if you have a Zeus 5? It's not like he's going to be able to... Like, he does do a lot of damage and can trade with the Veno, but you do need some kind of, like, means to kill, like, some Wraith King stun, some DK stun. But if you do that, then you could still get outscaled anyway. The issue is there aren't that many viable carries in the patch. Like, another way to punish melee offlaners has been Gyro in the past, but if you're playing against Morphling and you pick Gyro, you're also giving Morphling a flat cannon.
Yeah. Gyro would be good other than Morph. You're right about that.
Maybe Ursa?
Yeah.
If Veno's not going to lane, does Veno then lane, is the question. But it's,
yeah,
it's really
Ursa-
good carry against Morph, and then it's also really good against Centaur and lane for the same reason, so I just wasn't sure. It gives them Roche as well, which they don't currently have.
What about Slark or Juggernaut, guys?
Yes.
Oh my god, get me out.
Take out DK.
Well, he has to play something different, because so far this tournament, all Watson's played is Alk, DK, and PA, so...
Well, he can't play Alk, DK, or PA.
Well, I'm saying not counting Slark, you know, heroes that have had remote success for him.
Yeah, the DK indeed got banned, so... Let's see. Now, at least they can wait to see what Paravision got. They go for the TA, and that means that Morphling is a support. And that means that Ducalis is going to play Veno or Morph.
I feel like Medusa would be nice.
Or do we think Monkey is support? It's also a possibility.
Guys, don't you think this is a very scary TA pick? But now who goes where is the question.
Scary
so
for
it
the
is,
TA or scary for gaming?
So 5 Veno, 4 Morph, and then 1 TA. Is that what's happening here?
TA with Sideblades can also jungle.
Now
so.
you can gyro, can't you?
Yeah, because the Morphling is a 4.
The Morph is a 4.
True.
Or 5. Yeah, 4.
Theory crafting aside, it does look like a
Or
very
mid.
good TA game because they don't have the damage to kill her. Like refraction counters a lot. She has very good laning against Magnus, and she can survive the Lina burst from the trees. And Zeus doesn't really do much to a TA.
I could see something like CK, honestly, as being the last pick. I know it's not off meta, but
I like that.
Illusion hero is what I'm thinking, but then a kill hero as well. So
Naga?
Naga could work. Actually, Naga would be good too.
Back in my day, people would have picked Kiel, but that hero is dead.
Oh, that hero's been dead for a year at least.
Bloodseeker's a bit interesting. You have the Zeus to like weaken them up a bit going into team fights, so you get that race car going. You can theoretically punish the Centaur, but you're not the best against TA until you have all the kit, you know?
I kind of like it though. When you have the kit, I feel like you will
once you get there,
tear down a TA.
Yeah, once you get there, for sure.
I also think you beat up TA pretty hard, like later stages of the game as Bloodseeker, and the ability to snowball this game on Paravision doesn't exist the same way that it did in Game 1, where like they were running into the Chen, Bristleback, Aegis timing with a Lycan. This one's like a lot slower on their side, so Gaimin have a game to play.
Hey, I'm looking to ODPixel and Gunner, hearing their thoughts on what's going on in this draft and how we liking it.
Yeah, I think overall, much more of an improvement of what we saw from Gaming Gladiators in Game 1. I think they've got a pretty decent shot. I'm still a little scared for them, considering what we saw from Paravision, but it's definitely better than Game 1, right, Gunner?
Yeah, for sure. I think, I mean, both drafts are a bit interesting to me. I think Gaming's draft looks way more standard for the patch. They have all just like good heroes. I don't know how the Morphling support is these days. It's been picked up on and off with the Veno, though. I feel like both the supports are kind of iffy. I think if the support duo for Par is good, then Par would do good.
Can we get a zoom in on Gunner?
Okay.
Zoom in on Gunner's face, please.
Thank you.
Oh, we were ready this time.
Can we get a wink?
Perfect. That's a really good start. Thank you.
Ducalis Veno. 9 class Veno. 9 class Morphling. Oh yeah, wow. This is looking good for Paravision.
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about
this.
How about Watson Bloodseeker? Oh, he's already.
You gotta zoom in on.
No, we're good. We're gonna find out what's gonna happen in game number 2. Can Gaimin tie this series, or will this be a 2-0 for Paravision? We're heading over to game number 2 via the PogChamp Pandas.
Ladies and gentlemen, game 2 time, ready to kick off here between Paravision and Gaming Gladiators. As I say, I think we're going to have a closer game on our hands this time round, right, Gunnar, than what we saw in Game 1, because Game 1, it was a bit of a rough one for Gaming.
That was a bit rough.
Yeah, a little bit rough.
There was like 2 moments that they played the game, but I feel like, for the most part, it was basically just Paravision just playing Dota. But yeah, I hope this is a 2 teams playing Dota right now. It's going to be really exciting. I do like the Bloodseeker. I was a bit skeptical, but thinking about it, it's actually really good versus Morphling. Even as a support, he kind of gets low with the Zeus ulting. Even Lina does a lot of like random chip damage, so I like it a lot. I think Gaming's draft, to me, honestly, Gaming's draft looks more stable and more standard than Paravision, but I don't think Paravision is far off.
No, for sure. They've still got a lot of comfort on their own lineup, and yeah, we'll get to see what sort of flashy stuff 9 class gets to do with the support Morph. Obviously did pop off last game on his support. Ricky turned out to be a bit of an additional carry for the squad. We'll see if he can do the same here on the Morph. I'm going to try and run him down.
He's fine.
So yeah, won't be able to continue chasing him. So the first thing to really look at will be that sort of top lane setup. I mean, how do you imagine that goes down? Can they pressure the Bloodseeker in the early lane?
Not really. I don't think Morphling's amazing at pressuring, Bloodseeker's also really good at just sustaining these lanes, so if anything, Centaurs... But both sides are just really strong, and both supports are strong, so it should just be a 50-50 lane of everyone farming. The funny thing I'm thinking of is Paravision's draft looks like we went back in time. besides maybe the Morphling, this is the heroes that were really OP 6-7 months ago. You had TA every single game, you had Centaur every game, you had Veno was really popular in the jungle when they changed the facets. And on the gaming side, you have all the kind of new meta heroes. You have Magnus is really brand new, Bloodseeker carry, you have Zeus support, even Bounty is somewhat relatively new. So kind of the new versus the old of the patch, I would say. And, you know, we'll see who's smarter these days.
Now, of course, in terms of the last picks, you say, you know, you like what the Bloodseeker's got going for it on the side of gaming. Coming through from Paravision before that was this Templar Assassin. Do you sort of see the reason why they went for that to close up their draft?
I thought I did. I thought it was going to be a mid TA versus the Lina.
Sure.
And then they're going to do Safe Lane Monkey or Safe Lane Morph. So it's a bit strange to me. I don't know what the complete logic was. It's probably just comfort. He probably just thought it was the best carry for him. It's not really a bad hero, right? It's never a bad situation to pick TA. It's just it didn't jump. It doesn't jump out to me when it's in the safe lane. I also think Magnus actually is pretty good versus TA in the lane because you can randomly Q her out of the meld. She doesn't get the meld hit. You randomly skewer her out of meld. She doesn't get the hit. So there's random interaction that can happen that actually end up favoring the Magnus. And also, more importantly, she doesn't ditch. She can't really be left alone early. So the Veno Ducalis isn't really able to do this jungle Veno thing that some of the other ones do. And so there's a couple of things that make it a bit more questionable. Like if they had a Morphling there, right? If they ended up putting this Monkey as a support, the Morphling as a carry, Ducalis gets level 2, level 3, he's out of there. But I don't think they can really do Satanic in the same way.
Top lane, they can go for the kill here. They look for Malady, he's able to jump
18
away,
health.
but he's ticking down. See if they can finish him. 9
I don't think the W will do enough.
trees. It's not enough indeed. Malady will survive. Well, maybe they can turn towards the Bloodseeker instead.
There's a stun.
They've got the stun back online, blocking off his escape. Try and drop down the Blood Right and run. He'll live as well, but both of them in this top lane in a pretty dire position now. How are they looking on the regen? They've got a tango, just a last tango here for Watson.
Yep. It matters how much CS he can get in this next wave. There's a double wave pushing into him. Centaur has one more stun left, so if Watson actually gets, you know, 3, 4, 5 CS in this next wave, it'll be good, but pretty much every single mid CS hurts way more than it usually does just because of this HP regen that he needs.
Let's have a look.
Alright, there we go. He's got this one.
Yeah, he's got these set up under the tower, so he'll start to...
This one he's got.
Slowly recover.
He's fine.
As we can see at the moment, not getting as free as a time as we're seeing on the other side of the map, of course, for Satanic on the TA. Having the easiest lane so far.
Yep, definitely a very chill lane for Satanic bot. And even mid is looking pretty bad. This was the other thing. I was surprised that they put no one into this matchup. I think Monkey King really struggles versus Lina. And TA's, you know, one of the better heroes versus Lina, at least historically. Even Morphling, I would say, is safer versus Lina to some extent. So
he's doing all right, though. You know, it's not like he's getting completely beaten out of it, right?
He's doing okay.
Yeah, 20-6 against the 24-0. I think, you know, you take that. He's even got this wave coming in, honestly. So if he gets this wave, he's pretty much level in last hits. So not a bad showing from him so far. Top lane, trying to get in onto Malady, but he's got the jump away.
Double bracer for DM. Do you like this facet? The no boots one?
Anyway, like conceptually or in terms of like it being
either
good?
one. I think it's good, but do you think it's a good like concept that the hero can just skip boosts?
I think it's fine for kind of like one hero to have that. It's a little bit of an extra flair. I don't think it's the most exciting facet.
It's just funny because you basically are swapping out your boot slot for a third bracer. But look, there's 3 heroes top for gaming.
See if they've got enough to bring him down through these 2 braces. He's got what stick charges to play with, but yeah, surviving this. Not going to happen. DM.
Unless?
Surely not. Yeah, they'll get him. Tofu. First blood for him.
Ducalis TPs.
They'll get some kills in return, probably with Ducalis' presence.
Dust is backpacked.
They'll put the dust out in time, and they'll get him unless the deny's there. They'll get the last touch. 9 class in with a waveform will get the job done. They get the kill in return.
That was sick. So it was actually the dust was in Ducalis' backpack. So it was going to be on cooldown. So instead of putting it into his, he gave it to 9 class.
Oh,
so
damn.
9 class could use it to just get like an instant dust off.
That is pretty heads up.
Good comms there.
Yep.
Now that means bot lane is a 1v1, which Satanic's happy about. But it also means that Ace is not really going to be pressured. Usually in these 1v1s, the offlaner will farm less, but he's not as harassed as he is in a 2v2. So all in all, fairly even lanes. I would say a slight advantage to, honestly, to gaming. I think with how these lanes are playing out, but it's nothing too major. The big thing will be probably the 6th rune that's coming up and how the teams choose to fight it.
Yeah, at the moment, we've got Paravision with both their supports around the top power rune.
And also with gaming with their supports just about to be there. It might be a 3v3 clash. With Quinn will be 6 for it. Actually, he might not be.
Yeah, it depends how much his support's out from this next wave. In the river, Ducalis. He had gone upon, but no one's here ready to back him up. Opens up with the Boundless Strike, drops down the Wukong's command to force them away and control this area. Waveform 4 from 9 class. Gonna look to chase down Quinn. They're gonna have him. Primal Spring at the ready. No one's in. They'll get the kill. Quinn to fall. As the numbers favor Paravision around the mid. As Gaming not able to protect their own mid laner with their support's presence.
Yep. And everything about this Lina Monkey matchup doesn't matter anymore. So I mean, he's still ahead, about 400 net worth, but at this point now you're level 5 still on the Lina. If there's a single support rotation of Monkey's on top of you, he's almost a full level ahead of you. He's about to hit 7 when Quinn's about to hit 6, so feeling pretty good, and that also kind of opens him up to rotate. He's looking at diving bot now, which is an amazing timing to dive because XP rune's up, so maybe no one gets his kill on Ace right now into an XP rune, and this can be just a big advantage right now for a party.
See if Ace has got any way out of this. Boundless Strikes there. Ace will go for the skewer, but he's very dead. Ace is gone. TPs are coming in.
Oh, the tower.
Tofu, he'll be able to protect and take the Wisdom Rune before Paravision's able to contest it. Paravision, they won't be punished for this aggressive move as they can slowly back off. No one's still waiting in the trees, seeing if he gets another chance to jump. And they've got the dust out. Eyes onto Tofu. And with the slow onto Tofu, he cannot run from this. They're bringing in TPs. Ace is back in, but Tofu's already gone as Paravision pick up another kill.
Great rotation. It was unfortunate a bit. The tower shot actually hit him at the last second, which canceled his jump. Otherwise, he could have maybe even gotten the XP rune, but still a really big win. 2 kills back to back. Forces a bunch of TPs as well, and Gaming get nothing in return. The only thing they got was an XP rune, but it's kind of assumed you get it, so pretty big win for them. The only benefit for Gaming is Quinn got like 2 free waves. So now he's relatively caught up to no one. The lane is even, and now there's this 8-minute rune fight, which I think no one should just give up. He's going though.
Oh, and the burst is there. No one. He's in a lot of trouble. Indeed. No, I mean, he's trying to heal up with the Jingu Mastery, but it's not going to work. He gets taken out. I mean, you said it yourself there. That was a bit of a risky spot for him to try and tease around with.
It's scary. Obviously, he doesn't know where the supports are. He doesn't know the Zeus is there, but Lina's strong, guys. A lot of damage on this hero.
Now the supports of Gaming. Maybe see if they can try for something top. DM has got the 6. Stampede at the ready. The Rupture, though, will mean that a Stampede isn't going to feel good. He's still going to do it. And at this stage, I guess still with the 2 braces, he can sort of survive the little bit of Rupture damage that it does do. It's enough to step back with the Stampede. He can survive throughout it. They won't kill him.
All right, good rotation from Gaming. Obviously, they don't get the kill on DM, but they force out the Monkey TP. They get nothing, and now, ooh, Quinn?
9 class is going for it. He's got the setup. Boundless to follow things up. TPs are in, and Quinn under the tier 2, so Paravision can't dive in any further. Ducalis wasn't quite in range for the immediate follow-up and slows.
The lack of pushback on the Morph Stun is so good when you play it this way. Because oftentimes when you're kind of being aggressive and you have that pushback on stun with the Agi facet, you just push them all the way back. You can't chase them. But now, he basically has a, what is it, like a 4-second stun when it's max? 2.4. I think it's crazy. But still, he just has a free stun on a really short cooldown. Oh, right there, Quinn just stunned.
Quick interruption on towards him. They'll drop the ult down onto Quinn as well. They have the Wukong's the Boundless Strike, keeping him in it for a little longer. Return with the Laguna Blade onto 9 class, but it barely does anything at all. 9 class is perfectly fine. Quinn will survive as he backs away. Paravision, they'll turn their attention over towards Tofu instead in the river. Tofu trying to bring down Ducalis with him, and with the help of Malzy's Lightning Bolt, will get the trade. Both teams lose the support. Cause remaining strong here. Quinn surviving.
Watson
continue
helping
to
at the
keep
top
that
rune.
edge.
Gives Quinn a little amplified damage rune.
And he's going to have the bots on the way out as well. So Quinn should have the chance to make a pretty explosive play once that Laguna Blade's back off cooldown.
I like his call. He's just rushing in Ags, I think, is this. Yeah, boots traveling to Ags. I guess it's really standard, but I like Boots of Travel. There's some games I think some people skip the Boots of Travel and they just rush the Ags first, or they go some other item. I just think that in this one in particular, he really needs to be able to farm pretty greedy. The Bloodseeker farm is just very slow until the Radiance, so having a different hero to collect a lot of waves, be aggressive, show up to fights is good for them.
And 9 class just remaining around the mid.
It looks like they want to make a play on top. Tofu TPs. Watson's has his Rupture again.
9 class trying for the setup. Looks to try and use Quinn's powers against him, but can't quite get the combo off before Quinn heads away. Top, they're going to try and open up onto DM again with a Rupture. We saw last time he didn't really care, and this time again he also doesn't really care. No one does TP over to try and get involved, but takes a Laguna to the face straight away, so he'll have to be backing off immediately. And they've still got 4 here, really, on Gaming Gladiators.
I think they might die.
See what Tofu can find. Setting up with the vision, but scans hit, so they know that something's coming from the Paravision. They'll play relatively safe. Say that though, maybe.
Stampede.
Yeah, with that Stampede and a Hoof Stomp, he's out of there. DM gets away. 9 class aggressively trying to chase down Quinn, force him out of the fight. They've turned up with Satanic as well.
No one's here.
Let's see if they can close in upon him. Quinn. It's pretty speedy. Okay, easy Dragon Slave there to clip 9 class. As Quinn gets a kill on the way out of this. And it doesn't look like Paravision are going to be able to get their hands on anyone from Gaming. Gaming able to successfully back off and keep themselves alive.
I like how aggressive the teams are both being. I think they're both kind of fighting, which I think a lot of the games we've seen, it's usually one team that fights and then the other either does nothing or responds in a pretty bad way. But both teams are pretty much bringing the numbers. The only one who hasn't really been involved is Ace so far.
Trying to go for this play solo.
He has to be able to dodge Laguna.
He's dead for that one.
Cooldown.
Maybe overestimating his capabilities there, trying to go for that kill against Tofu. I mean, even if Quinn wasn't around, it wouldn't have been an easy one for him to find. He's having a bit of a slower start this game. The outcome at the mid lane wasn't terrible, considering it was the Monkey King against Alina. But as these moments have passed, I mean, we're just, what, 12 minutes in, and there's almost a 2,000 gold difference between No One and Quinn at this point.
2 levels as well, which matters so much for Monkey. You want those passive levels, you want the stun levels, so everything right now is looking pretty good for Gaming.
Yeah, solid start.
There is the Satanic issue, though.
That's true. There's the Satanic factor. He's AFK farming to his heart's content. He's going to have a very good timing with the Dragonlance Deso.
And it is a very good TA game. It's really good versus Lina. It's pretty good versus Bloodseeker because you can blink the Rupture, you take no damage. So the only question is, I think Magnus actually ends up being pretty good versus TH because she sucks versus getting BKB stunned. You stun her for 3 seconds, their whole team wails on her. She will die. So on the other side as well, Ace has had a completely free game. He's done literally nothing in a good way. He hasn't had, his whole team's been fighting away from him. In order to fight to him, he has a full echo. It's about half of his harpoon done as well. He's second net worth. He's only behind this TA, so probably looking towards Ace. Maybe if he gets harpoon skewer backs or a blink is going to be Gaming's, main character for a bit.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
I guess the question is going to be, can Satanic with the sort of start make up for the shortcomings of the other cores, right? Because both DM and No One, they're really slipping behind. Not been an easy start for them on the center on the Monkey King.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised with DM. I just think that these Ruptures on him, even though they're ending up not killing him, the way it plays out is you just get so low, you wait, miss a wave, you miss 2 waves, and then now you're far behind. And the Bloodseeker is completely free farm. He's about to finish his Radiance. He's only about 1,000 gold away. And that's when he kind of really starts accelerating. DM really wants to go for this kill? I think no. Just pushing the wave.
No, it's a very hard one to go for, even if they have the Carlos by them up there. They need at least a 3rd member to try and have a chance of taking Watson down.
It is looking a bit to be a scary, mid-game, I would say, for Pari. I think Gaming is going to get this Radiance on Bloodseeker, going to get the Ags and the Lina, and they're going to have so much damage, probably enough tank ability to survive the early game.
They want to dive this.
Pickoffs matter a lot for Parivision.
TPs are coming in. Watson's able to turn with the Rupture. With the Stir across RP to lock down DM. They will lose Watson, but it's going to cost them 2 lives in return. Both DM.
Maybe even more. Tofu
and no one dying for this, and indeed Tofu just running down the supports. Dekalis trying to retreat, and he can't get away surely from this bounty. Tofu closing the gap. Shuriken's out, gets the kill. Will die for it. But the Shockwave dragbacks there onto 9 class. He's got the waveform back up, so he'll continue to be able to escape. But they end up indeed losing 3 heroes there. They get 2 in return, but still a bit of a painful loss in the fact that these cleanups are occurring with like Ace turning up, as you say, is just getting the freest game of his life, level 13 on this Magnus. Harpoon done and working on towards the Blink Dagger. It was a risky play to make right under this tier 2.
Tier 2s are very scary. It's always really... You have to know when you fight outside a tower, you have basically 3 seconds to exist. You show, they're going to TP, and they're going to kill you if you're there for more than 3 seconds. And I think they stuck around a bit too long. There's even arguments to say, oh, we should go on him and instantly back off because we know they're going to TP. But they go for the kill. Watson survived a really long time, I think, maybe in thanks to the talisman that he had.
Yep.
And even with all of that, he still finishes Radiance. 60-minute Radiance is pretty good. It's good timing. He's going to start accelerating, get to those Ags eventually. And that's the peak, right? It's the Bloodseeker gets his Radiance, gets his Ags. I think we've also seen Bloodstone or Dagon. So I'm kind of curious to see where Watson goes. There's a lot of different avenues.
It's got to be, it's got to be the Radiance Ags, right? And then
he's going Yasha. I don't think you rush the Ags instantly.
Sure.
Because you need a bit more HP to survive, because it's percentage base damage on yourself as well. So probably a Sanjin Yasha into an Ags is more normal. I'm not too sure on what the Bloodseeker's like item order is. There is double daggers though for Pari. TA picks up one, DM picks up the other. So a smoke pickoff, maybe on Lina, maybe on even Magnus would be really good for Pari just for their map state.
Yeah, because Satanic, with these 3 core items done, he's more than ready to turn up to fights with the Blink Dragon Lance there. So he can hit very, very hard. Overall gaming, definitely in the more comfortable spot. Whereas with Paravision a lot.
Yeah, he's looking for no one mid.
They get the skewer back. RP there as well to put a stop to any chance of a boundless strike or counter play. It's an easy, it's essentially solo kill there for Ace. He's getting a little bit of help from the Thunder God's Wrath. Same time up top, spots out the chance for them to get the opening onto Ducalis. As Gaming continue to rack up the kills.
They're looking for more. They're looking for Satanic. Has the blink in one though. He's okay. Alright, no blink on Satanic. They're kind of getting surrounded.
In the river, 9 class. Trying for a cheeky little play there against Ace.
He has the Aether Lens on the Morphling too, so pretty strong skewers from him. I don't think Gaming is pressured right now. I think Pari's the one that feels pressure to make the move, so you're going to see them smoke up. Maybe they don't have enough time to use the Magnus form.
Yeah, I mean, there's just very little way that DM and no one can catch up if they just try and play the farm game right. When you're doing it against like, a Lina, a Bloodseeker, and a Magnus, you know, these 3 cores clear the wave so easily and quickly. Using the Stampede to close in on Quinn, they'll get the jump. In with a Hoof Stomp. It's a successful catch, but Gaiman, they're considering if they can find anything maybe in return, as the rest of them are prepared on the high ground. Does Paravision want to step into this? That's the question. Ace, he's in. He's able to get the drag back. Gets the opening on towards Ducalis. DM's going to jump forward to try and help out.
No
They've got the Wukong's command down. They'll kill Ace off. Paravision able to punish Gaiman for that attempt that Gaiman did make to try and get an extra pick off whilst their mid was dead.
Do they chase this? Gaming looks like they want to chase, but I think it might be a pretty bad idea.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult without Ace and Quinn.
Satanic did TP out though, so pushing out top already. They're farming bot, and it's exactly what Pari needed. They got their blinks. They do a smoke. They get a kill in the mid. Gaming feels like, oh guys, they showed their blinks. They showed their stuns. Maybe we can kind of turn this, and then another core down. And again, they have 3 out of the 4 top net worth cores in the game, so they matter so much when these random cores get picked off like this.
Tofu. He's trying to set up one towards Satanic. It's enough to allow Quinn to get him with the stun. The burst is there. Brilliant setup from Tofu, and Quinn ready to back him up.
That was so close. He just barely got stunned before his blink got off cooldown.
That was sort of max range as well.
Yep.
Coming in with that light strike or
Eye of the visor. Vizier.
That made the difference.
It actually got everything.
100% did.
Bot lane, no one.
They've got the setup. They're ready for him. Rupture Stage going to go straight for the TP out, but indeed Malady able to easily put a stop to that one and make sure Watson can pick up the kill.
Great back and forth. Basically, one team gets a pick off, maybe gets an extra kill, and then the other team gets a pick off, gets an extra kill. All in all, I'd say it does favor Gaming. I think they just farm faster between these deaths, between these kills, and again, I think their lineup scales a bit harder than Power Vision's as well. I think the Monkey King, no one's had a really rough game. I would say, if anything for Power Vision, I feel like no one's always the carry to some extent of just how the games play out. He always owns mid. He always has really high impact. So the fact that he's 1-5 is probably just hurting the standard like Power Vision game. It's deviating from their goal. And I don't think it's his fault either. He's picked into a very hard matchup mid. He did very well for the matchup as well. But it's just a question of if his moves are going to hit, and they have not been hitting the whole game.
Tofu. Getting some crucial information here. He's going to be able to spot out the smoke play as well that Power Vision are trying for. Same time, Gaming also looking to set up with the smoke themselves.
Gold for me.
Looks like this bot lane is going to be a big fight.
So he gets to start it first.
Smokes pop.
There's Dispelling. Going to put a stop to Ace being able to get any sort of initiation. 9class is going to look to chase. Finds the chance to pop Malady there. Turns into the Zeus. Use of the power of lightning against him.
Good burst. Surprising, Morphling does so much damage. I feel like it shouldn't do damage. I don't know why. Just the W. I guess when you think of strength morph, you're like, oh, he's gonna be so high strength, but the way you play is you actually usually have more agi than strength anyway, so. Fun hero.
I mean, are they going to get away with this? They're in the Roshan.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's too late for Gaming to want to contest. Maybe Ace goes in 1v5 clutch play, but it's so risky, it's not worth it. I think it would rather give up Aegis. No, it's on the TA. You can kill everyone besides the TA so easily. Monkey, one rupture, he's dead. Even the centaur gets ruptured, he dies. So in Gaming's mind, it's probably, hey guys, we kind of messed up. We got picked off a bit. Just give them the Roche. We take a fight normally, we're still fine. But, you know, Hari's really happy about this. Satanic now gets 2 lives. Maybe he trades 1 for 2 in a fight. Is able to survive because of it. But still, overall, 5k gold lead. And Ags is now queued up for the Bloodseeker.
Yeah, if they're not able to sort of cause issues or slow him down before he gets down line Watson is going to be a real nightmare in these team fights. Like the potential of the Bloodseeker, I mean, you said it in terms of just the pick, right, with the draft. It looked to be a pretty good game for the Bloodseeker to pop off, and at this point he's on track to hit those crucial timings. And then when he gets into the action with these 3 items, killing him, you know, dealing with this fact of this constant shield that's growing upon him, it's going to be so hard for Power Vision to find that level of burst damage to take him down. Even if Satanic's able to get into prime position, it's not going to be easy to take down this Bloodseeker.
That's the thing. A lot of the strength of the Bloodseeker is how tanky he actually gets with the Ags.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And yeah, I think it increases your healing right from Thirst. So if you get, it's 50% bonus healing from his innate ability. And so you, 1 kill. All he needs is 1 kill in the fight. It'll full reset him, give him a shield, then he gets the 2nd kill because of it, and it's over. And it's such a scary thing to play into, knowing how much damage he does and how close it is. Because I've seen so many times, they're like, fight the Bloodseeker, kill, 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 and then that guy barely dies.
He just doesn't die, yeah.
It's over.
Tofu, on the other hand, he can die. Satanic catches him off.
But doesn't really care. He's just there for vision, for wards. I don't think they dewarded him. I don't even know if he plays the ward. He was just there. Still, stable game. It has stabilized for Pari. I think it's been 5k for now, 2-3 minutes. So they're not really losing an advantage. It's even. The biggest downfall for Pari right now is, I think, just the difference in impact between No One and Quinn. And No One is going to get his BKB. We have seen these Monkey Kings end up having a lot of impact, even if they're kind of behind, just because he's a core with a stun. And he has scaling damage from his passive, so he has multiple ways to kind of enter the game, enter the fight. Maybe he gets a pick off from behind. And it's not like he's going to be useless the whole game. I also think that 9 class has the potential to be a core spellcaster if he takes Lina, if he takes Zeus. So even the Magnus Skewer I think we saw earlier, it's a good idea. So they actually have multiple avenues to play fights even down in net worth. I do think this Eternal Shroud is funny, though, by 9 class. That was not on my bingo card for this game.
Yeah, I mean, because obviously in a mess with the Glimmer Capes, in what situation did you sort of say, hey, you know what, I want to actually go the Eternal Shroud route with this cloak?
When's the last time you've seen an Eternal Shroud, just period? It's
I saw someone was building it. I can't remember. Maybe on like a Bristle.
Yeah, like
I think I saw like a Bristol
or
game, maybe a
Timbersaw.
Blast Slam.
But imagine, you know, I go in pre-game meeting. I'm 9 class. I go to Astini and I say, Astini, I want to play Morphling Pause 4 with an Eternal Shroud. Astini's probably like, yeah, I trust you, 9 class. You can do whatever you want. But, you know, maybe there's like a 6th person of fly on the wall and they're like, that seems a bit sus to me. It's working.
He's going to be very tanky.
He's going to be He's 4-1-5. He's
a lot of health.
Playing really well this game. If anything, he's probably making the most moves on this team between him and Satanic. 4 kills on him, 4 kills on Satanic. It's the two of them are putting a lot of work.
So far, he's the MVP for the team.
Yep.
In this game, absolutely on his morph. Of how much he did with those early movements and setups. So yeah, with that in mind, he kind of gets to do what he wants to do.
Yeah.
And this Eternal Shroud, he is on track to maybe not die again this game.
There's a lot of magic damage.
If they make the comeback and if they take the win, this morph's probably going to be pretty indestructible with this build.
Yep, because you got Bloodseeker Ags' magic damage, Radiance's magic damage, you got all of Zeus magic damage, all of Lina magic damage. So even the Bounty Hunter does a good amount. RP!
He's going to go for the 2-man RP. We'll get clipped by the silence, but he's still able to get the skewer back. They're able to quickly take down Ducalis. They'll look to try and burst through DM, but they haven't got enough damage to take him out straight away. Watson, ready to turn, trying to chase. No one holds his own here with the BKB and the Wukong's command, but Gaming Gladiator, they can step out of that for now. DM, he'll go for the TP out. No one with the rest of the BKB, also able to TP out.
Wow.
So they're able to cut their losses there, only losing the Veno off the back of that quick jump initiation from Ace with the 2-man RP.
That was a really good disengage. I got really worried when they got a 2-man RP, you know, maybe more people are going to help, but...
Say it again here.
It looks like such a good fight start. It was also really close. Maybe if he had more vision, he could get the Lina, or the TA, and get a 3-man RP, but even a 2-man, DM doesn't even go down. I don't know if they're scared, or... I think they're just respecting the damage from Power Vision, even though they're ahead. Yeah, honestly, very nicely played by Bahari. And Morphling does go down. He got that second death.
Nice. Here's maybe seeing if he can get the catch onto no one, but no one's just dancing around him in the trees. They're still trying to push on Gaming, trying to see what they can get with this. They've got the creep wave coming up to the tier 2 on this top lane. Now let's strike onto Watson. Still 15 seconds until they'll have 9 class back in the game. Paravision. See where Gaming want to go with this now.
Radiant are scanning.
It's not going to be super smooth. Those Paravision themselves will have their ultimates back up. You know, 10 seconds until Stampede's there. So if Gaming do look for another move like that, Paravision will have a pretty solid chance of surviving. We definitely saw like that last fight, DM being able to have the pipe completed, got the active off, did give them that extra bit of survivability that stopped them from being able to capitalize on getting them dragged in underneath what seemed like the 5 heroes. Z back in the action in the mid lane, 9 class. Good back. Waveform away. Backup's coming in for Paravision. They'll use the Stampede. Can they bail him out of this? He's going to live. 9 class survives. The jump onto the backline there. Wukong's command down for no one. Gaming Gladiators, they've got to run. 9 class turns to the back of skewers forward. Will die. Ace, he has to use the RP to survive, just to lock down no one and give himself the chance to blink and skewer away. But no one. He was thinking of trying to chase. The blink and skewer should have given Ace enough distance to get away. Is no one going to get the chance to close it onto Quinn? Doesn't look like it, as Gaming will sneak away. But quick moves from Paravision, showing that despite the fact they're a little bit further behind, especially on their 2 cores, DM and no one, they can still fight back pretty effectively there. As just a lot of resources were spent on killing 9 class. They did get him, but it takes a lot to bring the morph down.
Yeah, it's just really scary to do these chases, especially on a support. You know, you could argue, oh, it's a core Morphling, we got to take him out, but at the end of the day, it is just a Morphling support, which is weird to say because he's had so much impact. And he's completely fine going to 5k HP and still playing the fight out. Compared to a Morph carry, you know, you force this guy to go 5k HP, he doesn't really fight, he doesn't do any damage. And so maybe a bit too aggressive from Gaming Gladiators. And again, end of the day, it was a 2-for-1. It was only the both supports going down for 1 support, so all in all, it's not anything crazy. The game state hasn't changed. Gaming's still having a very solid game, but things like that, you know, you make the mistake once more, maybe twice more, and it's fully on the side of Paravision.
And they're ready to go again here, Paravision. They've hit another big jump up in damage output with the full Daedalus done on Satanic, as well as getting the Nemesis Curse. So this TA, she's going to hit hard.
Yep.
So whoever Satanic can get their hands on is not going to have a good time in the team fight. We'll see Quinn. He does show himself as he Dragon Slaves here. They get the jump onto him immediately with a Boundless Strike. We'll find the opening to get the BKB off, but the damage flies through from Satanic, and indeed with that Daedalus and Nemesis Curse damage output. It just didn't stand a chance, Quinn. This TA is going to kill him every fight.
I feel like gaming is being a bit too split, honestly. The Bloodseekers had Ags now for about, what, like 5 minutes?
I mean, they hit such a good timing in Watson's progression.
I think that I think they should just start forcing areas together and just taking them. They tried these jumps, but it didn't even feel like they were all together for the jumps, and they keep losing heroes. Quinn's getting jumped in the backline fight after fight. They have to use everything to protect him there. He gets jumped, it's completely alone, and now they lose Roche. And it's also, again, Templar Assassin's innate ability is very good at this Roshan timing. So honestly, a part of that smoke is Party Vision knows, hey guys, Roche is spawning. We know for a fact because of Templar's innate ability. We get a kill in Roche, the game gets really easy. It's a very underrated innate, actually, I think. Bloodseeker got BKB. On the other side, no one did finish his Nullifier. Does that purge the Bloodseeker shield? Do you know? I don't think it does, right?
I think it does.
Okay. If it does, that's really big. I would assume so.
You're the expert. Come on.
Bloodseeker started getting meta after when I was taking a little break.
I think it does. We'll see.
I want to say it doesn't.
You want to? I'll do some research.
I will see it once eventually. Otherwise, the thing is, if it doesn't, I don't really see a reason for him to have built Nullifier.
So what gaming they're going to go for here? They're going to just play safe, get their Tormentor.
We'll see. There's still 4 minutes left on the Aegis. They're climbing back on the net worth. They're only down 3k gold for Pari, but I would say the net worth doesn't matter anymore at this point. It's very even game, but Pari kind of is in the control. They have every tool that they wanted to be able to push. Satanic feels very strong. Even if he gets skewered back, he has 2 lives, so in a good position to just go tower to tower. It's usually what we see with the second Aegis. You just take 1 tower in a lane, you kind of ward the jungle, move to the next, take the next tower, and then eventually you force them back into their high ground. So the scary thing is if you get caught around these towers. Maybe for Quinn, if he's up too far and he gets kind of, you know, one turn center stomp, he's dead. How's the research?
I think you're right. I don't think it's dispellable. No.
That was just my guess. I think it's just a shield rather than a buff. That's just applied.
So these fights, yeah, he should be pretty unkillable still. Yeah. They just haven't really found the setup for him to get in and go. So if Blink now as well onto Satanic, these items just continue to fly out for him.
Are Pari gonna smoke? They're just controlling mid together, I guess. Smoke is probably cooldown.
Playing in a way that makes it very difficult for gaming to catch them.
It's just scary.
Yeah, you don't want to move into this Aegis.
For Pari, they want to push out mid and, you know, move up, but Magnus is this hero that's so good at controlling mid, you don't want to make a mistake versus it. There's a lot of, I think gaming is in the, with their draft, they can feel not stressed about making a mistake. Whereas for Pari, if they make one mistake on their positioning, they get skewered back, they just lose the game. So there's a lot more pressure on Pari to keep playing very clean Dota, whereas gaming, I feel, can even make 1 or 2 more mistakes and the game is still pretty acceptable for them. Here's the second tower, though.
I mean, gaming's got to do something soon, right?
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Only just being able to sit back and watch their towers fall. Apparently, you should be able to have a chance of bringing in this bottom wave as well. Maybe look to get that second tier 2. We've got the full AC now on Ace. Of course, all things could still favor them if they do get a big RP. Paravision, though, watching Watson in the mid.
They're smoking up.
Dire's bottom tower.
Can they find this fight? It's into a minute left on the Aegis of Satanic. It is risky from gaming. Ace, he's in. Gonna get the drag back here towards DM. They're gonna see if they can try and burst through him. He's already got the Pike, the Blade Mail, and the Stampede off.
They'll use the Yules to control him. Do they really want to put more resources into try and killing him off?
Good
No,
RP.
Ace has to panic up to just hold back the Monkey King, but no one already got the BKB off. He gets glimmered. He's able to run. The stun connection from Quinn is there onto Ducalis. They'll kill the Venom. They get the Rupture on Satanic. They're straight for him, but he's got that Aegis. They'll pop it the once. DM, he jumped in, got a 3-man Hoost on there on the backlines. Round 2 from Satanic. Does he want to get in on this fight? He certainly does. Looks towards Quinn. Couple of hits. Quinn's dead. Watson, though, he's the true terror of this fight, is he'll take DM down. And with
It's a 4
that,
for 1.
yeah, they should be able to push down mid and get some real momentum going. That was a fight that works out into the Aegis. And it was a bit of a messy start, but sort of making sure that no one didn't really get to play the fight. As you say, the RP coming into place, just locking him into a position where he had to sort of wait it out and then run away. It gave Watson sort of the free reign to go target to target. And while Satanic, he could probably kill most of the other heroes. Killing this Bloodseeker once that shield's built up, it's just a bit of a different beast, right? Even for as farmed as this TA is, killing this Bloodseeker, doing the damage to bring him down, it's pretty down hard.
It's a lot of armor on Bloodseeker too. He has 22 base, he has 13 bonus just from all the random buffs, he has an AC. So Templar Assassin's damage is starting to hit a bit of a wall, I would say. To give Satanic credit, though, he is 25. He does have the Swift Link, so his damage, you can't really ask your carry to do more damage than this except for picking a Phantom Assassin. So it's just a question of if he's actually able to hit. I think in that fight, he barely got any hits off. He maybe hit the Bloodseeker 3-4 times and then was ruptured and instantly died. He will have BKB, though, so I don't know if it's enough. Because BKB these days doesn't really stop damage. It's mostly to stop the stuns, but won't stop Rupture, it won't stop RP. The vision from the Bounty and the Zeus are still going to apply to him through BKB. So you're kind of just removing 50% of Bloodseeker's like magic damage. And even that, I think Bloodseeker wins the fight, the man fight, through a BKB.
Yeah, he's just got so much protection with the shield up, and now he's got this Lincoln Sphere as well, Watson. Very, very solid move there from Gaming that's bumped them up to a nice 10k advantage now. Fight's very difficult for Paravision as DM and no one continue to fall behind. Gaming coming down the mid, they've got eyes on Satanic, they've got the Yule Scepter set up. He's able to get out with the blink first. Jump forward from Ace. Not going to be able to get the catch onto Ducalis immediately now. He's able to find it, but the Thunder God's Wrath coming in gives them vision. He's able to get the drag back onto Ducalis. The Veno's dead. 9 class. Poking forward, but 4 against 5. Very difficult situation for Paravision to try and fight this. They're setting up on the high ground, but do they really want to get into this against the 5-man of Gaming? It seems risky. The ults are up for Gaming. The RP's there, the Rupture's there. Paravision, I don't know if they want to show themselves. On the side, 9 class, he's caught. Ace with another grab. He's gone. They're going to try and fight this 3 versus 5. They get the balance trap of the 2 of them. Ace is gone. Though. See what more they can find. Watson, he's just standing his ground, tearing through DM. DM's gone as Watson picks up the double, and he's ready to look to chase down more. No one has to go for the BKB TP out. He'll escape. Again, they're finding some sort of chance to poke in. Even when they have a numbers disadvantage, they get the kill, they get the taking out the Magnus. But nobody is touching this Bloodseeker right now.
How much more can you ask to start a fight with a 4-man Centaur initiation? And then after all of that, all this, the Monkey Ring, the Templar Assassin pumping out damage, you get 1 kill after all of that, and now maybe they get a consolation prize, they get the bounty. Good timing from Satanic on the meld, but if they get Watson though, I don't know if they will.
How can they? He's so tough.
They're going.
They're trying.
They're not stopping.
They're in with the boundless. Quinn holds back Satanic for now with the Light Striker Rare. They'll turn their attention over towards Quinn instead, and Quinn, he's a lot more killable. He's dead. The space is there for Satanic to escape, but at least Paravision, good sort of persistence there to chase Gaming back over to their side of the map and get themselves a little something, taking Quinn down.
It ends up actually working out. I think if the fight just like hard stopped at the initial fight, it was a massive win for Gaming Gladiators. There were some buybacks. I think Morphling bought back. But now, Quinn goes down, Magnus goes down. This is just a reverse push now.
Well, let's have a look. I mean, they're going to try and push the base here. It's a full minute without Quinn. At the least, they might get the chance to force out the buyback. We'll see how much Gaming Gladiators can do themselves 4 versus 5. We saw, obviously, Paravision not afraid to fight 4v5. Now it's the time to see what Gaming Gladiators do whilst they haven't got the numbers advantage. Ace. See if he can get any sort of drag back. He's going to have the RP back up in 15 seconds. So definitely something that Paravision have to have in mind when poking the high ground. Tier 3's gone. Satanic continues to step up. Ace, he's in. Looks for the
Nice
skewer, but
Yules.
immediate Yules is there to put a stop to the skewer. Wukong's command's there. They'll get the stun connection on towards Ace, but he's forced out to the side. Watson, he's moving in with the BKB. Stands his ground against him. Ninth class turns into Ace, skewers him back. But if anything, he's kind of set up Ace for the 3-man RP. Doesn't matter. They'll survive through Ace's RP and kill Ace off regardless there. So it works out for 9 class. Using that skewer there to kill off and set up for the Magnus. He's ready to try and go for more 9 class. He's stepping up, waveforming in, trying to go for the skewer play, but the Yules is there this time to cancel his attempt at the skewer back. Bound the strike, though, down onto Tofu. The side blaze coming in for Satanic. They killed off Tofu as well. They cleaned up the mid set of racks, and now they're moving over towards the bottom. Ace is dead for a minute. Same to be said for Tofu. Quinn's back in the game. Ace does have buyback. Light Striker 8, Laguna Blade, no one tries to dodge it, and the Glimmer is not enough to save him. No one's gone. Same to be said for 9 class. So the pushback, not going to quite be able to get Ducalis. Survives just by the skin of his teeth with that TP out. So Gaimin, they do manage to push them back, but Paravision, for a team that was, what, 10k behind, they just walked up and they just took the mid-Rex gunner.
What just happened? I genuinely, all of this started with this really good fight mid. Gaming got, what, 2 kills and a buyback, and then now Quinn died once. Tofu died again. Ace died, what, twice now in that fight? He used RP. They lost their mid-racks. They're still up 8,000 gold somehow. I'm actually surprised how they're still up this much gold, but wow. I mean, it's not even signs of life. It's signs of, Party might actually just win the game if they win one more fight.
If they're able to do that whilst they're this far behind on the gold, now who knows what's going to happen next?
And they also do know, again, Party knows that Roche is up. So they know that either they're going to have to contest this Roche,
doing it,
or Gaming wants to do it.
3 versus 5. I mean, you can see the 2 of them. They're maybe going to try and find a pick-off on whoever's coming down alone. And at the moment, it's Tofu. And they'll find him. They'll double dust him.
All right, they got him.
They'll double dust him just to be sure. He's got the Yule Scepter.
No way he gets out.
But they've got him on the way down. Tofu's going. He's gone. At the least, though, for Gaimin, it's the space to finish the Roshan. They may have lost the Bounty Hunter, but they're going to get the Roche. They're going to get that Aegis Cheese banner and Refresher Shard. Who's the Refresher? Is he going over to Watson for some double BKB play? I believe so. And potentially the Quad Ruptures. Gunner.
Quad Ruptures.
What are you going to do then if the majority of the team is ruptured?
I mean, last fight, they kind of all stood their ground and tried to fight Watson, and Watson had to leave early. So I wouldn't be surprised if the Quad Rupture might not be enough.
Yeah. I want to see it. It's the ultimate Stampede counter.
It is.
Just rupture everybody.
Who would you not rupture? You get one choice.
It's got to be it's one of the supports, right?
It's probably Morphling, right? Because he's going to just waveform anyway.
True. Everyone
else has to walk.
But then maybe the Venom's just going to die anyway, because the Venom's the weakest of them all. We'll see. See if he's able to get these Quad Ruptures out.
I think Ace is honestly, even after how good of an early game he had, I feel like his impact in this mid game has been a bit low. He's been going in and he's just been getting chunked by the Templar Assassin every single fight. His RPs have been a bit awkward specifically because of that. I don't think it's necessarily his fault. It's just the way that the fights are playing out. He wants to be in the front line to make space for his Bloodseeker, make space for his Lina, and then he's just getting punished for it. And Party Vision are kind of noticing really well that anytime they see Magnus, if they focus him, the fights are really easy.
Yeah, the last few times was it Ducalis with that Yule Scepter tripping him up. So Ace needs the BKB before he can really go for these plays again. And he's very close to it. So he should have the BKB out ready for the next play. Because without that, not able to go for that Blink Skewer back when Ducalis is around. Some good answers, though, coming out from Gaimin's side as well. Tofu's now got that Hex finished, which is going to be very useful, especially against 9 class, who has been trying for some Blink Skewer backs himself, turning into the Magnus. They'll have solid answers for that, not only from his Yule Scepter, but also from the Hex. So multiple ways to stop 9 class from just tearing one of Gaming Gladiators away from the rest of the team. Watson.
Dire's top tower is under
fun.
attack.
See if they're able to find anything here. I mean, Gaming, they want to fight with this Aegis. And they're not going to feel too good about the fact that they were the team that just lost the racks, despite the fact that they probably do feel the fact that they do have this net worth lead.
Yep.
They've got to try and find some of themselves. I mean, you look at the situation of the map, they still have 2 tier 2 towers to take down on the side lanes. Whereas obviously Paravision, they've already taken all of those away from Gaming. The map control, it's just been that slightly bit better from Paravision, despite the fact that they have been the team that, on the financial side, has been behind the majority of this game.
I just feel like Gaming hasn't taken a good 5v5 fight. Most of their last like 5 minutes of fights has been running away. Some random guy gets picked off, then another guy gets picked off. It hasn't been this.
He's in with the opening on towards Watson. Watson getting burst
so
pretty
fast.
low. I got the Wukongs popped down as well. Game and have to run out of this. So the back off for now. Look to reset. See if they're able to. Yeah, Watson should be able to heal up here with the Mud Golems as such. Get himself back into a situation to try for something again with this Aegis. Because I do feel like there's 2 minutes left of Aegis. They're still going to really want to get something done with it, right? They're going to feel like they're almost deserved the barracks at this point. They're like, kind of just let us have it.
Yeah, which is also surprising because, like I said earlier, Pari doesn't have amazing D-push. It's basically just Templar Assassin, you got to smack them, and then we start a fight with Centaur. They don't have the Zeus, the Magnus, the Lina. If anything, you'd be expecting Gaming to be the one that would be in this position, that they're just holding their base, but I just think Gaming hasn't really found these clean fights or the clean pickoffs in a while. The last time they did it, it was the mid-fight, and even that didn't end up well for them. They lost 2-3 deaths after it. They got chased. And
Radiant's bottom tower
I want them to be a bit more aggressive in terms of actually going for kills.
Gaming. It's just so hard for them to get the jump with power vision, positioned as carefully as they are. Maybe to Carlos if Ace wants to grab. No, I think he wants something a little bit bigger. And he knows that when he goes, he has to full commit. He can't afford to just try for the Blink Skewer. He's going to have to pre-BKB. Yep. So when he makes that play, it's going to be all in from him. Ace, he's in. He's going to try for. In fact, he did the BKB and he gets away with it. Actually gets the grab. They didn't have the reaction or the chance to interrupt him. He's able to jump in, pull out no one. No one's gone for 100 seconds. It works out. And now, Paravision, they'll look for the fight back. DM's in with a burst. That's Watson's life gone the once. So if they want to go for a second round, if no one wants to buy back, Ace, he's looking to try and get him from another angle. There it is. RP in, gets the drag back. On towards the TA. They look to burst through Satanic. They've got him. Satanic's gone. But now the buybacks come out from both Noah and Satanic. TM moving forward. He'll die, but he may have just set up for the rest of Paravision to clean up. As they're ready to chase them down one by one. Night Class getting beaten up by Watson, but he's got the waveform to separate from him. Satanic trying to stand his ground against Watson. He's got enough damage to take him down. Watson to fall. They've got the slow and the silence onto Ace, but they don't have the detection. Blinks back up in time. Ace gets away, and if Gaming Gladiators can get out of this, which they can, Ace TP's out just before the Boundless Strike comes into play. They'll take that. Sure, they lost the Aegis, they lost the Bloodseeker, they lost the Zeus, but they got 2 buybacks out, and the biggest ones.
Yep, both the cores buying back for Pari. It is a window. Maybe if they now push fast enough, they can force out these buybacks from the Zeus and the Bloodseeker, but that's a gamble, right? If you force the buybacks, you get ruptured in the base somehow, that's GG. You lose a TA, you lose a Monkey at this point in the game, I don't think they can hold. So now we have basically 8-minute window for Gaming Gladiators. Sure, you guys are a bit sad. Some people died. We move on. But you have 8 minutes now of, guys, just RP the TA. Nothing else matters. RP the TA. We can let Monkey play his own game, or vice versa. You RP the Monkey, and it's 4v5 for the next, 2 minutes. I think Satanic has to play so careful right now. This is the scary part of Dota. This stage of the game, no buybacks. One mistake, you lose. No matter how well you've played, all it takes is one mistake. And on the side of Gaming, what are their buybacks like?
They're in a pretty good spot, a very good spot. Yeah. 30 gold away from Ace having his. And
all 3 cores have them.
Yeah, joining the rest
of
the team.
Both their supports.
And Paravision. Yeah, this next, 6 minutes or so.
It's just more
very careful.
It's only 9 class has his right now.
Yep. And I wonder what he goes for next with this sort of build. He's got a lot of money built up. Obviously he wants to potentially keep that money for buyback. What do you think he's thinking about with the way that he's playing? Do you look for something crazy? Go for some Octarine build?
Octarine's not bad. I'm trying to think about how an Ags would work. Because if he makes an Ags illusion of Bloodseeker,
okay,
would it be able to get the Blood Mist ability? Because it's not an ultimate, right?
I want to say it won't though, surely.
I think it will, because if they both have Ags...
It's not considered like a second ult in the code?
I don't think so. I think it's considered a normal ability. So there actually might be a world where he gets an illusion of Bloodseeker that just is a better version of Bloodseeker.
DM. Gaming. They're going to find him here. They've got the Hex opening. As tanky as he is, he won't survive through this. That's DM gone for 80 seconds, and indeed, at least for Paravision, they know it's likely that Gaming won't know that he doesn't have buyback because it's not on cooldown. It's just the fact that he's 200 gold short. But Gaming, they might test it anyway and then find out. And Ace, So look at the Harpoon drag back onto 9 class. Hex to follow up there. Tofu having the extra bit of lockdown to give them a chance to take him down, but the waveform's back up. 9 class turns into Magnus. He's able to skewer out in time. Gaming won't be able to quite catch him. So at the same time, no one he's ready to potentially cut some creep waves. Dragon Slave won't kill 9 class off. Satanic's trying to back away, but Watson, he's in with the BKB, ready to try and dive forward. Satanic, he's got just enough HP to crawl back to the base whilst ruptured, and they have the fortification. No one's still watching from the back lines. Checking things out from the tree line. Still 40 seconds without DM, with the fact that he's 160 gold short of the buyback.
They don't know. You can't make these calls where you're like, oh, I don't think his buyback. It's not like he's really bought any major items. I guess he just bought the BKB somewhat recently, so do you want to risk the entire game off of the chance that this guy is 100 less gold than he needs? That could have been really bad though for Power Vision.
It could have been. Yeah, if they lost an extra hero there, that would have been enough for Gaming to just go for it.
I think Dukalis actually Lincoln's, either he put the Lincolns on the morph or the Ruptures cast him at the very start of the fight. So it actually did block one of the Bloodseeker's Ruptures at the very, very beginning.
And this smoke might catch them off guard. Comes at a time very close to the respawn of DM. He's ready to join them. Roshan is back up. Can they take it down quick enough that the game is not here in time?
To.
Yeah?
I think they're not going to be able to get out of the Roche pit without fighting them, but they actually might be able to.
The game is
not moving.
They're heading over now. Satanic, they'll take the Aegis, and no one, he'll take the Refresher Shard.
They're all going to TP. They all have TPs.
You think you just back out of your Power Vision?
I don't think you take this fight this far outside of your base.
Radiant are
At
scanning.
the moment, they're holding back the TPs out. Scans hit, so they know that Tofu or someone's sneaking around.
It's so awkward because you have to be in this small ball and just hope that none of you get like picked off instantly. So you can see them; they just keep moving more and more into the corner.
It's because what you said, they don't all have TPs. That's the thing, right? DMs is on cooldown still, so he wouldn't be able to join them. The rest would have had the ability to TP out, but I guess they don't want to leave anyone behind. They didn't want to bail on DM.
He has no buyback.
Yep.
But Gaming make this smart play where they're just going to go for the high ground.
And how long until DM can join them?
10 seconds.
Okay.
Radiant's bottom tower.
It's not too bad. It's just a tier 3. Could have been a lot worse. But all in all, Power Vision got everything.
They did. They got it. They get the
nothing.
Roche. And that should get them the chance, right, to at least keep the game going for this extra 2 minutes, because they don't have to worry about gaming, getting this Aegis, and going for the high ground siege whilst they had the benefits of Roshan. So, Power Vision can stall a little longer.
Are they going to stall till tier 5 items?
I mean, this is Power Vision. They're going pretty aggressive here, stepping out into the river. Lincoln's popped onto Dukalis. I mean, do they really want to try and fight this Power Vision? They're going to try DMs in with the jump of this. Gaming Gladiator is able to force Ace back to safety. Boundless strike down on Tofu. DM steps forward with the double A. Stampy there as well. They've killed Tofu off. Manly has to jump away. 9 class gets the pull back onto Watson. He's caught with the bash. Watson's dead. It's a beautiful catch there from Power Vision, as they get the 3 kills, and one of them being the big one, taking down Watson's Bloodseeker. And no one put the Boundless onto Ace, but this might be a dive a little too far. Or maybe not. DM's in with the Blinker. Whostorm is going to force out the 2 buybacks from the support. Ace, he'll get the skewer back though. DM may have gone a little too deep, as the rest of Power Vision now are going to have to back off. They lose their Centaur, but it gets 2 buybacks out. At this point of a game as crazy and close as this one, you take that one?
Yep. You're probably not expecting to win the game off of this push. At best, you wanted to force some buybacks, so trading one death for 2 buybacks, Centaur is not even going to have to use his. It's looking a bit scary for Gaming, especially when you lose that fight, when they're walking into you. I feel like that initiation was probably a best case scenario for Gaming. They blinked onto the Magnus, super tanky, and they Yules to protect him. They actually were able to kite out, but I think 9 class, so he stole Magnus, got ruptured by the Bloodseeker, and then survived an entire skewer, skewering Watson all the way to the low ground, so he didn't die.
Big skewer.
If 9 class died at the end of that skewer, Watson's full HP. He can keep fighting. But because the fact that 9 class lives with like 100 health off of that rupture means Watson doesn't get the reset, doesn't get the full HP. He has to kite. TA's able to just hit him the whole fight. And what do you want to change for Gaming? I think maybe they just need to start with an RP. Just RP 1 random hero, 1 core, hopefully. Kill that 1 guy. I don't think they can get jumped. They can't be afford to have this happen to them.
I mean, yeah, this game's getting crazy.
Yeah.
54 minutes on the clock, one of the longer ones we've had here on the main stream. And looking forward to see what the next big items are going to be that's coming out. Satanic, of course, looking to get that Aghanim's Blessing on top of having enough gold for the buyback. And 9 class sort of looks like he's going to decide to just go for the Lincoln Sphere. Another one of
It's
those.
really
into
good
mix.
for Bloodseeker.
Yeah.
I got really excited for a second. Watson actually bought a Dagon, and he moved his Basher in a backpack, but he sold it. I actually really like Dagon on Bloodseeker.
You at this point of the game still?
Yeah, it's good.
But you don't want to sacrifice the Basher, right?
He's not really actually hitting that much. The majority of your damage is all from the Radiance Burn and the Ags Burn.
Okay.
So, to some extent, I don't think it's that bad. But it's a hard call to make. Because I feel like he's not even able to survive with that spell Lifesteal. If you look at that last fight, the TA is just destroying him, so maybe his goal is just to bash the TA.
Buyback situation, of course, it's now back to looking perfect for Paravision. They have the luxury of buybacks across the board.
It's only the buyback, or the support buybacks on gaming. The Bounty and the Zeus. Ace buying out. No
Okay.
buyback.
That's risky.
He does have a Satanic.
It should be hard to kill. So, likely that he'll get to play his hand in the team fights, but it's playing without the buyback at this point. Definitely a big risk. They look for the jump before they get the Hex. Oh, it's a good one. It's an RP here onto the 3 of them, but he can't quite get the skewer back. They've caught him with the stun. The follow-up there.
Kills the
He'll
Aegis.
finally get the BKB off. And they killed Satanic the once. Can they do it a second time? No one. Stands his
He got
ground, but the
stunned
BKB
again.
gets the balance out to the side. He's ready with that second Wukong's command. Satanic jumps forward. Ace, he's getting focused down.
Ace
He's
has
trying
no
to walk
buyback.
out of this, but they got him. 9 class comes in with a
Zeus
skewer
no
back.
buyback.
Ace is gone. Melody's out. They don't have the buybacks. As with this, Paravision can push on. 9 class gets another skewer back onto Tofu. 3 dead. No buybacks. I mean, it was a great RP gunner, but where was
Another
the
stun, another
BKB?
skewer.
It's just continuing for 9 class, skewer after skewer. Quinn's got the buyback, but the rest of them, they just don't have it. So Paravision, they can take that top set of Rex, move down towards the bottom. I don't think, if there's just the 2 of them, they're not stopping this surely, Gunner.
I mean, there's a refresher for Bloodseeker. There's a world that they're able to kind of burst because everything's cooldown, right? Every single BKB is on cooldown for Paravision. Maybe the Bloodseeker's strong enough. I think honestly,
the 2 of them.
He has this use refresher for his BKB. Sell it for some. I don't know. I don't even know what you sell it for.
I don't know, either way.
You gotta do something here.
Panic setting in because Quinn's dead. Watson, he's alone, and he's also gone. It's over. GG is called Paravision. They'll take both games here today against Gaming Gladiators. This one a little bit more difficult than the first one, but at a certain point, it did just feel like it was going to be theirs. Gaming Gladiators, they got pretty good timing, right? Bloodseeker got the kind of the Ags, SMY BKB at a radius at a good point.
Yeah.
It just didn't matter. It wasn't, they weren't able to do enough with it. Even when they got like the Aegis and such, those moments, Paravision just did so much more.
Yeah, I think it all kind of boils down to that one initiation mid where they buy back on Paravision, and then gaming is, you can tell that they still really want to fight a bit and they're sticking around, then they get chased, and then they keep getting chased more, and then they lose racks off of a position of the game where I think everyone was expecting gaming to take the racks.
And that last defense, I'm pretty sure it wasn't on cooldown, right? Ace, he gets a brilliant RP and didn't even have the window to still get the BKB off after he'd done the RP, but it wasn't there, so couldn't get that skewer back. That kind of hurt them big time, especially when you're doing this as a Magnus that's just spent up on your buyback.
Yeah, because Quinn had a refresher in that case. So, you know, you have a 3-man RP, you get another 3-man stun, refresher, another stun. That's Aegis down, 2 heroes dead, but just like you said, he didn't get the skewer off on the Magnus, and they just lose.
Tough times, but very impressive times from Paravision. Satanic in particular, this whole game, very much ahead of the entirety of the game with his farm. He's at 769 CS and incredible amount of GPM, 958 GPM on the TA, 1100 XPM on it as well. So just super solid. And just the moves, 9 class, he's had a great series, right? Game 1 showing off on his Ricky, this one on the Morphling. At the end of the day, he did get to do many more effective skewer back plays than Ace was on the actual Magnus, right? The skewer backs, we saw it just highlighted at the end, skewer after skewer after skewer after skewer. Maybe this support morph is one of the hidden Magnus counters, Gunnar.
It looked really good.
Yeah.
Like we said in the early game, I thought Morphling was playing the best out of Paravision, and I think he played the best throughout the whole game. Even with Satanic being 15-2, I want to say that.
Yeah, I'd say so indeed in terms of the playmaking and, well, there we go. Paravision A very different game 2 win to the game 1 win, but still a very impressive one. They take both games here today against Gaming Gladiators.
And if you would have asked me just about 15 minutes ago, I would have been sure that Gaming had it in the bag. What a somewhat turnaround coming out from Paravision. These skewers were definitely brutal for Gaming Gladiators. They did not seem prepared to deal with that at all. But in the end of the day, it is Paravision, Effie, that takes this one.
And in a really convincing fashion. Like that game 1, they were dominant, they hit their timings, they choked out the map and eventually won. They didn't rush it. In this game 2, it was much more of an even back and forth. And it looked like at any point they also could have lost. And in games like this, where you just clutch it out and outplay at the very end, those feel so good to win. And that reminds me of how Paravision won ESL Bangkok.
That's exactly what I was thinking as well. Like, the games were not easy.
No.
They actually clutched, so it's cool to see they can do this with Satanic. But he did this on Spirit as well, actually, when he played for Spirit. They were also always losing the early game. Not that Paravision always loses. They went through a metamorphosis where they don't lose the early game, but they can go back to this and win like this. It's really nice to see. It's exciting to see. That's what I like.
Yeah, the clutch factor still remains.
Yeah.
And like even in Bangkok, it was 9class who played a huge role in the clutch factor on his Nyx Assassin. And he is the kind of 4 player that, like, people dream of having 4 players like this that are able to be like single-handedly terrorize the enemy team while also clutching when needed the most. Like even before we saw him turn into Magnus and do all of those incredible skewer backs, he was doing cool things too. Like he was turning into Zeus, waveforming in, solo killing enemy supports. Even when it looked bad and they were having a net worth disadvantage on the side of Paravision, they still found plays to make. They like 3-man balled with their Morphling, their Centaur, and their Veno, and they looked for whichever kill they could get.
Yeah, I think in order to have a, like, I don't want to say unstable position 4, because I think 9class is like stably unstable, or maybe we can just call him chaotic.
Sure.
He's very chaotic for the enemy team to deal with. I think very, like, if you have a couple of solid cores that are always going to have good games, like that is definitely something that you want on that team. And then also having a guy like Satanic that is always going to be top net worth no matter what. If he's given a little bit of space, this also really helps. Because I feel like 9class and DM, they never really lose a lane. Like, they're always fine, at least. If they had situations where, like, they get devastated in lane and then 9class can't leave and do his chaotic stuff, then Satanic can't farm, the whole thing could fall apart.
I will say DM had a tough lane on the Centaur, but it's a Centaur, so it's fine.
Yeah, he's kind of supposed to. I mean...
Yeah. It's like, he died twice, I think, on lane.
Yeah.
Like...
Yeah.
And you stop the bleeding where you can. I think since we're talking about 9class, I guess we can go on a little bit further with it. But he's always been the type of support player that can turn unfavorable lane matchups into at least even ones or only slightly disadvantaged. Because he's like the one support remaining in Dota that like heavily focuses on wave manipulation. Like he does wave manipulation like nobody else. And I've seen him make lanes that look unlaneable kind of work. So because of that reason, you don't even have to worry about which heroes you're picking for DM in a lot of these situations.
Yeah, I agree.
I agree as well. We're going to hear from Brian, who has chosen 2 players for his Acer Predator head-to-head.
Thank you, Sheever. As for my Acer Predator head-to-head, we have 9class, who also did his own Ace cosplay this game against Ace, the Magnus. First, we look at their KDAs. Relatively similar stats, but a lot more assists on the side of 9class. Then we're going to look at their damage. Also, pretty similar stats. Then we're going to look at their net worth. And that's drastically in favor of Ace. Of course, he's a core as opposed to the 9class support morph. But the only relevant stat, in my opinion, this game is the number of game-winning skewers. And that is going to have to go in favor of 9class, who's playing not Mag, but the Morphling, as here, waveform into the skewer, back into the Wukong's command, seemed to be the clutch late-game combination that led Paravision to making this comeback. And this is going to just drag Watson so far out of position. Looks like he's fine. Nope. See ya. Away from the team, back into the Wukong's, isolated, allowing Satanic to go that 15-2 KD that Gunnar was hyping up. Absolutely stellar performance. I was blown away from that Morphling, and hats off to 9class and Ace. You know, get him next time.
Get him next time, or maybe I don't know. You can't even they second pick the morph. You can't even not let the morph go through. I mean, that's just And you gotta pick the mag first because they let him through. So I think actually this was Paravision's calculating this from the get-go. We're not gonna ban out Morph. We're gonna let them pick it. We're just gonna have our own Morphling in the mag. They're gonna have their own Morphling. Yes, DM, I'm here. Don't worry. He's ringing the doorbell. Jeez, impatience. And you showed such patience in game. I want to talk to you about this game too because it was a bit crazy from a viewer perspective. From my perspective, you guys were behind. You just lost support. I don't remember who it was. You were standing on the high ground and looking out over the mid lane, your mid lane, and you jumped. You had a 4-man hoof stomp. And I saw you guys being outnumbered and you still go for it. Obviously, it ended up playing out, I think, okay-ish. But what gave you the confidence to just go for it?
I felt like in this moment, hello, you hear me, right?
Yeah, we hear you fine.
So it felt like in this moment, if I do like that much disable, we can do some turnaround around the Morphling, or like some other core was alive, so he could provide some damage. So it felt for me just like a decent situation, because I'm also near high ground, so worst case I can just go out here. Yeah, here.
Yeah, it was this one, exactly.
So it's like Vova casting ulti on Monkey King, and like Satanic can hit. So it felt good. Like, let's say Magnus die here, like, once, like, I don't know, just a little bit faster, they will get team wiped. Like, no joke, you saw it. He just double RPS. If you don't double RP Satanic, he's gonna kill them all. How they can fight. Yeah. So yeah, it was just like a little bit of damage leading, I guess.
Well, I thought it was very impressive that you took the fight to begin with. That leads me also to later on, when you had your Monkey King had. I think there were 2 cores with buyback on cooldown, and you still went out into the map and farmed and chose fights outside your base anyway, leading, of course, to the high ground where you were able to get. Nightclass was able to get some skewer backs on his Morphling. Is that natural for you guys as a team to have that confidence to just, I don't know, I can only call it play to win, you know, not thinking about, oh, this buyback is not there, you know, we gotta wait, we gotta be patient?
It just felt sometimes like against this team going out at like late game situations is good because we have traps, we have venom wards, and they usually play like very grouped. So it felt easy for me to go out, especially having Ninja Gear. So yeah, sometimes it didn't work out bottom because I pressed Ninja Gear and like, oh, they're on me. And then like, even if I TP out, they're gonna just RP me. But yeah, in most situations it worked out.
I did want to ask about the Ninja Gear because you weren't the only one. There were 3 people in your team that were able to get the Ninja Gear this time around. And I was curious if you might have Ninja Gear on your patch wish list to be nerfed, or if you're okay with it the way it is. Because it's quite strong.
I think it's a very good item, but nerf item should be a static up. I think this is actually unreal item. This is not okay. Especially in this meta where people picking Magnuses a lot, it's not balanced at all. And a lot of Beastmasters with roars. Like, yeah, this item should be nerfed. Priority number 1.
That's fair enough. It comes out instantly. This is must be a very high priority for you as an offlaner, I would imagine. So I also have Brian that would love to ask you some questions.
Hey, DM, I'd love to poke your brain about heroes with 2 viable facets. I'm thinking of Bristleback in this specific example. Do you, when it comes to drafting and strategy, how much do you think it's really shifted how you can pick heroes early on in the draft? Do you guys view the hero as like 2 separate heroes where we could play either of them pseudo flex, like depending on what role we want it to play? Just strategically, how do you think facets that drastically change the playstyle of the hero have affected drafting?
In my opinion, Green Bristleback is not greedy type of hero, it's like pressure type of hero, because you're able to join teamfights early and you're buying cheap items to just be like fighting bitch, you know? Like, it's like Kentauer's Blade Mail, but you don't need to blink stun anyone, so you're already buying Blade Mail, just going in and fighting people. And let's say on Red Bristleback, you're able to play like position 2 and position 1, because you're farming a lot, you're playing for your axe plus shard timing, and then you're active in Dota. But it's already 15 plus minutes in the game. So yeah, Green Bristleback is active from like, let's say, minute 11 already, like quite active. But red one is very, very greedy. So facets actually changed a lot, yeah, obviously. So let's say you can play Terror Blade now position 3, or you can play super greedy position 1 Terror Blade. It's also huge diff.
Yeah, so I guess that totally makes sense. And I'm just thinking in my head, when you guys are like drawing up the drafting strategies, do you effectively feel like you've picked 2 heroes, knowing like not only is it a flex between carry and offlane, but it's also its role in the game is just completely different.
Yeah, of course. We were thinking maybe Alan should play Bristleback carry, but he said like, no, bro, I want to play Lycan here. I want to play Lycan. Then like, sure, I'll play Bristleback. It's quite fine here. Why not? And yeah, that's how I'm deciding. I usually just ask Alan what he prefers, and then I just play what's left.
Awesome, thank you.
Because he is a star player. He needs to be like Donk, Dota Donk.
Yeah.
Our Dota Donk need to choose his position to kill people, so we just give him freedom in this case.
Nice, man. Thank you.
Yeah, that definitely seems to be working out. DM, thank you for taking the time to talk to us. Good luck in your series later today against Avalos, and I'm sure we'll talk again soon.
Have a great day.
Thank you. Likewise.
Bye-bye.
Always great to talk to DM. And I will say, I think Ninja Gear should be nerfed, but I am very happy that he was so fast. Like, no, it's gotta be static cap.
I think you're both wrong. These are crazy opinions.
Of neutral items?
I don't think so.
You
Those items being busted? No, they're
Like,
good.
a little bit.
He's an offlane player, and he plays like the Beastmasters
Stunners.
and the Magnus,
Yeah.
so obviously he's upset by a static cap status resist.
Yeah, and also we had 10 players in this game. 5 of them had Ninja Gear.
Why,
Then
why,
you know, like
why,
that's
why are we talking
statistically.
about nerfing neutral items though?
Why not?
Why not?
Because why would you nerf them if they're just fine? If they're
No,
cool
they're not.
and fun,
They're
and
just too good.
when you're comparing to like Glimmer Cape and Bristleback.
No. I'm talking only neutral items.
That's just out of curiosity, Jenkins.
But why would you, from a game design perspective, nerf neutral items if they're cool and fun and people have
Because you
issues
want a
with-
higher variety. You don't want everybody to just, we couldn't get a Ninja Gear,
I
so
think
we
if
are not able to play
I think
late
if-
game the way we
I think if
wanted
we
to.
looked at that tier of neutral items, we'd find quite a few things that people have. And sometimes there are niches. Not everyone's a Visage or Chen player. Visage and Chen are broken. They get nerfed all the time. It's fine that it's niche. It's
Yeah, but
fine that some
Ninja
things
Gear
are
is not
picked up a
niche.
lot.
Ninja Gear and the statics gap.
But it's like what you said earlier too, like about not nerfing. I can't remember PA, nerfing the other things around it. If you nerf the initiators, Ninja Gear is not going to get picked again.
We might be diving a bit too deep into this. I
Slightly.
think she was just curious
I
about
was
what he thought about
curious.
those neutral items.
No, I'm saying you're both wrong, including DM.
It won't. Hey, I just think you're wrong with this one.
That's fair enough. We can
I
agree.
think
we can
we're all
agree
right.
to disagree.
High five.
I'll high five you, but I disagree with what you just said.
Okay,
What did I
great.
just say?
Let's
So we're all
see
right.
what Lacoste has been up to while the series is going on.
Not much, I'm gonna walk you through what has been happening on social media, because everything is related to Dota in one way or the other. So if we could load the picture, and you're gonna be like, what the hell is that? Like, what am I seeing? Finally, I was able to see the light before I died. For most of the people out there, they're like, this makes no sense, but it got relatively high upvoted on Reddit for a good reason, because what happened there is Black Sea Devil anglerfish was caught on camera near the Spanish coast. I don't know if you've seen that one. Very important information. This is a tiny little fella that looks big on camera. They're very small in real life, up to 15 centimeters, and he wanted to see some light. Died in the end, and you can see how ugly it looks. It is angry-looking fish for a good reason.
This is so sad.
Potentially the ugliest-looking animal on planet.
Wait, there he is in the hand.
Yeah, it's so sad.
It
'cause
is small,
passed away.
yeah. And
Dude,
he'll-
I thought it was gigantic.
I thought
looking
those
at
were
the top
gigantic
picture.
too.
He looks like a brownie.
I thought as well. I mean, this is the angry-looking fish. We can see some Dota correlation there as well. Always angry. Lives at the bottom of the sea, equivalent to Dota players living in their mom's basements, shouting at the cloud. This guy also wanted to see some light, and apparently this picture is not as rare as people tended to be, because I also managed to find some other pictures, as you can see. That, and I also don't know, Jenkins, why is it called anglerfish? Because I can see it from different angles, right? It's not really.
I wonder what it tastes like. That's what I'm thinking. If you grilled one of these,
It's probably toxic.
not one of those. Those are shoes, Lacoste. I don't know if you realized that.
Oh, I didn't notice. I think playing too much Dota makes you stupid. So we're gonna walk you through some of the facts about the anglerfish, because this is also gonna be a learning experience.
Okay, go for it,
Go ahead, dude. Go ahead. It's your segment.
ahead.
Go ahead. So fact number 1, there are more than 200 species of anglerfish. Number 2, worn only by females, have that in mind. Their dorsal spine is tipped with the lure of luminous flesh. This built-in rod baits prey close enough to be this, so you can snatch other animals. This is the classic example of masturbators of the sea. They are the ones who kind of lure you in, and we see how potent can be. We saw some of the baits in the previous series as well. And also, fact number 3, their mouths are so big and their bodies so pliable, they can actually swallow prey up to twice their own size, which is quite an interesting fact. This is basically Slaughter level 4 killing some overfarmed Templar Assassin level 10 in Dota 2. And also the most interesting fact, I think Brian is also very interested in this one. He gave me a look just right now. When a male anglerfish encounters a female, he latches onto her with his sharp teeth. Over the time, the male physically fuses with the female, connecting to her skin and bloodstream and losing his eyes and all his internal organs.
What the heck?
That start, you had me in the first half.
Ryan's really interested in
This
that.
one's the real end. Have in mind, a female will carry 6 or more males on her body. This is basically me playing Dota, because I've been carrying my team. They're also pretty blind when it comes down to whatever's happening on Dota map. And I also want to show the cause of death, because apparently the cause of death of this fish was... I don't know, he wanted to see the light. He's like, yeah, man, I need to go up and before I die, I gotta check what's happening at the surface. But he looks like he's laughing, right?
Absolutely.
It depends on which way you're looking at.
He's having a good time.
He's having a blast.
He likes what he saw.
So I think my theory is, because I've seen this all over the internet and nobody was right, that he died from his own joke. If you know the Chrysippus, the Greek philosopher who told the joke about the figs and the donkey, that joke was really not funny, but the man died afterwards. Jacobs, what do you think? What do you think the joke was here? I'm not talking about donkey, I'm talking about the
How
fish.
much time do we have to fill? What do you want me to do here?
give me some fish pun. Give me some fish joke.
A fish pun on the
spot.
I can't. I don't know anything about fish.
Yeah, that makes complete sense. And make sure to tune in for the next time on social media segment to learn more about Dota animals.
That's it? That's it? What's the bit?
That was the bit. It was
anglerfish. That's the bit.
That's the bit.
I think the anglerfish wanted to see the light before he died, because if you're gonna die anyway, you might as well experience sunlight.
Is that fish stupid? It has light attached to his own head. You can just look up and see it.
For a fish that lives in the dark that much, to be exposed to daylight would actually blind him. But, you know, enough about anglerfishes. I don't think we're going to see Slardar in any of our games for the rest of the day. But maybe we'll be surprised. I don't think you'll be surprised who's going to be hosting the second half of the day, though, because Tsunami will be joining you here for Shopify versus Tundra.
We have in here the golden ticket to the DHL Super Drop. I'm gonna get the box over here. Choose your own adventure, man. Are you ready?
I'm shaking.
Good. That's absolutely correct.
Waking up, playing some Dota, it's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game, because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.
The keeper did a hunting go, under his cloak he carried a bow, oh, for to shoot at a merry little doe among the leaves so green. Oh, Jackie boy, asked her, sing ye well, very well, hey down, derry, derry, down. derry down among the leaves so green. Oh, the first doe he shot at he missed, the second doe he trimmed he kissed, the third doe went where nobody whisked among the leaves so green. Oh, Jackie boy, Master, singing well, very well. Hey down, oh down, derry derry down among the leaves so green. Oh, to my hey down down, to my ho down down, hey down, oh down, derry derry down among the leaves so green. Oh, the fourth though she did cross the plain, the keeper fetched her back again. Where she is now she may remain among the leaves so green. Oh, Jackie boy, Master, singing well, very well. Hey down, oh down, derry derry down among the leaves so green. Oh, Tim a hey down down, Tim a ho down down, hey down, oh down, derry derry down among the leaves so green. Oh, the fifth though she did cross the brook, the keeper fetched her back with his crook. Where she is now you must go and look among the leaves so green. Oh, Jackie boy, Master, singing well, very well. Hey down, oh down, derry derry down among the leaves so green. Oh, Tim a hey down down, Tim a ho down down, hey down, oh down, derry derry down among the leaves so green. Oh, sixth though she ran over the plain, he with his hounds did turn her again. There he did hunt in a merry merry vein among the leaves so green. Oh, Jackie boy, Master, singing well, very well. Hey down, oh down, derry derry down among the leaves so green. Oh, Tim a hey down down, Tim a ho down down, hey down, oh down, derry derry down among the leaves so green. Oh.
Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne? For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae paddled in the burn fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae rin aboot the braes and pooed the gowans fine. But seas between us braid he road sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. And surely you'll be your pint stout, as surely I'll be mine. We'll take a right good wally wacht for old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. So here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gie's a hand o' thine. We'll tak a recht gedwali wacht for auld lang syne. For auld lang syne, my Joe, for auld lang syne. We'll tak a cup o' kindness yet for auld lang syne.
DreamLeague Season 25 is brought to you by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, and 1xBet.
Hear ye, friends, and welcome to yet a second day here at DreamLeague Season 25. As you can see, we are getting much, much more into the spirit as we are getting more into the Dota, and we get into our second half of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, the PogChamp Pandas. Welcome, friends, as we have now wrapped up the first half of the day here on our second day of Group Stage 1. And now it's time to run it back. We did a Group A matchup. Now it's time for a Group B matchup and a switch up with the panel because I've got Nat and I've got Effie joining me already here at our draft. What's a very ye olde way to describe this draft area? You know, like that's like the casual chill area. But that's like modern terminology.
Writer's desk.
Writer's desk. Okay.
I don't know. The worst thing is, I actually spent all of the first night that we were here in Sweden listening to an audiobook of Hamlet.
Did you learn anything?
No, I made it 5 minutes in and then I fell asleep.
Well,
I couldn't tell you the premise of Hamlet.
Say the one thing to Neil.
The one thing.
The one thing he says. Just for fun.
Do you want the
Be
skull?
or not to be?
Give it to her. We have the skulls ready. Okay.
The skull helps. It
Yeah,
gets you
helps.
into
Okay.
character.
Okay, wait. I'm getting out of the shot.
To be or not to be? That is thy question. Is that what he said?
Close.
Tis the question. Thank you, Cap. Yep.
And then he kisses
We are to be betrothed.
There
Me
you
and this
go.
skull.
That's really impressive.
Thank you, yeah. It took a long time to learn that line.
Literature has not been our strong suit. Our strong suit is, in fact, the Dota. Effie, welcome to a second day of DreamLeague action. Are you in the spirit? I can't tell if is this the costume that you have on right now?
No, this is just a shirt.
It's a modern take. It is a modern take of Shakespeare, just like she's the man on Shakespeare's Twelfth Night.
Gotcha.
Exactly.
Or that like Romeo plus Juliet, the DiCaprio one with guns.
Yes, that was a modern take on Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet.
That's what it was.
Exactly. Whatever Nat says is true.
Yeah.
But maybe tomorrow. I didn't even know we were doing this. I just walked by those and I saw that they were there, but I didn't even know.
You thought it was for a special occasion.
Yeah.
Well, DreamLeague is the special occasion, Neil.
Of course. I'm already enjoying it thoroughly because we have gotten one full day of Dota underway. And now we're getting ready for more upsets, more predictability. I know our first matchup is somewhat in the lane of predictability because we are going to be taking a look at Shopify Rebellion versus Tundra. And the predictability is that Tundra is doing exceptionally well. They have won the last 2 tournaments, and they're coming here extremely strong, being completely undefeated so far. And who am I to doubt them at this point?
Yeah, it's a weird line of the schedule is so busy that you want to give teams who have won the previous ones, the ones who do the qualifiers, this advantage of warming up, especially because this patch has been here for quite a while. So it's like you guys have warmed up already for this competitive year. You've had those qualifiers. I mean, they spent like 3 weeks in Serbia or something like that before they went to Fissure. They won that one. They won Blast. So it's like, how much of a leeway do we give them? And when is it to the point of maybe they've burnt out and they're like, okay, I'm done with playing 4 officials a day and then an extra 2 scrims and my 40 pubs on top of that. So I don't know. At any point, Effie, that's it. The switch. The last drip will drop.
Maybe, but I think they'll have energy for a while because it's got to feel good to win. right when Tundra first formed, before the big shift, like it was like, you know, people have been saying it's 3-3's vision. Like he left TI winning Liquid at the time just because he wanted to create a team that he could just see playing his style of Dota more eloquently and like more easily. And it didn't work out with that first iteration. But he found something where he's kind of like the chess master, like playing every piece as he will, but these pieces play chess on their own at the same time, and they're winning. And I don't think you're gonna get tired of winning, honestly, especially if you're Duraccio and you're feeling that streak of vengeance. Burnout, I don't predict it for at least another 5 tournaments.
Or maybe the patch will come along and start shaking them up because they have
That's
been
the big
basically
question.
defining things. They are the ones who brought the Glimmer Cape into the meta pretty much.
Yeah.
So if they're the
Thanks.
ones defining things this late into the game, then I have nothing but high expectations for them moving forward. Meanwhile, their opponents, I can't say I know too much about them, but that's why we got our tech analyst, Purge. Tell me about Shopify Rebellion.
All right, Neil, I'll do my best. Shopify Rebellion is the team I've been watching because I haven't seen very much of them in the last couple of months. They didn't make TI, of course. Very disappointed. But their new roster right now, it's hitting good. It's hitting really good, actually. It's sure, if you want to call it that. It's not what I would necessarily call it, but look at this roster. Pretend the guy on the far right isn't there, and it already looks pretty sick. Tomato, you've got Skem, Hellscream, and Yopaj, and then they just added Bakaz as their offlaner. Their talent now is incredibly high, and their games so far in this tournament have been fantastic. Prior to their series this morning, they won every single game. They went 1-1 earlier today. Their second game that they lost, they almost held it. It was pretty darn close. So they've had a really great performance so far. But the person I want to talk about is Tomato. This guy's play so far in this tournament has been kind of disgusting. Take a look at some of these stat lines behind me. 18-0-6 on Spectre, the first game he played. Then he went 12-4-10 on Dragon Knight. And that isn't an outlier. His next series as well went also really, really good. Look at those beautiful numbers. Look at those nice items. He got a Hex, playing for his team, got a Nullifier. He knows what he needs to win. That was against the Mudang Warriors. They're 0-6. Okay, you might just say those guys aren't very good right now. Possible. What about the next team? What about the next team they played? Well, they beat them also. Extreme Gaming, the only team, I believe that, well, not the only team, but they took games off Falcon, so Extreme is pretty good. He beat them up too, 16-2-16 with Phantom Assassin, and then he went 8-1-14 on Bloodseeker. He's had crazy good stat lines. His 5th game of today, I think he played Bloodseeker, his 2nd repeat carry now. He also had a crazy KDA, and he still had a good KDA the game they lost. He's playing so good right now. He's constantly showing up to lanes that you don't expect a carry to be at. It gives me Duraccio vibes, where Duraccio would use the Twin Gate and go gank the safe lane at 6. He's doing that in like any lane on the map. He doesn't care. He's coordinating really well with his team. This team is white hot right now. I'm really excited to watch their series.
Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you, Purge. Now, if you could join us and thank us with your
Can
presence
you?
as well down here.
Uncomfortably walk down.
Can we get a zoom
Just
in?
shimmy on down here.
I have to
He's
walk
very comfortable.
very carefully.
He's progressing. There we go.
Can I just say,
Mom said it's my turn on the Xbox.
he looks like 3 kids stacked up in a trench
Stand
coat.
here so you can see it better.
There we go. Look
So
at that fit.
kid number 1 ends about here. It's about 2, to be realistic.
Purge adult man.
If I stand remotely normally,
costume.
I'm glad you are
just stand
at
like
least,
this so it doesn't.
While your fashion sense may be
break.
questionable, your Dota sense is on point, because I'm out here wondering that if you do bring Bakaz to your team,
Yep.
you better make sure you have a carry who's able to pick up the pace, because Bakaz has been an exceptional carry. Putting him on offlane seems a bit strange, and if you want to know more about the rest of Shopify Rebellion, why don't I teach you?
Shopify Rebellion are the only NA representatives attending this event. But how NA are they really? Well, they've got Bulba, he's from America, and they've also got... okay, fine. Maybe they're not the most American team when it comes to players' nationalities, but they are still here to fight for American Dota. When Bulba isn't cooking up some wacky drafts, he is working his hardest on turning the heart and soul of this squad into true American Dota gamers. But who are they? After what was quite a long period of disappointing results, with some decent results sprinkled in, Shopify Rebellion changed up massively. They decided to build a new roster of Tomato, Yopaj, Mangekyu, Hellscream, and Skim.
Wait. Hold up, Brian. Mangekyu is now Pakaz. Okay.
continue on.
Their new roster features a mix of old faces and newcomers, hopefully bringing the best of both worlds to the table. And you know what? They actually look decent with their first LAN event being ESL1 Bangkok, where they got 7th, along with qualifying for this season of DreamLeague and ESL1 Raleigh. They're off to a pretty good start.
Our best, but Shopify are the kings of NA.
Will Shopify Rebellion manage to perform above expectations and get far in DreamLeague Season 25? That remains to be seen.
Well, if day 1.5 is any indication, it does seem that Shopify Rebellion may be on the right track. Perhaps even some Shakespearean wisdom can teach us about what to expect from this team, Nat.
What is past is prologue. That is
Whoa.
very philosophical Shakespearean quote for you.
What is past is prologue. So these iterations of the North American Shopify Rebellion is simply but an introduction on what to expect from a new generation of Shopify Rebellion and a new draft as well, because we're getting into game number 1 of Tundra versus Shopify Rebellion with them banning out Alk, PA, Doom, and Beastmaster. Tundra takes out the Magnus first phase Terrorblade ban, and an Abaddon ban. They first pick a Bristleback, and Shopify respond with a Monkey King.
I love that we're not seeing sports banned in the first phase anymore. Can I just say that?
I'm with you on that one. But before we talk about heroes, I kind of wanted to talk about Picasa a little bit, because I do feel like he's the big story in this team. Like, he was a player that when he was like on the very strong iteration of EG in like 2022, he was always setting records at these majors he was playing at, like Stockholm, Arlington. He was like crushing left and right. Everyone said he was the next big thing. Then he just fizzled out, and now he's coming back as an offlaner. He's doing the carry to offlane transition. And I went, I wanted to see how far back, when did this begin? And 2 months ago, he was still playing carry, right? For the last month, he has been pubbing offlane and practicing. This is a very recent transition, and I think a very exploitable one too, because when you're playing against a team like Tundra, who have like an offlane specialist who plays all the zoo heroes, has his own sense of play, his own sense of identity, then you bring a carry to offlane player who you're not going to throw your Visages and your Enigmas on him very easily. It's not going to happen. You have to kind of like stick to bread and butter easy offlaners like Doom, Dawnbreaker, etc. And that's a huge drafting disadvantage.
Especially if you're going up also in lane against a player like Dyrachyo, where Purge, you just mentioned, he's going through twin gates constantly. If you don't know your timings and spikes as an offlane player, how do you abuse a carry who's constantly leaving?
It's a little bit harder for sure, and he's been playing a little bit more passive-ish threes from what I've seen. He's played a lot of Abaddon as well. That did get banned in the first phase. But one of the interesting things about it is he is still in that like carried offlane blend where he's like, oh, if I'm having a good game, I feel comfortable like carrying from the offlane kind of thing. So it does give them a little bit of secret sauce, but yeah, I'm not quite sure how it's going to match up against the best team in the group. Because so far they've done really, really well. They're 5-1 in the groups. That's way above what people would have probably expected. They're playing maybe the weaker teams first, but it's a good place to start for him.
Yeah, and he's been pubbing a lot of Slardar too, so I wonder if that's some strategy that they might think to pull out. But we see this happen often with offlaners who were once carry players at the start of their transition. They gravitate towards these Slardars and these Dawnbreakers and these Legion commanders even. I saw him playing that on his pub profile, which is not a meta hero because it feels like a more comfortable transition. But at some point, like if you can't contest the Beastmaster picks yourself, if you can't contest the Visage picks yourself, you're put in really odd situations.
As a whole, though, I think Shopify has been picking extremely meta-standard heroes across all of their drafts, so that's one safe thing. So even if his pool is maybe a little weird, at least the rest of their stuff is pretty formulaic, so they can definitely contest otherwise.
You say that, but he did play a Night Stalker.
A couple teams have played Night Stalker.
I mean, it's only two.
Is that okay?
One other team.
Those are just the two I saw.
Yeah.
All right.
And Spirit Breaker, but that's also in the same pool. It's like them and one other team.
What about
right?
Tomato Spectre?
What about it? It's good. It's a good hero. Very strong.
Meta hero?
Defend it.
Yes, definitely a meta hero.
Meta hero Spectre?
Spectre is not that out of meta. It's like barely out of meta. It's maybe not top carry right now, but it's like there has been plenty of Spectres recently.
He's he's vibing. He's jamming.
Spectre's good.
This is awkward.
Been terrorizing pubs.
It has been terrorizing pubs, that's for sure.
Just not like top meta right now. It's probably exploitable. But I mean, he went like 19-0 and something. That was one of his games. He's played 5 different carrier heroes now, I think, in his 6 games.
Can I paint you an example?
Sure.
Only if it's good.
What we were just discussing.
Only if you're a good artist.
I want Sistine Chapel level painting.
So, like, a lot of Lycan players who've been playing Lycan for a long time, like, they'll see the Batrider Clockwork duo supports, and they'll start thinking about, can I play Lycan in this game? Because these are exploitable supports by his Alpha Wolves. But if this isn't a hero that he's practiced enough, they're probably not even thinking about that at this stage.
Yeah, I'm definitely very curious to see what he plays, because they're clearly targeting him. He played TB offlane, the Abaddon, the Magnus. Those are the ones they're most scared about. I mean, he could hypothetically do some of these heroes already. They have flex potential. But yeah, I really don't know what he's going to go. But in the games he played quite well. He seems semi-sacrificial, like he's willing to do the things that gets him ahead and beats up the enemy carry. And he usually still has pretty high net worth afterwards. So that's one encouraging part. It may be non-standard and might give them like a little bit of a honeymoon period, but maybe it keeps going as well. Who knows?
Well, let's see if he can take advantage of a 24th pick, because like you said, he has been heavily targeted by Tundra. And they pick up a Clockwork and an Invoker. Shopify Rebellion get their hands on a Riki and a Tiny.
Yeah, looking at the heroes overall, we actually didn't talk about them yet, but they had the Bristle Monkey King trade, right? Both heroes that can play early, and Monkey King, if you throw him on the safe lane, can lane quite well into the Bristleback. Then you have like the double support of Riki and Phoenix. It can get really weird because the lack of disable, but that's where you correct for it with a Tiny, like a Blink Initiator with a low cooldown stun. So it's cohesive, it's nice, there's team fight, but Tundra's heroes just look way too scary together. Like, Bristleback isn't fully threatened by anything until Monkey King gets a Silver Edge, he'll farm comfortably. There's gonna be the Lasso into Invoker spells, there's gonna be the Hookshot Cog setup into Invoker spells. There's a lot more synergy coming out of Tundra's draft right now.
And the one hero that Shopify did lose to earlier today was a Bristleback carry that kind of just broke their front line. They played a Bloodseeker against it. It hasn't been banned yet. There's a possibility they still go for that, depending on what Tundra ends up laning, but maybe they'll do weird stuff with their lanes, who knows?
Yeah, because Tundra, despite there being technically two potential mid laners on Shopify between the Tiny and the Monkey King, they're still banning out other mid laners. They take out the Puck to protect their Invoker. And they, on Shopify, are kind of expecting this Bristleback to be offlane because they are banning out safe lane carries of the Gyrocopter and the Lifestealer.
Maybe they'll even shift. Maybe they won't do another mid ban. Maybe it was just like Puck looked too good in this draft. But yeah, you're right. They do seem to be confident that Shopify is going to maybe put Tiny offlane or something like that.
I think we want to see this last one because it's a Yopaj Puck. You know, there's like a synonymous part to it. Yopaj has always been able to carry quite a lot from the mid lane on a Puck, so it is maybe just he doesn't want to have that matchup as an Invoker, and now you can focus this last little ban on something else. It could be either one, right? They could do another mid lane ban here too.
Yeah, I mean, better safe than sorry, because that would have been a great Puck game, as mentioned. I think you're pretty comfortable putting Tiny versus Invoker, though. Like, he buys Soul Ring, so EMP doesn't become much of an issue. You can just, like, clear out the wave really quickly with an Avalanche right-click, and then you don't necessarily have to worry about laning or trading with the Invoker. And then later on, you can try to toss him back and reposition him from his team.
Yeah, the toss backs are really what I'm looking for Shopify. I do assume that it's Tiny mid for Yopaj, because if they can do, like, toss into Smoke Clouds or toss into Monkey King ulti, the game gets a lot easier. And they go for a Dragon Knight last, so probably DK carry, offlane, Bristleback, so that would make them pretty safe to do Monkey King safe lane against the Bristle if they want to. That matchup's okay. And then this means a last offlane pick here for Prakaz, but so much stuff is banned.
I mean, technically Viper counters both Bristle and DK and can be played on the offlane, but that hero doesn't have a very high success rate. And it is like a carry to offlane transition hero as well.
I kind of like it. I mean, it's a cool idea for sure. If he gets really tanky, there's a lot of minus armor as one downside between like a possible AC later and the Bristleback. He's going to have to build an armor item in there somewhere, but other than that, it looks okay.
Yeah, we saw ATF bring his Viper to success, but that was against more magic damage.
Yeah, that was a very bursty lineup, very magic bursty lineup, so it's kind of ideal.
I think most teams would default to something like not complicated like a Dawn here, but the issue is Dawn is pretty well solved. Like if she lanes against DK, he interrupts her Starbreaker with Dragon Tail. Clockwork is also a very disruptive hero versus Dawn. So there aren't really, from the offlane heroes that Pakaz has played, none of them look comfortable. They did it!
Okay.
Okay, I said anyone else would have thought about Lycan versus Batrider and
That was
Clock.
like ages ago as well. You were like, oh, we only saw like
I just
3
didn't-
of the Tundra picks.
So I just didn't know if because we didn't see him play it at this tournament, and I looked through his pub profile, and he only played it one time. But Lycan on paper is great versus Invoker, great versus Batrider, great versus Clockwork. Like Batrider especially can't do anything versus Lycan. He can't kill the wolves. It stops him from moving around in a fight. It scouts him and stops him from blinking in for the lassos. It is a very disruptive hero in that sense.
So I guess our question is it going to be, is this like a last regard, like they're like, last resort, sorry, is this the last resort Lycan pick that they had to do? Or is it like, okay, well, he's semi-comfortable on it, but it's the best hero left. If he blows up this game and does really, really good, then I'm excited for Because, because it's going to mean a lot for his new offlane role.
I can get further insight from our two casters, Cap and Avery. We see a Lycan come out, which it's traditionally a carry hero. If I have a carry player playing offlane, give him a carry hero, right?
Sure. That sounds like a good idea. Yeah. I mean, I don't think it gives Shopify a chance of beating Tundra, but maybe other teams.
I actually disagree. I think they're going to go 1-1 this series.
Off this draft though, or just this series? You think maybe it's a game 2 draft, they'll get the win?
I don't think their draft is that bad. They might get crushed on the lanes, but if they survive that...
Listen, let me just say, I loved Purge's segment, but the stats were against the 3 worst teams of the group.
Are you hating on Mudang Warriors right now?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, you
Extreme
am.
Gaming took a game of Falcons. What are you trying to say here?
Falcons is 2-4. They suck.
Well, they're the 4th worst team of the group.
Perhaps there are some caveats with the stats, but Tomato has still been setting the world on fire. Maybe he can continue that fire in our game number 1. Let's listen to the PogChamp Pandas.
We started off this segment with a little bit of Hamlet, to be or not to be, to die, to sleep, perchance to dream. I would say Shopify are only beating Tundra in their dreams, Avery, as you're looking at the best team perhaps in the world right now against Shopify Rebellion, who I actually hold pretty high. I think they've got a ton of great talent on this roster. I just don't think they're ready to take on Tundra yet.
Best team in the world versus best team in North America.
I mean, it's a tough battle for sure. Razor sharp margins between the two, but
I think this Rebellion roster has looked a lot better than I expected. And yeah, they've played against maybe some of the weaker teams in the group, but they dominated.
Yeah.
It was not like it was a struggle to beat them. They crushed a lot of those games. They've been picking a lot of the meta heroes. I think their drafts have looked pretty solid. And they got a lot of star power on this roster. So I don't think you should underestimate them, honestly. I think this will be a 1-1 2-game series. And I think they're the kind of team that can pull a game out from Tundra. I don't know what their odds would be in a BO3. I'm not saying that's too high, but
sure.
I think pulling that odd game out is not that difficult for them because they are such an explosive roster when it hits. Their ceiling's really high. Their floor also might be really low right now because they haven't been around too long with all 5 of these players. But
yeah.
The potential here is insane. So
yes,
do not underestimate it.
I am 100% with that. Individually, if you look at Because, one of the best young up-and-coming talents right now in the world, I would say. Same with Yopaj, right? Like, these guys had so much promise to them a year or 2 ago, and they have yet to fully realize it, but I'm certain at least one of them is going to get there at the end. Tomato, I think I've always held pretty highly as like a great player to have. He seems to be maybe doesn't want to be a leader per se, but he does seem to be at least having a voice inside the game, has some good ideas about the game. And Skem, I mean, there's a reason why this guy was like top MMR as a support player in the Western European bracket, right? Like
Yeah, he's really good at that win trading. I don't know anything about that for the record.
Well, I was about to say, there's got to be the other side of the win trading. Who's
I'm
he
just
win
saying,
trading with?
if you're 15k MMR as a support, that's sus. That is sus
You're
right there.
saying
Like, I don't know what that says.
Not like, oh my god, that he's so good.
Well, he is that good. But I think that's also evidence that the system is broken. I'm not putting it on him.
Let's also add the fact that if he needs to, he'll also play carry, right? He was a core player first, so
dirty
right.
role swapper.
Yeah,
that's how you always get there.
Yeah. It's Hellscream is the one guy I don't know anything about, to be honest, because I really haven't watched much Shopify games because they really haven't made it far in any tournaments. They came close at Bangkok. They came close, but then they ran into Liquid in the playoffs.
Yeah, they've had a rough season so far. Just trying to get a roster together, honestly, for some stability. Seems like his biggest issue. But with this roster, Austin, I'll pose this question to you.
Okay.
So you can understand why this team has been severely underrated at this event.
Is it another to be or not to be?
No. What is better than a carry player?
Well, offlane player, clearly.
2 carry players, Austin.
Okay.
And that is what this Shopify Rebellion roster has. They have 2 carries, 2 world-class carries on 2 side lanes. You can't stop both of them.
Okay.
And you're in a meta where a lot of the offlaners are carries. What is 33, Austin?
He's an offlaner.
He's a carry.
He's an offlaner.
He farms. He's the greediest offlaner in the history of the last year.
Let me posit this to you.
Okay, yeah.
The old evil geniuses, what was Nightfall?
He was a carry. He was a carry.
He was a carry in the offlane.
That's right.
How well did that go for them?
Pretty good, I think, last I checked. I think that team had other issues.
Okay.
You know.
Jury is still out on how Bakaz is going to be able to fit into this roster.
Well, okay, I'll ask you this, Austin. How was Nightfall's a carry, right? How did Tundra do with Nightfall?
Not very well.
Okay, so maybe the common factor.
They did all right. They did all right.
Maybe the common factor.
They did better than evil geniuses with Nightfall.
Is it the double carry issue? That's all I'm saying on that. Jury's out on that one. I think it's an interesting idea, honestly. I'm surprised more teams haven't tried it.
I don't
5 times like Boba has. Yamato gets first blood on 33. Carry to carry playo. Mono to mono. He will take him out.
You know what's funny about that is Bulba was an offlane player at one point in time. You think he would have more respect for the offlane, but he seems to hate it. He never picks up offlaners.
Look,
he just
Bulba
wants to
just
pick up more
doesn't
carries.
believe offlaners can play offlane.
Okay.
So he's got to get a carry player to do it.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
Or mid player, remember? I mean, Sumail did that for a bit.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, you just can't have an offlaner.
You really like their draft, which I guess for me is the one area that I would see how Shopify would be able to get a 1-1 against Tundra. Nice pickup here on Whitemon, Hellscream. Managed to bait him out a little bit. What did you like about their draft so much?
I like the lineup in the mid game, as long as they didn't get crushed on lanes, like I said. But already, I think they're doing completely fine here.
Yeah, they're 3-0.
I think the mid game team fight looks really strong. You have this Supernova Cloud mini combo going in versus a bunch of melee heroes. Not a lot of good egg killers if you're stuck in that, because you're not gonna have super early BKB on these cores. There's a Wukong you can throw in that, a tiny stun on top of it, and wolves to scout out some of the initiation angles. There's a lot of damage that comes through from this lineup. Like, you're looking at a tiny Monkey King Riki with Howl, reducing enemy armor and all that goodness.
Sure.
It's a lot of surprising physical bursts that's going to come out from this lineup. And I think Tundra are just going to take longer to come online. If this game goes to the late game, I absolutely see them winning that with the Invoker Dragon Knight, you know? Like, I don't doubt them in the ultra late with the BZM show.
Now, the problem with this kind of lineup, right, you have bunch of physical damage with some minus armor, but it also means you're only really doing physical damage. Dive on through. Dyrachyo going to be in some trouble here. Skem with the level 3 Fire Spirits. This fight is no contest. There's nothing Tundra can do to fight back in this situation, so they will lose their carry. Whitemon cannot stop it, and it's not like the Bat Rider TPN to really save anything there. So, nice rotation.
He is very active on these gate rotations whenever Tomato can be left alone. I feel like he will make it 100% of the time. Looking for some revenge.
Yeah, turnaround kill, but both supports are still here, and Pakaz had plenty of wand charges, so if anything, it's going to be Tundra walking away. The worst of this engagement is they are going to be able to kill Whitemon, and Dyrachyo will take some more damage on the way out. In fact, they're going to go for a dive. What? Tomato shows up. Yamato here to dive into the tier 1 tower, level 4. Purge was right. This guy is on some Dyrachyo shit right now. Through the gate he goes.
Is on some Yamato right now. That's what we should be saying.
Come on now. You ain't got to do Tomato dirty like that.
I'm telling you, this Shopify team's got something cooking. I'm not saying they're going to win the event, but you just got a gut feeling. They're feeling the meta right now.
I do feel like they're a shoe-in to make it to the next group stage, for sure. And their initial performance has put them in a very good spot to do so.
A little bottle refill mid, maybe? Yeah. Look for the toss back as well.
Nice. That is really well set up. Drop the bottle, get the refill, get the toss back, maximum range to get the kill on BZM. Still has the dive, he's gone.
Beautiful.
And Yopaj still has a full bottle coming.
Oh,
okay, he didn't get a full bottle. Never mind.
Yep, Skem didn't have the empty slot, so.
Okay. Well, they did every other part of that perfectly.
But the thing is, this gank is a perfect time because you should get the 6-minute power rune here. They're going to ward behind the tier 1 tower mid, so they're going to set up for this Invoker potentially a second time with both supports lingering around mid, looking for the power rune. Putting a lot of pressure on Tundra right now.
Yeah, regen that will have to be grabbed by Hellscream.
Unlucky for Yopaj, but what can you do? Another great ward from Skem. These are really 2 good obs you can play around the next 5 minutes here.
Oh, Hurricane means there's another hero around, right? So 33. He knows somebody's lurking, and Tomato's going to show up, go for a quick kill on 33 while he's in the middle of farming up that triangle. Tundra is just getting run over, man. This laning phase is going terribly for them. There's not much of a fallback. There's no stacks from what I can see.
They also have a very single target support duo, which often makes it harder to get those comeback team fights. You don't have a lot of playmaking or strong spells to fall back on. Okay, let's get wisdom runes and get some experience up and then we can win it. It feels like if you fall behind in net worth this game, between these 2 support duos, you're going to have a rough time.
Oh man, if they get the Wisdom Rune too, they're going to drop the Wukong's command, force Tundra into fighting around this one and see if they can still pick up the Wisdom Rune. They managed to get the stun. It was off. The timing was off there. They'll get the kill though, so maybe it's worth it as long as Tomato can actually get out of here.
Yeah, I think Tomato's happy with that for sure, but it should have been a
he
guaranteed
couldn't get
rune.
a jump away. They spotted him.
I mean, are they doing anything to him here?
Well, not if they can't hit any of their spells. And he's got a Boundless Strike coming up in 2 seconds. If anything, Soxa might die for this.
Yeah.
Soxa, if he got hit by this Boundless Strike, I think he dies. But instead, he's going to use it on Whitemon instead. Whitemon managed to kite it back. Really well done by the support duo of Tundra. Neither one of them will fall. They successfully kite him and get a big killing spree. Meanwhile, top lane, Dyrachyo is going to be body blocked to death here. He is just getting no love whatsoever.
Another big kill for Hellscream. That'll push Pakaz to his level 6. The Midas already done on this Lycan, by the way. Both of the carries for Shopify Rebellion here are cruising in this laning stage. Aggression is paid off. Yopaj looking for the rune. Will not get it again.
Skem here on the other side. Getting more damage on BZM with Hellscream here. They might have enough to finish him off. Yeah, the jump in. Dude, Tomato's just everywhere. Dies in the bottom lane after going for that Wisdom Rune contest straight to mid to get the kill on BZM. And now,
the wolf
continuing the dive perhaps. Here comes Pakaz. Now, Dragonite, hard target to go for.
You want a TP in there?
There's no way you want to go for that.
Yeah, that looked a little ambitious.
All right, so Shopify isn't going to get anything else out of this. It doesn't even look like they feel good about hitting the tower with the glyph going off.
Yopaj cleans it up top.
Oh, that's true.
A good one.
That's a big one. Arcane Rune.
Yeah, not the most impactful Lycan form, but you're not really looking to use these early ones too much anyway. You're just angling for these tier 1 towers. That's what you really want if you're Shopify. Translate this early game win into some map control, you'd be really happy pushing into this mid game.
I love how he went to Hand of Midas too, so we're going to see him. He actually did go boots, kind of surprisingly, but goes to Hand of Midas and AFK farm with Alpha Wolves making all the rotations. I think this is broken, man.
What, Midas Lycan?
I think Alpha Wolves is broken. I'm not sure what the build is exactly, but I mean, honestly, Midas makes the most sense, right? Experience is the most valuable thing for Alpha Wolves. Soxa barely able to get over the trees, but Hellscream's there on the other side. 33 is racking up some quills, but he can't rack them up fast enough to get any of these kills. And now Whitemon comes far too late to have an impact. If anything, Tomato's just going to lifesteal off of him a bit. Yopaj does manage to get off an avalanche that secures the kill.
Tundra are just getting outplayed in this early game. There's no way around it. They're getting outmaneuvered, outskirmished, outleveled. Their supports are completely silent right now. And this is not going to be a fun bat clock game going into the Wolves plus the Riki. With 2 jumping cores and Monkey plus Tiny.
Yeah.
Maybe a little concerned right now about your prediction there, Austin.
I mean, I'm okay with being wrong. I would love to see... yeah,
that's your problem.
Another... What's... Everyone's wrong sometimes.
Gotta up your standards, man.
Why? I think my standards have
Another
gotten me pretty far.
Rotation.
But I agree, I should look for a better coke.
I hear Cinderin's available. Why don't you give him a call?
Oh, shit. 4,000 net worth lead for Shopify, just playing really fast Dota. This is the most breather we've had in like the last 6 minutes. And perhaps that's enough of a breather for Tundra to plot out what their offensive move, because they've just been reacting to Shopify over and over again.
Haven't really been able to play their kind of stack economy game that well either. They have a couple right now, but there is still this ward on Dire Triangle that's scouting it. You haven't gotten that insane gold injection you were looking for on either the Bristle or the Dragon Knight. Slow game for them. I expect these tier 1s to start falling very quickly here if Tundra just retreat to the jungle and Shopify keep pushing in the waves.
Hellscream is actually deeper than they imagined. Misses the dust.
Double.
And picks up some couriers.
That had a neutral token on too. Feels bad, man.
That's true.
No neutral item for Whitemon at 11:30, 12:30.
Oh, man. I don't think he can do enough damage because it's a bristleback.
No way.
But
get another courier, though.
Can't get another courier.
Dire's courier
Easy. You almost got 4. That is some severe damage here. Slowing the game down a lot.
Yeah, I mean, if you're already behind to net worth and then you start missing items because your courier's dead for a couple minutes.
Oh, Soxa gets to play the Wolf minigame here.
Oh, that's a fun game. Love that.
This is, sure he's really enjoying life. And the gank into mid. Once more on the Invoker.
Hook shot to try and stop Skem. Skem, he gets off the egg here. And they certainly can't kill it, so Whitemon is going to be slowed down underneath it. But more importantly, can they kill BZM? Can they finish him off? Sox is here, gets the lasso. It's up to Hellscream to do the last bit of damage. The toss over, that'll finish off BZM, and it brings Soxa low. Hellscream, though, will back away. Still has the Wolves to be able to help him out. Yopaj is going to be hunted down here, but he's got help. Here comes the Wukong's command. 33, once again, not able to dive after the heroes quite the way he wants to because Tomato's just always in his face.
Burning his
does
mana.
enough damage and burned out his entire mana pool. Easy pickings for Shopify.
Diffusal Blade done for the Monkey King, instantly put to use. Very aggressive item, not a item I think we see a lot of carry monkeys go right now. But certainly made its impact felt there. And you're just looking at these cores, man. There's that tier 1 tower fight you were looking for. Tundra, once we're unable to respond accordingly.
And they're going to take Ancient Stacks with 2 supports. It's not even the cores are invading and doing this.
Yo, who is this team right now, man? Looking like the best NA team we've had in years. There's no NA players on it. Maybe there's
seriously.
Maybe that's why.
Best team since Quincy Crew.
I'm starting to think NA is a bad region or something.
Don't you put that evil out there.
Best team since Quincy. Why do you always got to bring that up, man?
What? What's wrong with that?
I don't know. Whatever.
I swear you feel more comfortable with me insulting you than complimenting you.
Yeah, because I don't believe it.
No.
I mean, how would you even classify this Shopify team? Are they a Southeast Asian team? Are they a South American team? What are they now?
They're an international team, like Team Worlds. Last OTP way, Soxa isn't making it.
Dude, these supports, they do not exist. I don't think I've seen Tundra support do a shutout like this.
Yeah, they're dirt poor, man.
This is the least impactful game I've seen from them, maybe literally ever.
Yeah, I mean, you usually have very high praise for the Whitemon Saksa duo.
I mean, this is the best support duo in the world right now, but they are just getting completely shut down from lane phase to mid game to the runes to the fights. And it doesn't look like it's getting better for them. Again, these two supports are just not functioning too well from the position versus the Wolves, versus the Riki. These cores that can burst them easily. Another smoke gank from Shopify looking for BZM, who's just getting hounded.
Funnily enough, the Shopify crew being so aggressive actually left the Wisdom Rune open for the taking. So Tundra did get double Wisdom Runes. Saksa bailed out by the Tornadoes.
They needed an Invoker TP to bail out the Wolves. Very balanced. Thank you, Ice Frog.
Yeah, well, Bakaz was hitting the top tower. And now 33 is going to find that he's burned out of mana again, and even worse, he's dead. That's going to be a really fast Spirit Vessel for Skem. Spirit Vessel has come back, by the way.
It's not even still good. It's just more expensive than it used to be. But if you get it at a nice time, it's incredibly strong as Whitemon.
Or Jump, or just the Wolves.
This map is just completely crumbling.
I mean, they have so much mobility on this squad from Shopify. You can't really get away from them. You're going to have to turn and fight at some point in time. Yopaj with a nice toss-back avalanche on both cores here. They're underneath the smoke screen for a little while. That's enough of a slowdown. They'll finish off BZM, chase after the Dragon Knight, but Dyrachyo is long gone.
I mean, you're not going to have much more time in this game to rectify the situation if you're Tundra. I know this team is incredibly good at making comebacks and splitting the map, but your high ground defense is pitiful. So if you give enough of a lead here, Shopify, they get a Roshan, they're just going to end the game. As Bakaz will chase you down, say, remember me?
Top tower is under attack.
Here comes the hamstring. Oh, you've been hamstrung. Sorry. Oh, are they going to lose Dyrachyo at the same time, too? Dyrachyo, he's tried to stay out on the map, farms up the triangle with the rest of his dragon form, pays the iron price for it.
I mean, you may not like it, but this is a beautiful Dota right now.
It is really fun to watch.
Yeah, they are just swarming the map everywhere. Everybody's playing great. Everyone's playing fast. They're all connecting. They have dust on cores. They're scouting with the Wolves. Everything is coming together right now. Tundra just looked lost. They were unprepared.
They
were told they were playing an NA team.
Like, guys, should we
we
study? Nah.
Tomato just eyeing Dyrachyo, who just TP'd in here. I mean, this would be an ambitious go.
Tossed back to the Wolves. That's dirty. If he did not have Invis, he would have died there.
I mean, the Diffusal's already done for the Riki. Hellscream got a lot, 5-0 and 8 on this Riki Maru. So a second Diffusal already up is just massive. Yopaj looking for the toss back.
Gets it, and now Diffusal Blade.
That's a decent amount of damage from a support. I don't know if
Yopaj getting
Yopaj
stuck
likes
up
this.
on the high ground is unfortunate for him. Scam. Oh, ooh, you didn't want to go there, I don't think. Lasso goes off, hook shot as
So is
well.
Egg.
Now a tornado, but he will die on the come down from the tornado. So no chance for an egg. Whitemon hoping the ice path protects him against the intrusion that is coming. Bakaz and Hellscream are willing to dive past this tier 2 tower. The Cold Snap's going to go off, but now they've got a bit of resistance as Tomato puts up the Wukong's command, burns BZM out of everything he has. Dyrachyo from behind goes for the kill onto Lycan, but his damage is just not what it usually is. He doesn't do anything to this Lycan. Maybe Whitemon can pick it up. Does manage to get that kill, but the trade-off is Dyrachyo. The trade-off is perhaps everybody on the side of Tundra. Whitemon hoping to get one more kill. It's going to be Hellscream. Can he get the battery assault hits? He does not. Triple kill and a wipeout. Tundra lose all 5.
Monster streak for Yamato. This man taking no prisoners right now. 11 and 1 on this Monkey King in 18 minutes. He's putting up some absurd stats.
It really is.
He's continuing to do it in this series against what Austin claimed was the best team in the world right now. Not looking like it. Well, it's looking like it's Shopify, apparently.
Yeah, Shopify is going to take that throne away from them.
This was not even that well executed a fight for Rebellion here. I think Yopaj basically died without doing anything. You dove a tier 2. The Lycan got some work done, but not really with his main hero. It's just the Monkey King cleaning everybody up with this early fighting build. Between Diffusal and Mage Slayer, it's a lot of extra damage.
Yeah, they just have no damage to actually threaten heroes quickly.
And just straight back into it. No pause, no way to reset. Your Dragon Knight is dead again. A smoke gang from Tundra trying to get to him. It's just too slow. This was the Blink Dagger for the Bat Rider that you're hoping to put to use. You have to find a way to stall this game and slow it down right now if you're Tundra. But Shopify Rebellion, they're just going to keep speeding it up. Roshan giving Aegis to that Monkey King, and then he's an absolute god.
Yeah, I was going to ask, do they even want to take the 20-second break to do Roche?
I mean, it's pretty fast here with the Lycan.
The way they've been going through this, man, it's just blitzing the map one side to the other.
Bakaz sending a message.
They'll finally get it. Roshan dies. The other lanes are pushed in, so they'll have to try to deal with that. Tundra gets the space to do a Tormentor, but obviously this still keeps them extremely far behind in net worth.
They already bought a gem too. I mean, they just want to end this game or close the map out completely right now. I feel like there's no way Tundra can win a team fight, and they are probably right in that. Unless you dive tier 3s or something.
Yeah, you said Tundra's high ground defense was pretty trash.
I mean, it's pretty bad, right? You have Invoker Bat, but I don't feel like their high ground is that spooky to push into.
In that case, Tundra just has to run down lanes, right? As much as possible. Rat, split push, do whatever you can to keep them away from the high ground.
Yeah, you got to cut waves with the Bat Rider. Try and get out on the map with the cores.
Which just means that Shopify is going to be rewarded for being all over the map like they are, continuing to get pickoffs. The lasso does not stop the Wolves. Those are the real problem. Because gets that kill, gets the Wisdom Rune this time. They're the ones to get both Wisdom.
I mean, also the map positioning between Bakaz and Tomato, I think, is really what's been working for this team so far in this tournament. These guys are just in sync, controlling the whole map between the two carries. Bakaz trying to soul the Tormentor. You will get it here. So free shard into the Phoenix. That's a nice one too.
And they could probably... Oh, never, I forgot that Tundra already did theirs.
I mean, if you're Tundra, you're just so sad right now. You just see them kill Tormentor, and you can't even make a move into your own triangle right now.
Yeah. There's nowhere to farm. You've got a little bit of your own jungle. You've got the top part of the map. But you certainly don't have... You don't control either of the Ancients.
And you still have Aegis for 3 minutes here if you want to make a move. Shopify could easily just smoke sweep across. They have so much map mobility. Tomato doing just that.
Ooh, close.
The tree, it's swinging around.
Doraccio spawns the moving tree.
Almost got him.
Spooky out there. A scene from Evil Dead. 32-6, 13,000 net worth lead, and Aegis still in their hands. They're going to start chopping down some towers. The tier 2s are still all up, so we've got to try and deal with those objectives, and perhaps that's an opportunity where Tundra can get a pick. Bouncing back the Monkey King into his death. That's going to be just the first life.
Still lasso.
I don't think they can stick around for the second life. Yeah, there's no way. You had to get that quick pick while Shopify was not grouped up. Now you got to get out. BKB going to be activated. The Wolves die, but so does the Bat Rider. And now the Wolf is loose.
To run away.
To go farm some more Triangle.
Just like that, Bakaz turns up and says, "Fuck you, Stocks," and leaves.
That's a full shapeshift BKB for a Bat Rider is currently the lowest net worth hero in the game.
Yeah, that's why it feels bad. Like, this guy just, in theory, committed a lot for you, but I don't think it feels good for Tundra. You can't do anything with it.
Now he's got an Orchid. Not just a Diffuse ult, now it's an Orchid. BZM was already having a tough time with a Monkey King following his every step, using Dust to spot him out when he's using the Ghost Walk. Now he doesn't even get a chance to use Ghost Walk. And everywhere else they go, right? They show up bottom lane. Whitemon's like, okay, maybe I can push out mid a little bit. Instantly gets grabbed.
But they're just already making the next play.
Top lane, same thing. And Bakaz is already through the gate on the other side to make sure that Doraccio is outnumbered. Not that he could take a one-on-one, against Tomato's Monkey King, but making sure there was no escape.
Dude, they are demolishing Tundra at every turn in this game. You could say maybe it's a draft thing once you get into this mid game, but it's been a lot of outplay. They're just playing too fast. Every time they're making a move, they're already making the next one. That's exactly what you want to do when you have a lead like this. Especially with vision heroes. You have Wolves, you have Ricky. You can easily set up for these plays. Everybody looking for opportunities. Yopaj just hunting the bat.
I'll tell you one thing, Avery, this is definitely not an NA team because the speed that they're bringing to this, there's no slowing down.
Oh, wait a minute. What does that mean? What do you mean by that, man?
North America is usually a slower region.
Says who?
It likes its farm.
Says who?
Says you.
That's fair, yeah. That's fair. Got me there.
Man's trying to gaslight me over here like he hasn't been preaching that. Another tier 2 to fall, and now the high ground is open for the taking.
Yeah, it's a full condo on that Tiny. You're not seeing things. There's a lot of burst. And just put Bakaz on the front line. He's not even the true one, so...
Yeah, he's got 18k net worth in 25 minutes.
He is a beast. He's more farmed than the 15-1 Monkey King, which, that says something about what this hero can do. Another smoke from Tundra to defend. They have to grab somebody here.
They're going to try and grab the like immediately response. An avalanche. The hook shot just tries to stop him, but Bakaz's gotten off his BKB and the fight is already done. It's just a question of whether or not Tundra can get anything off of it, and it's going to be the Phoenix. Pulled back in by the Harpoon. The Dragon Knight trying to slip away to the fountain. He does manage to do so. The cores stay alive on Tundra. Honestly, that's the closest thing you might call a win for Tundra is keeping their cores alive.
I thought that was going to go way worse for them.
Seriously.
Shopify is still lurking around here. Maybe trying to pick off a straggler, someone being a little too greedy.
Yeah, I mean, it says a lot when you've used Shapeshift in Wukong's command and you're still looking for kills.
They also recovered their gem. Skem had the gem, so he died in base. Hellscream recovered it. Important for them, they don't lose that. I mean, if that egg goes off, you're super happy in that fight. It was just a clutch stun coming out from Dyrachyo.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, Skem TP straight back in there. I mean, they're still all here.
Yeah, they see the Monkey King down in the bottom lane. They think maybe this is an opportunity, 4 versus 5, but he's going to be here quick. And the initiation of the fight did not go well for Tundra whatsoever. Now they're going to be caught on the retreat, going for the Bristleback. Not the best target for Shopify Rebellion, but he is dropping fast. Harpoon back in and finished him off. Bakaz has the damage even without the shapeshift. He doesn't need it. Skem right in the middle of all these heroes. Force staff back away. Smoke screen on up. Dyrachyo once again on the run. Boundless Strike doesn't quite land, but it gets the Tomato close enough to finish the job. He gets grabbed by Lasso, pulled into tier 3. Can they get this kill off of a buyback perhaps? Healed up by Skem, and now the turnaround with the Wukong's command. He's got the armor. There's just no way 33 can deliver the damage to finish off this Monkey King. He's got to help out BZM, who's currently being hounded by Bakaz, runs him all the way back to the footsteps of the fountain and finishes him off.
No mercy. Bakaz wants blood right now. He wants your tower at least.
The rest of the shapeshift goes to work on the tier 3. Tossed back, hookshot onto the Tiny, but it's the Bristleback that's all their damage, and he's dead.
I mean, that's that physical chunking. You just get thrown into all these heroes. It is not a fun time. And that's it. They're just gonna call. I mean, that is a rampage of a game. Shopify Rebellion. Give no quarter. Take no prisoners.
That was
and are here to play.
43-7. They did not just beat Tundra. They smashed the ever-living hell out of them.
Yeah, there was nothing even remotely close in that game. This is probably one of the worst losses this roster's had. And they are on a hot streak themselves, so I don't know what that says about Shopify right now, but these guys are just on some other level.
That's their first loss in the DreamLeague group so far, right? They were 6-0, so Shopify.
Do not underestimate this team right now. I mean, maybe this is not the level they can play at versus every team, every game for the next year. That's not what I'm saying. But right now, they are firing on all cylinders, and they're on another level, and they understand the meta. Like, they're picking meta heroes. They've slotted in Bakaz very quickly, and he's looked really good. And this is, again, a good meta to have double carries because the offlane's super farm heavy.
Particularly if you have a one position who's willing to take on that Duraccio, Mickey, etc. role of an active playmaker, which Tomato has always been able to do that. And he showcased it here with the Monkey King. Gained so much space. I mean, the pre-5-minute gank through the gate.
Exactly.
Kills that top lane.
I mean, if
sets Bakaz up for total success.
It almost reminds you of Mickey 33 on Liquid, right? Like, have this farm-heavy guy in the offlane who's going to carry the game, and have a playmaking carry who makes rotations, frees up the space, can also carry the game. 17-1 and 13 for this Monkey King. God damn.
Like to apologize to Shopify. Wasn't familiar with your game. One hell of a game one from Shopify taking down Tundra. See what they could do in game 2.
And if you at home saw their previous opponents and you're like, yeah, but whatever. I mean, they're just beating Mudang Warriors. They're just beating Extreme Gaming. Let's see them take a game off Tundra. And yet here we are, Nat. 1 game loss. Tundra undefeated up until this point, falling to Shopify Rebellion.
I don't know what to take more personal, the Mudang Warriors slander or the fact that no one believed in Shopify. It had to be the NA Copium coming out of Avery and Purge to say that they liked this draft. I mean, in a little mix of Effie very accurately predicting the Lycan and the impact that Bakaz was going to have on it.
I'm just so happy to see Bakaz back in professional Dota.
True, it was like a whole year, right?
Yeah, because my big question mark. Well, even Waska, we barely saw them. I remember we saw them one DreamLeague. They had a good group stage, but that never seen again. You know? But like, when you have carry players transition to the offlane, there's often so much awkwardness and clunkiness, and a lot of that comes from not having the natural hero pool that offlaners usually play. And Lycan does kind of fall into that, but when you think about it, he's also a carry hero. Like, he loves to right-click people, he builds to scale. Bakaz was topping the net worth the entire time, and a lot of that was due to Tomato just playing active, being everywhere, like going through the gate, contesting the Wisdom Rune, building Diffusal Blade Mage Slayer on the Monkey King into an Orchid. Why? Because he doesn't have to scale. Why does he need a farming item? He's got a Lycan farming it up, he's got a Tiny farming it up. That was impressive.
This is the archetype of offlaner that has been succeeding for probably even more than a year at this point, is to have a farm-heavy offlaner and a playmaking carry player, which is why whenever 33 moved off Liquid, Saberlight prided himself on being a team-fighting offlaner, and it seems like that type of thing does not really find success these days. You need an offlaner who knows how to farm gold very, very efficiently.
I think it's a mix of that and the way we've been seeing drafts pan out. Everyone's looking for as much flex as possible. If it can flex between a support and a core, amazing. If you can flex it between a mid and a carry, or a carry and offlane, even better. And so now you kind of have everything you're saying in the archetype of we want a farm heavy, we want a playmaker, but can we also draft ourselves a hero that could succeed in both the carry role and the offlane role? And then on top of that, our offlaner plays like a carry because he was one from the offlane. So it's this weird like trifecta that is coming into fruition for Shopify. It's more, does it continue in a second game? Was this lacking just a gotcha pick that you got this time around, and Tundra's going to come back and they're going to learn, they're going to be more aware of this pool that they have.
So I think we'll see a much more competitive game too, because like a lot of it is also surprise factor, because I do think that often in situations when you go into a game underestimating your team, and I know that all of the players say they try not to underestimate.
Every opponent's the same.
Yeah, but you can get caught with your pants down. Like you probably you don't brace yourself enough to like maybe get dismantled the way that they did. I'm pretty sure that surprised them too, because it wasn't only like we talked about Tomato, we talked about Bakaz. Everybody played really well, especially the supports. Like they were playmaking too.
My gosh, Hellscream! Can I don't even know how to praise them in an accurate way, because there aren't enough words in the English dictionary to genuinely praise his Ricky play. I was so impressed. I'm not joking. It was so good to see this Ricky. The way he was everywhere, but important in every fight. It's he knew his value, and he was able to change targets so effectively between where was his offlaner targeting and who was he going for. And then it's like, okay, who are we going to go for on the other side when Tomato's Monkey King is going for someone else. So it was, I don't know. Yeah, it was just something else to see his Ricky.
If you don't have the words, then perhaps you may be more of a visual learner, because we can take a look at our award of the game with Purge.
Thanks, Neil. Yeah, for the Kadia award of the game, I thought the hero to watch, the wards to watch, were inside Monkey King's noggin. He's not just a skull, he's got brains and eyes and everything. And what he's doing is constantly finding his opponents and showing up for these rotations. This is 4.5 minutes in, doing the Duraccio to Duraccio. He's a level 4 carry, and he's ganking this Dragon Knight under tower. This stuff was happening with him constantly throughout this game. I mean, he bought a Diffusal Blade, he bought an Orb of Corrosion, he bought items to make his gank successful. Here he is at the Wisdom Rune. They do not actually get the Wisdom Rune, but they got some nice kills. He eventually dies, but it was still impactful. Like, this is the tempo advantage that's been getting them really far ahead. And the wild thing is that his KDAs are still good despite this. By being active. His net worth is high, he's buying fight items, he's scouting his opponents, he's ganking them. He is all over the place. He's putting his little monkey eyeballs on his opponents, and he just kills them afterwards. And his team's like, oh, we have all this space on the map to do stuff. So yeah, Tomato's my Kadia award of the game.
Thank you. Tell your friends, Shopify just took one game off of Tundra. Will they be able to make it a 2-0? Find out after the break.
DHL Super Drop. I'm gonna get the box over here. Choose your own adventure, man. Are you ready?
I'm shaking.
Good. That's absolutely correct.
There were two little sisters a walking alone. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Two little sisters a walking alone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Watched her body floating down by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, they laid her out on the bank to die. Hey, the gay and the grinding. For with the fiddle came riding by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made some strings from this yellow hair. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Made some strings from this yellow hair by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Sound would pierce the heart of a stone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. But the only tune that the fiddle would play was Ho, the Bows of London. The only tune the fiddle would play was the Bonny, Bonny Bows of London.
In South Australia I was born. Heave away, all the way. South Australia round Cape Horn. We're bound for South Australia. Away, you rolling kings. Heave away, all the way. All the way, you'll hear me sing. We're bound for South Australia. As I walked out one morning fair, heave away, all the way. There I met Miss Nancy Blair. We're bound for South Australia. All the way, you rolling kings, heave away, all the way. All the way, you'll hear me sing. We're bound for South Australia. I shook her up, I shook her down, heave away, all the way. Shook her round and round the town. We're bound for South Australia. All the way, you rolling kings, heave away, all the way. All the way, you'll hear me sing. We're bound for South Australia. There ain't but one thing grieves my mind. Heave away, all the way. To leave Miss Nancy Blair behind. We're bound for South Australia. All the way, you rolling kings, heave away, all the way. All the way, you'll hear me sing. We're bound for South Australia. And as you wallop around Cape Horn, heave away, all the way. You wish to God you'd never been born. We're bound for South Australia. All the way, you rolling kings, heave away, all the way. All the way, you'll hear me sing. We're bound for South Australia.
My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door, with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found.
Welcome back, friends, to game number 2 of Shopify Rebellion versus Tundra, where we spent a great deal of the last portion of this broadcast celebrating and praising Shopify. The Dota game.
High five for Shopify, right, Purge?
Enjoy it. because Dota games are a two-way street, and Nat, as much as Shopify raised the bar, what the hell? Tundra, they're the ones who established this whole meta, this whole patch that we're witnessing right now, and then they just got beaten at their own game?
Funnily enough, Soxa was the Ricky 4 definer. He wasn't the first one to play in competitive, but he was playing it so much in pubs and in scrims, people had their eyes towards it. Falcons were the first ones to pick it up, beat them with it, and now it's like this constant beating Tundra are getting of their own idea in competitive Dota now, which is quite funny.
So they just established the blueprint and then other people sophisticate on it?
Yes.
I see.
Yeah. They're like, here you go, here's a free win. just pick Ricky.
It makes sense. I mean, Soxa did that with SolarCrest too before that one TI. He was playing it like crazy in pubs, and then all of a sudden the team was like, hey, do you want to join us? And I think, like, what if he had saved that item as like, this item's OP until TI? They would have smashed.
That would have been their Wraith Pact.
It could have been, yeah.
Could have been
genuinely.
their Wraith Pact.
But I don't want to discount at all how awesome Shopify Rebellion looks. Like, by all means, they beat weak teams in the group at the start of this tournament, but they did the same thing to those teams that they did in that game, and that was the best team right now. So, like, I think the way that Tomato was playing was immaculate. Like, he's playing like Duraccio, but new stuff, like leaving the lane at level 4 to gank. Carries don't do that. They're like, oh, I got to get my items, I got to get my Maelstrom, I got to worry about my late game. He's like, no, I'm just going to kill you all over the map constantly in ways you don't expect, and we're just going to have way more farm as a result. He is playing so for his team, and his team is playing so for him too. Like, they are playing so good as a squad. It's cool.
Are you saying that he was doing that in all the other series as well? Like,
Yeah.
it's not just because he was on a Monkey King where it's a very mobile hero. Okay.
It was very, very similar, all over the place. He ganked mid as a Bloodseeker when he was just level 6 with Rupture. And why mid? Why not safe lane? Well, that's just what made sense. Like, he's really going all over the place. He's playing fantastic so far.
Yeah, they played really well. But like I mentioned a little bit in the postgame, I do think Game 2 will look a lot more competitive because Tundra kind of realized, okay, wow, this team's an actual threat. We can't draft losing lanes. Because they traded the Bristle for the Monkey King, right? And then they also picked an Invoker on 18 on Tundra, which is like the strongest pick when they already let the Monkey King in through the pool. And whether Monkey King was played in the mid lane or the safe lane, in that case, that's a losing lane. Like, so I don't think they'll allow Shopify to have winning lanes to such a degree or make trades like Bristle Monkey King in that first phase again. I think you only do that if you think you're going to outplay on lane regardless.
Did you mention the Lycan yet either? Because the Lycan is like even more of a distillation of that, right? Like, they didn't know if they were going to pick the Lycan, and they get it for their last overall pick, which is just perfect scenario for them.
I want to know about the opening trades then here, right? Like, Monkey King banned out, you don't want to go up against it from the last game one, but Aber, and then you pick up the Phoenix. Why the Phoenix?
Skem did own with it the first like 4 minutes. I think he ganked the safe lane, the enemy safe lane, and then he also ganked mid and killed the Invoker as well. So like, I like you guys said in the post draft, I do actually think every single player in Shopify Rebellion played amazing last game. That's what it felt like. So I think they're just identifying the problem heroes, stealing some of them, and banning others. But this is Picaz's seemingly most played offlane hero, the Abaddon. So I think he's going to be really content with this, especially now that they know that his hero pool is decently wide. So I don't think Shopify will be too upset with how this is going. I wouldn't be surprised to see them do Zeus here. They've been picking it on Skem consistently, even when they're not against Invis heroes. So with Ricky being there, it just seems a little bit better too.
Yeah, as far as the Phoenix goes, like, of all the position 5 heroes in the patch, this one is the most consistent in terms of laning. Its laning is very strong, and it gives you team fight. This is like a very high value pick that comes out. If you see one tanky core, it's enough to bring it out. And like this way, they've already secured the team fight aspect of their draft. I believe they also played Phoenix versus Abaddon versus Falcons on Tundra yesterday. So they probably, not yesterday, but a while ago. Oh, it was yesterday. There's only been one day so far.
Time flies when you're having fun.
lot of
Time
Dota.
does fly.
Feels
But
like
they
day
did play this opener before. It was like traded where I believe Falcons took the Abaddon after the Phoenix, but they did win that game. So they feel good about these two heroes going up against each other.
What's the other stat over 2 days of gameplay that you've been impressed by? How many heroes has Tomato played at this point, Purge?
He's played 7 matches, and I believe he's played now 6 different heroes. I think he only repeated Bloodseeker. He played Dragon Knight, he played Spectre, he played
Lifestealer, Phantom Assassin, and Monkey King as well.
His Lifestealer game earlier today was like crazy. It was like one of those moments where a player's being giga aggressive, but they constantly are making the right decision, every single quarter of a second. It was really impressive to watch. He pushes limits really well.
And now he might be adding a Morphling to his list as Shopify picked that up along with an Elder Titan and Tundra. Take their Phoenix Ricky support duo and add a Tiny to the mix.
I think this Morphling is kind of susceptible at this point in the draft because like you already see the Ricky, and because of the smoke cloud, obviously Morph hates playing versus silences, but if you follow it up with a Tiny like Tundra just did, you have the disable to keep the Morphling long enough in the smoke cloud to take him down. And sure, you have an Abaddon to keep your Morphling healthy, but he can't play into Ricky in the first place. Like even without the shard, you have to go melee range so you can place your Aphotic Shield. When you get the shard, it gets even harder to like save your Morphling in these situations. So this Morphling needs a bit more oomph. Like you need a really, really dominant mid laner to come out here for Shopify to set the pace of the game and make sure Morph isn't the one being initiated on.
Do you think it's Morph carry for sure? Because I have seen a lot of Morph responses to a Phoenix pick. Do you just want like the carry that can kill the egg? Is that, or do you think that's a possibility that it's also a 4 Morphling?
I think we saw a 4 Morphling impress a lot today. We also saw mid Morphling impress on BZM yesterday. I just think that when you pick it with the ET is like covering for your Morphling. Like ET plus Morph is a strong lane, but you make sure the enemy teams don't take it. And if you don't run this Morphling as carry, then you've wasted a pick on ET.
Yeah, that's probably true. Do you see, are you looking at what I'm like?
Yeah, I love
Tundra just yoinked their draft?
Yes, they're giggling about it too. They're all like, yeah, so Duratio having a bit of a laugh. White one's giggling about it too. I mean, you're going to find your Monkey King replacement now.
We give props to Bulba on this one.
Massively.
That's not just
Yeah,
Bulba winning.
if Tundra win game 2, it's still props to Bulba.
Yeah.
Actually, production, can we pull up that previous draft comparison thing? I want to see the stolen.
Banned.
There we go. A few steals, a few steals.
Oh no, the Monkey King's already banned. Oh.
Yeah, you can copy my homework, but don't make it obvious, guys. Please.
They did change it up, it's true.
Do we know where the Lycan is going, though? Is it guaranteed to be an offlane, or can they give it to Duratio safe lane?
I think you could definitely give it to Duratio safe lane.
You can play it as carry. The downside to Lycan, one of the downsides to Lycan is it falls off a little bit. It is really oppressive early and mid, but it doesn't feel like the strongest carry late game. So if that is their carry, they might need to worry about tempo, or they might need like a semi-carry in the mid lane.
But it would be a tiny mid, and if we think that Duratio wants to be on this early to mid strong hero, and then 33 going on a later game scaling offlaner, or is that where you potentially want to put Duratio on this? Okay, we give him time. He wants to be the late scaling one, and we feel more comfortable with him going later game.
Right. I just think they put the Lycan off lane, I guess, just to probably be simple.
I would agree with that, and I think you just go for aggression the same way that Shopify played in that first game. You want Duratio to be running at Tomato in this game, because like if it is the Morphling carry like we talked about, you need to be able to just make the jump on him because your heroes will enable you to kill him at a very early stage in the game. Shopify go for this Ember on 19. This is a very strong Ember pick. Like outside of it being Yopaj, and this is his Siggy, like his ultimate hero that he is so good on. Like it's the pace making that I talked about. For this Morphling to not get completely run over, you need a mid laner that can run at the enemies and build things like Mage Slayer versus a Tiny and the Phoenix. If you got this early Mage Slayer on Ember and you're playing with your supports, you're just like forcing bad supernovas, you're making Lycan uncomfortable on that offlane whenever you can, you're running at the enemy carry, you buy time for your Morphling.
I feel like Searing Chains is really good this game too. Like it's effectively a stun against Lycan. If you can catch Ricky and make it harder for him to get away, if the wolves are killing one of your supports, Searing Chainsing them is actually not that bad. It'll buy your supports a couple seconds to run away at least. So it looks pretty solid, but the smoke cloud is still kind of scary to me. It's good against almost all the heroes on Shopify, so dealing with a Ricky at the start of the fight is definitely going to be important.
What archetype of hero doesn't worry too much about a Ricky smoke cloud?
Early BKB fighters.
Okay.
Yeah, or Force Staffers or high armor heroes don't have to worry as much. Heroes with stun helps.
I think Tundra's draft just looks very like simple right now. Like yeah, it is stolen, and we saw how well.
You can just break it down, guys. I think this Lycan, Ricky Lane, it's gonna go really well.
No, but we saw how well it played in that game one, but it's also just quite simple when you look at their heroes versus Shopify's heroes, right? Like you want your Tiny to get that early blink, just go on the Morphling. Your Ricky's just chilling, sniping couriers, being a nuisance. All your Phoenix has to do really is just secure the safe lane for whatever carry you have, and you've got like a easier pathway. Whereas for Shopify, you've got like the one disable in the steering chains and then the follow up with ET, but it's not really enough to take these big game-breaking fights early on. Like you're depending on like your ganking and your skirmishing if you're Shopify. So this last pick has to really tie it all together, but I'm not really sure what we're looking at here.
Even like their burst damage on Shopify just looks so weak for a long time.
Yeah.
Like they just, other than like ET ulti maybe, they just don't have anything other than right clicks.
You need to be able to just kill this Ricky when you see him and do it fast. And you don't want to put your Morphling in danger if it is the carry hero here. Like you don't want to have him waveform in to try to kill this Ricky and then get follow-up stunned by Tiny. It has to be someone else that can follow up on Ember and do the burst damage on Ricky. So they need heavy burst damage coming out of this last pick for Shopify.
And is it heavy burst damage coming out of a support? Because Tundra are inviting the possibility that maybe this Morphling might be support. They ban out the Gyrocopter, as well as a potential Spirit Breaker coming out from Hellscream.
Heavier bases.
And Shopify, they're banning out most likely Duraccio heroes. They ban out a Slark and a DK, expecting 33 to take this Lycan.
Yeah, those are two heroes that can set tempo potentially, and Slark against Ember Spirit is pretty ideal as well. All right, it's going to be the Bloodseeker.
Where's Morphling going?
Position 4, most likely.
Yeah. I think, so this is his third Bloodseeker game now of this tournament, and he looks fantastic on it. He went normal build, but he did really get so active compared to most heroes. So if he does follow up on some of these Searing Chains into Silence, gives him better kill potential against a hero like Ricky.
But also it counters Lycan quite heavily, right? The Rupture versus Lycan is going to make his scaling and his gameplay a lot more difficult. And by putting this Morphling on position 4, like a lot of the stress we talked about Morphling getting blown up by the Ricky Cloud and the Tiny Blink, that doesn't exist anymore. You just play on strength, you replicate Tiny, you take his Avalanche. You have a comfortable game if you're in.
And then they last picked the Medusa. Not really the most straightforward defusal buyers on the Shopify side. So he'll be tanky, he can frontline for them. And also the Elder Titan's aura is kind of just useless against Dusa. I don't think it applies to the damage she takes, so it kind of just shuts that hero down too.
Great Medusa pick. This Medusa pick is a bit of a problem. Bloodseeker cannot stand and fight Medusa face to face. He'll get stone gazed. He doesn't win that battle. She also has behind her the Phoenix Supernova and the Sunray healing her up. And there's not really a disposition tool. You can't toss this Medusa back. You can't skewer her back. If you don't have tools like this, you better beat her on lane and make sure she doesn't have a game.
So does this make it a refinement of the strategy that Shopify Rebellion just dealt at them? Cap a Medusa instead of a Monkey King. Think that's a good iteration?
Sure. I honestly, I don't know how I feel about Dusa right now. Avery,
I can tell
do
you
you
it's
have a
been
feeling about it?
Twice in the tournament, 50% win rate right now.
I think Deuce is still the best matchup versus Bloodseeker, so they got that going for him.
Just stand and deliver. Don't worry about Rupture.
Exactly.
Then now you have a 4-position Morphling. What's he doing around here now?
Is he going to turn into Lycan and get some Alpha Wolves? That sounds pretty sick.
Wolf on wolf action.
Yeah.
I've seen that before in a movie.
Effie, what's your theory?
Solved it. You turn into Tiny, you buy a Blink Dagger, you toss back the Medusa, you've solved Medusa. That is the solution.
While she's ruptured.
While she's ruptured.
Make her bleed.
That you actually have, if you can toss her back with this Morphling, you've got plays on Shopify. It's not so desperate.
I thought you were going to say turn to the Ricky and then you have your own smoke cloud.
Also not bad. These are all possibilities, but I gotta see how it plays out in the game. Let's get ready for our game number 2 with the PogChamp Pandas.
Shopify Rebellion have already upset Tundra in one game of this 2-game series. Can they do it a second time? Avery, you really like the draft of Shopify in game 1. What about this game 2? Think it's a little bit more even? Because you like the Deuces so much?
Are you saying, do I like Tundra's draft that they stole?
I am asking if you feel like the draft is more even. I assume so, because you said you like the Deuce.
I think this looks pretty good for Tundra because I like that draft. I liked it in game 1, and I like it in game 2. And they're the ones who got it in game 2, so I still like it.
Okay, but it's yes, it has 4 of the same heroes, but it has a Dusa that is a very different hero than Monkey King. We saw the Monkey King; it set the tempo entirely for
Not the way
Shopify
Duraccio
Rebellion.
plays it, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, is Duraccio going to go through the gate?
He's going to be aggressively
Cost himself
snaking.
75 of his own
Yamato!
mana.
Got body blocked by the wolf.
Fairy fire. Oh, White Mod, he can't commit. He can't commit. It's too much damage.
Ben's got to go base or what? No, he's going to linger.
Okay.
That's a rough start. I would have gone base. I don't know. This looks rough.
Yeah, I mean, if Lycan stuck around to zone him out with like wolves or something, he would be very unhappy, but...
I do agree, though, change in pace from Monkey to Medusa does affect this lineup a little bit, but I think this lineup's still capable of just playing a slower game too, right? Gearing up for the late game with some Phoenix Medusa team fight. Medusa has good synergy with the supports here. You have some root action under the cloud. You have a good BKB piercing AoE stun for the egg. I think it's a perfectly fine pick. It's also just a Bloodseeker counter. I mean, honestly, it's a counter versus everything Shopify Rebellion have, other than, I'd say, maybe this Elder Titan. Even that isn't as good as it used to be. It's okay, but you don't have a lot to play off of it.
Wait, what was good about Elder Titan against Dusa?
Well, you used to be able to like run on him and get rid of his armor, and then if you manage to reduce his mana, he just gets like insta-bursted.
Okay.
Also, the sleep mechanic, right, is the biggest one.
Yeah.
You sleep him, he doesn't wake up when you're hitting him.
Oh, right, because of the banish
Right.
shield. Okay.
And then you like basically you sleep him, he gets hit a bunch, he doesn't wake up, and it guarantees your ult lands. And you're hoping that if you can reduce his mana during the sleep, and then you land this ult.
Right.
Like, you can do something, but like I said, it's just not as good as it used to be because, yeah, you're not taking advantage of the fact that you are a resistance-reducing hero. So that's mainly what you're picking ET for. That's why I'm saying it's just not... It's okay. It's really dependent on your lineup. Like this lineup, for example, let's say you sleep the Medusa. Who's, like, piling in the damage into the Medusa while she slept?
Yeah, I mean...
Sleight of Fistum, it's like, it doesn't really matter, I think.
I guess we'll see how well Hellscream is able to pop off, because we did see an amazing performance from Night Class as the support Morphling.
I mean, you can do decent spell damage, but again, Morphling's not going to be killing Medusa. I'm just worried at how you deal with this hero in general. Maybe Shopify will just run them over completely like they did game 1. Definitely a possibility. They've had decent success with a Sabaton on Pakaz. It's another semi-carry hero that he, has some experience with and can definitely carry a game. So that setup is very similar.
Yeah, I just don't see how they're going to be able to play the same kind of fast pace with these cores.
I tend to agree. This lineup looks a lot slower. It looks more teamfight focused, but I'm not sure how the teamfights are super favored for them. So yeah, I'm favoring Tundra here. Like I said,
to be honest, nothing really beats Monkey King. I think when it comes to a safe lane core that can play active, like no carry can play as active as that hero can.
Well,
because
there's one.
The tree walking mechanic is too broken.
There's one.
Tyrion?
That's right. And there's another.
Okay, what was the other one?
I would argue Spectre's in that category, but I don't think a lot of people would.
Current Spectre.
But she's not as fast right off the bat.
Yeah, she can't do it pre-level 6 like Monkey King.
But I actually argue that carries extremely fast once you get into like the mid game.
Yeah,
you can do a lot with it.
It is pretty insane.
As Duraccio
They
dies.
did kill Duraccio, yeah.
Yeah, there's Pakaz showing up on the lane. I mean, this is what you have to do. You have to have a good lane here versus Medusa. Get her behind so she never hits that unkillable timing. Then you got a chance here.
Yeah, so when you stomp as the Elder Titan, it's just a guaranteed 4.4 second sleep.
Yeah.
Every single time unless she runs out of mana.
Pretty much.
That is a really good counter. Wow.
Yep. Yeah, but like I said, that doesn't necessarily do anything if you can't take advantage of it.
Yeah, I mean, no matter what, even if they can't, like, as you said, put damage on her during that period of time, it's still going to be nice to have in fights, right? Just
for sure.
Ignore the Dusa, kill other people or something.
Yeah, he can't get accidentally woken in a sense, so you can just play around it.
Yeah.
Kill everybody else, which I think is maybe the name of the game in some of these fights. See how they progress here as...
How's our mid matchup going? 22-8. BZM getting a lot of denies here. Snags another one versus the 20-5.
Giving Yopaj the old tree.
Speak softly, carry a big stick treatment.
Yeah, I was about to say
the
giving
Teddy
him,
Roosevelt treatment.
giving him the old stone fist because he didn't have a tree at the moment, but I opted not to say that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for not saying that. I
didn't
really
say
appreciate it. Dyrachyo in trouble again. Burned out of his mana, only has 4 magic wand charges to pop here. Gets blocked by Hellscream. That was just beautiful waveform.
This team is just playing well, man.
Yeah.
Love them or hate them, they're just playing well right now.
Looks like maybe a toss back there. BZM and Yopaj both getting very low.
It's just a bloodbath in mid. This top lane has also been really rough for Tomato. Since that level 1 action with the almost kill with the body blocking of the wolves, he has just been hounded on this lane.
Yeah.
And ET is not doing anything for you into Lycan Phoenix. So once more, Skem, he makes the gate rotation. They're going to look for Dyrachyo a 3rd time.
Spirit already out. They need to bring the counter here. The Phoenix is going to come in, and I think this is going to kill this gank. If he has Spirits, which he does, they are all right-click heroes, so the Spirits would absolutely debilitate them.
That might still be an okay outcome for Skem, because he brought the Phoenix bottom off a TP, which is... It just means it's a lot of resources out from Whitemon off that top lane, but it alleviates a lot of pressure off of Tomato, who is the one having the rough early game here.
Yeah, it makes it so he's guaranteed to get last hits, or at least should be a lot more guaranteed. Doesn't have to worry about Fire Spirits. If he gets last hits, he means he's full HP.
I mean, one of the ideas in the early game with support on support gameplay is if you can't fight the support matchup, just bring the guy somewhere else.
Sure.
And then you mitigate both of your value, but you were already low, so it doesn't matter. Whitemon getting beat up again. So far, though, Tundra having a much better time of it. Way more stable of a game, a lot slower pace. Their cores are getting a lot more farm here.
Yeah, this will be an interesting test for Shopify, and like, how will they be able to deal with a slower game against this squad?
It's not looking too hot right now. That's a huge kill. And that's going to guarantee Wisdom Rune here, so I feel like this support duo from Tundra's already done more in this game than they did in that entire previous one.
Yopaj, he tries to do the slight steal on the rune. Clever. I think Saksa knew it was coming, backed away from the rune area, which was a nice bit of counterplay. And yeah, as you said, they pulled Whitemon down there, but Saksa says, okay, I'll replace you in the top lane. Get that kill. Now Whitemon trying to pull the creep wave off the tower. Because is not going to let him do so for free.
He does have a dive TP here, so...
Yeah, he's going to have to get to the other side of the... He's still going to take out... Wow, he really misread that.
Yeah, I don't know what numbers he was looking at, but not the right ones.
You've got to wear that damage over time from Curse of Avernus going through the gate. Tomato says, goodbye. You do not have any stuns.
I mean, he also has no farm. So,
yeah, he's like,
yeah, goodbye. You go back and your tower's dead and
he's
you're
he's in the
4.
off lane. He's like, wait a minute, I don't want to be here. He goes back through the gate again.
Is this where you just say, Pakaz, please carry me? I'm support Bloodseeker now. Not having fun. This Morphline's ahead of him. That's rough. I feel like I've seen this before.
Yeah, well, I was about to say, are we watching a replay?
Yeah, this time he does not have TP though.
Whitemon goes up.
So he's just dead.
Instead of down. Long dive away. Hellscream's there on the other side.
I mean, this is a lot of extra gold to Pakaz. Maybe he can't salvage this game with it, but he's going to give it his all. And you're definitely putting him in a position to potentially do that.
Yeah, like, is this a game that Abaddon, if you have farm, can carry?
It doesn't look like it on
paper.
I don't
look like it at all. Like, I just don't feel like this hero really does that well against Dusa.
I guess we're going to find out. I mean,
what do you do against Lycan when he's shapeshifting? He just runs away from you. Harpoon him. Get one swing, then he's gone.
Build Gleipnir.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It doesn't sound too bad, honestly.
I mean, at this point, I would kind of be thinking about a Radiant if I was him or something, you know? Even though I guess that would be Tomato's territory, so.
The worst Radiance game, but yeah. Ideally, you want it on the Bloodseeker. I mean, he's thinking about Midas, so.
Zoxa, quick fingers, gets him out of danger. BZM, just so many denies.
He's just sat here.
16 denies on him. 33 has 25 denies. They have to have a healthy experience lead. Yeah, they're up by 2 levels. Over 1,000 experience lead for them.
To be fair, I think a lot of those Lycan denies were on an empty lane.
Sure.
Which doesn't make it any better for Tomato, but...
Or killing his own wolves, sort of thing. Smokescreen trying to go for the rune. A Rupture. And should be a kill on either side. Both supports are dead.
And Bakaz is here.
Oh yeah, Bakaz. Rotating from the bottom lane. Putting some pressure on mid now. The Fire Spirit's really slowing him down. Throws off an Orphotic Shield. And another round of Fire Spirits replaces that slow.
Can't hit anything.
He really can't.
He's just gone. Well, that was his impact.
They pulled 33 down here. Can Bakaz live through this one? They have Avalanche? They do. And now he's going to have to pop his ultimate, but I assume that the transformation is going to last long enough that Bakaz will not be able to make it out. Chains?
Oh, that's a big chains.
Dive on through Bakaz. He's still going to burn out.
That's a rough death right there. Yopaj isn't even going to get... Oh, he does get him. Okay, well,
Nice
something for the Ember here, who needed it out of this fight, but a rough death for Shopify and Rebellion in general. That's their strongest hero on the map. This Abaddon who got fed all those Phoenix kills. Runs mid, gets nothing done, and dies.
I will say, watching that situation, that was a bit of a misread. I feel like he could have just ran instead of trying to TP out. Because he was close to living in the first place. If he just ran from the get-go, I think he probably gets out.
He also could have just stayed in farm bottom or something, right?
That's true. Did he need to rotate into the mid lane?
Especially he's going Diffusal on this Abaddon.
Okay.
So Shopify Rebellion just like these Diffusal blades. Generally, fighting before that item is just not that great because you can get it pretty fast, so...
Yeah. Diffuse a Blade. Like, Manta isn't the same with the new Curse of Avernus, but with Diffuse a Blade, it might be interesting. You're going up against Adusas. I assume a big part of it. Nice toss back. Hellscream turns into the Tiny and tosses the Tiny back in. Tiny Airlines.
One-way ticket and the deny.
Dire's middle tower has been denied.
Yeah, nice plays mid from Hellscream. He's had himself a series here. Having himself a good game too, honestly, despite it being a lot slower for Rebellion. And these Tiny spells are going to do work in the early game. Do not want to get sucked into too many fights before you tank up here on the side of Tundra.
Yeah, really, there are just like a lot of things that look okay for Shopify. It's just whenever this man is back on screen, feel kind of bad. Which is Tomato is just not getting any farm even still. As he will die to the Wolves.
Man.
It went from not being able to farm the lane to flat out die.
He just had nowhere to go. I don't know how he's going to recover in this game because in theory his hero has some of the worst matchups here. The Wolves continuing to control the game of Dota 2. Not a fun support duo for Shopify Rebellion to try and deal with them now.
Oh, and Hellscream's going to die too.
Oh my. These Wolves did so much. That was a crazy summon.
And they're going to have to come back to this lane because Wisdom Runes are coming up in 50 seconds. So Tundra are certainly putting the pressure on this area. Because meanwhile in the top lane, those same Wolves that were winning the bottom fight for Tundra are now pushing Bakaz out of top.
I mean, his hero just doesn't do anything to alleviate pressure on the map right now. In fact, he's the one he can't even fight these things either that well.
Yeah, he can only fight them right now because Hightail is on cooldown. He couldn't fight them before, he just had to run because they used Hightail. And they have 100% evasion, so there's no point in trying to hit them.
And those level 6 Wolves are already up here. Level 11 on the Lycan. He is flying out a full Echo Saber, highest net worth in the game. That Midas has done its job. Shopify looking for the 14-minute Wisdom Rune. This could be big for them.
Yeah, if they get the Spirit in the right place, a Stomp, Yopaj grabs the Wisdom Rune, jumps away. This could be clean. The Stomp, okay, not used. Yopaj does manage to get the Wisdom Rune. Soxa seals it on the other side. Hellscream cancels the TP, though.
Ricky on Ricky action.
He's going to stick on top of him. Soxa will try and make this kill as annoying as possible, but he has the thirst on him from the Bloodseeker,
The ultimate
so
XDD moment.
There's no escape.
I was the Ricky inside of you all along.
Yeah. You see that other talent? A Aphotic Shield gives you 12 HP regen.
Yeah, it's not very good.
That sounds trash.
It is trash. Glad you mentioned it, Austin. There's a lot of trash things that have been forgotten.
Yeah? Like, what else?
Like, entire heroes.
True. Hey, Necrophos is back, apparently.
I severely doubt that. I refuse to believe that hero is viable at all in a meta where every hero has his own personal Glimmer Cave.
Yeah, like Glimmer Cave's come up
no
in the last 2 weeks, and then Necro showed up right after. Like, what?
I don't care, man.
That makes
hero,
no sense.
That hero could have a bug where, like, Pulse deals 800 damage, and I still would say he's bad. Well, maybe that's
Ooh, smoke screen. Is that going to be enough? Nope. Egg just barely dies. The attack speed slow doesn't last long enough, and now they've got the dust on the Riki.
Making moves.
Okay. Shopify Rebellion trying to claw back some of this net worth lead that Tundra got out of the laning phase. Up 2K. They are up still in kills. You could see the difference. Like Shopify, they are trying to play a faster game. They're just not able to keep the same kind of pace as they did in game 1 because of a draft difference, and obviously the lanes went very different as well.
I mean, these wolves are just slowing everything down. They're constantly hounding somebody.
Yeah, how do you make moves when the wolves are scouting out half the map? Toss the Dusa onto Scam because you know Dyrachyo is probably untouchable at this point in time. Rupture's going to go out. Yopaj trying to get away. Smoke screen silences up for a little bit. Avalanche as well. Not enough to finish him off. Meanwhile, the Tiny, though, Bakaz is pretty untouchable. So Bakaz, kind of same as Dyrachyo, can hit whoever he wants.
The mana burn.
Yeah.
There's a lot.
That mana burn is actually bringing Dyrachyo low. They thought he was untouchable. Not the case at all because of the mana burn and the stomp value of the Elder Titan. They have the answer to the Dusa.
Bakaz is just owning. Is this guy the secret offlaner all along that Bobo was looking for?
That's true. It went through so many different players for this offlane slot.
And this is a fight for Tundra where after you use the first set of spells, Dusa is just not at some crazy DPS time. It's a man to Dusa. You're not too afraid of the damage here, which means you can just play the rest of the fight. The Wolves got put up a cause, which didn't really do a lot, to be honest. You want to be hounding these supports. And Hellscream he's been doing some work in this game. They have not had a lot of answers for the Morphling going into these fights and just tanking up a crap ton of damage and throwing the spells back on top of them. This Morph is 4-1 and 7 right now.
Inherently, that's a bad spot because 33 pop shapeshifts. He can't chase after heroes because they're just sitting underneath the tier 2. Right? It's like,
yes,
he needs a more open field for him to be able to do something. Because at that point, the only heroes he could hit was maybe the Ember and the Abaddon. Everybody else was like back behind the tier 2 area.
Also, you just can't take a fight relying on the Lycan to carry the fight into Rupture, into Chains, into Stomp.
Sure.
There's very high likelihood that ult does not yield that great of a result.
A slip up from Tundra leads even more of the lead that they work so hard.
I just think this is a game you just want to get Butterfly on Dusa and then start to ramp it up.
Sure.
Because at that point, you have enough DPS, you have enough staying power to threaten some of these cores.
Yeah, they don't have any kind of magic damage that really threatens you. They're very reliant on hitting you. If you get Butterfly before their timings.
Nice stack here, though, for Shopify. And we'll clear through it. I mean, Tomato is recovering here.
He is going to go Gleipnir.
I told you, man. So you laughed at it. Not laughing now.
Which means I'm still down for a Radiance because if you want to. He is, of course, going to go Manta with the Diffusal Blade that he has.
I mean, it's a good Gleipnir game. Combine this Gleipnir with level 4 Searing Chains and a Stomp. You're just going to get rooted forever, man.
Yeah, they'll actually have an answer to Lycan, kind of.
Yep. Quad Wolves charging in bottom.
Death's bounty.
No, the other Wolves going into mid.
Middle tower is under attack.
The true Wolf Pack. The Morphlings Wolves. Oh my god.
Jesus! Why, man?
What in God's name? He's gonna die, I think.
Fire Spirits will save him, I think, because the Wolves, they'll start taking out.
Dude, that is the stuff of nightmares.
Yeah, dude, what the hell?
You're just sitting there as White Mine, you're like, thank God I don't have to play against Lycan for one game in the day. Surprise!
That was something else.
We gotta replay that.
Hamstrung, hamstrung, hamstrung.
I do not think that's from that clip. I think that was edited in. That was...
Damn, you didn't call production out like that.
That was him at the start of the game.
We're coming to a little bit of a lull here. Game plan wise. What's the game plan for Tundra? What's the game plan for Shopify right now?
Butterfly Dusa, hit Roche, win game.
Okay. Sounds pretty straightforward.
Shopify Rebellion. Believe in Picaz. Abaddon, hit hero, drain mana, win game.
Okay. Well, if they want to go hit a hero.
Go game 3. Bulba draft first pick Storm Spirit. Yopaj carry game.
Well, unfortunately for all of us, we will not see Game 3 today. Or tomorrow.
Oh, Gleipnir. You're gone, son.
Radiant's middle tower is under
The Rupture, there's no way out. Because is already pushing in the top lane, so they can kind of sandwich this area. They maybe don't find any other kills, but they can maybe get the Wisdom Rune, get this tier 1 tower.
Killing couriers.
Taking over the area, and the couriers dropping like flies. BZM and Duraccio both lose theirs. Soxa will have to watch as the Wisdom Rune gets taken away from him. He tries to go in. Gets Gleipnir. DZM up. Almost bursting him down. Tomato gets a 4-step away, but Soxa is able to still hunt him down. And now with the Supernova up here, nobody to hit it. Shopify just have to full retreat. Very likely losing their Elder Titan in the process. Ember Spirit's going to come in here with the Aphonic Shield on him. Wolves on the other side, blocking in Whitemon. He's changed up as well. Oh my god.
Dude, Hellscream is owning this game right now with these Lycan steals.
Yeah.
There's just so many wolves. They're like literally running into each other. Just Invis wolves blocking Invis wolves. Duraccio did not go to that fight because he's trying to finish Butterfly. It does take a tier 2 with the help of some other wolves. But that's still the big missing component for Tundra in this game. And now they hit it. Now it's a question of what you can do with this. It's a lot more damage.
Yeah, now because his Diffusal Blade Manta does not look like a threat much at all.
Still decent damage if you can sleep the Dusa, I think. You have a lot of time to get hits in. Another combo turned around, and BZM, he's just gone in the river, man. Hellscream finds yet another opening here as the Morphling Rampage continues.
Grandmaster tier Morphling at work.
I mean, this lead is not growing for Tundra. A rare sign for them, I think. They've really been frustrated in this series as to how we're supposed to play the map and where we're getting that advantage. So they're just going to go Roche, which this is the straightforward play, right? Get the Butterfly Dusa, go straight into the pit. Just put an Aegis on her, and then your team fight's a lot more stable.
Yeah. Now, Shopify...
Oh, they're contesting.
They're going to get there. I think they're going to get there. I think the Elder Titan has a chance to do something really big. Because is already going to try and slow him down. Duraccio, 33, they're popping the transformation. They're just full on committing.
This could be
Somebody get inside the pit. Roshan's about to go down. Can Tomato pick it up? Tomato gets it. The Aegis snatched away from Duraccio.
He just walked
and now Tundra are in some serious trouble as the Supernova's put in the corner. The Aegis is going to go away. But now the rest of Shopify Rebellion are all here to help him out on the second life. Yopaj is about to go in. Tomato, can they bail him out? Tossed over, some damage onto him, but it's Light Chains holds 33 and Duraccio back. They Manta and start backing away.
What is doing? He's in the... trying to kill Whitemon solo.
Yeah, he's still after this bird. He wants him dead, and he will have him. Gleipnir on a whole bunch of heroes.
Oh,
a
that's
blood
a
right on
monster
top of a stomp. What a combo from Shopify Rebellion. They have just gone into an absolute clusterfuck.
My word, what a team fight. Coming out from the only NA team in the world at this point. I don't even know if that's a true statement, but the tips are coming through.
Come on, man. We got Wildcard out there. Relax.
I mean, what a team. I don't understand how Tomato just walks into the pit and picks up Aegis. Nobody casts a single spell on him. Doesn't have BKB or anything. He just walks in.
Duraccio doesn't like Stone Gaze to try and protect.
Stone Gaze?
Yeah, Stone Gaze is way too
Where's
late.
Wolves hitting him, right? There's nothing. There's no tiny combo. Picaz was messing with the backline this entire fight.
Yeah,
the Aegis didn't even really do anything.
He forced him to egg off the side of the map.
Yes. Picaz was a menace on the backside of that fight. And then the second your Lycan form is out, you don't have Stone Gaze at this point, you start to clump. I mean, the Gleipnir, man, he hit 3 into the silence, into the stomp. That's the combo. It's just straight nasty.
Beautiful. Beautiful stuff. And Shopify, I mean, you said you hit the butterfly timing, you get the Aegis, right? This was supposed to be a big window for Tundra to start taking over the game. Instead, Shopify have just ripped that entire advantage away from them. Now they're up 3K.
I mean, this is their game to lose at this point because they're just outplaying Tundra. They're just flat out outplaying it. Like, that is a sequence that should never happen in Tundra's eyes. They're just stumbling. They're crumbling. They're fumbling.
Man, we went to the is this the downfall of Falcons to is this the downfall of Tundra real quick?
There's been better teams broken at the hand of Bulba.
The rise and fall of empires happens in a day.
At the hands of Bulba.
At the hands of Bulba.
Many teams have come and gone, but he's still here, waiting.
The monolith of the scene.
The Grim Reaper. At the door. Knock, knock. It's me.
Stack it up. All right, so item-wise, what is Shopify going to get next? It looks like mass BKB.
They're going to get 33. That's what they're going to get. Oh, he's got TP. He does.
BKB, TP. Oh!
He got hamstrung.
He got a hamstrung. I didn't know that went through BKB.
It does.
That's broken.
Yeah, that's why his heroes bust.
Pierce's debuff immunity. What the hell?
I mean, these wolves are the most broken summons I think have ever existed in Dota. The only other argument I think is Necronomicon, but you had to buy Necronomicon.
Sure. I just could not believe we even had Lycan being picked up a lot like a month or two ago, but people were preferring the other facet. Neglecting the Alpha Wolves, man.
Wolves heading into bottom right now. They're looking for Doraccio. Gotta find him.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Kaz just taking top. Like, screw your tower.
Radiant's
You ain't
top
fighting me.
tower has fallen.
Honestly, this is... It's starting to feel like Tundra don't have damage. They just missed their Dusa window, and now who's actually killing anybody on the side of Shopify? You have this Abaddon. You're not killing him. This Ember has Shivas now. You're probably not killing him unless you lock him in a smoke screen tiny combo.
Yeah, I would. You know, the Bloodseeker was a good target for BZM to blow up before, but now he's got Glimmer Cape S and Y, so his
not easy.
effective HP just shot straight up.
And then you have this Morphling that is truly untouchable. Fighting an illusion right now.
Especially if he's turning into a Medusa. And he's going to go Aghanim Scepter after Eternal Shroud is completed. So he's going to get Eternal Shroud. He's nigh untouchable against magic damage.
This team fight's becoming spooky for Tundra. I think they expected to snowball a lot more in this game, have a really strong Dusa on the front line with Aegis, and be able to barrel into them, but just not been the case in this mid game.
They still have, like, defensively speaking, I think Tundra still has a lineup that is kind of hard to push into, right? They have Egg Stonecase, right? That's always going to be a tough team fight to push into the enemy. Now, if they pop it and you just run away, then all good.
I think it's about the lockdown. I think BZM has to start finding some good jumps here. There's a lot of kiting potential in the Shopify lineup.
Sounds up.
Whitelock's just dead.
Now ruptured. He's gone.
That's the thing. Shopify don't have to just commit into the team fight, get stuck under Egg Stonegaze. Like, they have Ember, Bloodseeker who can play the edge of the fight. They have a Abaddon who doesn't care. Then someone's getting stomped, someone else is getting Morphling comboed, right? So if you commit Egg Stonegaze and they kite that out and re-engage like we saw around the Roshan pit,
yeah,
then it comes down to your lockdown in this Tundra lineup, and there's not a lot of it. You got the Tiny, that's it. That's where and Tiny's having the worst game of everybody. So there's a lot of pressure on BZM in these fights to really sync something up and either toss a big core target in.
Oh my god.
But they don't know.
What?
Chase him.
They had Dust on Hellscream.
It's not worth it, Austin.
I guess not.
Bigger things to do. Like Roshan coming up.
I mean, 33 is ratting the other side of the map a lot, so.
The Wolves will always do that.
That tower is, yeah, it's quite low. And he is going to get to a nullifier next, so he is going to have some serious damage if they can get to the next item.
He will try to scale for sure. It's Tundra's last win condition with this lineup, right? Just go ultra late. Get 3 carries online with a Phoenix behind them. Rely on this Medusa Bloodseeker matchup more and more as the game goes later.
He's currently got Disperser. He was thinking about Scotty earlier, but has forgone that for the Disperser, and now looking at Orchid, I assume Bloodthorn.
Yeah, he wants Bloodthorn here, max the DPS. And Pakaz is doing the same thing. MKB for this Abaddon. He is just gearing up to take the man fight. Thinks he's playing one position right now. Nobody told him he's the offlaner. I'm about to outcarry this Dusa. Yo, Tomato, watch this shit, bro.
He's like, wow, you guys in Shopify are so revolutionary, putting your off lane in the safe lane like that.
Yeah, you really want to play off lane Bloodseeker, man? I mean, sure, go for it. I'm not gonna stop.
It does feel like Shopify is settling into a slower game as well. They don't seem uncomfortable with the idea of the game going late. Maybe that's just because it's Roche. They're waiting on Roche.
They want the next Roshan for sure.
Do you think, like, if they get this Roshan, do you think we're actually going to see them threatening high ground with it?
I think so. The issue in this game for them right now is the lanes. It's the Lycan Shard and the Wolves. It's just very hard to play fast versus Hero because he always threatens your lanes. He threatens your tower. I mean, your top tier 2 is just getting hit right now. Someone pings it. Somebody has to go back.
Maybe, like, Yopaj needs to get bots or something.
He's an Ember. He's an Ember with Ags now, so you have a lot of remnants to play around with here. All right, amp damage in the river. That's a big rune. And Roche is spawned, so if you're going to make a move, now is not a bad time to make it. Pop the smoke and look for something. They see Whitemon
Yeah,
dewarding
Whitemon
here.
dewarding is going to draw a lot of attention. See if he gets out. Dive. TP. Okay, he was in range of Hellscream and the stun.
That's a big pickoff. 50 seconds. No buyback on this Phoenix.
Meanwhile, they try and have a poke at Bakaz on the other side. Obviously, that's not going to be a kill. Disperser quickly getting rid of the chains, allowing them to run away before Yopaj can collect more.
As Disperser Manta double dispel is going to be nice for Duracho because there's a lot to dispel in this game.
Yeah, they're not going to be caught in the same Gleipnir chains Bloodright scenario that they did in that last Roshan fight.
Nonetheless, it's Shopify making the moves towards Roshan. Duracho gates top. Is this the play though? It's completely isolated and you're giving up Roshan control.
Got the dust on Socks out. He tries to get away, but it's an Ember Spirit with a gem and an Aghanim Scepter. You're not getting away from that. Meanwhile, Hellscream almost dies to BZM. They wanted to pick off. They wanted to get themselves a numbers advantage for Roshan, but instead they're the ones who are going to have to play 4 versus 5. The only option they have is to hit the high ground now and see if Shopify are able to commit for the Roshan anyway,
Man,
or if they'll get some serious damage done. Finally goes down as the tree wallops him, but they got hit by the stomp, but the TP's coming in from Bakaz, so they have to make a run for it.
They're Roshing at this same time right now, so they got the objective they wanted. They can get out with everybody. That's a big win for Shopify. Take that every time.
And really, I mean, was that fight, was a straight up fight around the Roshan pit that bad for Tundra? It was on their outpost.
That's why I just don't understand that move from Duracho going through the gate. Even if your idea is I'm just going to go farm some camps and come back or something, you get stuck in this morph chase. Like, are you really just satisfied to do that over just maintaining a Roshan position on your side, on a Radiant side with Outpost, and just taking that fight with a Dusa lineup, right? I don't know. Something about that felt a little awkward. He will finish the Bloodthorn, so his DPS continues to increase here, which is exactly what Tundra want. Just up the damage, up the kill threat. They have the Full nullifier on 33 working towards Assault Kuros. That will also up the total team DPS here.
I will say,
they're still very farmed.
If Shopify does not get a lot done with this Aegis, I think just overall map play, Tundra are getting so much more done. Right? Despite the fact that they have an Ember Spirit, it feels like Tundra is much better at playing the map very efficiently. They've racked up a 6,000 net worth lead. Wisdom Rune battle. Yopaj does manage to get it into his hands. Egg is going to be popped here. Meanwhile, the fight in mid at the same time. There showed two heroes on the other side of the map. Gleitner goes out with the Blood Right, committing for the kill on a BZM. He wants to all in for this one, but he can't do enough damage. Pulled back in by the Harpoon, and there goes that Aegis.
He needs help. Big time.
Hellscream and Yopaj are on their way, but they're not here yet. And this is a very exposed Bloodseeker. Hit by the inhibit. He is in a bit of trouble. Dyrachyo. Okay, can't finish off the Bloodseeker. Maybe can get the kill on Scam. Will manage to do so. BZM didn't even have to use any combos for that one. 33 just mans up against Makaz and does manage to win that fight with a tree toss over from BZM. It finishes off the life of the Lycan.
Hellscream wants something here, but he's super low mana-wise.
Oh, trying to stop him from retreating because they use the buyback on Scam. They have the numbers, but ultimately Dyrachyo will manage to back off and keep their farm. I don't even really know who won that. It was a 3 for 3, Tundra, a buyback used on Shopify.
Tundra definitely won it. They had to take that fight into Aegis. They came out even. They got a buyback out of Skim. Took the Abaddon down, who was kind of still having some momentum in this game. And Dyrachyo lives. Dyrachyo is just huge now. He's level 25. Split Shot uses modifiers all online already. I mean, huge win for him, right?
Yeah.
The DPS is really skyrocketing right now. Very split fight for Shopify. They just got caught lurking way too far up. I mean, because it's hitting this tier 2 manning up while there's 1.5 cores, I should say, killing this Phoenix on the other side of the map.
Yeah, that was
just wild. The man has no fear.
Little too accurate. It goes back to the premise that Tundra, they do seem to be better at playing the map and catching Shopify in positions that they don't want to be in.
Your opinion, man.
Okay, what's your opinion, man?
What? I mean, they probably are, yeah. Probably agree. I would concur.
Why do you do this to me?
I would agree with that.
Screen, he's got BKB. Yopaj is going to be fine, but Tundra do manage to force it out of him.
Though I will say, I don't think Tundra have been better playing the map this series, team-wise. I think this game, it's just, you have Lycan.
Yeah, okay.
So by default, you kind of just win the map, or you can turn your brain off and you win the lane battle, you know?
Yeah, they did a really good job of buying the Lycan shard.
It was a high skill play, but it's paid off. Big Lotus on Dyrachyo as well. Should watch for that.
Yeah.
Could be super impactful. It's like effectively cheese on this hero.
Yeah, 900 health and mana.
He also rolled the Mindbreaker. Really nice here.
Yeah, especially since he's level 25, right?
It's just so much damage coming out from this Medusa right now. You really want to take a fight here in the next minute or so if you can get it. You could just win the game off that.
Especially with the Ember Spirit having his BKB on cooldown. Because, interesting, he is going for a late Blade Mail. That's an idea.
Turn Medusa's damage back around against him. Yeah. Uncontrollable in a sense. Interesting idea. Nope, he skipped it. He's going Basher.
I like that idea more. I feel like Bakaz should just try and get to full 6-slot territory. Get the MKB. Just try and bash Dyrachyo out of the fight as much as possible.
I'm not super sold on this one. It's okay.
Dire are scanning.
I mean, there's no way Blade Mail is ever going to bring Dyrachyo low enough.
I don't like the Blade Mail, but
I mean, what else is his options? Because he's most likely his scenario is he's just going to be hitting the Dusa, right? Like,
I mean, there's no AC yet in the lineup, which isn't that amazing against Dusa directly, but I think it is nice between your 3 cores versus Lycan versus the other heroes. I don't know if there's anything that's higher DPS.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yopaj is going to go back for a Radiance, it looks like.
I guess, yeah, Abyssal doesn't look too bad. He also got Aviana's Feather, so extra evasion for him. I mean, he's going to do his best to try and carry this game, but...
Trying to get the toss back. BZM uses the Ogre Seal Totem for a relatively risk-free attempt at a pickoff.
The Wolves.
Somebody's got to deal with them.
Nobody's killing the Wolves.
Dire's middle barracks.
They just straight up get the range barracks. Yopaj can't even go for him. Pushing up to the Tormentor, straight up rupturing Dyrachyo, then going for the kill with the Gleipnir onto Saksa. He is controlled up for too long. He dies. Supernova goes off, and now Shopify Rebellion need to reset. Because he wants to chase after Dyrachyo, but is going to be forced on his ultimate as BZM uses a combination, activates BKB. Good Elder Titan hit there with the ultimate. 33 trying to address the backlines while Hellscream pushes forward as a Dusa. Waveforms through Dyrachyo, throws the Hellscream back. He's taking a lot of damage, but he's now delayed up the Dusa long enough the rest of the team can get here. Hellscream dies, but so will Dyrachyo.
Oh, another clutch team fight from Shopify Rebellion. Just out of nothing, they catch Dyrachyo walking up that hill into Tormentor. Very casual. The team is waiting, and they get the fight they were looking for. The Dusa dealt the damage, but everybody else just got shredded, especially that Lycan.
I didn't think it was going to be that good going on the Dusa in the first place, but I guess importantly, they killed Saksa right away.
It just didn't take that much damage in the initial go. They had a lot of extra shield on the Bloodseeker. The Ember tanked a bunch of it. And him tanking damage isn't that relevant if you don't finish him, because he still gets to play the fight the same way.
Sure.
Yeah. Great team fight for Shopify Rebellion. And I think a big piece was this Lycan just didn't really get to do anything. He ran around, he was chasing the Morphling, and then the second he got stunned for a little bit, just completely demolished by that single target burst of the Bloodseeker plus the Abaddon hitting him. And he got bashed. He got bashed, Austin, twice. Makaz knows.
I don't know if that made the difference in that fight.
I mean, it's pretty big. You bash this Lycan in his ult. Not insignificant.
BZM activate the Illusion Rune, trying to get away from this Gleipnir grab, but there's too many chains. Another one comes down from Yopaj.
Damage.
Tomato just fully committing, and look at the overheal that he has from his Aghanim Scepter. He will dive all the way into the tier 4s. Fearless, because he is like 5,000 HP. Saksa now gets caught by another Gleipnir. This Gleipnir has just worked wonders for Shopify.
I mean, it's a really good Gleipnir game.
It is a really good Gleipnir game. You're not wrong about that.
And Shopify Rebellion take the net worth lead here as Tundra get caught outside the base without the Medusa. What were you doing there?
And now they've got their next round of items. The Abyssal is coming in. The Radiance is coming in.
Oh, they're getting a lot of momentum right now. They're getting very big, and they're outpacing this Dusa. Once more, the timings from Dyrachyo just did not get enough for Tundra here. And it's Shopify Rebellion knocking on the door of a 2-0.
Hitting both lanes at top and middle, while Wolves hit bottom. Bloodthorn easily dispelled with Manta from Bakaz.
They'll take their win and retreat.
I guess Roshan could be up right now.
Yeah, you really want this Rosh. It's the big one.
And timing-wise, it might be a little awkward. It's going to spawn on the Radiant side, but it won't stay there for too long.
Dire are scanning.
So if we get into some sort of stalemate, it might be one of those scrambles where...
Oh, they're gonna smoke. They just want to fight. Screw Roche. Let's just slay them.
Is he far enough out that they can commit for him? Wanting the Rupture.
It's Lotus.
Bloodright goes out. Disperser going to be used. Got him on the Gleipnir to keep him inside the silence. They spot Saksa and quickly kill him. Bakaz's already taken a lot of damage, though. He starts backing away. Aviana's Feather is going to help him right there. Abyssal Blade on 33, trying to commit for it, but a beautiful avalanche covers him quite nicely, hitting 4 different heroes, bouncing them up. And now Yopaj, he has to commit his BKB for fear of the Stone Gaze use. Avalanche over the top, it actually stopped Yopaj's TP out. His BKB wears out. Now he's hit by the Bloodthorn. He's dead. Hellscream TPing out after a waveform will get away. So will the rest of Shopify Rebellion. They will only lose their Ember Spirit there.
I almost thought Shopify were going to think about going back in there if Yopaj could get the base and come back, because no Stone Gaze, no Lycan ult.
Yeah.
You can easily kite that lineup around. So very clutch stun from BZM to find that Ember on the exit. Finally kill Yopaj in this game. By the way, first death for the Ember Spirit. The entire game. He was 12-0 and 14.
Yeah.
He looks very sad about it.
more upgrades came in for Shopify. They got the Aghanim Scepter on the Morphling. So we'll see if he actually uses the alt cast of Morph or if he's just planning on, what, most of the time I've seen this Aghanim Scepter is just turn into a hero and use the Aghanim's ability, which I guess would be, he wants to turn into Dusa for the snake.
Yeah, there's nothing else, right?
I've yet to see, like, we've seen a couple of Aghanim's Morphlings in this new version, and we've never seen them actually use the alt
I've
cast.
never seen someone summon.
So it would be interesting if he actually used it because already lost so much of his HP in the Aviana's Feather. It wears out, wasn't able to get up to the high ground like he was hoping to, but he does manage to get back to his team. Gleipnir goes back, bounces back, hits Bakaz, and now Tomato has just given 33 the instruments of death to finish off poor old Yopaj. Ult goes through. Earth Splitter creates a little bit of chaos for Shopify to be able to get away, but
You get out with everybody. I mean, that's a blessing because they had no business being in that fight. No Ember Spirit. Your Abaddon ult pops super early. Just Bakaz gets caught. Cost Shopify a lot here as that's Roshan. Didn't even get a fight for it. And again, this is the big one. And it went to Dire side, so now you get an Ag Scepter off this.
You're just bleeding out hero after hero over and over again.
Who do you give this Axe to? Lycan Bite?
Is it
Tree Toss?
I don't think it's that good this game.
Dusa eat?
I think I would just give it to Axe.
Dusa just eats it. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know, Snake, but Lycan Bite Snake sounds kind of spooky.
It's too many animals in one. No, I'm sure more control. That's always worth.
Wait, do you ever want to bite Dusa now that I think about it?
No, you don't.
You lose all the range?
Yeah.
You know, there are some heroes in Dota,
You could
though.
bite the tiny, but he doesn't have a right-click build.
All right, Austin, tell me this. Is it a bug or a feature?
Oh, no.
There are some heroes in Dota, when you Lycan bite them, they can still have extra attack range. If there's a modifier that gives them extra attack range.
Oh, like Sniper?
Terrorblade also does it with
Metamorphosis. Right, with Metamorphosis.
So if you bite Terrorblade and then he metas, he can range hit as a wolf. Busted. I tried to sell my team on that strat. They didn't believe in it.
Well, maybe they didn't want to get disqualified. Overwhelming blink for the Lycan. Where is he going to use that?
That was uncalled for, man. That was uncalled for. I'm just kidding. That was uncalled for.
Aghanims for the Elder Titan 2?
I mean, yeah, if you can get in there and hit somebody, it's good, but...
Yeah.
For me, this Axe has fallen off in the last year or so. It's not as good as it used to be.
I mean, I guess I question if he's just ever going to have the HP and armor to run into a fight with the Dusa there.
That's the bigger problem. Like, you get this Axe, you get 3 or 4 heroes with it, you run in, you're like, I'm hitting for 400, you get one shot by some enemy carry. You're just rarely taking that man fight.
I mean, he does have a Ghost Scepter too, so like he can...
Yeah, that means he can run in Ghost Scepter and not be able to hit anybody.
No, I'm saying he can get a few hits in, he gets low, Ghost Scepters, you know.
He's going to run in and get one shot.
I mean, if he can get in there, if he can commit, if he can hit a stomp on the Dusa, then...
Yeah, that's always the thing with this Axe. If you can do this, but I'm telling you, you never can.
You're
better off just buying like Refresher or something. I don't know, just double ult some nerd. Send him into the abyss.
Isn't him being close to the Dusa like very valuable because you take away 35 armor? Toss back. Yopaj has to use his BKB. BZM, meanwhile, he gets bashed up a little bit. He may be in some trouble. They have to use the Supernova to try and protect him. They're all in on the egg, but the egg, it barely blows up the final little second. Shopify, can they actually push through this one? Yopaj managed to bounce out of this one. Meanwhile, Bakaz is all in committed, but the damage, it is overwhelming from Duraccio. They managed to full heal. Oh! He managed to get the full heal out of Tomato, and as a result, because he is still alive, he will take the fight to Duraccio, who has 2 lives, yes, but he doesn't have any teammates. Oh, never mind. BZM comes in, helps take out at least the Abaddon.
That's a dieback for Bakaz.
Now it's 4 heroes against the Dusa. BZM
Tundra
ready to go back in again.
Gonna try and rally around this Medusa with no Pakaz on the battlefield.
Down to half mana, a toss up in the air. Tomato taking a lot of damage. It is too much for him. Durachio's too powerful. All he needs is a little round of disables, and they start falling. Oh, he's out of mana now, though. Hellscream, he's trying to kill him with little right clicks that do no damage. A Stone Gaze, turned into a Gorgon's Grasp. It's just not enough damage. Somehow Durachio with no mana on 500 HP is too much for Shopify Rebellion. They can't finish him off. He starts walking away, and now Shopify Rebellion are left with no team to defend the base. Yopaj is dead, 4 heroes gone, and Tundra will clutch it out in the end in one final climactic team fight. They will call an end to this game 2 and even up the series, making it 1-1.
What an insane fight that somehow Durachio is still alive at the end of. I don't even understand how 33 was doing that much damage. There's a point in that fight where the Medusa was slept for the full duration, and they were just fighting the Lycan. It was just Lycan versus 2 of the cores, and he was winning that fight. Disgusting stuff from 33 in that last engagement. Ultimately, he ends up dying on the cusp and give the full heal to Bloodseeker, and they still win the fight in their base against the buybacks. Okay. That's one way to win a game. You end this game 21 versus 38. You're down in kills. You were down in net worth, but you got that third Roche. I think that's what really won this game. I think if Shopify get that third Roche, they get the Ags, they get the Aegis. Yeah. They have a very good shot to win this game. Losing that Roche really hurt them in the end. Having that extra Ags on the Medusa, right? The extra Snake, the extra HP. Yeah. All that little stuff adds up when you have 2 lives on her.
Yeah, I mean, when you get the, like, he also bought out the Shard when he got the Aghanim Scepter. So how much damage did he delay with the extra stun time? Exactly. From turning them to stone, and then the Shard also going off and giving even more time. We like 500 HP. That was all that was left on him, right?
And that's maybe the game in that fight. So
yeah,
that third Roshan cost everything.
It absolutely did. Shopify Rebellion give as good as they took, man. They did an excellent job taking over game 1, game 2, a very back and forth affair, but Tundra proved their expertise in the end and still managed to clutch it out.
That's what we would expect from a world-class team like Tundra, but for the people who will be looking into the future, seeing these results on the internet saying like, oh, a 1-1 for Shopify. That's pretty impressive that Shopify got 1 win out of it. It could have been 2. Shopify pushed it to the limits this game number 2, but unfortunately it just came up ever so slightly short. But still, nothing to be ashamed of. Even a 1-1 split overall, nothing to be ashamed of for Shopify.
I think you walk away happy knowing that you snatched the Aegis in this moment as Tomato. That was fantastic. Glimmer Cape on carries, everybody. That's all that really matters. Everything about this series summarized right there.
That's all.
I promise no one's ever said that on this panel before or on this DreamLeague.
Very revolutionary. But no, that was a really great moment by Shopify. Because if Tundra had gotten that first Aegis and not gotten wiped there, we would have seen their net worth lead just swing high. Because 33 on that Lycan and Durachio on the Medusa, they were farming regardless of like how some of the early engagements didn't go their way or maybe they got picked off here and there. They were still building the net worth that they needed to go into that late game Medusa state. But Shopify just played so well around that, starting from that first Aegis into like picking and choosing their battles, just the itemization from them too, made it so that it wasn't a comfortable entrance for the Medusa into the late game because that's where the problems really lied for them. I honestly think if they hadn't gotten gotcha'd by that Medusa, based on gameplay, they might have also taken this game too, maybe not with complete ease, but with mild difficulty.
It was one of the few options that may have been able to salvage it, and still 80% of it was Shopify's draft from game 1 in the first place,
Yeah,
so
true.
the foundation was there.
It was just like, yeah, we'll take this and we'll just put a little bit above it. I will say the Medusa was like, yeah, this gotcha, but Medusa wasn't really strong until we got towards that very end part of this game. What is going on?
This man wants to compare.
Do you have something to declare?
He wants to compare 2 players. Do you want to do an Acer Predator head-to-head, Purge?
Can you sit?
I'm head-to-heading these clothes right now. Oh my
Head
God.
to head,
But the
arm to arm.
armpit to armpit, rip these open.
Purge, what's on your mind?
What's on my mind is talking about the offlaners, because I was very impressed with how Shopify Rebellion played, and you know, there's some people talking shit. Was Pakaz going to be a good offlaner? I think he proved that he was. And frankly, I'm really interested in his impact in this game. He did more damage than the Lycan did as an Abaddon. His items were interesting. He didn't go Echo Saber Harpoon. He's like, I'm going to get a Diffusal Blade, which is pretty equivalent as a Universal hero in terms of impact. He was a real big reason that they killed Medusa many times early in the game. Look at that beautiful KDA, 8, 5, and 14. I just thought that his items were unique and interesting, different from the meta, and were the right thing for the moment. And look at this, he did more building damage than a Lycan, who had a Shard, who was proccing his little damage numbers against buildings. I was very, very impressed with Picaz's impact in this game, so that's why I wanted to focus on this. They had more kills than Tundra at the end of the game. That means you win, I think. I'm pretty sure that's how it works.
Kills win
so,
games.
Yeah, impressive.
The Ancient is just like a small detail that we don't really need to worry about. The main thing is the numbers that you put on the board. Thank you very much,
Right,
Purge.
I'll go back to...
Oh, wait, before we say goodbye to you, Purge, could I ask a request? Could you do another head-to-head, Acer Predator head-to-head? And could you do Picaz's Lycan from game 1 against 33's Lycan in game number 2?
Will he get that reference? Because it was Fear who...
Yeah, he might not.
I don't think I have enough space in my clothes to do that head-to-head. Thank you, though. I'll try.
Yeah, if you could just load that one up for me, that would be awesome.
Shouldn't have eaten that. 2 sugar cubes. Filled me up.
Hey, can you turn around?
Purge's favorite
You wanna see
form
my
of
butt?
sugar is raw
Can you just
sugar.
Can you just
Can you show, don't mind. These
can
are
you
my...
show them your costume?
I have 2 pairs of pants on, but these ones are... They rip open.
It's all the sugar he's eating.
How lewd.
It makes the butt fat. Everyone knows that.
It goes straight to the thighs.
Brings all the boys to the yard. Purge, thank you very much for that Acer Predator head-to-head, and I'm glad that you are giving Picaz his flowers, because I will admit, I was among the skeptics who wasn't sure if he would be able to make the pivot, especially after you said he's only been pubbing offlane heroes for like a month.
Yeah, that's
and
it.
Despite that, he comes in looking extremely polished.
He really does. I'm really excited to see the future of this team, because while Tundra did win in the end and it was cool and all, I came out of that game more impressed with Shopify than I was with Tundra, because they really had this wall that they had to climb and play around and itemize around in the Medusa, and they did that so fantastically to the point where, like Avery said, at the very end, it all came down to that third Aegis, and if Shopify had gotten it, they would have won a game where like Dota Plus off of picks would have done like an 80-20 probability rate. So a lot of that is due to Picaz just playing so well and fitting in so nicely into this meta where offlaners just farm it up and kind of play like secondary carries.
An encouraging result moving forward, and it's only day 2, and Shopify have already done quite well, but still not quite as well in this game 2 as the winner, who is Tundra, and specifically I'm getting an opportunity to speak to BZM. Congratulations on the game 2 victory, my man. I have not gotten a chance to speak to you in a while, actually. I know 2025 has been good for you, but I don't think I've seen you since like Wallachia Season 2 when you were standing in for Na'Vi, so I was kind of wondering, what was the rest of your 2024 like before you put this Tundra logo on your shirt?
Just playing pops. Healing mainly. Nothing much. I mean, watching the other teams play in the tournaments, basically. That was the main thing. But yeah, not much.
So I guess you definitely were not taking time off. You were still grinding it out, looking for an opportunity like this.
I mean, yeah, but you know, when you have some time off, you want to savor it, you know. So I did a bit of both, but mainly I grinded, yeah.
So then if you're alluding to some time that you were savoring, what were you doing? What does a BZM perfect day off look like?
Probably just, I mean, I'll still turn on the PC, don't get me wrong, but I don't know, play some Overthrow, then go outside, do some, I don't know, walk. I like walking, but then in the end I'll always come back and watch some Dota, you know?
A little bit of touching grass and a little bit of your first love of Dota. Well, it's been working out great for you this year. This game number 2, though, was touch and go. I mainly, this first Roche fight was one of the more despair moments I've seen out of you in a while, because Tomato comes in, steals the Aegis, and then it's just pure chaos after that. What was going in the comms for Tundra at that moment?
I didn't even, I mean, I was like, I saw them coming, and I'm like, guys, they're coming, and then the Archer is like, finish the rush, but I'm dead, so I cannot stop him, you know. And then he steals the Aegis, and I mean the rest is history. And yeah, Glimmer Cape, just Glimmer Cape.
Yeah, that was our takeaway also, Glimmer Cape, which you guys kind of popularized. I see 33's been Glimmer Caping, Duracchio's been Glimmer Caping. Is there any mid lane Glimmer Cape viability options? Are we ever going to see Invoker Glimmer Cape?
Invoker? No. I mean, I think I've done it years ago, but just as a meme.
Ember
but
Spirit
there
Glimmer
are-
Cape?
I mean, I don't know about them. I mean, maybe. I mean, thing is, Glimmer can work on any hero in any game. That's the point of it. But yeah, there are mid heroes you can buy it on for sure.
Enjoy it while you can, because I have to imagine that you guys have made a strong case for Glimmer Cape getting nerfed soon if we get a patch anytime soon. In the meanwhile, though, I'm going to pass you on to Purge, who's got a question for you as well.
Oh, I'm sorry, I zoned out. I was thinking of somebody else. What did you think about the? How relevant do you think Lycan is in the current meta? Because yesterday Phantom Assassin was really popular, but today Lycan seems to be by far the most common pick.
I mean, I'm a mid laner, and you're asking me about Lycan, but what I can say is it's really annoying when he gets to level 11, and it's annoying mostly for the supports. So if the supports are bad against it, you can just smash pick the Lycan and you're good, I think.
You have to deal with the wolves though. Like, do you have to deal with like your supports crying about the wolves, and you have to go kill them for them? That's like one way it impacts you, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's just, you don't have to really do much with the hero itself, but it's just the wolves doing the job for you, and they're practically global, so, and they're practically no cooldown, because, you know, and yeah, that's mainly it. And then your hero's chaos, so it's like kind of OP.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
I got one more question before I let you go. 33 did an interview on our second stream and was praising how well that you've assimilated with this team. Like your chemistry, both in game and out of game, has been really, really nice with Tundra. But from your perspective, I'm wondering, you haven't been on that many tier 1 teams, so your OG experience versus your Tundra experience, like how is can you notice any differences?
I mean, OG experience was like it went through many different phases.
Mm-hmm.
So like there's a bit of good OG experience, there's a bit of bad OG experience. But this one, like Tundra experience, is like I don't know. I'm kind of freestyling, like since I joined. So can't say anything bad. But eventually, I'm gonna have to start like adapting and listening to the older and more experienced people in the team.
Mm-hmm.
But for now it feels good, but in the future I'm probably gonna have to suck it up a little.
Yeah, but maybe that's only coming from you. I mean, it seems like you're enjoying the low pressure kind of situation right now.
Yeah, I mean, playing without pressure is good, but you definitely shouldn't get too ahead of yourself, because these two games right now, I feel like I let them down a lot, but I feel like they also let them down, and I'm gonna talk some shit to them afterwards. So,
That, I think, is the perfect healthy team environment. That you gotta have that give and take. BZM, congratulations on the Game 2 win. You guys have been doing great so far, so I have no doubt that we're gonna be seeing more of you in Group Stage 2, but thanks for taking the time to speak to us.
Thank you.
Catch you later at BZM. That's it for this series, but I think I see off in the distance, hark, there's a fear!
Hello. Anyhow, there's too many damn Zoomers out there nowadays, and I think we need to have a Dota history lesson, and it's going to involve you guys, my panel. So I've prepared a little bit of a game. I'm going to prepare 8 heroes, icons, but they're going to be Dota 1 icons.
Oh, God.
And I'm going to see if you can guess who they are. So I'm going to have a little bit of rule set, though. If you get 2 correct in a row, you cannot participate on the next round.
Okay.
Just in case there's like
Do you
a
think
giga
we're
nerd.
actually going to be good at this?
Someone might be.
Purge
I'm
is
gonna be good at
I
this.
played
Okay,
Dota
but
on
Purge
this.
is like 50. Like, it came out when
And
he was
then
like.
I will keep
developed
count. So
brain.
we will
I
have
played a lot of Dota.
Tsunami,
Yeah.
Natty,
Okay.
Yeah.
Effie, and Purgy. We will keep count of your scores here, and we will see who the winner is at the end.
Mir,
Perfect.
you wanna just take turns getting it right so we can just dominate the whole thing?
I don't have a screen. I feel like
Wait, are
I'm
we
a
a
little
team?
disadvantaged.
There's no teams. This is free for all.
Yeah, Tsunami
Just
and I
like
are
Dota
team.
1 days.
Great.
Just like Dota, you're all by yourself.
It actually has been a hot minute though, so you may have forgotten some.
The only,
Anyway,
Not
let's
possible.
start with our first one.
Let's
It
run
is the easiest. Even an idiot will get this one
Chris
right.
Voigt. Oh,
Who is this?
Okay,
Ogre Magi.
I was trying to say before I swore.
I think Tsunami got that
I
one.
can,
first.
I can give
Did
a
it-
bonus content
You
though.
can have it though.
Ogre Magi he looks like a jungle creep, doesn't he?
He does.
Yes, he was.
Okay, was he Sentinel or Scourge, Neil?
Oh.
Scourge is the answer.
Which tavern did he
Scourge.
come out
It was
of?
the Scourge Tavern.
Actually. Like, okay, guys.
Anyway, moving on to the next hero. A little more
PA,
challenging.
PA, more turn, more
Wow, okay, you're tied.
I can give bonus lore on this one. It used to be really hard to see her in blur. Like she was literally difficult to see on the screen.
The bonus question is,
become
what was
invisible.
their surname?
Assassin.
Mordred.
I have no idea.
Yeah, that was it. It was Mordred. That is correct. That is correct. Yeah, that is.
Oh, there you go. Effie gets 2 points.
Yay, I like to win.
No, this is a bonus one. All
Yeah,
right,
great team.
next one. Let's
We can
fire
be a
this up.
team.
Vengeful Spirit.
Vengeful.
Okay, that was definitely Purge.
I would not have gotten that.
All right, very
I
good.
don't
Any
have any
lore on that
bonus.
one?
Well, yeah. Venge could not buy Blink Dagger back in the day. She wasn't allowed to.
I also have some more lore on
And
it.
she couldn't buy orb effects.
Her sister's Queen Imperial.
They were called orb effects. They were called orb effects, and you couldn't buy them.
No points for that, but actually
Whoa, what
in,
about mine? Whoa.
in Dota 2, the new facet, what's it called, like Soul Strike or something?
Yeah.
You're the one
That
telling the
uses
story.
the old Dota 1 animation of
You're
her
right.
attack animation.
Because she would throw her own body.
Exactly,
as
and
an
they added
auto-attack
that to
animation.
Dota 2.
And that's
That
why
is
she
more
couldn't
important.
buy orb effects.
Exactly.
That's really cool. I
That is
actually didn't know that.
Deep lore.
I
All
like
right.
that one.
Next hero, let's fire it off.
Bloodseeker.
All right.
Strigwer.
Was that 2 in a row, Purge?
That was 2 in a row.
You
Goodbye,
cannot
everybody.
participate in the next round.
All right, I'll just keep getting them right in my head.
I have no bonus lore on Bloodseeker. Any Bloodseeker bonus mechanics that you remember, Fear?
Not really. I just remember this was the superior looking Bloodseeker. This looks way better than Dota 2.
He's an animal. He's
No,
like a
he's
bear.
an orc wearing an animal's clothing.
That's pretty metal.
Anyway, moving on.
This was Viper.
Oh, you actually got that one. I
Yeah.
thought people might be
no,
surprised
I
on
No,
that
that
one.
that one's easy.
Viper used to be
Be
purple.
quiet over
Yeah,
there,
he was
Purge.
very luminescent, and his color would change based on what slot you were.
Literally everything we've seen has either been white or purple.
So everyone has a point right now, but Natty.
Wow, I'm so shocked at
Let's
that.
help Nat get the next one.
All right, let's roll the next one.
All right, give her
I
some
know
hints.
the answer.
Give her some hints.
Look at my
Purge
eyes.
is banned from this round, so
Look
he may not
into
talk.
Effie's
What is
eyes.
looking into your eyes?
Do a soul read. What is she thinking of?
There was no response. Not for a long time. Not for a long
You just
time.
said to look at you.
All right, I'll give a hint. This is a strength hero now in Dota
No, it's
2.
not.
It is.
That's a really,
Is
really
it? Did they
good
change
hint.
it back?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You
Yeah,
got me.
no more hints. Come on.
Are those trees on its head? Is it Treant Protector?
Incorrect.
Just name a hero, Nat.
I already did.
It is
You
a
guys
strength
are
hero.
telling me.
Dream Protector is the range
Axe.
tower.
Axe?
The Mogul Khan?
You guys
Actually,
want
I
me
have
to
no
say
idea
the
what
answer?
this is. Effie.
Guess all the strength heroes you can. all
Effie,
three.
you know, I assume,
Keep
right?
guessing.
Do you actually know? You can guess.
She's good to guess. Only Purge is banned from
Yeah.
this
I'm
round.
banned. I got 2 in a row. as
No,
well.
No,
No, you
Purge
didn't.
got the last
Back.
2. You're good.
It's 2 back to back.
You're only banned for 1 round after you get 2 in a
Oh,
row.
I'm not banned. Is that not tiny?
No.
Oh my
what the
god,
fuck?
am I the only one?
Oh wow, this is
Plot
fun.
thickens.
But give me a hint that the others won't get.
So how about when Universal Heroes came out, he became a Universal Hero and then he got switched back to Strength. Very obvious. Duh. It was a really good hint.
That was.
And if you still can't get that, I'll give you
Of
another
course I know,
clue.
Nat. I'm simply not answering out of respect for you.
Yeah.
He is a mechanical strength hero.
Clockwork?
No.
Gyrocopter. He's
That
a
is
strength
not a
hero.
strength
Didn't
hero.
look like that. He was an old guy.
How many other Keens are there?
He has saw blades.
Timbersaw.
There we go.
Wow. So he did have trees.
There you go.
Yeah,
He's got trees on his head.
he does. He farms trees in Warcraft 3. He was that automaton with the saw
He
blade.
was the
Wow, I
Goblin
never would have
Shredder.
guessed that from
Oh, yeah.
Timbersaw.
What was his name? Oh, his name is literally Timbersaw.
He was called Shredder,
yeah.
Goblin Shredder.
Oh yeah, it was
Shredder.
Shredder, yeah.
Now he's called Rizrak.
Yeah. All right, moving on. All right, so last two are going to be the hardest.
Oh,
we can get these.
I know this one.
You're not
know
banned,
this
Purge.
one.
You're good.
Legion Commander.
All right.
That's why she has a voice line where she says, "Nice mustache." Because it's a throwback to her Dota 1. She was a dude back then.
I like that lore.
And she was a mounted hero also. She was on a horse.
Yeah.
So
Representation, let's go.
This next one for me, I would have not
Just
got
the
right
right.
unless I was hosting the show. We'll see if anyone can get it right. But let's go ahead and roll the last one.
I know this one.
Of course you do.
You're not banned. If you want to just take the W, it's all
Do
yours.
you guys want to discuss or do you want me to just send this one?
Well, give us a hint.
It is one of my favorite heroes.
Purge, I don't know you.
No, Shadow
I don't even
Demon's
know your
incorrect.
real name, Pudge. How would I know your
Whoa.
favorite hero?
This hero was Shadow Demon at one point.
Was it not Shadow Demon?
It's not. No, it's not Shadow Demon.
I'm confused now.
Are you sure? I think they switched the model. I think it was Shadow
I
Demon
think
at
it
one
is
point.
Shadow Demon.
Well, it's not anymore. In my game, it's not. So
Okay.
In my, I'm the host here. I make
I'm
the
the
rules.
host. So in my game, this is not Shadow Demon.
You're Blizzard?
So do you know Pudge?
I thought it was Shadow Demon. I think
Oh.
it was Shadow Demon and then they switched the model. I might be wrong though.
Well, if you Google it,
Doing
then you're
research.
disqualified.
If you Google, okay.
Oh no, I googled it but I didn't click anything. I'm safe.
Thalanar? No, it's not. That's
No,
not right.
Incorrect.
It might be a new
Guys,
hero.
I just thought it was Shadow Demon.
Is it an animal in Dota 2 now? Is it like this dog-like
He is not
creature?
an animal.
He's not an
Arcordon?
animal.
Our coordinate is correct.
Nice. That's very impressive.
Because the way I was like, it has to be a newer hero because I just. Why
Yeah.
would they switch the model? They actually switched a lot of models in Warcraft 3 Dota. Like, someone would just be something and be something else like 3 patches later.
And now I've learned I lack critical thinking. Thank you, Effie. Thank you.
All right,
I
time to
really
reveal the
need that one.
scores. We have Tsunami sitting at 2 points.
Wow.
Natty sitting at 0 points.
Why would you not say me first then? Why would
Because I'm doing the order I wrote it down.
Okay.
Effie is sitting at 3 points with the bonus point, so that brings her up to 4 points. And Purge only sitting at 3. So Effie, you're the winner. Congratulations.
No, a single doubt in my mind you were going to win that one.
Shout out to my teacher who never noticed when I skipped last period to go to a net cafe in Jordan called Players with my brother. We ran away from school. $1 taxi.
No, that's not the lesson. That's not
Dota
the lesson
1.
here. No, the lesson is do it after school.
The lesson
Yes.
is you skip class and you get high scores in the stuff that really matters.
No, you go to university, you get a degree, and then you don't use it and you come work in esports instead.
Lock it in.
Hell yeah.
And if you're
Me
at
too.
home at university right now, well, don't worry. We will continue entertaining you because we got one more series for the night. Stick around, everyone. And we got Paravision versus Avalis after the break.
Waking up, playing some Dota. It's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.
I've been a wild rover for many a year, and I've spent all my money on whiskey and beer. But now I'm returning with gold and great score. I never will play the wild rover no more, and it's no, nay, never. No, nay, never, no more will I play the wild rover. No, never. Out into an alehouse I used to frequent, though the landlady money was spent. I asked her for credit, she answered me nay. Such custom is yours, I can get any day. And it's no, nay, never. No, nay, never, no more will I play the wild rover. No, never. Put your hand in me pocket, the lamp sovereign's bright, and the landlady's eyes open wide with delight. I've beer and I've whiskey, wine to the best, and the words that I spoke you were only myself oft times before. I never will play the water rover no more. And it's no, nay, never. No, nay, never, no more will I play the water rover. No, never, no more. And it's no, nay, never. No, nay, never, no more will I play the water rover. No, never, no There was an old farmer in Dorset that dwell, Lily Valera, la, and he had a wife that many knew well, Lily Valera, la. Lera, lera, Lily Valera, Lily Valera, la. Lera, lera, Lily Valera, Lily Valera, la. The devil came to the old man at the plough, Lily Valera, la. One of your family I must have now, Lily Valera, la. It's not your oldest son that I crave, but 'tis your wife, and she I must have. Lero, lero, Lily Valera, Lily Valera, la.
Now welcome, good Satan, with all of me heart.
Lily Valera, la.
I hope you and she will never more part.
Lily Valera, la. Now Satan has got the old wife on his back. He's locked her up like a peddler's pack. Lero, lero, Lily Valera, Lily Valera, la. He trudged away till they came to his gate. Lily Valera, la. Come and take in this old farmer's mate. Lily Valera, la. She saw 30 nymphs all dancing in chains. She ups for their boots and beats at their brains. Lero, lero, Lily Valera, Lily Valera, la. She knocked out Satan against the wall. Lily Valera, la. Let's turn her out or she'll murder us all. Lily Valera, la. He's bundled her up on his back and then to her own husband he's took her again. Lero, lero, Lily Valera, Lily Valera, la. I've been a tormentor the whole of me life. Lily Valera, la. But I've never tormented like this farmer's wife. Lily Valera, la. Lero, lero, Lily Valera, 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 Lily Valera, la.
Welcome back, friends, to the smooth rhythms of the last series of the day here at DreamLeague Season 25, day number 2 of Group Stage 1. We are getting a chance to debut Avalis on the main stream, although they have quite the uphill battle against themselves because they are going up against Parivision.
Pinching my elbow. What
are you chuckling at over there?
She really likes my T-pose. She's really into it.
Can you button my jacket for me?
I would love to, Fear.
Wait, Fia, can I play a little mini game with you before we get into the draft?
Too jacked for me to button this up.
People back then didn't eat well enough, I guess. What can you do?
All right, so we do have some heroes on the board, but Fear, I know that you've been doing some digging into Avlis, so give me a quick TLDR on what I should know about this team as we get into this game.
Well, I think the big thing to note about this team right now is that they have a big set of comfort picks, especially from the offlane and position 4. Eki is playing a lot of Lion with like a 30% win rate, his most played hero. Oof. Then we have Zibby as well playing Dawnbreaker, sitting at like a 38% win rate with like 11 games in the past month. But that's not necessarily a bad thing, because he has other heroes he's good with, but they seem to go back to the strategy time and time again, and it's not really working out. So I do want to see this offlane change up a little bit from them. I want to see some new heroes come out. He loves to play his Darkseer. He loves to play Dawn. Dawn is a little bit meta right now. I will give him that much. However, when it's not working 11 games in a row, you kind of might need to switch to something new here. So I definitely want to see some more creativity and maybe adapting to the patch a bit.
What are you supposed to do in that moment, though? Like, when you are a team that isn't the best in the world and you are picking meta stuff and you're still losing, it feels like the next step, like you said, is to try new stuff, and then if that doesn't work as well, it feels like your confidence is just destroyed at that point. That's what I'm worried about for him.
That could be a point, but there does have to be a point where you have to like move on, right? And try something new if it doesn't work 11 times in a row. So I think hopefully they're looking at these games, they're preparing some new stuff. We saw the Lycan look pretty good. We're seeing a Baden looking good. I want to see more of these heroes on Zibby if he can pick them up.
It's funny that you're calling out these players as the ones who rely on comfort, because I feel like so many people often eyeball Stormstorm and be like, well, if he's not an Invoker, then what is he doing? But he's actually been expanding a little bit. I saw that throughout much of the qualifiers, he's been playing a fair amount of Tiny.
Yeah, that's his actually most played hero right now, and I think he has like a 60% win rate on it, which is really nice to see. He does have a hero pool that he likes to play, but whenever they do pick up that Tiny, it looks like they are pretty successful on it. I will say Smiling Knight is also in a little bit of a rut too. They are going back to that Monkey King. This is a hero which he's not doing terrible on, but he's also not doing great on as well. Doesn't feel like Smiling Knight has really found that hero for him at this patch. He's dabbled with PA, but it's not an incredible win rate either. I think he's sitting about 50% on that one too. So I think when it comes to almost all of their players, I think Seneko has a pretty good hero pool. I think Stormstormer has a good hero pool for this patch, but for everyone else, I think they're still adapting and finding what works for them.
Yeah, even for Smiling Knight, I see them go back to over-reliance on comfort. He was playing some Broodmother, which is not a particularly meta carry right now, but for him, if it feels good, why not go for it? Meanwhile, though, we can take a look at our draft now for this first game. Parivision get themselves a Beastmaster and Enchantress after banning out that Stormstormer Tiny, as well as taking out Bristleback, Alchemist, PA, and Chen. Avlis, they got their first pick, Monkey King, paired up with a Batrider after banning out Venomancer in the first phase, along with Phoenix, Enigma, Invoker, and Sniper.
I like that one too with the Monkey King. Pull somebody deeper into the circle. Tomato used his Monkey ultis really, really good earlier today. So having Batrider on top of that should give them the ability to burst down some of these super tanky heroes.
Do you feel like either the Beast or the Ench pick from Parry answer the Monkey King?
I mean, they can dispel the Monkey's Jingu, I guess, is one upside. But it's more about about the lane pressure.
Okay. Just because most of the time, like someone will do a Monkey King, and then even if you want to have your own opener, let's say they were very set on the Beast, I feel like when you go for another support there, it is something that is trying to deal with the first pick. You're looking towards trying to have an answer for it. That's wild.
It's possible, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Purge.
I mean, I do really like Batrider with Monkey King, though. That is one of my favorite combinations. I think it's Shadow Shaman and Batrider. Two favorite heroes to play. Bat number one, just so easy to get your ult off. He just lassos you straight into it, makes the team fights very simple. I feel like one of the hardest parts of being a good Monkey King player is knowing when to ult and having good ults. So Batrider kind of just solves that problem for you. Just wait for a lasso, drop it, and almost any hero in the game just dies to that if you don't have a save. We did see Oracle being pretty popular the other day against the Batrider. Something they could potentially do, but with an Enchantress, not a lot of teams are willing to flex either of those heroes to position 4, but
what about Shaman or Shadow Demon, the other Batrider solutions that we often see?
The Shaman doesn't disjoint, does it? It just kind of temporarily.
Oh, if you do the Hex on an ally?
Yeah, on a lasso. I feel like I'm not 100% sure.
It's not even a hard dispel, right?
Yeah, I don't think that solves it.
Yeah, I guess it doesn't, because if you Batrider still drags banished targets.
Yes.
What if you get pushed far enough away that the
That is
leash
true.
could break? Because that's how that usually works, right?
Yeah, if the split puts you at a further point for the lasso.
Be interesting to test.
Yeah, I mean, we won't see it this game. We'll see the tried and true to Baden, though.
Sure.
This is a hero that is kind of like we talked about the Oracle, can quite easily get rid of it. Most likely will be their carry, I imagine. This is a hero that is quite good from the carry position, but it could be a support too. I don't hate it.
Another Dusa pick. Very survivable. They are lacking damage on the Paravision side with them having both Beastmaster and Abaddon. That makes Abaddon a support for sure. And support Abaddon can do damage with if you get the passive, but you're not going to be able to put a ton of levels into it. So Dusa should be able to pretty much just stand your ground. The thing I'm worried about maybe is Ovilus here is getting picked off by Storm somewhere on the sides of the fight, but if they can fight together as a squad, the Medusa should be a really nice front line for them, which is going to make it easier for them to grab lassos or for Monkey King to set up the fights well.
They suspect Abaddon could definitely be a support here, banning out the Anti-Mage. I wonder if they'll ban a Slark too. That is a hero that would make Batrider and Medusa's life a little bit hard. If they want to carry, of course. Support-wise, I mean, Eki, I mentioned his most played hero is Lion. Pretty decent against Medusa, good lockdown, Mana Drain.
I guess that's a good point. It could be Abba carry, right?
Yeah, it's open.
Did we not just see Picard pick up a diffusal for himself on the Abba offlane as well?
Yep.
It doesn't hard counter the Medusa.
No, of course
right?
not. But I was just thinking like who also naturally builds a diffusal blade. That's the other thing that you might have to be worried about what they're going to pick there. It's like a lot of people, Ricky, go for the diffusal blade. Don't know if you really want to do that from a support position, and keep in mind that you want the carry still in a core. We saw a core Abba still go a diffusal anyway, so it's not to naturally be inbuilt into the hero, but Wood has that progression already for himself.
Yeah, I mean, there's two ways of dealing with Medusa. It's either you burn her mana through diffusal blades or just innate abilities to take your mana away, or you outrange her. Heroes like Sniper, Drow have really been good in the past, but those are kind of difficult to play against heroes like Monkey King, ET, and Batrider. So they're probably looking for one of those heroes if they're not just going to use Abaddon to kind of deal with the Medusa. But I think Medusa at this point, though, you're pretty confident. If Abaddon's the carry, you're definitely confident that you can carry this game.
The Darkseer band's kind of interesting by Paravision. It could have been good against Medusa as well to get the illusion, but...
They're just banning out Zibby's hero. His most played heroes are Dawn and Darkseer, right?
Okay.
So
Yeah,
those
take his
are his
comfort
bread
away.
and butter.
Yep. Good call on the Slark.
Which does leave the pool pretty thin now for Zibbe. There are older classics like Doom that's still available, but...
I mean, it's good against the Storm Spirit, but against the Abaddon on paired with it, it's not so good because the shield is going to be able to negate the damage.
I think doesn't Abaddon hard counter carry Abaddon though? Like your ult does nothing.
You mean Doom hard?
Doom.
What hard counters carry Abaddon? You said Abaddon twice.
Yeah. Sorry, Abaddon gets countered by Doom hard carry. Or Doom carry. Or Doom offlane, whatever. Just Doom in general. Just Doom just counters Abaddon as a core.
Well, regardless, they opt for the Pangolier instead.
Sorry, we're being harassed.
The
by
casters
Americans.
the casters are taking their seat. They're
just
getting ready.
They really like being on the stage for once instead of in a little cubby next to the cool set. They're just really trying to make their most of it.
Let them out of their cage for one event, and this is how they act.
They've been doing just fine. All right then, where's this Abaddon going to be going? Avalis put both their bands into the camp that it's not a carry, and they were right, because Drow Ranger ends up being the carry of choice against Medusa.
It's kind of sick, actually. I mean, the agility bonuses for Storm Spirit and Enchantress are actually kind of good. 9 class could do a lot of damage this game.
Yeah, and they do have the Bat, and I did mention how playing versus ET and Bat is a little bit scary as like a Drow, but Abaddon can kind of solve both those problems for you, right? The shield can deal with the Stomp, it can deal with the Lasso, so it could definitely work. They needed a harder carry for sure, and I think that definitely worked. Abaddon would not have cut it.
Also, comfort for Satanic. I feel like this has been a hero that he is more than happy to be like, yeah, it's a good Drow game. I'll figure out how to make it work. Is it going to work in this game? Cap and Avery, now that you have seamlessly made your way over to your little casting cubby.
No.
No?
Back to you, Neil.
No. Yeah, I had a feeling that you might do that. Give me these handshakes. Yeah, there we go. My liege.
Production told us to, walk through, be a part of the crew.
I can do this all day, buddy.
They didn't even put you on camera.
Oh, that's
damn.
beef.
How do you feel about that, Avery?
Get in here, buddy. Get in here. Get in.
Neil. Get out of here. I don't want to talk to you anymore.
I
Get away
crave
from
the
me.
validation.
You did it to the
That was
wrong
cringe.
person, Neil. If you did it to me,
I'm never gonna forget
I would have
that.
forgiven you instantly. Avery has a long memory.
I'm holding that grudge until I'm that skull on the table.
Halfway there, Avery. Halfway there. Whoa!
Oh my God.
God,
that just
did you
shattered.
just break that?
You disrespect somebody's
jaw's
body like that.
reattachable.
Okay.
That's true.
That's a whole new definition of jaw on the floor.
Are
after
we allowed to do that? I didn't
Yeah,
know
throw
we
the
were allowed
books
to
off.
do
Throw
that.
the books
Are we
off.
allowed to break the
Throw
set?
the book. Do it, Avery.
Heads will be rolling this game,
Matt,
that's for
it's
sure.
your first DreamLeague. You're trying to get us fired.
It's my second day and I want Avery gone.
For everybody
I had
else's
nothing to do with
jobs,
it.
man.
I had nothing to do with the skull incident.
Fun. I may have broken the jaw of the skull, but I want to hear that man's jaw talk about this game number 1. PogChamp Pandas bring us into Parivision versus Avalis.
Game 1 of Avalis versus Parivision. The panel definitely went over the fact that Avalis, I mean, they were pretty hot. Round TI, post TI. Unfortunately, that's a bad time to be on the up. Because now, in the once we start getting to the important part of the season, which will allow you to qualify for the next round of big tournaments for ESL One Raleigh, for Riyadh, for TI. Avalis has been kinda on the down, so unfortunately for them, they are coming into this matchup the underdogs.
Sorry, I'm trying to read all this chat. That was a long monologue.
We're just getting a bit of server lag, so
Yeah, I
looks
think
like
there might be a remake on the menu here.
Yeah, we're probably
Try
gonna
and
have a
fix it.
remake, so you know.
You are correct though. I think Avalis peaked at the wrong time.
They did.
That's a unfortunate attribute that has been the quality of a lot of teams throughout Dota's history, right? You got to be good at the right time, so it counts for the most.
Yeah, this last TI, they were one of the scrim partners of Liquid during that
worked out
break
great.
period going
Liquid.
into the big finals, and they were beating Liquid in those games.
Yeah, I mean, that's like, I used to spar with this guy back in the day, and oh, it's Mike Tyson. That's, that's nice. Some guys go on to greatness, and others miss their window. Or do they? The story for Avalis is not over yet, Austin.
That is true. They still have plenty of time. So
And since we have a little bit of a pause here, why don't you tell the audience the great story you were telling me earlier?
you just made that up.
No, it was a great
There
story,
was
guys.
no
You-
great
tell
story.
them the story,
It's just-
man. That was a great story.
Yeah, okay.
They're anxious to hear it.
Can you give me some I have clearly forgotten about this story.
Oh,
So
dude,
can
you
you
remembered
give me
it
some
so
of the
well.
details?
You told it so, Austin. The people want to hear the.
Just give me a little bit of
the
seeding
people
to help me jog my
want
memory.
to hear your story, Austin. So just lay it out there. There's no need to be afraid.
Well, I can tell the audience the story you were telling me in the break room.
About my uncle? That one?
Yeah, about your uncle.
Oh,
Of course.
looks like we have a remake here, Austin. I don't know if we have time to tell that story.
We do need your uncle who was a Green Beret.
Okay, I actually thought of this story yesterday.
Uh-huh.
What game were we casting? It was the Game and Liquid game, right? Between Game and Gladiators and Liquid.
Okay, yeah.
I was talking about how they shouldn't go in the river versus Gaming.
Yes.
That's Gaming's strong suit.
Mm-hmm.
Back on the I've never told this live. I don't know how the story is. Back on the really old EG, when it was Sumail playing, We used to play against Fada. We had a rule.
Yeah.
It's called Fada in the Wada. You don't contest this guy in the river because Fada would always guess the rune 50-50. No matter what.
he just
I
always
remember
knew.
we played this guy like 10 times in a row, and Sumail would go for the 50-50 rune. He would lose it every single time.
Yeah.
And that's where the rule came from. Fada in the Wada.
Fada
in the Wada is the strongest player to maybe ever play Dota 2.
Yeah.
He got that 50-50 100% of the time. Coincidence? Or fate, Austin?
I mean, apparently that didn't work out well enough for him. Here's the password.
Am I in the lobby? What is
I think it might be a different password, so. We are resetting up the lobby, so we should be able to get in there soon, so.
Anyway, that was not a very long story, but I hope it was a humorous one.
Fada in the water.
It's a good saying, right? It's a good saying. I don't know if he's ever even heard about that. I mean, he could be
No,
watching
I'm
right
sure he
now.
hasn't.
And he's probably mad. Like, what is that? In his German accent. What does that mean?
You don't want to
I'm
try
not
and do
doing.
it.
No, I'm not gonna say. That's not the type of story time this is. I thought it was humorous though. I don't think I've ever seen Sumail as mad as he was playing against Fada.
Oh, was it on that? What team was that when you were playing with Sumail?
It was EG. What do you?
Oh, you're talking about
when I was coaching
way
him.
back.
Yeah,
in
way
the day.
back
Oh,
in the
okay.
day
when you were coaching EG.
I don't even remember what team Fada was on at that point. But it was. I mean, to give Sumail credit, he did win that rune every single time. It was absurd.
Yeah.
Like I thought the guy was hacking or something.
I could definitely see Sumail of all people being very mad about that.
Yeah, Fada in the Wada. Don't mess with the guy. It's a good one. I wonder how many other versions of that exist in the Dota universe that we never hear about.
Yeah.
Like, could be Insania in the Draenei. I don't know, man. It could be a lot of things, I know Insania listens to these, so I'm just going to throw him under the bus.
Yeah, well, we can try and come up with some on the spot.
AUI with the DUI. This is not a good story time anymore. We need to put the camera back in the game.
The improv is not working so well.
I mean, I should not be held fault for what my brain thinks up.
I mean, it's just rhymes. What can you do?
Yeah, that was a good one though. He probably didn't like that one, but
All right, unfortunately,
talking about Spirit Breaker. I'm talking about driving in the game.
Right. Yeah. He just doesn't go in a straight
Okay, well,
line
you
for
come up with
whatever
one if it's
reason.
so easy.
What players do we have in this game? Stormer?
I don't know if you want. I don't know if you want to take that one. That was probably the hardest one.
Who else is in this game? Stu Collis. I can't think of anything.
You really picked the tough ones, huh?
I mean,
not so easy, huh?
Half these guys have their pub
Not so
names,
easy.
so
Okay, easy one.
Somebody at Avalanche has the
DM.
pub name.
DM's an easy
with
one.
Toilet Man.
Well,
It's the Skibbity Toilet.
maybe that's his nickname.
I guess so.
You're just too old, Austin. That's your problem, man. You got to lighten up.
Saved
Go
from
with the
Toilet
times.
by Seneko is what his profile says.
That's a pretty good one, to be honest.
With various other names like Giant Short-Faced Bear.
Generic human
Generic
hater.
human hater, one that we're not going to say on stream. Proud fridge owner? Don't know what that means either.
Dota players and their nicknames, dude.
Yeah.
Something else.
Yeah, or something else.
I never ascribed to that nonsense. I was a man of culture and discipline.
Yeah. You never changed your name to something else.
Well, I did, but not to generic human hater. Like, what even is that? Even I think when I was 16 in emo, I went to name that.
You want to tell the audience the story behind your change to LOA?
No, I don't.
Why not?
It's a personal decision, and it will remain so.
You once told me that only one person has ever guessed what LOA stood for.
Well, I also pseudo told him.
And it was Jack, right?
No, it was not Jack.
Oh,
You would
wait,
think
who was
Jack
it?
was going to guess that, of all people. Jack can't guess where his socks are in the morning, let alone something like that. There's no... Why would you pick him, of all people?
Because I thought you were very close friends. You were on the team together.
I'm not going to tell Jack.
Okay, so who
Why would I
did
tell
guess
Jack? Yawar. Because me and Yawar have that mental connection. You know what I'm saying? That me and you never had. It was another level.
Okay. All
We
right.
just got each other, dude. Some players just click, you know?
And he is the only person who has ever guessed what LOA stood for.
Yes.
Nobody has ever randomly guessed
No.
it? No fan?
No.
None of us
No.
talent?
Nope.
All right. If you guys could at SVG
No, we don't
Dota
need to do that. I don't check that, number one. We don't need to go there.
and guess what you think LOA stands for, and it's not Lord of Avernus, which I know a billion people have written in
Why
chat
would
by
I
this
just
point in
name?
time.
That is like the stupidest suggestion. Why would I just name myself after a Dota name?
I mean, maybe you were an old school
Like
Dota
somebody's
1
just gonna-
player.
you
You were
think-
playing 5 position Abaddon.
So you're telling me Puppy's just going to rename himself Bat Rider? You're just going to have to start calling this guy Bat Rider?
No, it would take, that was a Dota 1 name. So you would take a Dota 1 name like they
What
were
was-
doing with the Dota 1.
what was
which,
Bat's
which,
Dota
shout
1
out to
name?
Purge, didn't
I
win the
remember that.
competition somehow, despite knowing every
Yeah,
single
Kevin
one of the
really
names.
got screwed in that one.
I also knew all of them. Did you know all of them?
All except the Arc Warden, because I stopped playing Dota after.
Yeah, that's fair.
I actually never saw that model.
Yeah. That hero was.
But I knew what the model was.
Most people had already moved
It was
over.
the little
to Dota 2 by that point.
electric Kobold Goblin thing.
Yeah.
Going,
He threw a big
Yeah.
lightning.
Yeah, he had
ball
the
at
chain
people.
lightning. That's where the. Or he had the little lightning sphere on the end of the chain.
Yes.
Mace. I don't know what you call that thing. It was a chain mace. It was a lightning mace. And he'd fling it.
Oh no! I was just about to throw it into the game, but unfortunately,
No, but
guys,
we actually have
we're
time.
getting server lag again.
Yeah, we have some time. So, Austin, tell the audience your big story that was a really entertaining story. It was really good. Yeah, come on,
Don't
guys.
cheer
Cheer him on.
production.
Cheer him on. He needs a little
He's
help.
just lying.
No, it was really. I'm not lying. Why are you hiding
sit
this?
in the break room in silence
That's
most
not
of the
true.
time.
Well,
we
I do,
don't talk to each other.
That's not true.
Outside of the broadcast. Oh, hey, we're actually.
Oh, look at that.
We're going?
I guess we don't have time for your story, Austin. That's unlucky. Maybe there's another big pause in the middle. That's okay. I'll bring it up next time.
Okay, they said they're gonna try it and see. Somebody thought that once the runes spawn, the lag will maybe go away.
That doesn't make any
We're getting
sense.
some
but
sort of
okay.
server lag. Yeah, I don't
know what that theory is.
That
Who said
is
that one?
that is DM's theory. If near runes lag.
That's like something I'd say just to get people to play.
Oh, I think he's saying if we get to when the runes spawn and it's still lagging, let's remake again.
30 seconds.
So hopefully it clears up. We're gonna have a smoke from Pari Vision.
I'm lagging, guys.
I'm lagging, guys. Oh, let's just see if it works out. 5-man late
Yeah,
smoke.
that's the old classic like fake the phone call disruption. I'll break it up on the other line. Can't hear you.
Go to the tunnel. Well, they're not actually going to get first blood.
That was like the
out of
lamest
it.
smoke of all. Where'd they even go?
They didn't go onto the enemy side of the river.
They didn't do anything.
Surprise! That tree was actually a Monkey King.
They smoked on themselves because they split up. What was
He's
that?
going to die for it.
What? That might have been the worst pre-rune smoke I've ever seen in my life. They
were lagging. They were lagging,
They
man.
split up to all 4 runes and just ran in on all 4.
And they didn't even get 3 of them.
Yeah, they didn't even win
They
their
still got a
runes.
2-2 split.
What? That was bizarre. Maybe they are lagging.
Brain lag.
A lag of the mind.
All right, we can actually talk about the game since it seems like the
It's
server
tri-lane
lag
action.
is cleared up. We are going to get a bit of tri-lane.
Satanic with the
Eki.
royal treatment. They want revenge. They're like, get him, guys. He's lagging. Run him down.
They can't even kill him. They've tri-laned for nothing.
Oh.
The lane has already been pulled back. They don't get a kill. All right, Enchantress is out of here. He's deeping up to top lane. Back to the 2-2 split.
Just gonna be one of those games.
Wait,
huh?
now this is gonna. Okay, so
Yeah.
we're trying to get the right
trying
support.
to force the sub matchup.
Right.
Which
Which
is that important here?
The Enchantress wants to be against the Elder Titan because she has a dispel against
Yeah.
the Spirit, right?
But the thing
Is
is,
the idea.
I don't think ET in this offlane does anything. So whenever I used to play this hero, the biggest thing is the ET in the offlane is just really bad because he can't chase you down. And a lot of times his matchups into the range carries especially aren't that great.
Yeah,
like here, he's not fighting this, so...
No, he's actually going to die with the sidestep. Arrows! Oh, that third arrow didn't land. It was just outside of the range. Satanic will be cleared of some of the harassment from Zibe. The Neuphonic Shield.
I guess the question is, does putting Bat in the safe lane give Eki a better game, or maybe Smiling Knight a better game? But I'm not 100% sure on that either, because I don't think Bat... I think Bat fights the Enchantress better, but I don't think it's a completely one-sided thing either.
Oh, the Monkey King bug is back.
Well, that's a classic.
Yeah, because it's Batrider versus Beastmaster, which I've seen you just give a lot of charges to Beastmaster, and he spams axes.
I also don't think you can really all-in the Enchantress with a Medusa. I mean, maybe. I don't know. Kind of an awkward position for Seneko, but he will make the most of it here. I mean, his having a good game is probably not the most vital to Avalos' game plan here.
Well, with Gorgon's Grass, they are going to try and all-in on 9 class, but he got level 2. He gets off the heal. Now he turns around and kills that game. So, you were right.
Yeah, I mean, especially level 1 Bat. That was very ambitious. He had Fairy Fire as well. That was not really close. Bad kill to give away, as still level 1. You're going to have to TB back. In theory, Party Vision can now force the lane matchup they want. But even doing that nowadays with the gate is kind of meaningless.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, interesting start to a game.
What was the strengths for you of Avalos, a month or two before when they were looking pretty good? And what do you think has changed since then? Do you think they're playing worse? Do you think the meta is less favorable for them? Seneko commits to be able to get the Lotus, almost dies for it. Didn't even get the Lotus.
I think they were all just playing pretty well. I mean, you go through periods of boom and bust, so to say. I think Stormstormer was really executing well in the mid lane, which was giving them a really strong player to play around with some tempo. I think the heroes were suiting him well. I think the meta was decent. I think the meta shifted away from them a bit. Like, it's slowed down. It's become more with some of these toxic heroes, like these Lycans and stuff, which I haven't seen them use as well.
They were a faster-paced team, right?
Yeah, I think they were just more of like a skirmisher team fighting team, more than a map team, if that makes sense. And I think this meta shifted a lot towards how do you play the map, right? Which is, I think, the fact that makes Tundra so successful.
Yes, for sure.
I think it's the reason we're seeing Spirit do so well. On top of that, I think they're a really good map team, especially from behind. They know how to play the sides, take the fights when they want to. I think Avalos is more just like a faster pace. They just want to skirmish, they want to out-team fight you, they want to out-spellcast you. And when teams just dodge you and shove your lanes in with wolves and stuff, you never get that chance. I don't think it suits their strengths 100%.
Yeah.
So maybe they can adapt, figure some of that out here. And I think they're a cool team to watch when they're firing on all cylinders, because they play some fast Dota. And I mean, Stormstormer's a exciting mid-player watch when he's cooking.
Did your best.
That's for sure. Anyway, it looks like we have a bit of a break here, Austin, so time to whip that story out everyone's waiting for.
There's still no story. Takala says, today patch everything lag.
That's a very optimistic
Why are
way of
people
looking at it.
all hot and bothered that there is going to be a patch happening? Don't we see the staging happen for like weeks?
There is no patch. I don't know where this came from. There's no patch.
Yeah, your insider at Valve told you there is no patch?
No, my gut read of the situation is there is no patch.
Okay. I do find it funny that 9 class tips Seneko. Everyone tipped 9 class back.
4.
9 class and Seneko would be the 2 players in this game who have had, let's say, out-of-game issues with other players. So it would not surprise me if they have beef between each other.
Are you trying to stir up some beef, or are you saying you've heard some unconfirmed rumors?
Yeah, I'm saying I heard they hate each other.
Don't be mad.
Okay. Would you like to elaborate?
Don't be mad.
Okay.
Leave it at that.
Another classic meme.
That's what my gut tells me anyway.
Oh, okay. Yeah, just steal other people's memes. That's a really good philosophy.
That's been most of my casting.
Yeah, it's noticeable.
Steal other people's stuff.
It's really noticeable. Owen complains all the time.
You know what's funny is all the way back in Heroes of New Earth, when I started casting there, people would say that I was trying to cast like Breaky because I was, quote, yelling during team fights.
Yeah.
People thought that if you yelled during a team fight, you were trying to be Breaky.
It turns out you were just American.
In Dota, it was... yeah, but I mean, you're not wrong about that. Americans being loud.
Yeah, they're so loud. My God. You don't notice it when you live in America because that's all you're surrounded with. You think that's normal? That's normal human speech pattern.
You just get hearing damage and everything seems
normal. And then you travel abroad with slacks and you realize, my God, what a travesty.
There are 100 people in this building and I can hear slacks in every corner of them.
It seems everyone in this hotel lobby is looking in a certain direction. It's either a weather calamity or slacks has arrived. Is there a hurricane?
It's the giant 6'5" man. Hello!
That was not even close to his volume.
I mean, I'm trying not to blow out the speakers.
Yeah,
you know?
I get it. Well, we're back in the game. Austin, unfortunately, did not have time to tell his tremendous story.
It was close.
Have to save for the next one.
Story's coming, I'm sure.
I have no clue what's happening in this game, and I doubt the players do either. DM lost his camera. Something else happened. There's some beef or something. The lanes are getting swapped on. Who knows what's happening? No one looks pissed, man.
Yeah, no one did a little bit of jungling because I guess this matchup at some point it's favorable to just leave the lane, push it in.
Down again. He tried for the man up. It gets 2v1. And that's no TP on that Bat Rider. Oof.
I mean, at this rate, it might just end up being that Avilice can't get anything going because their lanes don't go well enough.
Stormstormer trying to finish off 9 class, get some revenge. He'll get it there. All right, the Bat did have TP up. Man, these pauses are just completely warping my sense of time. Oh, DM does get a camera back on his phone. That's nice. Little vertical action. That's kind of embarrassing, but we'll take it. Snako loses his courier to an Abat.
I can feel your disapproval.
Come on, like what is that? How do you lose your courier to safe lane 5 Abat? Like, what? Oh, they're adjusting the camera in real time. That's pretty cool.
Ooh. Trying to go for some boar kills. Gets one of them. A little bit of extra experience. Network seems pretty even.
Yeah, Stormstormer.
Nobody's doing too badly. Looks like DM's doing the worst, but he's got a creep wave pushing in. Stormstormer
going bottom,
making his way across the map,
making his way
through
downtown.
The trees, going to Satanic, and Satanic is dead, but it might still be good.
Oh, he didn't heal anything because they glyphed.
Yeah, they glyphed. The Drow Ranger was already dead, so he hit absolutely nothing.
Foulest strike for what?
Healed for nothing. No one with the Aphotic Shield. Standing and fighting. Snako slowed down by the enchant, so they should be able to get that 2 for 1.
What a disaster.
There's the exchange. Fantastic trade-off for Parvision.
I mean, that should have been an amazing fight for Stormstormer. And, I mean, you could say he either whiffed the strike or the heads-up glyph from Parvision outplayed him. Bit of both.
Yeah, who activated that glyph?
That was sick.
That's what we need to know.
That was absolutely sick, because he should have full healed there, guaranteed. He was playing for it. Instead, you get a lot of experience going into the Storm Spirit. No one taking the top pole position here. Reversing a lot of that momentum.
And the double melee matchup, if they'd won that fight, gotten more out of it, maybe they could have had an experience lead. You know, a level 5 Pango puts more pressure on the Drow, but instead they're just dealing with constant frost arrows, pushing them out of lane. Zibe has to use the shield crash to try and get some distance here, being dove well past the tower.
Is coming.
Avilice, no response to this whatsoever. They just get the free dive. Snako tries to come in from behind, but it's 1 versus 3. Are they going to give up the Wisdom Rune too? Where's the rest of the team? No one kills Eki. They give up the Wisdom Rune. They don't steal a Wisdom Rune of their own. Just totally falling apart.
No, it's not that bad, but yeah, that was a pretty bad sequence.
What? They gave up 2 kills, 2 Wisdom Runes.
I mean, the monkey's
on
free
a
farming.
dive behind the tower that lasted like 45 seconds.
The Deuce is free farming. You know, they got 2 free farm lanes with solo XP. Yeah, they were just fighting way too deep here. Eki has not gotten the best of these early exchanges at all.
And now Stormstormer. Yeah, he's good. He's good.
Still looking to put the aggression in on this Drow lane, which is not a bad idea. Fighting this hero early is really good because you deny him the XP no matter what. And he's not that strong. just
with a
not worked
stop,
out so
follow-up
far.
shield crash. He is surrounded. Satanic
he's dead.
again will fall. This time around, Pari
a
Vision
lot of
are
damage,
not bringing
though.
the heroes right away. Does manage to get the kill on Eki before he falls, and Tibe takes the lot. Stormstormer finally arrives. Will be able to take the kill on Dukalich now.
smoke.
Accidentally smoked, but the Storm is still going to zip in. Goes for Snake. Go stop. Not going to happen. No one interrupts that one. Used most of his mana to get that kill. Stormstormer does not want to stick around, though, because he's got the 8-minute power rune on his mind.
This game is incredibly chaotic.
That does seem to be the name of the game right now.
Oh, Lord, that Centaur's coming.
And no one's going to slow him down. Got him with the blood grenade. And here comes the Centaur. Boom.
Dude, this Centaur's doing work right now. This Centaur's landing more stomps than I've seen some actual Centaurs land.
They're running it back.
Yeah, just no other choice.
Avalos are saying, like, we must break them in this safe lane.
I mean, it's the best point of attack because this Drow's still a liability. And every time you fight on him, it should feel good, right? That's what your monkey's designed to do. But you are committing a lot in these plays, and you're not really building a lead off of it.
Had a shield rune and everything for the Monkey King, but they lost confidence in the move.
So that's not.
Yeah, that's true.
Not guaranteed here.
And it is level 6 Enchantress.
Yeah, the support battle has definitely gone Pari Vision's way. I mean, Eki has just been completely shut down here.
Yeah, man has made the call that he is just going to recover in the jungle.
He's level 4. Yes. Yeah, he's going to have to do some jungling. Pick up something here. He needs some experience.
They do get the tower advantage. They take over that safe lane, they finish off that tower, and Smiling Knight is still holding his own. So that is something for Avalos, and that tower advantage will give them a slight net worth advantage.
It feels like they could have been up a lot more, though. If this early game had gone a lot smoother, the Monkey King didn't die bottom, they were a bit more successful in some of those ganks. That tower died a minute sooner. I think Avalos could be up 2 or 3K right now. So I think Pari Vision are quite comfortable with their position. Especially if they start getting some runes for this Storm. They're going to get the top one. Illusion, not the best, but he'll take it. And this Helm is starting to get built up pretty fast here for DM. If he can get this top tier 1 gone, swing behind that tier 1 mid, the classic move, he'll be super happy. Centaur on Centaur action. You hate to see it, but...
The inner jungle violence. 9 to 5. And mid tower pressured heavily. I don't know if Avalos can really stop it. No one is level 9 with an Aphonic shield behind him at all times. It's going to have to be a really good Rolling Thunder. And even then, how does he get that if the Beastmaster is here ready to go with the Roar? They're bringing all their heroes. Okay, they're going to bring all 5. The creeps are just going to finish off the tower. They have to go now. Zippy's going to try for it. There goes that roar. They're trying to get out. No one has plenty of mana to zip away. No one. DM, he may not be so lucky, though. He is hit by the Rolling Thunder multiple times. Wukong's command goes out. Stunned underneath it by the Boundless Strike. They finish him off. No one was able to zip down river and keep his distance. Trade core for support. Get the mid tower. I feel like that's not too bad for Pari Vision.
I mean, once more, Eki is the real sufferer here. Still level 4 on the Bat Rider. That is very sad for him. And that tower was probably going to go down no matter what. So I guess if you're Avalos, you're happy you got something out of that exchange. You got a couple creeps.
Ooh, Stormstormer, nice rotation. If they can blow up Satanic fast enough, they've got him.
Okay, so Stormstormer finally connects on one of these Monkey to Drow Ranger plays. And it ends smoothly. That's a big win for him. The defusal, already done. You can start to build a lot of momentum
Knight, this is really bold. When you just showed on the other side of the map and you don't have Stone Gaze. TPs are coming in, but the Deuce has already lost his mana. He's lost his life. Yeah, that was way too greedy to try and hold that safe lane tower.
Roasted Snake.
Nothing will stand in my way.
Make some boots out of him.
Helm of the Overlord. Progressing nicely here as on the other side, Stormstormer takes the power rune. It's an amp damage. He's looking for some smoke action, but you have very limited stuns for this Storm. I mean, they want the Beastmaster again. Like, that's your biggest target on the map. Every time you can kill DM, you're super happy. They will get an option to do just that here.
DM still has his roar. See if that extra movement speed can get him away in time. Here comes the Rolling Thunder, though. No roar to stop the ball. Another Aphotic Shield, but Stormer.
Nowhere to
He
run.
certainly has the damage, and Zibe has the disables.
All right, it's a big kill. You really had to slow down this Beastmaster a little bit. Every time you do that, you're very happy. You skew the game back towards your Medusa and away from Pari Vision's push timing. Still looking a little spooky with how much no one's gotten here, though, and how little control they have for the Storm. He's just so big. He's going to have an Abaddon behind him who can bail him out, even if you build something like an Orchid.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you think
He's just going in mid. Like, he's just
Orchid?
Already starting to build the pressure right now, forcing reactions.
Gets a TP out of Stormer.
I don't think you can build Orchid here. Maybe, I don't know. I think in the other patch you would have seen the Gleipnir Monkey King, but I don't think we're going to see that here. I think it's just going to be carry items out of the side of Avalis and hope you can lasso him at some point. Hit him with the Rolling Thunder.
Yeah.
Stomp.
Because even if you could get those items at a decent timing, you're up against an Abaddon, so you don't even know if a Gleipnir or an Orchid is going to be successful.
Yeah, there's no way you can rely on it here. No one should have a very free game. 5-0. He's already cruising. He just wants some runes and a couple of kills here. He'll be off to the races. Looking for the 14-minute. Oh, that is...
Arcane Rune, that's a big one.
Oh, that's juicy right there. Fada would have gotten that one for sure.
Did you like the Drow pickup, by the way?
I mean, he doesn't have their Arcana, so that's a little weird.
Okay.
It's a Medusa counter, right? That's kind of how Satanic thinks. Like, what are you going to carry this game with? I'll carry it with Drow, and you give him Drow. I don't think it's much more complicated than that.
Okay. I just felt like with draft-wise, Avalis already had a lot of heroes that can get on top of Drow Ranger.
Yeah, I don't think it's the greatest Drow game. It's just his job is to make sure they can go late versus Dusa. That's it.
Okay.
Which he does do. But yeah, it's a mixed pick. I feel like Drow is just always this hero that it really comes down to the player playing it, honestly, more than I think the draft. You know, like try and think back to all the games you've seen this hero be successful. To me, it wasn't because it was a good Drow game. It was just because Yatoro was playing it or something. And you make good moves, you position well in the fight, and it's a ranged DPSer, you know?
I actually can't remember too many times a Drow Ranger being successful, to be honest. Long zip over, no one finds Eki. Farming up the top part of the jungle because of a very aggressive ward they've got up here. He assumes there's a ward on the high ground, but Pari Vision a little bit more clever than that.
Oh, this blink for the Bat Rider continues to get delayed, which is not good for Avalis because they don't have a lot of other playmaking here. And the Helm of the Overlord is done, so this game can really start speeding up now for Pari Vision if they want to start barreling through objectives or grouping up at all. That is wide open to them, and they're looking for another power rune for the Storm. Fada would have gotten that one too.
He would have been top. That's okay. Pari Vision have total control of the mid part of the map. Have both power runes under control. Avalis are just putting themselves in a corner here.
Yeah, they're banking on scale between the Dusa and the Monkey.
Do you believe in that, considering the fact that there is a Drow Ranger counter to the Dusa?
I mean, they can scale for a while. I don't think it looks too bad. I just worry about the Storm being out of control, especially if Pari Vision get an Aegis or two here in the next two Roshans, which I think looks pretty likely. With the fact Beastmaster can just go in there and do it, and it's pretty hard to stop that unless you make some crazily timed smoke.
Yeah, look how scared Avalis has to be of this Storm Spirit. They are like constantly farming 2 or 3 heroes near each other.
Yeah, they definitely do
Nobody's
not feel
alone
good on the map right now.
Well, nobody outside of Stormer anyway.
I mean, he's just farming BKB though, so this is also a mixed bag, right? Your Monkey is getting a very strong item for the 5-on-5, but not an item that helps you play the map or deal with the Storm in any capacity. And if you're building for the 5v5 and you don't contest the Roshans, you're going to feel extra bad. I mean, if I'm Pari Vision, I just want to do this Rosh as soon as I feel confident enough to go in there and do it. Maybe Drow Ags gives you that. Maybe it's the next item on no one.
Or maybe it's just an opportunity-based thing, a 4-man smoke up
sure.
They get the right kind of kill here.
No one leading the charge.
Already the aphotic shield on him.
Got Royal Jelly ready to go.
They're going to push up the top to their wards. They will not find anything.
I mean, this is where you just go in the pit. Like, I don't like this lingering around. You make a smoke play, you don't find. I mean, they found the bat in the pit. I mean, at this point, it's just, yeah. I don't know. You're just going to die on this Bat Rider no matter what, apparently. But this is where you just should swing into that Roche pit. Like, I think it could have been a bit faster here. Well, DM found a haste rune. That'll help the situation.
It certainly will.
They're still hesitating, though. I don't think you're afraid of this Roche fight. I really don't think you are. I mean, the best thing for Avalos is they get a Wukong around the pit, but that BKB for the Monkey's not done.
Yeah, it would be very hard for them to get into that position. Hard to get a good invasion against Stone Gaze, so they finally have the confidence to come in. Avalos is going to be here a bit too late. The Spirit's going to come in, but it's too late to hit a good stomp. They're already out of the pit.
And now, do you want to take this fight into the Aegis? Probably not. You just were a little too slow on these item times between the BKB on the Monkey and the Diffusal for Smiling Knight, so gotta look for something else here. You do have a ward on the bat, and you finished the Blink Dagger. Wasn't the prettiest victory, but you got there in the end. High ground obs. Really good ward here if you can use it.
What a difference, just, you know, a better laning phase would have been. They're still going to go for it. What a hit from Zipping with the follow-up, bound the strike and stomp on 3. A beautiful combination from Avalos.
What was that?
Can they get him on the Gorgon's Grasp? It roots him. Perfect timing from Smiling Knight. That was just gorgeous. Now they're still going to lose some heroes on the onset here as Power Vision do strike back with Satanic on the edges, putting a little damage in, bound the strike on top of DM. DM's not an easy kill.
Oh, that's
it's not that easy. The lifesteal, maybe it can help him battle through. It's not good enough. Misjudging the fight, giving Parivision an extra kill.
Yeah, that Drow had a finished Ags there. A lot of extra damage. Man, what a team fight, though. The way they lined that up, that was beautiful.
I mean, even hitting the stomp after Abaddon hits his ultimate.
Yeah, you cannot ask for anything better here. 3-man Boundless Strike, roll through on 3, sleep after the Abaddon ult. Gorgon Grasp, instant on the Storm respawn in a Wukong. I mean, you're not going to get anything better than that, and you still kind of drew even.
Yeah. I mean, it was fine at this point, but then the fact that Stormstormer goes back in, he dies. Well, Avalos can show that they could do a lot in a choke point. Don't know how many times you're going to be able to make that initiation again. And because the Aphotic Shield went off and then they hit the Boundless Strike right as the Aphotic Shield hit the Storm Spirit. So they were able to chain some stuns against the Abaddon that normally you won't be able to do.
We'll get a shard, though. Okay, not the best, but what can you do? I have to keep ramping up the damage here if you're Avalos. Any amount of disable or damage you can get is going to feel great here. But I don't know, this position looks pretty solid for Party Vision. Like, the Drow is able to join fights now, can contribute in a big way. Is a big problem in the team fight if you don't gap closer with the Monkey or the Pango. Party Vision can always go back for BKBs on all of their cores too. They're not feeling too pressured, I think, to go for fast ones on the Drow or the Storm. It's Hurricane Pike for safety. I mean, he's big now, man. He's hitting a really good timing here.
Stupendous.
And he has auras to back him up. Snako, you are dead, my friend.
He breaks the smoke. The 5 position, dying for it, not the worst outcome for Avalos.
But their Arcane Rune for the Storm, though.
Still puts the Party Vision in the driver's seat to make moves happen.
This lead is going to start to build now if you don't take the fight as Avalos. This is the part in the game where Party Vision can take over the lanes, take over a lot of the map. The Beast will take tower solo if you just leave him alone.
Because you're going to get picked off if you don't fight them, right? Like, if you try and split the map, you've got a Beastmaster with Blink Dagger and a Storm Spirit.
Also, you finished this BKB on the Monkey. Stormstormer committed for it. You want to fight with this item. You want to get something going. They're smoking, looking for the beast, jump straight into him.
Can they get the Rolling Thunder hit in time? They will. Big pickup, and the Bat Rider found an initiation. It's a lasso onto an Enchantress. Okay, it's just the support.
2 for 1. Not bad, honestly.
And immediately hopping over to the mid tower, finally finishing that up. 23 minutes, the mid tier 1 finally falls.
Oh, that's a solid move. Especially if you can get some vision or D-wards off of this as well. Then you're going to have places to go back to. You get to steal some camps. Very efficient move. Very good for Smiling Knight, and didn't even have to use the BKB on the Monkey King, so you have to hold on to that as well.
Yeah.
Radiant's top tower
And you're going to get another tier 1.
Yeah,
so,
if Smiling Knight can get to Butterfly, then they're going to, jump from one timing to another, where they'll feel pretty good about things. Eki, not so much.
His woes continue. 9th death for the Bat Rider here, as Arcane Storm will put him in the dirt.
Yeah, no one has 16 galvanized stacks. A large part of that being Bat Rider death.
He's a big mana boy. They are close to the Butterfly on Medusa, though. He's going to have it here in one more wave.
Yeah, he gets that.
And he has Grobo. He rolled good.
middle tower is under attack.
Yeah. Is there any other item? I mean, Lotus seems pretty far away. Scotty seems pretty far away for Stormstormer. Vision, they're going to hit their own window of BKBs. So DM, he's going to get his. No one, he's going to have his in just a minute or two. And Satanic is a bit farther away, but he wants to build a Shadowblade, actually, first, before BKB. Which he's kind of close to that as well. So Avalos better make something happen right now before the BKBs come in. Once the BKBs hit, then I'm not sure if they win these team fights anymore. Found an opening. Immediate BKB, Wukong's command. They're all outside of it. The lasso finally hits onto the Enchantress again. A pick off on a support. Stormstormer, underneath his Wukong's command, is fighting for his life over here. No one made the jump, and Vision tried to follow it up with the Drow Ranger. He's still a little bit low. Abound the strike to jump away. No one expended a good amount of mana there, but he still has a shield rune. He goes in on a Smiling Knight. Smiling Knight about half of his mana pool right now. Turns back around with the Earth Splitter, throws a couple of shots out, but it's Satanic who just keeps on marching forward. Zibe finally going to challenge him here, but they've done enough damage. The Dusa is now dead, and Satanic has taken no damage whatsoever from Zibe. Zibe is forced to just TP out. The rest of Avalos are going to crumble.
Super well kited from Vision. They just made Avalos blow all the ults instantly. The monkey jump landed on basically nothing there. He committed a 1 to 3 ults for this Enchantress in the end.
Yeah, that
and then Satanic walks in and says, oh, okay, well, I'll just hit you forever. And no one's doing any damage to him. Pango doesn't do any damage, so...
yeah, all he could do was walk up to the Drow Ranger and take away the marksmanship.
And that did not feel great either, so...
No.
That is a big whiff for Avalos here, as they were looking for that Medusa Butterfly timing to do something. They got nothing out of that. This game is starting to look rough, because now that BKB is there for the Storm. He's invincible. Shadowblade's there for the Drow.
He's got 3k HP.
You have to lasso him
not
or something.
invincible, but...
I think these lassos have to hit bigger targets. I don't think you can lasso and win the fight anymore.
Yeah.
It's gotta be Drow or the Storm, because you just have limited stuns. There's not a lot to play around.
He might be able to catch Vision. Oh, they're going to go through the gate, and Monkey King's going to get there too late.
Another move that's just a little awkward and a little too slow. And you got to start thinking about the next Roche here that's going to be on that Dire side. Could be a fight into triple BKB, depending on how much farm Satanic finds.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, at this point, it almost feels like Avalos should just try and push this bottom lane to see if they can get Vision out of that top area, because they hold full control of the Roshan pit right now. I don't think they can give up another Roche to the Storm Spirit.
Don't be mad.
That would be very difficult to deal with. You also don't really have any glimmers, so this Storm's pretty free to jump whoever he wants and just punish them solo, with the BKB making him invincible. Particularly if it's the Bat Rider, which has been his #1 choice, it seems, for a lot of the game.
He does finally buy a Glimmer Cape. It's coming out to him now.
Yeah, just finished it. That's the first one here.
But yeah, the support's very poor on the side of Avalos. 9 class, not so much. He's at 9k net worth. He's got a full-out Hurricane Pike alongside a Drums of Endurance. He has the Shard as well.
Almost level 12. Get it off that camp. So Enchantress is going to start dealing some DPS. Can't forget about it. Another very defensive map position for Avalos. Just been cornered here.
Dire's top tower is under
Looking
attack.
for double Scotty between the Monkey and the Medusa. Amp damage for no one. Another tremendous rune here as he's closing in on level 18. Still has all his galvanized stacks. And that'll trigger the smoke here. So this storm is absolutely terrifying in the next fight. Got a gem on top of it, so that glimmer cannot save you. And they have to be angling for this Roche. They want to get a fight up in this north corner. Look for some kills into the Roche. Easy transition to close this game out. They can win it. The Avalos are grouped.
How does Avalos win this fight? Smoke's going to break on him here. They don't have a good ward to play off of. It's Parivision who have the superior ward, and they have Tukalas just sitting on the front lines.
That was so scary for Avalos. Turns out it was just Abaddon sitting there in the tree line.
Yeah. They're going to wrap around. They have a lane ward, but...
See the courier?
Really going to be useful.
Okay, they killed that courier. It had a Parasma recipe on it.
Are scanning.
But he wouldn't have been able to finish it. They don't exactly know that, though. I think you have to send the Spirit in here first, because you have no other vision mechanism.
Yeah, they try and scout some things out.
Like, it has to just be the Spirit in, and then you jump with the Monkey or the Bat. We'll see the Roche spawn.
And 9 class is going to say, all right, we're going to do Roshan. You got to come to us.
The Avalos are trying to bait them onto their ward. There's just no way Parivision take this. They have the Roche position, so you have to go into them here.
Well, Roche is going to go through the gate, so...
That is also true.
Parivision.
Everybody got to go bottom now.
Mass TPs for Avalos.
This does waste that amp damage duration on no one.
I almost wish Avalos had just kind of tried to catch him on the gate.
Yeah, they could have sent the Spirit and made it really awkward.
I feel like just a straight 5-on-5. Maybe they could get here fast enough.
They could cut off DM. They saw him on the ward.
It would be so big if they could catch him. A hasted monkey's running at him right now. He blinks away deeper into the side of the map. He's now backed up by an Abaddon and a Storm Spirit. No one's going to jump in. Go straight for the Bat Rider. Trying to blow him up nice and quick, and he's got him dead. He zips back to the safety of the rest of his team. A BKB down, but so is Avalos without a Bat Rider. Now without Snako as well. Shots raining down from 9 class to easily take out the opposing support. Avalos on full retreat now. They use the Stone Gaze to try and get away. The Rolling Thunder similarly going to be used. Stormstormer jumps to the trees, TP's out. Parivision win the Roche.
That was almost so good if they could have cut off DM on that ward and been there a little faster with the Bat Monkey.
Yeah,
Instead, it's just a disaster.
They kill the Beastmaster. That opens up a much better Rolling Thunder situation for Zibe, but...
And the name of the game is no one just jumping Eki every time because he's the only BKB disabled. So if he jumps the Bat during BKB, I mean, what are you doing? You're just watching your Bat Rider die.
Yeah. An Aegis and a banner to hit high ground.
Yeah, this is a very good push timing, especially as the BKB for the Drow is flying out right now and he's level 20. So you have triple BKB.
Radiant's top tower.
Yeah, they're only up by
Got some extra
6k,
talents,
but
you got an Aegis.
it feels like the team fight is impossible for Avalos.
I mean, you have to land a lasso on a good core target. That's so much of it.
But even then, it's just like, even if he does that, then the Aphotic Shields might just counter the play entirely. So if their whole game plan is...
sleep the Abaddon, drag the other dude into a Wukong, you get like a 4-man Earth Splitter. Doable, you know? Doable.
Doable. Give them like a 10% chance to be able to pull it off.
You're just a doubter, man. You're such an NA Dota player. It's crazy. Like, you would have just gone down mid and said end like 10 minutes in here. You would have been that Monkey King. You would have gone bottom, and when they glyphed your Boundless Strike, you would have said GG end mid. That would have been you.
I've never done that in my life, but goodbye, Eki. Time to make a move. Storm Spirit isn't here. Go for it. Rolling Thunder's going to hit the Drow Ranger a couple times here. Roar's going to be used. The Dusa pushing forward, trying to get in front of them for a Stone Gaze, but they've got up to the high ground, and Avlis have lost their courage. They do not want to go into a high ground fight, and they are out of resources
you just
for
have
the
Wukong.
potential push.
It's got to be the Wukong of a century right here. Stomp lands, but not close enough.
The spacing from Pari Vision here.
Gotta have a massive boundless Wukong from Stormstormer. Try and bait him in if you can. Oh, he got his tree cut.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
No,
They're gonna zip for it.
not like this.
Chain the stuns. Get the grab. A BKB was back up for the Storm Spirit. He tries to use the Boundless Strike to get away. A trickery, and he does manage to get out. His team is in trouble, though. Seneko taking a little again. The shots from 9 class to finish him off. A Gorgon's grabs. Try and hold back Satanic, and it does work. He did not want to use his BKB for this first life. He's got bigger objectives in mind. The barracks are going to fall unless Avlis can put together some sort of team fight without their ultimate. Aurora goes out, trying to focus on Zibe here. No one commits for the kill and easily managed to get it. Wukong's command. It's a Drow Ranger dead in the middle of the Wukong's command, and a Rolling Thunder is back up. He activates his BKB, makes a run for it.
Couldn't get it.
Where's the lasso? The Bat Rider wasn't there. Now he is. Gets the grab on him. The Aphotic Shield was already used by Takalis. He puts it on a situation where Satanic just cannot get out alive. No one still in the back ends. Ever the constant nightmare to Eki, and somehow DM got himself stuck. I don't know how that ended up being okay for Avlis, but they did it.
They got a buyback out of Ducalis. Cost them the Pango buy. Might even get the dieback here on the Abaddon. That would be huge. Oh, yeah, super long death timer for him. And a successful defense. And it all came from that Wukong landing on top of the Drow Ranger, with the rest of the team getting zoned. And you're finally able to land a big core lasso. Yeah, good job, Austin. You would have given up in this game. You would have given up at 15 minutes. GGN mid, go next, blah, blah, blah.
Well, Zibe's got level 20 and halfway to an Aghanim Scepter. He can continue to get good Rolling Thunders where he's threatening the Drow Ranger and hitting the Abaddon.
And if you're going to get a good fight for Smiling Knight, he just finished Daedalus.
Oh, easy.
Yeah. If you can get this Deuce at 25, some modifiers going and some crits. Like, this Drow matchup is not completely one-to-one if you can hit the Drow with the Deuce. It's just normally that gap closes a bit difficult and the slow starts building up.
Yeah, it's predicated on Stone Gazed and getting just in the middle of Pari Vision's team.
Yes. Right? To me, Swift Blink is a big item in this matchup. If Dusa can get the Swift Blink and you can just Swift Blink in with ult and chase the Drow down, it is a real thing. It can create a lot of space and chaos in the fight, and maybe you find a good lasso, or you can follow a lasso up with that. But that's still a big piece of this game, is can you find these lassos? They have not been easy.
Oh,
another Arcane. These are brutal.
Rolling Thunder put to use. Long zip in from the Storm Spirit. Activates his BKB. Satanic managed to get out with the BKB Shadow Blade. While no one is... He actually got caught in the Stone Gaze there. Looks like he got stoned up and hit by Rolling Thunder again, but they can't commit for the kill. Despite him being low on mana, 9 class, he just walks up to that high ground, almost immediately dies. Maybe with the illusions, they do manage to get that kill. Smiling Knight needs help. He's out of mana. He is being burned through right now. Satanic is back into play, and he delivers a just slaughtering of damage that Avlis. They can't stop. They don't have the saves for him.
Honestly, that fight, the setup didn't necessarily look that bad for Avlis. I mean, the Drow got away, which is really bad, but fighting on that hill going into the ET stomp, Arvision just positioned really well around it, dodged that stomp with everybody, and then the second the Drow Ranger comes in for the second time, yeah, that fight's absolutely done. You wish you had that AC on the monkey for that fight. Could have made a huge difference there. But again, the items for Avlis are just a little too behind in this game. I mean, it's crazy. Stormstormer is still 10-2-7. He's had a really good game here. Just can't win the fights, and that's what matters right now.
Yeah, it's not as good as no one's 15-1-7.
That is true. He's almost level 25. I mean, him finding Arcane Rune at the start of that too was
it was so bad.
That was disgusting.
The thing was, the Stormstormer was so close to having a Shield Rune and an Arcane Rune. but if only the rune had been on the other side of the river, maybe.
Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
Instead, it's going to be lane to barracks taken mid. There's that Aghanim Scepter for the Pango, so he's going to start outputting a bit more damage. Has no real modifiers outside of the Echo Saber, though.
He's really annoying in the fight, and he can tank a lot of damage, but he doesn't do a lot.
Yeah.
So
The
Party
damage
Vision can
is-
kind of ignore him, which probably doesn't feel too good. For Zibe in general, I don't know really how he rectifies it. I mean, he could just get a casual defusal, but I wouldn't mind Basher here. You're playing into the quad BKB.
I'd be okay with
It's
that.
got to just be value on some level as the aesthetics caps start coming out.
I mean, if you combine some Basher control with Stone Gaze, maybe the BKB timing of Pari Vision doesn't look nearly as threatening.
Yeah.
Maybe you're still able
every
to
little
fight
bit
through
helps.
that. Aghanim Scepter for the Storm Spirit, though.
That is a big one.
Yeah. They have really not, because it's pretty single target heavy of Pari Vision. Avalos have not had to worry about their grouping at all. Now they do.
Absolutely do.
And if they are not aware that this Aghanim Scepter is complete from no one, then it could
Radiant's bottom
just
tower
one
is under
fatal
attack.
mistake might spell the end of this game one for them.
They also need Stormstormer's Courier to respawn full AC on that thing. So you're not taking a fight before that's back on the map. Is the Ags for the Abaddon finished? It is. So that's also a really big teamfight item. He has Locket on top of it.
Yeah, good luck killing Satanic if Dakalis is nearby.
And he has the level 15 Mistcoil Talon as well. So this is a lot of healing if you try and commit in with all of your ults at once. Wow, it looks really tough to land a good Wukong here. I don't really know how you do it. Need the fight to go long.
Yeah,
I think. Cast it towards the end of the fight. After Pari Vision have committed some BKBs and maybe one or two ults, the Storm's low mana. Then you drop the Wukong. Easiest way to do that is maybe force the Rosh yourself, make Pari Vision fight into you.
Sure, and that's what they're trying to do here. A fast Roshan, they might be able to sneak something.
We also have Stormstormer eyeing this refresher, which would give him 2. That's another way to do it. Just have a second Wukong.
Okay. I mean, if he gets a level 25 and get a refresher, could make a world of difference, but
it is a big deal. Especially if you fight around that pit. And he does have the Mindbreaker, so you got to keep that silence from the Monkey King in mind. As the group up, Pari Vision has happened. Storm hit 25. He has his Ags. They have 4 BKBs. Butterfly on the Drow. Ags on the Abaddon. They are ready to rumble here.
Do you really want to go for DM? They're going to try. They're going to try and blow up the Beastmaster. He got off his BKB. Wukong's man goes out. No one managed to get the grab onto 3. No immediate follow-up. He starts targeting Eki as always, as is tradition at this point in time. Meanwhile, the Abaddon used his ultimate early. Stormstormer's going to try and take advantage of that and delivers a kill onto the Abaddon. Now they go after DM. Back to that kill. They stay grouped up. They stay together. They play together, and they are killing together, but no one is going to punish that together. They clump up once again. Another 3-man grab. Satanic starts putting out the damage. Stormstormer's trying to stop it. He stays on top of Satanic, ruining the marksmanship, and does what he can, and he's going to stick on top of him even further. Hits him with a boundless strike. The rest of the team here to follow it up. Satanic trying to keep the Dusa. Oh, the Dusa's a little bit low. The final arrow is not enough. 30 HP.
You're smiling.
The difference between life and death, but the carry survives of Avalos, and now they have control of the Roshan pit.
17k damage coming out from Avalos in that fight, and they won 17,000 experience for it. A absolutely massive shift in this game as they finally get a team fight to connect, and it all started with kind of a botched jump on the Beast.
Yeah.
It did not look that great, but then Pari Vision ran in with the Abaddon, popped a very early ult off that Vortex that looked good, but the thing about these Vortexes is there's no AoE to really follow it up with. So
yeah, it's just
they got
Drow
baited
Ranger,
a bit,
right?
Yeah, I think they actually got baited by these Vortexes a little.
Yeah, they just walked away. BKB goes off from the Beastmaster. They walk away clean, don't use the Abaddon ult. Then Drow Ranger can maybe play that more aggressively, but no one's just too good.
Too good for his own good. Ends up baiting the team a little, and then the Beast commits, the Abaddon commits, while the Drow Ranger's out of the fight. You're just all over the place. And now you have Refresher on the Monkey plus that 25 talent. He is absolutely ready to take a way longer fight. He's a big problem. And Aegis plus Refresher Shard. The Deuce is 6 slotted now. I mean, who's going to even take it? It's nobody wants it. Aegis to Medusa for the BKB for sure. And it'll be, I guess, Refresher to the Pango's not too bad here.
Is under attack.
This game just shifted completely. I mean, Stormstormer is the biggest problem right now. Like, the Deuce is something you have to deal with, but this Monkey King with double level 25 Wukong suddenly just became a way bigger deal in the fight.
Yeah.
And you don't have great answers for him in these late game scenarios.
He has so much bonus armor, right? AC plus if he's inside of his Wukong's command, it's just forget about it.
I mean, he has 46 outside the Wukong. It has to be like a storm pull into Aurora or something.
Yeah. I mean, all of these times, when was the last time Parivision got an initiation on the fight? Right? It feels like they...
Only no one jumping the bat pretty much the whole game.
Yeah, that has been...
Also, he lost a bunch
MO.
of his Galvanize. Or did he? No, he didn't. He still got him.
28.
Radiant's bottom
Looking for another power rune?
See if that will give them something to change the window here. No one jumps in. Immediately got silence. Has to use his BKB. Maybe a kill on Seneko, though. Gets that, gets out. Buyback immediately used. I mean, they've got the Aegis. They've got the cheese. I guess they want to...
They want to jump something right here, right now.
I mean...
Not easy, though.
Roar was used. That's on cooldown for 45 seconds. You have to make something happen now. Otherwise, that buyback feels...
They're going to push.
A little premature. They're going to go for it.
This is an aggressive call. See if it can pay off. I mean, you have a banner. You have Aegis. You have those refreshers.
Spot to call us. Trying to hit him with a stomp. He sidesteps it. Does get away. The Dusa, not having the Swift Blink yet, has delayed that.
It's just a wasted buy.
Yeah. You're also so close to level 25 on Dusa. Like, what's the rush?
Yeah. I think he underestimated how tentative Parivision were to commit there. I think they were done with that pick.
Yeah. No one is just searching for support kills and out.
Yep.
That's all he wants out of this situation.
They need to maintain a good formation with their cores and fight together. They can't let the fight stretch in too many directions. It has to be centered around Satanic on this Drow.
This silence is so annoying. He's got to be careful of it. They saw an opportunity, weren't quite able to connect, but the Rolling Thunder might still be able to give an opportunity as they got the lasso pull back onto DM. His BKB is wearing thin. Smiling Knight still has a Stone Gaze. He still has the Aegis as well. They actually used the Roar onto him and are trying to finish off the juice up with the Wukong's command. Stormstormer got the jump in. He's around Satanic, and Satanic blocked out by the trees. He managed to get to the edge of the Wukong's command, so they go for the Abaddon instead. Night Class and Satanic get their distance. Another Wukong's is available. No one. He gets the grab onto 3, but where's the follow-up? DM, he tries to jump after it, but Satanic has already given up on this fight. He's backed away. He's trying to get there now. But again, they haven't finished up even the first life of... Okay, there goes the Medusa. Finally, they finish him off. But with the second life, they have to leave. Night Class, he is probably going to be the last victim of this fight as everybody else has managed to make it back to the Parivision base.
Can't believe he didn't drop that second ult somewhere in there, but just not finding a good opportunity as Parivision split up and kind of bailed. End up losing the Storm, losing the supports. You only take down the Aegis on that Dusa. Not finding a lot of purchase there. As once again, the Vortices have been insane from no one. And that's it. You're just pulling them into thin air. There's no follow-up.
It feels like there's a constant disconnect between where no one sees opportunities and where Satanic sees opportunities.
Well, he's getting forced out of the fight by the Monkey, right?
Sure.
So I agree. That's the biggest disconnect for Parivision right now, but they're not solving it. Either the Storm has to help the Drow who's going on him, or the Drow plays incredibly patient while the Storm makes space. So far, that space is not really yielding anything.
Yeah, that last team fight, Drow got out of the Wukong's command and just kept running. He ran so far away, and the rest of his team kind of stuck nearby. Wukong's command from behind.
What is this?
Went through the side, gets roared up though. And most of Parivision are able to make themselves get out while Storm jumps into the backline again, but he's lacking the damage now. He no longer has the easy pickings that he once did against these supports still, though. Avalis, they need to retreat.
Yeah, you need to get out of here right now. That's a buyback on the
still
Storm.
jumping after them. He gets the grab onto 2. Can his team get here in time to take advantage of the situation? Zibe, he refreshes, rolls up, and gets out.
Got a full Shivas. They get nothing. Storm buy, Enchantress buy. That's a Fountain Storm buyback. He couldn't get a single kill. Are they that tanky?
The Glimmer Capes are too powerful for him. He can't like carry
The
dust on
single
him.
Glimmer Cape is...
I mean, he can't carry dust.
the single Glimmer Cape versus this entire Storm's inventory.
Yeah.
I know, the
It's
Fountain
too
jump.
much.
Look, I know Glimmer is strong, but it's not that strong, okay? You guess another rune. Maybe you need Swift Blink on this Drow, dude. I don't know. You got to be able to go in with this guy or something.
His damage is certainly not what it once was. I
No one
wouldn't be
can tell.
opposed to a data list that is queued up. I think that's much better than the Silver Edge he was thinking about.
I think the Drow's damage is okay, but the problem is he can't... The Monkey and the Penguin are just in his face. And he can't just sit there and hit them back. So I think it's more about how does he deal with the damage he has rather than he needs more. That's been the issue. Silver Edge maybe helps a little bit. Some extra invis cooldown, but...
He quickly broke apart the Silver Edge and is buying data.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he's just this. He still has a recipe, so he'll complete both. But I guess Daedalus for now, more damage, yeah. I mean, you got a lot of it now, if you can use it.
I think you got to threaten the Pango when he rolls at you. This guy has been kind of freely doing that.
What's happening here?
Oh, if he could cut down that tree, it would have been so good. Oh, he grabbed him before he jumped to the next one.
That's a lot of
Pulls him
mana.
back down to earth and forces him to use his BKB. No one has to do the same, though, so it is an even cost.
Eki looking.
Pushing in from the side. DM sees an opportunity to catch the Bat Rider from the high ground. A big pickup. Well, Night Class is pushing forward solo. No one. He gets a grab on a Storm. The Belly Strike. Refreshing up the ultimate, but it's not good enough. Satanic does enough damage now. Meanwhile, stuck inside of the high ground from the Blizzard. Satanic, he's now delivering just as... Oh, man, he just blew up that Dusa. Got in an instant.
What was that fight?
Immediate buybacks used by Avalis, who put themselves on a low ground.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, what were they doing there? They're just walking in the low ground expecting nothing to happen. Their bat just got roared from the high ground. Easiest roar of DM's life on the prime initiator for Avalis. You got to just jump there, right? You can't be lingering on these low ground positions hoping you see somebody.
Yeah.
You just got to smoke, jump, go, plant a ward, go blind, whatever it is. And that's very indecisive.
That's so awkward because he was getting to that Swift Blink too on Smiling Knight, but now the buyback has ruined that.
If he could have Swift Blinked up to that position on the Drow, that could be a way different situation. That's why I look towards this item to be a real deciding factor in these late game team fights.
Yeah.
But you're stuck on the low ground fighting Drow on the high ground, while your Pango is stuck on the ultimate high ground. Not a recipe for success here.
And really awkward because now they don't have buybacks on some of these heroes and Roshan's about to spawn. So do you play for that Roshan fight with only one life?
You have to play for Roshan here if you're both teams, I think. Cannot afford to give it away. I am surprised at how fast Stormstormer died. He went in.
Oh,
I don't even know what. He got crit twice or something. Nullifier for the Beast. The damage and control is continuing to pick up here for Party Vision. It was still so farmed on everybody.
He was healthy 1 second and refreshes, boundless strikes on top of the Drow Ranger, and was just gone.
He's just gone. Yeah, he's just dead. They are going to get Roche here, though. No contest.
Uncontested. Party Vision not going to get here in time. They smoke up, yes, but they're far too late to the party.
They're going to take the fight anyway. Jumping.
Storm.
But they're all TPing.
Oh, they're TPing away. They're TPing away. Get the catch. Get the goal. Oh, no way. No one was so close. He used the spell. He activated Electric Vortex, but somehow Smiling Knight slips away just half a second ahead of him.
Divine intervention or something. I don't know what that was.
I cannot believe Avalis made the call to mass TP out.
Well, the thing is, they mass TP'd out, but they went towards...
Yeah.
They went away from the corner to do it, right? Normally, you would just go into the corner to TP.
Yeah.
They went into the potential smoke. Like, he's about to go up the ramp here. And then they call TP. This was really discoordinated, to be honest.
It really
They should have got punished there.
Smiley Knight should have got caught.
Yeah, they should have got punished there, but they will live to fight another day. And now they have an Aegis on the Medusa. Still no Swift Blink, so the gap close is not there, but 2 lives.
He's
Could
going to
just
be
the
there
trick.
very soon. If he can farm up these Ancients, then I think he's got it.
And
this Ancient camp and the next
I'll
one.
tell you, Satanic, he's also looking for that Swift Blink. Both these carries are eyeing this super late game item that I think is pivotal in what we're seeing in these fights. You need to be able to position the damage quickly and deal it. That's what's going to win you these big team fights. So looking for that on both sides. Don't have it yet, and that makes high ground positioning all the more important. It makes vision all the more important.
Yeah, I feel like Avalis learned that lesson from the river fight.
Oh, yeah.
Don't give a free high ground to Parivision.
Don't roll on top of the Ice Spire.
That was also not great. The Glacier just trapping Zibe.
I wonder if you can do that intentionally. Like when he's rolling, like you just
Yeah, you
drop
just
the Glacier.
activate Glacier and force staff out.
My ultimate trap card. Drop the Glacier and bail. Swift Blink available for Smiling Knight. That's huge. Does have to swap out something here, but when you have Aegis to play with, makes it a little more juicy. Now you can just go in.
More interesting gap close. Stormstormer has a bots too, so he can. If Smiling Knight sees the right opportunity to blink into the enemy team, then Stormstormer can piggyback off of that.
They can also all 3 get stuck on the Glacier now. That could be a party up on Iceberg Hill. You ever play that old Mario Party game with the like little bouncing balls and try and knock each other off?
Yeah, you're
the
trying
ice?
to bounce they run the
That was a
snowballs
good
into
game.
each other.
I think that was Mario Party
3?
3 or 4.
Yeah.
I think the 3 one was the classic version. Imagine playing that for $1 million. That would...
I'm pretty sure like Ludwig has probably done something like that.
It's true.
Eki is going to try and get Aghanim Scepter, which can be good. I mean, if he gets a grab...
That could be really good.
On 2 heroes, he can only save one of them.
Yeah, can't shield both.
Yeah. We may just be playing for tier 5s at some point.
Are they really not going to try and force anything with Aegis?
I mean, they don't have buyback while Parivision does, right?
Yeah, but it still feels bad.
Radiant are scanning.
I'm okay with it.
Look at the buyback
I think pushing
status.
into high ground
Medusa,
Storm
Monkey,
Spirit, Drow
Angle.
Ranger with buybacks is... Aegis does not make that fight good enough for it. I think going
agree.
high ground is
Yeah.
a death trap in this game.
It does feel bad that you won that Roche and you can't use it, but it gets you to your next set of items here. Stalled the game out. You're still missing those big 2 core buybacks for 2 minutes, so Parivision want to get aggressive.
Are scanning.
I can actually see the logic there because all of theirs are back up.
Sure.
So they waited out that interval, and now they could be the ones that look to get aggressive even into this Aegis.
What are the key points here? How does Parivision win a fight? How does Avalis win a fight? Like, what are these teams talking about? Because you've got so much time between fights, right?
Positioning. That's what this game is all about.
Okay, what does that positioning look like?
If you can stun the Monkey or the Pango, or you find the Bat, right? If you can take the control out of the fight for Avalis and let the Drow Ranger rain down the fire, you're going to feel good. Then you're going to be able to kite out any further incursion. Side of Avalis, if you can get good lassos, good rolling thunder through and let the Monkey and the Medusa then jump in the fight, they can take advantage of stuns really quickly with the Swift Blink plus the leap in. So
yeah,
in that sense, I think the team fight might be more... It might be a little more reliable in terms of sinking the control and damage for Avalis, but I think Parivision win the super long fights very reliably if they survive that. You know, if Wukong's wasted, if Stonegate's wasted, they're all still up. That fight looks very good for them.
Sure.
So to me, it's about the jump coming out from Obelisk in terms of how much damage can you put into those stuns? Make them count.
I think that's kind of interesting because Party Vision, in some ways, have a win condition on both sides of the equation, right? They can win making the jump, but they also have the counter to the initiation, potentially, right?
Yeah, Baden
depending
can
on
do
what
some
the
work.
Baden does.
Oh, they
More
found the Baden.
opportunity.
It's the best jump.
Very easy kill and a big pickup, too. That stops the initiation of Avalus and Party Vision.
He's just walking through mid. I mean, Eki has had a very rough game. No ways about it. And Party Vision have singled him out because they know how important he is.
With control of the power runes and a hero down, time to force that buyback.
Wolf on Satanic's heels. Buff him up. Send him in. I mean, do you try and force your... All 10 buybacks are up right now. Not the easiest lineup to go high ground into.
You either try and hunt down this Monkey King or you go for the high ground.
The thing is, if you get this bat buyback, are you instantly bailing?
I think so. I don't think you stick around. You're just trying to see if you can get the buyback out of him.
Refresher for no one, so he has double AoE pull.
Not biting just yet. Oh, they got the silence on him. No one has to use his BKB and jumps away. Now, he has a refresher, so the BKB used, it's not the biggest deal, but his mana, dude, that, it's so... Mindbreaker silence is just so stupid, man.
Sent a message.
It did.
No Bat Rider buyback needed, as all 10 will be up in this game. We could have ourselves a 10v10, Austin, as the 60-minute mark approaches. Neutral items, gotta start thinking about them.
Okay, so neutral items that are the biggest game changers. What are we looking for?
Book of the Dead.
That. You have a viral clip where you called it the Book of Trash.
I will say, my evaluation of Book of the Dead has gone up in a meta full of like so many Glimmer Capes. I actually think the invis detection in the fight...
Jump to mid.
Wait, what? He's just in the river alone?
He's caught alone on the low ground again.
Why?
Why does this keep happening to Avalus? Right as the tier 5s are about to spawn, he's in the one part of the map that has no neutrals.
What?
On the lowest low ground. Avalus is slipping, man.
I'll take that.
No stuns there, but it was funny.
I don't know what that... Why was he completely alone? Like, why is he pushing out mid-wave with his hero, not Manta's? Why? There's no vision there.
Mirror Shield for Zibe. Very big. He doesn't have to worry about the roar.
There's the Book of Shadows. That's the other book.
Yeah, that's the same.
Mirror Shields are good.
Pirate Hats for their Drow Ranger and the Enchantress.
Oh, yeah.
Big attack speed boost. I mean, this Enchantress is about to be level
Yeah,
25 with a Pirate Hat, Hurricane Pike,
Pirate hats are
Witchblade.
nasty.
And it's Roche. So they will keep their buyback potentially on the Dusa, but they will give up Roshan for it.
And Pirate Hat for Stormstormer. You will match them there. So 3 Pirate Hats so far, which is very fitting for the theme of DreamLeague. It's not a pirate theme, but
theater
has many pirate hats in it.
That's true, yes. What do you think the Dusa gets? Is there any chance you get the Super Deso because of the modifier?
I think Stygian's always interesting.
I mean, it's the highest win rate item in the game, apparently.
That could mean nothing, yeah. I mean, this Book of Shadows on Seneko could be really interesting. If you can save a roar target or some target drows hitting.
I mean, well, you get more saves as well from Takalas.
Force Boots on the bat. Also pretty nice here. Maybe Eki can get a lasso now.
Takalas is actually, I mean, he's got Blink, Aghanim Scepter. Now they gave him the Refresher Shard. So he can double Book of Shadows, double Borrowed Time.
Yeah, that's pretty disgusting. That is a lot of save.
Overwhelming Blink, Erasma.
And an Ags will be bought and eaten by Stormstormer to upgrade his inventory. Pretty much capped out. They just got the last token. It's going to Smiling Knight now. Let's see what he chooses.
It's Force Boots. He already had the mobility of Swift Blink and Disperser, but feels like he needs even more.
I mean, honestly,
This'll come in.
That's a lot of move speed. It's a lot of move speed. You are insanely fast when you activate everything here. Can't blame him for that. Stormer, could get more. Woo. Level 30, by the way.
They're leaving it way too close, man. Way too close.
I mean, who won the tier 5 neutral war, in your opinion?
They're gonna break apart. Lasso, first up on the Enchantress, trying to blow him up while Zibe goes through and hits DM, stopping the roar potential. Somehow 9 class is still alive through that initiation, still gets hit by another Rolling Thunder, harpoons it back for another one, a third one, refresh, roll up, and go again. 9 class gets healed up by the Abaddon, so he's good for now, and the roar finally comes out to finish off Zibe. Avalis were not content to follow up that initiation, and now trying to bait into a Wukong's command. The Stormstormer is up here on the high ground, ready to drop it.
He has 2 of them.
He starts hopping away. DM gets a little bit too close for comfort.
Nobody committed on those rolls. They're all just watching.
Yeah.
Too afraid.
Zibe committed his second Rolling Thunder for that. Now when he buys back, it's still going to be on cooldown. Very awkward.
Incredibly awkward. And now you still have 2 minutes to siege with this Aegis.
Grab onto Smiling Knight. Try and blow him up with the Drow Ranger. Not quite good enough. The Wukong's command does go off. He's already down to half HP. A slip on the Drow Ranger. Finally, the arrows start coming in, and Stormstormer quickly gets obliterated, but so does no one. They do manage to finish him up. Meanwhile, Zibe with a buyback coming in. They're on top of the Drow Ranger. A second round of Wukong's command. He's pushed away by the harpoons. Satanic get away with the Book of Shadows, but no, the Stone Gates will lock him in place. Inside, surrounded by statues. That's going to be the Aegis. Seneko saves himself with the Book of Shadows as 9 class pushes forward. No one trying to catch him in the trees. Gets a grab onto Zibe. That's going to be a dieback. Eki in the trees as well. Running away. No fire. No escape. A cheese goes up, but it's not good enough. A force pass into the corner. He's good. He stays alive. Smiling Knight comes back in, puts him back. A stomp onto 2. A little bit of reset here for Avalis. 4 heroes up versus the 5.
No Wukong's left. No Stone Gaze left. Gonna just have to do it the hard way.
And Smiling Knight is just not doing quite enough damage. DM, he's looking so tanky against the damage of the Dusa right now.
It's just not enough to get anything.
Got the lane, got out. Pari Vision reset, TP away.
Oh, they got everything they wanted there. I mean, outside of Medusa buyback, you got both other core buybacks. You got Megas, and you paid a price of a Storm buyback, and that's it? Super well executed.
And they have 75 seconds where Zibe is dead. They can push out the bottom lane and go for the Megas.
I will say, though, when that Dusa starts rolling in, man, it is terrifying. Just some 1,000 move speed ball of BKB piercing stun and DPS.
Slither and Snake.
That was nasty for the 3 seconds it did some work, and then
I mean, his damage though just does not look that intimidating.
I mean, if you didn't have Aegis there on the Drow, it's a very different story, but that's why they're pushing like that. And man, does Satanic do some DPS here. They're just gonna run it back in. Ward
got the ref on to 2. Trying to finish off at least one. Oh, he doesn't last long, does he? Satanic now has nobody on top of him, putting damage on his Smiling Knight. Back into the fountain he goes. Eki, oh, he's gonna die inside the fountain. Couldn't stay alive, too many arrows. They hit their mark, now they're left with 3. Nothing left, exposed fountain. Pari Vision just gonna hit the throne, the glyph goes off, but it is still Smiling Knight gonna have to do it pretty much solo. Throws out the Stone Gaze, it's just ignored for now. DM tries to blink on him. Satanic from the high ground of the Glacier starts putting damage on him, and he blows up fast. Pari Vision will close it out. 66 minutes, they get over the finish line, and will take game 1.
Yeah, I think my reaction is the same as no one's there. That was not the prettiest game for them, not the cleanest one, but they grinded it out, and in theory had the better scale with this Drow Dusa matchup. But man, did it get spookier on some of those late game Roshans and the tier 5s coming out, all the saves, these Book of Shadows doing work. It's always hard to push into the Elder Titan late game. I think the real key there was Eki got obliterated in so many of those fights throughout the entire game. I don't feel like we really saw a solid lasso go out in those late game fights that drag somebody into the Wukongs that set up the team fight. And that's a lot of what that lineup was built around, and it just never got there. And a lot of that was no one jumping the Batrider first, DM jumping the Batrider first. Felt like every fight was either the Storm or the Beast found him, took the initiation out of the equation, and opens up the team fight completely for Satanic, completely for 9 class to come in and deal some DPS of his own.
He's probably sitting there the whole time thinking about, can I get the lasso? What if that person gets a Photic Shield? And then, oh, no one's on top of him. 100 to zeros him.
Exactly. So impressive performance from Parivision to pull it out in the clutch. Not the cleanest game for them, but an entertaining one. And
certainly,
I mean, man, Stormstormer put in some work that game, but ultimately he just belted in that late game. You cannot build enough armor versus the Drow Ranger.
No, you really can't. Drow Ranger, too much single target. Watching Purge try and sit down in his incredibly tight clothing. Are you good, Purge? You ready to go? Can you breathe?
Straighten your legs.
All right.
Give us a nice groan as you're trying to buckle this. Yep, there we go.
Do you want me to do that for you? Yeah, I'll help you. Holy cow.
This all has to happen now off camera because Purge had to unbuckle for a 60-minute game. The seatbelts were too tight for him to handle, and now we have to get strapped back in because that was an extended game of Dota, but I don't really necessarily think that it was unwarranted. It's a Drow Ranger against a Medusa. Both ended up being walls. This Drow Ranger got crazy tanky early on, trying to match the, I guess, formidable nature that this Medusa was lined up with. And the supporting cast of a Monkey King behind a Medusa paired with a Storm Spirit behind a Drow Ranger. Although it did seem like at the end, the
There's the 9-claw shove.
Yeah, dude, that Enchantress was going in.
Inch through and through. Mostly because in that final fight, we did see a little bit there in the replay, is you get the rollout from Pengo, then he refreshes to roll again. We're all doing our best Purge impression.
Can break these buttons.
I genuinely don't think they're going to be able to, like, there's no salvaging this shirt afterwards.
I got a ramp over here.
Very quickly, this Ench baited out the Pengo roll and then the refresher for another Pengo roll there. And then they're able to just kind of pump out some damage, kills him. They just have to wait around, just dive back.
And even if they had a good initiation, there's still like an Abaddon on the other side with a Holy Locket and an Ags, which is like the ultimate, you cannot kill this guy. And if you build normal Abaddon items, the problem is that almost everything you have that you build gets countered by a nullifier, so at some point in the game your hero falls off. But if you go with that Locket Ags build, like it's actually legit. Like some guy just cannot die, so the whole team fight is just really hard for them to take.
You look like a Ken doll. That's what your thing remind me of right now, Tsunami. You're like a little
He's
Ken
very
doll.
erect.
So the team, in more ways than one, in the team
Change
fight
the ankle, change the ankle.
specifically, it did seem like Avalos had the advantage. If they got all their circles in place, if Monkey King was able to get his full Wukong's command and make the fight circle around Medusa, then Avalos had it under control. If they don't get that, then no one is bouncing around all over the fight, and Enchantress can't get locked down at all. So it really came down to initiation, I feel, for a great deal of the late game.
Are you keeping your legs?
It did, but one of the downsides is Drow just has better range typically. She feels a little bit more mobile than the Medusa does. Why are you guys so stiff?
Yeah, why are we so stiff?
You guys want to watch me stand up?
I know the loosest person on this broadcast. Fear, you're chilling up there. What'd you get for the Kazia award of the game?
Well, we all know that one of the heroes that needs positioning the most in Dota 2 is the Drow Ranger. So we're going to take a look at a moment where the Drow Ranger did have that vision provided on the high ground there. We see the Storm Spirit jump in with that high ground vision there, placed by the Radiant. And if you have good positioning on Drow Ranger, you can hit heroes. And you can see even DM, he's sitting on the high ground, drops the roar. They kill the Bat Rider right away before he gets anything off there. And that just allows them to get better positioning. You re-engage with no one. Now Satanic can just bust in with the damage here, kill him before the Wukongs really gets off there. Now you're kind of just stuck on Smiling Knight there. And all that was brought together just because you do have this vision here. Storm Spirit, one of the best heroes to abuse vision. Drow, also one of the best heroes to abuse vision as well. And that right there was the Kadia award of the game.
It was a 60-minute plus a game for that game number one. We're going to close out the night with one more of Parivision versus Avalos after the break.
Super Drop. I'm gonna get the box over here. Choose your own adventure, man. Are you ready?
I'm shaking.
Good. That's absolutely correct.
Ovilus is back once again, hopefully even stronger than before. This roster of friends might even rival Team Liquid as the biggest friendship team, and predictably they haven't made any permanent changes to the roster. The team is still comprised of Smiling Knight, Stormstormer, Zibe, Eki, and to tie it all up is Seneko. After a disappointing 12th place in the last season of DreamLeague, Ovilus went on to not only qualify for, but also place in the top 6 of ESL 1 Bangkok. A shared placement with Team Falcons must be a good sign, right? Being a new team with a lack of experience compared to other top teams brings challenges. For Ovilus, it's been their consistency. They can beat most teams, but they can also lose to most teams just as easily. However, their results and overall level of play has been getting better and more consistent for every event they attend. With some more experience under their belt, maybe they can turn their Ava loss into an Ava win here at DreamLeague Season 25.
Yeah, do you like it?
One father on this panel who's actually capable of making these dad jokes, and it's on the same topic of Avilus's inconsistency. Fear, what were you able to find out even before we saw this game number 1?
Yesterday that I wanted to cover, kind of just showing how this team has not been on the same page this tournament. So hopefully we can jump right into that, look at a few clips that I prepared to see those exact moments. As you'll see here, this is supposed to be power timing for Zibe playing a Dawnbreaker. That is the first Dawn ult used. It gets canceled immediately by line. They lose 2 heroes. PA gets fed on top of it, so we'll count that as number 1 Dawn ult, and this is supposed to be a power spike for him. We hit Nick's timing level 6 here. Look what he does here. He scouts out all 5 heroes. If I count that correctly, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, that is 5 heroes there.
That's correct.
He does get caught out. He dies.
Where's the Dawnbreaker?
So what is necessarily the response here? Dawn now has ult up again. Nyx is dead. In this moment, you would probably think to yourself, DK's farming jungle. Nyx is dead. Perhaps we should not fight this. We just saw 5 heroes there. Ovilus, they decide, no, we can do this. We can 3v5 this fight. They end up getting the Magnus here. However, they do lose multiple heroes at a time here. And the inconsistencies continue here as Medusa out on the river all by herself there. We see Batrider in the top lane. Heroes are not around this Medusa. There is a communication problem on this team right now that needs to be discussed before going into this next game.
2 moments from that extreme gaming series and possibly even a game-losing mistake in the game that we just saw right now against Aparivision. It seems like Avilus may be their own worst enemy's fear. Thank you very much for that.
No problem.
I made space for you.
What's it like being able to walk around in your
jacket made
clothes?
space for me.
Why are you both wearing significantly tighter clothes than
This
what
is the
works?
biggest they had. That wasn't taken. This
picked up.
Okay, would you like to swap
It's
right now?
oversized for me.
This took work to get on and off. So
We're gonna need
a little bit of time.
Yeah, we're gonna need more than, what is it, 37
yeah.
seconds before the drop starts to change outfits, apparently.
But we had a 60-minute game, and at least I'd say both teams showed resilience in the late game situations. Really, the Smiling Knight getting caught out in the river was the only time I was like, oh, that's a bit of a blunder there. But other than that, I was overall quite impressed with the consistency. Like, Stormstormer, it's a high-stress situation to be against a Glacier that can get vision of you, a Storm Spirit who's bouncing around, but he remained quite composed in these moments. So then what is the issue now for Avilus? Just individual communication? Eki +1?
I mean, I just overall, right? I think the team itself is not like on a level of, let's say, like Tundra, where communication's crisp. The whole team has the whole game plan. They're kind of like taking the game as it comes to them, right? I feel like they need a better game plan of how they want to play every segment of the map, right? So it's in the early game, we need a plan. Mid game, we need a plan. Late game, we need a plan. We can see that early game, sometimes they're on the same page. Late game, they're not on the same page. You have to be on the same page at all stages of the game if you want to win versus good teams.
Maybe a little bit too improvisational from Avilus, and Nat improv doesn't always succeed, right?
No one's ever gotten mad at improv. No single person.
Yes, and?
I'm kind of mad right now at Ovilus.
But they haven't improvised anything yet.
I thought that's what they're doing.
They almost improvised to win that game, though, which I thought was better than I expected them to do. Because Paravisions is a really, really good team, and they kept that game close for a very, very long time. They had a lot of turn moments, so.
I feel like even once the Drow was sort of like at this peak, we still saw shining moments of the Medusa, how you could see this carry-to-carry matchup succeed in favor of the Medusa as well. So yeah, big props for them, but it was an overall last pick Drow, and I do wonder if this draft is going to lend its way to allowing such an impactful last pick.
At the minimum, it does seem like Stormstormer's Monkey King gets a respect ban as we take a look at our first phase of bans and picks in this game number 2. Party Vision take that out along with a Tiny, a Bristleback, and a Phantom Assassin. Avalis, they ban out a Phoenix, Enigma, and Venomancer, and first pick a Batrider.
And the Batrider is going to be a little easier to play, I suppose, if they don't have to worry about these quick stun or jump heroes. But yeah, we did struggle to see really good bat lassos as the game continued, but it still provides a lot of what they might want. Pulling somebody away from an Abaddon, for example, is one upside to the hero. You can make it harder for them to get those shields off, but if they do shield it, it's going to be a really bad time. Damn, what's he spinning? Oh, I thought it was like a cool pen
piece
trick.
Of string.
I mean, this is very interesting. It feels like we're coming
Oh no, it's his
full
friendship
circle.
bracelet. I know this. I saw it at the previous tournament. It's a friendship bracelet that says Ducalis, and I asked him who made it, and instead he looked at me and I was like, okay, see ya, and I walked away because he clearly wasn't going to answer the question. Yeah, it's a friendship bracelet.
What were you saying, Fear?
No, friendship bracelet.
Yeah, clearly wasn't as important as the friendship bracelet.
No, I was just talking about, I think it's very interesting where we're kind of going like full circle about picking these Oracle, Abaddons, even supports that kind of like counter the Batrider, where I feel like for the longest time, even though there was a Batrider in the game, unless it was a Liquid or something on Insania, nobody would pick these Dispel heroes. But now that Abaddon's kind of like meta now, he can be played as a core, carry, offlane, just auto support. Now all of a sudden the stock of Batrider might be going down this tournament. We'll have to see unless they can find a way. But these are like classic counters that are just coming back. And it's nice to see them kind of work because I feel like they were supposed to always work this way. I feel like these Batrider lasso initiations, these Magnus RPs are supposed to be countered by hard dispels, but it was like getting outplayed for the longest time. So I do want to see it succeed because otherwise these heroes don't really have a purpose.
I'll believe it whenever I see like Omni Knight back in the mix. That's when it's really viable.
Isn't his just too long cooldown?
Yeah, it's like 40 seconds if you max it out all the way.
Oh god.
That one's
Wait,
a little...
someone played
What about Legion
Omni
Commander?
Knight. No, someone played Omni Knight in Fissure. It was Falcons.
They
As
win?
support?
Yeah, I
Yes.
think Snake King played it, right?
Oh,
yes,
wow.
they did. And they did win with it.
Yeah.
They thought of it as
Defensive
a counter
supports
to
on the rise.
One of the... Was it the Abba or one of the carries, maybe?
Oh, so for the physical, for the ulti then? Okay.
So a different thing, but it did
Still, Omni Knight
peek its
viability.
head a little bit.
What about Legion Commander's Dispel? When are we going to see that come back into the mix?
Yeah, that one was also picked up by Falcons today. Amal played it and had 0 victory dual damage at 20 minutes.
Well, we're talking about supports, right? There was a
Sorry.
small meta where Legion support was a thing. It wasn't
Yeah.
very good, but the problem with Legion is the hero just can't lane because it's terrible. And if you
Unless
lose your
she's
lanes...
bugged.
Unless she's bugged, sure.
And also has zero dual damage at 20 minutes.
Those will also hurt.
That hero has core problems. I'm mainly talking about supports here.
Fair.
The hero's so good for just killing like one guy. And then like I've had these games where the Legion has like 200 plus damage and it's a little scary, but you're like, okay, he's going to murder one person and then the rest of the fight he's going to be useless. And he's going to get like 4 right clicks in and that's it. So
Do you think in Pro it's like easier to draft around that? It's like, oh, you don't put all your eggs in one basket of like one support having all the disables or one carry going for all the late game damage.
Yeah, having flexibility is definitely important. That way, if one hero gets behind or one player gets behind, you have more options. And that's kind of one of the problems with Legion as well. People make less individual mistakes like they do in pubs, where you can just get single pickoffs routinely over the course of like 30 minutes. In pro games, it's like all 5v5, so you don't just get this like easy duel that allows you to snowball. And until you get those, you just farm slow. So
That was exhibited even last game. Normally, whenever we used to see Medusas years ago, it was a 4 protect 1 Medusa. Now she's having to share farm with a Monkey King, and a Drow Ranger, who'd often be a 4 protect 1 hero, is splitting farm with a Storm Spirit.
And you have to show up to fights also. So it's kind of like the multi-role that's really important in Pro Dota right now.
And of those heroes that we saw in the last game, Storm Spirit also gets taken off the list as Avalis banned that out along with a Morphling. And Parivision ban out Smiling Knight's Broodmother along with Phantom Assassin. They pick themselves up Enchantress, and Avalis get a Pango.
I know game one was really close, but I do question going back to the Bat Pango. Like, is Pango so important in their eyes that it was a valuable last pick, and now it's so valuable you want to
Maybe they want
open
the
your
flex
face with it?
because they had Monkey King
true,
last
you can
game.
do it mid or off. You're right.
So maybe
you're
they
right,
just
my bad.
want it. They think it's okay and they want flex maybe.
Yeah.
Well, that brings another question. Is it good enough to be a mid-flex pick this early? Because Pango I think it's okay, but like if you look at the heroes at hand, sure, like Abaddon doesn't really stop what Pango does. But I feel like if you have one purpose already, and that's the Bat Rider,
there's an Alchemist in the pool.
There is.
It's the most banned hero.
Yeah, I believe it's 100% contested, actually.
Wait, in this tournament?
94% of drafts.
Yeah.
94.
It's an overrated hero. That's old meta.
I'd agree. When it did get let through in a previous tournament, did not have a very good win rate.
10 seconds remaining.
But then why is it banned so darn much?
People are stupid.
Because I think even
Monkey
a
see,
bad
monkey do.
alchemist is good.
I think I
Has an
remember like
impact.
Naga was just so popular TI, right? And there's like a couple tournaments after that where people just kept perma banning Naga. And eventually one team didn't ban it, and then they lost, and then no one ever picked Naga again. Sometimes it's just muscle memory. But I thought that made the sense because Naga got banned. I'm just trolling. Alk is really OP still and very good.
I was like, this doesn't sound like the fear I know.
But for Naga, that was true.
Yes.
Alchemist didn't get any changes, so this hero is definitely still very good.
Nyx was kind of going through that same thing, right? Because at Bangkok, everyone was banning it. It still kind of lingered on for the next one, but this tournament and the previous one, despite nothing having being changed, it's no longer a first phase ban. Super weird.
I think it's the invis meta kind of developed a lot the last 3 tournaments basically, where teams really valued Ricky and Bounty really high, and Nyx's, and sometimes still first phase banned, I think, to allow you the opportunity to pick those invis heroes if you want, because you don't have to worry about the counter as much. So it's like, it's a little bit of that game. The invis hero's value goes down, thus Nyx's value goes down a little bit as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's why Abaddon's coming into the meta. Abaddon's incredibly good versus all the invis heroes because you just stand your ground typically, you buy some auras, and invis heroes don't like to play into the team fight, especially Bounty, you can remove like tracks and stuff like that, so this is one of the reasons why this hero became more and more popular.
Interesting Pugna pick here. I know Doo's been playing this hero in his pub, so he thinks it has good value right now, but we haven't really seen too many other teams mess around with it. But between, I mean, they've got a lot of heals going for them. They have a bit ways to save their allies. I think Netherward, I think maybe it's against Batrider lane, you're pretty happy. Because I think the way the Netherward works, it has really high base damage. It's like if you cast a spell, you take 80 minimum damage plus a percentage of the mana they cast. So against like Flame Break and stuff, you're just dealing tons of damage back to Batrider. So it should allow them to win that lane.
Is this now a Pengo off lane,
Yeah.
Shaker in the middle? Did you pick the puck here, Fia, being like, oh, if we can call this bluff and be like, it's going to be Pengo mid and puck beats Pango mid?
I mean, they just literally played versus an offlane Pango, which means that they're not really afraid of the offlane Pango. So they assumed a counter could come out, but they're not afraid of it. So even though Shaker is good versus Puck, I think no one was like, no matter what they pick here, I'll be fine. I have to pick a little bit earlier anyway, and we're going to force the Pango into the offlane. And maybe that, in their eyes, is more important, just forcing that Pango into offlane, because that allows then Satanic to have a hero pool that he enjoys playing versus Pango, which generally speaking, Pango's not very hard to lane against, so you can kind of greed up against the hero.
I kind of like Puck against for all 3 of the first heroes from Evolus. Like against Batrider, somebody gets lassoed, you Dream Coil, you can delay the Pango roll, you can pressure the Lich. The Lich is normally very good at like picking off some solo core. If Puck just like phase shifts, the Chain Frost can end, which is normally a big problem around the Ice Spire or whatever the heck it's called. So I like it. They're a little squishy on the Paravision side. I guess having Abaddon core is going to be nice for being the front line that they need to spot opponents.
And now they just need to figure out what Satanic wants to do with his 24th pick. Right now, they ban out the Medusa, Avalus takes out the Bloodseeker, and I guess both teams are looking for their one position right now.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to get to see one more hero, so he does have that luxury.
Elk is still there.
And he unfortunately does have to ban a hero and to pick a hero. And this is just one of those situations where last pick carry is kind of hard because both teams need to carry, right? So there's going to be 4 carry bans and then 1 taken away. So I actually think you're at a bit of a disadvantage if you're Parivision being in this position.
What if both teams don't ban Alk?
I was about to say, do you call a bluff? Do you not ban Alk here? Be like, oh, they pick it, we have an answer to it, or if they don't pick it, we pick it?
It's possible. I wondered if they wouldn't ban a carry. That way their opponents couldn't ban the next 2. They get one of the less good ones, or the better of the 2 bad left ones.
Of the comfort ones,
I don't know why you wouldn't pick Alk here if you are on Ovulus.
DK's been popular.
It's banned, so they won't get that one.
Yeah, so...
Yeah, DK Dusa banned, Bloodseeker banned.
Satanic played Lycan. He played Templar Assassin.
I mean, they could play TA, that's fine. I would also be okay with something like maybe an Ursa or something in this game if they want to do that route. If you get Ags on Ursa, you're pretty invulnerable this game.
Say, Paravision have played Act twice already in this tournament and lost both games with it.
I mean, I feel like obviously that's an obvious Alchemist pick there. It's very strong with Lich. I think it's going to lane just fine against Abaddon. You just have to stun him, and that's not really an issue. Doesn't like to play in the Acid Spray. So it just comes down to, like, what do you want to deal with this in the late game? It's going to be the TA. This is a hero that can lane incredibly well against the Pango, so that's nice. Definitely Lich is kind of annoying for TA. You don't have that ability until later, until you get the Nullifier to deal with that, but I feel like just this fits Satanic the best. Like Ursa, maybe I could see some like Radon doing something like that, but Satanic, he likes to play the flash farmers, get ahead in net worth, and they're just going to play off the map here.
They are going to be really good against Pango on almost all their heroes, like tons of physical damage from long range. They've got 9 class thrown missiles as well. The downside to Paravision's lineup, though, is outside of DM, I just wish they had a little bit more tank front line. Because it's going to be a little bit harder for Ducalis to stay alive if he's getting found on the back lines by Earthshaker, by Smiling Knight, by maybe Zibe as well. So that's one thing I don't like about the Paravision lineup, but both of them look pretty capable. They have a lot of really good heroes on both squads.
How tanky would you consider Templar Assassin to be in this lineup? Because sometimes I see Templar Assassin, it's a real pain in the ass to burn through a refraction. Other times it seems like she barely even has it.
I don't think it's going to be a problem against the heroes they have on Ivalice, like between like Lasso and all the little frost damage, and like she's going to get chain stunned easily with Earthshaker and Alk in the combo, so they have to be careful. Like Ducalis and DM have to back up Satanic if he gets jumped on.
I think their game plan is just going to be play around traps and puck and picking heroes off that walk into their vision. It kind of has to be, or DM just has to front line. They waste all their spells, but you don't really have a good shield target this game. I think DM, maybe you can bail out puck, but you don't really bail out TAs. Even if you shield her, she just dies anyway if you're perma-stunning her.
I guess he's mainly using it reactionary, get rid of Lasso, get rid of stuns off of whatever Earthshaker's doing.
Yeah.
As opposed to the preemptive shields.
He's just going to be the carry, I think.
He's just gonna be the carry.
I think that's what he has to do, just carry the game.
It's up to DM now. Will he be able to win this game? We're going to find out. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for game number 2 with Cap and SVG.
That's right. Thank you, Neil. Game 1 was pretty damn interesting. Thought Ivalice was just going to get smashed. Then I thought they were going to win the game. And then they lost the game anyway. See what game 2 has in store for us, because we have an Alchemist, Avery. I thought this hero was broken.
That's
and
my
then it was missing for a while.
panicking face.
What?
Alchemist. Austin, we don't have an Alchemist, Austin. We have a last pick Alchemist. What in God's green earth is happening in the world of Dota 2 that you get a last pick Alchemist? What?
Legitimately, is this hero still kind of broken?
What is happening, Austin? That's what I ask you.
That's what I'm asking you.
No, I'm asking you, Austin, what is happening? How did they get last pick Alchemist?
Well, it wasn't banned.
Thank you for that brilliant analysis, Austin. That's why you're the play-by-play. I mean, this is disgusting. I'll say one thing. If Ivalice don't win this game with last pick Alchemist, just pack it in, boys. You know what I'm saying? Pack it in and look towards the next patch, which is coming out in, I think, 2 hours. That's what I heard last.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Very nice. It sounds like they're just waiting for this series to end.
Yeah, pretty much. So this could be the last Alchemist game of the patch, everybody.
It might be the last Ivalice game for this lineup, the way that Fear was talking.
Yeah, he really went in on him. It's like, they have to fix this communication before the next game now.
Do not start.
Right, chill, man.
Game 2 until you have resolved your issues.
Patch, I just told you when the patch is, man. 2 hours. Mark my words.
It is 22:12 right now, so clock strikes midnight.
Now, in all seriousness, I do think Alk is an incredibly busted hero, and I fully expect Ivalice to win this game with an incredibly busted Alk, despite Vision having won game 1, probably being the better team, and having some interesting picks versus the Alk. I will say that. So
okay.
They might actually win this game, but
what?
I'm still going to bet on the Alk. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. What interesting picks are you talking about? Like the Pugna?
Yeah, I think Pugna's interesting because you can save the Crep is pretty annoying for Alk, though he can get a faster nullifier. It's just not like his first 3 items, as Ducal is going to bite the bullet here. Oh.
Tries to block it out with the trees.
What? Then he trapped himself. Then he ate through.
Eggy's surely going to find him, right? Oh, I think he might have healed too much. One more hit.
Not like this.
The burn. It's not enough.
This is just not Eki series, man. Sometimes
it really isn't.
Nothing goes your way, and that's just how it is. And sometimes your whole life.
Refraction back up for Satanic, bumped out of the meld.
You wonder how you got there, and nothing goes your way, and it's just that's life, you know.
Just continue. I mean, you know, they've got a full creep wave pushing in. They've kicked the Templar
they're doing fine.
assassin
They're doing
out.
fine. They're chilling. They got Alchemist. They got last pick Alchemist.
It would have been nice to have first blood, but you can't have everything in life.
That's true. Anyway, so the Decrep is interesting. I think Abaddon save plus ult can also sometimes be interesting. It's also an interesting lane. And I think TA can have good timings versus the Alk. Like, you can actually keep pace with him a little bit and get Roshan before he goes in for it, and then just turn the game on its head.
And then she's pretty physical damage burst heavy, which has always been pretty good against Alchemist in the first 30 minutes.
So I don't know. They've got some interesting things going for them, but it's not. This does not strike me as some lineup where you gave away first pick Alk and then just made his game impossible. It's not that type of game. So I still have a lot of faith in the Alk here, honestly.
Okay.
I also think Shaker's pretty underrated right now, honestly. I'm pretty big on this hero.
But it's being picked up a decent amount.
I think it should be picked up higher priority. That's my argument.
Okay. Why?
I don't know. Just gut read, man. Like, he's just good. This hero just does a lot in the fights. He's a pretty solid laner. He comes online pretty early. Great team fighter. Always gives you enough stuns to play around. So he enables almost any side lane cores.
And draft-wise, he's flexible, right? Because he could be run both mid and safe lane.
He can be running all three core lanes, honestly. We saw Collapse playing it earlier today.
Sure.
He was owning. That's what I'm saying. I think this hero does a lot more than people feel, but he doesn't do any of it at such an insane level that it inspires you to first pick him. But I don't think that makes him a bad first pick. See what I'm saying?
Not really, but...
God, you're useless.
Chat, did you pick up on what he was saying?
Okay, so do you remember...
I don't think they got it either.
I'll explain it a different way. Do you remember the meta when Snapfire was a first pick?
Yeah.
So in that meta, I don't think Snapfire first pick was broken in the sense that Snapfire was an insanely broken hero, therefore you first picked it.
Okay.
It was that Snapfire enabled a lot of other stuff.
Okay, sure.
So you first picked him because then whatever you got, he made the lineup function, he brought it together, and he made other heroes feel good.
There was no downsides.
Exactly. He was well-rounded, and he enabled a lot of the meta.
Well,
I think Shaker is that kind of hero right now. I think Shaker actually enables a lot of the other heroes in the meta in a deceptively good ways, and there's not a lot of downsides to the pick.
Okay. All right. That makes a fair amount of sense. I'm still kind of struggling with how Earthshaker sets up other heroes. Because Snapfire, are you talking about the Snapfire when it was running core position? Or are you talking about the core Snapfire?
Well,
because like a support is,
he
a
stuns,
lot more
Austin.
open.
It's that simple. He stuns.
Okay.
And there's a lot of cores in the meta that like stuns. Things like the Lycan, the Bristleback.
I rest my case. The Lycan and the Bristleback.
I think it speaks for itself, you know?
Okay.
Oh, Centaur action's back on.
Yeah, Felissa just...
Greevil's greed. Should have given it to him. Well, Alchemist is leading the CS chart, Austin, and that's usually a pretty good sign for the hero.
And that's why Party Vision had brought a third hero to try and disrupt him, leaving Satanic alone in lane.
You can't fight Alk, man. This hero's just a beast.
Yeah, he just drops acid spray and pops the concoction, says, what up?
I don't know, man. This is a last pick Alk.
You say last pick Alk one more time.
Oh, Satanic in trouble.
Not okay.
Eki
Is he in trouble? Is Eki in trouble?
Satanic
in trouble. 1v2, Satanic back to it. Sineko's going to pull him back in with the Sinister Gaze, and they will finally get that kill. He was left alone by his supports, who mass migrated into the mid lane to secure no one in Invis rune. I mean, that's just bad luck. You go for the power runes, you all in, hoping it's a big rune, some regen, some arcane rune. Instead, Invis.
But they left him alone for so long. That was just...
Now Decals comes back to lane, dies instantly, so now he's still going to be alone.
I mean, not that it's going well for Party Vision up in this.
Use the Hurricane, push him back into Satanic's hands, the Sinister Gaze, but the bird will finish him off. And
was the one?
Staneko will also die. Meld easily gets that kill. Okay,
And
Boost
it's
Titanic's
okay,
back
well.
in. They're dying on couriers.
Oh, he's
Aki's
dead
going to
too.
fall as well. It's just Obelisk, it was all going so well. How does this keep falling apart for you? Oh, does he get night class? Oh, okay.
Oh!
He lives! He lives!
Becky God.
The boy who lived, he did it! Wait, what about the Wisdom Rune?
He's going to Hurricane him off it?
Hurricane him off?
He could have.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Oh,
Good try. Good effort. Good effort.
at least Eki pulls it back a bit. What a clown show of a lane up top, honestly.
I did hear the circus song going around.
And you know who's winning in all this exchange, Austin? It's the Alchemist, because he's an Alchemist. And he's chilling. Look at him. Last pick Alchemist. He's just mad chilling. No pressure into him. He's climbing the net worth chart. Oh my God. What was that? You just... Jeez, are you okay? Well, Austin's going down, boys, so I'm going to have to do a little play-by-play here as 9 class is going to get caught on by Eki. He's going to get burnt to a crisp from the bat as the last pick Alchemist continues to free farm in the bottom lane. Not a lot of pressure going into him. A lot of pressure in Austin's windpipe right now. He might need medical attention.
I want you guys to know that every single time he says last pick Alchemist, he looks me in the eyes when he does it.
That is true. I will not deny that. But it adds to the bit. You okay there, pal?
Oh, yeah.
A little rough one there, huh?
A little tea came out my nose, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, a little came out over a lot of our equipment here, too.
Yeah,
Might need to clean that up for tomorrow.
It would be the first time I've had issues with
With
water,
what?
water and electronics.
What were you about to say? That is very true. Except no one caught that on camera, so not very useful for your brand. But
Radiant are scanning.
anyway, while you were having a mini heart attack over there, last pick Alchemist continuing to free farm here. He's really picking up steam. And Parivision looking to take the towers. You got to put this Pugna Enchantress to use. I mean, you have two of the best tower-taking supports in Dota.
Yeah, but you're up against a Lich. He just frost shields it.
That's true, yeah. But we see what Parivision are trying to do, right? They want to take these tier 1s. They want to roam, get the numbers advantage. It's just not lining up. What? What are you doing?
I was coughing.
Stop muting yourself. Let the audience hear what you're going through. Embrace it.
I don't think they want to hear me coughing into the mic.
Probably not. Honestly, Satanic's position's better than I thought it was going to be, considering he got left alone, he got ganked. But look at the stacks. Ooh. Stormstormer was looking for the Echo Slam and all this. Some of this got stolen by the Ench earlier as well, a little bit.
They gonna pop it? No one. He's gonna come in and might be able to get the kill.
Oh,
Stormstormer's gonna die to the neutrals before no one can get the kill.
He's dead too?
He's a brilliant. He's brilliant. He kills himself on neutrals.
Was that intentional?
Denying no one the opportunity. I don't think so.
That was not
I don't think that was intentional. But we're supposed to highlight the players, you know? We're supposed to build them up, not knock them down.
I can't believe they waited that long to Echo away. With the heroes coming in, the fact that Parivision knew it was going down, they'll at least get this bottom tower in exchange. They have to accelerate this game. You do not want to just let the Alchemist farm. Shaker's going to have a quick blink off the Ancient farming. And Dukal is trying to invade here, but...
Saves himself with the Decrepify, with the Ench here as well, and DM coming in. There's certainly no way they're going to get any kills, and they're both getting caught inside the coils and killed.
Power runes.
Double kill for the Abaddon, and time to run it mid. See if they could take this tower with the Pugna Enchantress.
That's another reason why I'm big on the Shaker, because he does Ancients.
Whoa, what a
That's
timing
nice.
on the Fisher. It's no one. Risey jumps in, and now a concoction. Okay, saw that coming. He was ready for that one.
I mean, this is a tower you absolutely want to defend in this game if you are Atlas. No way you give this up for free. Ideally, you have that Shaker blink to help defend it. Then you're in a pretty good spot. But you really have to prioritize this. Keep your jungle camps defended. Do not want to let Parivision invade too much and start taking away that space, because it's a struggle for the rest of the team right now.
9 class just used his creep to block Smiling Knight, who was trying to stack a camp.
Yeah, he got him.
He got him good.
Every little bit. I mean, this Alex neck and neck with this TA. That's exactly what you want if you're Parivision right now. And you're threatening this tier 1 mid. This is the big pressure point right now. Send them Skelly boys in.
Doesn't have his blink dagger yet, so...
Yeah, where's your Echo now?
His ability to defend these towers, at least get offensive off of it, it's not quite the same. Avalis are backing him up with 2 supports. Fire Vision are not biting on the bait here. But if they don't finish this tower up, then they're going to be walking into a Blink Dagger Earthshaker.
They really need to finish this Blink. It would help Avalis defend this map a lot right now. And I mean, one thing is you can defend this map and just play for the Alchemist, but it is going to give TA a completely free game.
Yeah.
That's something you're going to have to deal with at some point as well.
Gonna have to think about when he could take Roshan. Eki, he tries to defend the tower, does not die. Oh, no one actually jumped to the other side there. Snako is too far away to get the grab on him,
I'm
though.
surprised they haven't tried to kick this Enchantress out. He is just continually summoning skeletons from behind this tier 1. He's been a complete nuisance. Okay, they're gonna kick the troll summon around. Nope. He's gonna live. He's gonna summon some more skeletons. Dude,
just keep going, man.
This man's a machine. He's a bone machine. I shouldn't have said it like that, but
oh no, he missed it! Greetings!
Not like this. Not like this. They gave him all those ancients to miss the first echo.
Well, now maybe that mid tower is finally open for the taking. Or maybe the skeletons will just do it.
Boom.
He dies. I've never seen. Oh no, the Fisher blocked him off from hitting to call
Yo,
it.
Stormstormer, you gotta chill, man. Like,
Fear was right.
that's not a communication issue. It's just a. We'll get the tower denied. Okay, Snako, he's
got that much.
Picking it up, you know. It's not looking too hot though right now. They missed the blink initiation. They didn't get a fight out of the tower defense. They're losing a lot of map control.
Now they've lost their triangle area. But Alchemist doesn't need that. He's got a Radiance. Eki's just going to go straight into the middle of them. Flame Break on 3. Takalis gets a good suck on, though. And Eki will fall as a result. DM got bumped into the little high ground area.
How?
It got him stuck. That spot is so annoying. That spot shouldn't exist, man.
He has no TP as well. They can just leave him there.
Oh, yeah, just leave him.
Wait,
are they going to lose this fight? Are they going to lose this fight? With DM stuck here on this high ground area, they kill the Pango for it. Smiling Knight is still very strong, though. With his Radiance, they got no one on the side. Smiling Knight's not sure if he can keep going. His Chemical Rage is about to expire, so he calls it quits.
Yeah, Deso just arrived for Satanic. That's why he was lingering on the outskirts of that exchange. Smiling Knight beat him a little bit on the timings there, but not by much. And kind of a mixed fight for both teams. I guess the 2 carries are happy, but not the greatest fight for the Puck, who eventually goes down to the Shaker. So Stormstormer finally gets that matchup he was looking for in the team fight, at least.
He's going to go the Aghanims build. I really wish he would go the Samael Kaya Sanj build. I feel like blowing up the Puck
Everybody hates that build, though.
Is the entire reason you pick Earthshaker, right?
Everybody hates that build. Everybody trashes it.
Well, not Samael.
Well, yeah, Samael
they're
thinks
not
it's
trashing
good.
Samael, I'll tell you that much.
I mean, I trust Sumail, but I'm just saying almost nobody does the Kaya builds on Shaker that he does. So I don't know what that says.
It says they're behind the meta.
Maybe, yeah. Nigma's just too far ahead.
It's true. They've been too far ahead for years now. They're probably just slowing down. Everybody else is catching up. That's why they're doing so well.
That makes sense, actually, yeah. They had a team talk. Yo, guys, we gotta wait and let everybody catch up.
Yeah.
Eki is alive.
Boy, you...
Soon.
In 25 seconds, he will indeed be alive.
Yeah, he's alive soon.
I can't believe you said he was alive.
He looked alive.
Nah. Abaddon, too much damage. Curse of Avernus, man. 45 DPS.
See what kind of DPS Stormstormer can do here. Needs another hit. Smack.
That was not a bad reaction from Snako. Unfortunately, damage comes a little bit too quick, and Zibe, who just bought his Orchid, shows up to a team fight and dies immediately.
Yeah, not the best reveal for that. Also just gave 2 Deso charges to Satanic, who gets involved, and now has Blink finished as he continues to ramp up here. I mean, this is a last pick Templar assassin, Austin.
Thank you.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And now I'm confused. Who was actually the last pick?
They're going another Orchid, double Orchid. They really want to shut down the Puck and the Pugna in these fights.
I guess
makes sense.
The Aphotic Shield is going to come off.
I mean, you could Orchid the Abaddon too, right?
Yeah.
It's not that bad. If you have multiple instances of silence, they kind of get better, I guess, in this game if you have more of them.
I guess.
Like, you can go in last with somebody and then Orchid the Abaddon. It's not bad.
Radiant's top tower is under
Call
You
us.
just last this guy? Like, what's happening?
Yeah, apparently they don't want to use the lasso for him.
That was a crazy amount of time to just wait there. It pays off. Alchemist makes his presence felt yet again, and we'll get a tower off of quick kill.
Yeah, Party Vision don't want to fight. No one's getting his Blink Dagger right now, so.
Dire's middle tower.
They can revert to a more rat-oriented game with Puck plus TA, Enchantress creeps. It's just they have a really good TA timing with the Abaddon helping you join the fight, so I would not be surprised to see Party Vision group up and try and take the fight to this Alchemist, even with his timings. You got to start thinking about this Roche soon, as Eki is dead.
Man, the Frost Armor is just not good enough to save you against some of this damage. Chain Frost is going to go out while Zibe comes in. He is silenced up the
There's
Abaddon
nobody
and
else
went
here.
for the kill on no one, but Decrepify spares him of all that damage from the Pango.
Random Ripper lurking in the background too, could have hurricaned you in. Creeps have been on point here.
They need a third Orchid. Because you need to silence the Puck, need to silence the Abaddon from saving the Puck, and you need to silence the
haters on Reddit.
The Pugna.
Oh, yeah.
Who also
That was a good one. Come on.
That was a good one. That was a good one.
I mean, you really just need to fight with this Alchemist. That's the biggest key here. Every fight the Alch joins, you should be happy with that exchange. Throwing the Frost Armor on him will make a big difference because he has the regen to back it up.
True.
That's like part of your combination here. He can create the frontline space for the Shaker and the Bat to find the openings. But these fights are just starting with Party Vision going in and starting on supports, starting on random targets without the Alch there. It's not a recipe for success, and they will get the first Roshan as a result. Exactly what this Abaddon TA lineup wants to do. And now you can absolutely take aggressive fights even into Alch with his timings as the Orchid. Is it that scary for Satanic to go in here with 2 lives? Not really. Still, it is a last pick Alchemist, so he's gonna get up there. He's gonna be beefy.
Yeah, and his other cores are seemingly being left behind. As we're gonna watch Stormstormer die, Satanic, he's got the shard on Templar Assassin, so there are gonna be random traps around the map that will silence you. It's a fun little mini game to play. It's like Minesweeper.
He's alive.
He is indeed.
I'm just gonna keep saying that. Little wave cutting action.
And Avalos knows they can't fight, so
Radiant's middle tower is under
They're
attack.
losing a lot though on the map right now. Satanic is just getting to do whatever he wants. He's getting Deso charges. He's working towards BKB, which is when he's going to be really strong versus Alch and taking tier 2s.
I forgot about that talent. Acid Spray grants armor to allies. So between that and the Frost Shield,
That's a lot of armor.
they do have a lot of ways to mitigate physical damage.
Yeah, that's why I'm not as concerned about Avalos taking the fight if the Alch joins it. It's just, if you take that and you somehow lose it, it's going to be really bad.
Almost catching Eki.
They are falling behind a little bit in this game. That BKB for Satanic is going to be no joke.
Yeah, a little bit. It's a 4,000 net worth lead against an Alchemist. That feels like you're behind a lot.
Dire are scanning.
Who knows? Maybe things will change with an Aghanim Scepter done on the Earthshaker, because he is just about to get that. I don't know what Zibe is going to do in this game, because he has no room to farm. Everything's going to go to the Earthshaker or the Alchemist. So he's going to be left without a Blink Dagger for quite some time. Just going to make things very difficult to get to this backline. That backline is currently being assaulted. Wait, no, the Chain Frost! Okay, they got him.
He's lassoed him there.
A little unnecessary, but...
Yeah, 9 class just trying to play on the little extra trap damage, be annoying, but a little too forward there. We'll get the TA to his BKB, and Satanic, he's just hitting another tier 2. I guess the Enchantress not too important right now for Party Vision's push strategy.
Radiant structures are
They feel confident enough to take the fight. No Rolling Thunder, no Lasso. Good enough for them. Ags is done on the Shaker. I mean, I could see Avalos try and rally something here. 5-on-4. He's got a TP outpost, actually, so yeah, not that great of a window.
And the tier 2 is already dead, so there goes that. They're just going to wait out the Aegis, I guess. 2 minutes left on that one. Orchid placed onto the puck. A Fisher that goes wrong. Coil grabs Dibbe. He rolls up and dodges some of the damage. That's pretty nicely played, but he can't get away. He goes for a TP out.
In the base until he dies.
You are like cursing them, man. Like he completed his TP and still died.
I mean, who could have predicted that?
Obviously not you.
It's just it's a bit, Austin. You know, it's a bit.
It's a bit. It's a bit, right. That's what Kyle always said.
Well, I mean, that guy was actually wrong, though.
Okay. Whoa! A harpoon drag from across the screen. Party Vision, they're just, even if they're not getting kills on Avalos, they're kicking back to base over and over again. They
get a lot.
Hold a large share of the map.
I guess TA's ahead of the Alk, so that's not a good sign if you're an Avalos fan here.
Well, it was last pick.
Pick TA,
on one of those heroes.
Last pick TA. Oh, little Wisdom Rune steal. That's a nice little juice. Juice in the bottle. I still think the team fight is doable. Like, it's very doable here. If you just get a Blink Lasso, drag people into the Alchemist, you throw Frost Shield on him. I still think he's pretty strong. We just haven't seen it. I don't think we've seen it once, actually, except for the really early game.
Yeah.
And generally, Alec is a hero you want to fight around. This is a hero that can join a lot of stuff, be really active, use almost every one of his item timings. They have the Orchids. Like you had double Orchid, and this puck got the BKB without really having to take a single team fight in.
Yep.
There's no way that feels good. Now
This Aghanim Scepter is not going to do you any good when you get coiled.
Yeah, that's another problem. You need BKB on the Shaker to make the Ags really work. I don't know. It felt very clunky here. Not seeing a lot of openings. Gotta get something cooking soon. Eki wants to set up bottom on the Ench. Yeah, I mean, it's an okay pickoff. You can grab him. They're going to ward for it. Not the worst.
The word setting up on the Ench. Even if you succeeded. Does it change anything? They can get all the way to stall this game out to Smiling Knight getting AC, then maybe, but the current window looks really bad. You've got a Chrysalis on Satanic with level 20, so his meld minus 11 armor. You complete that Daedalus, you're talking about, just casually 2 or 3 shotting heroes.
AC on the Alk plus BKB on the Shaker, I think, is your next window here.
Yeah.
You're going to have to give a lot to Party Vision in the meantime.
Maybe they could take a fight right now while Satanic is in here.
Another D-Ward.
Another D-Ward, and yeah, the TP coming. Oh, he got him on the harpoon, pulls him back in. Still, though, trying to get a Force Staff, a little bit of distance. The Coil's going to lock him in once again. The Chain Frost goes out, the Echo Slam as well, but the BKB from no one protects him from any of this magic damage. He'll survive through it all. Pull back there on the Pug. Now they do manage to get one. Nice blink away before the damage can touch him. Meanwhile, the Alchemist is right in the middle of all these heroes and hasn't been able to hit anything. Hey, 3 heroes stunned by the Unstable Concoction. That's
I genuinely did not see him hit a hero once.
That's a bad sign.
He was just running around. Everybody ran to, disappeared. Incredibly awkward fight for him.
And a high ground push at 26 minutes. Not even waiting to have an Aegis again. Party Vision, they sense weakness, and they will punish that weakness. They'll take a lane of barracks. Avalos seemingly can do nothing to stop them. Get the melee at least.
This just feels very passive, very indecisive from Avalos, and Party Vision are taking advantage of it. And this is a really good team. You can't You can't just wait around for the opportunities to come to you, right? You have to make decisive moves and take them.
Yeah.
This is another fight where like the TA's TPing in, you get Harpoon, and everything here is just kind of trying to bail out the situation. You're going on a lot of targets. You're going on Pugna with the Rolling Thunder. Alex stuns himself.
Oh.
Then he runs down here. Can't hit the Ench. Can't hit that guy. He's dragged on the cliff. Can't hit the Abaddon. He's ulted. Can't hit the puck because he's phase shifted. And then he's down. He's like, man, this fight sucks.
Nothing.
That's what I told
my
you.
God.
Like, this fight's awful. Team, what the hell happened? They lost their barracks to a creep. Yeah, it's just not syncing up today, man. Sometimes you just have off days. This might be one of them here. Our Vision taking full advantage of it.
Did you ever have an off day like that?
A couple of years, yeah. I had an off career. So
yeah, I see.
Happens to the best of us, you know.
Maybe next life.
Okay, Blink for the Pango. Helps a little bit. You have multiple initiation sources now. I mean, you got to take Pugna out of the fight. You got to somehow find this puck with some lockdown and then focus the TA.
Well, my class is going to bail right into him.
It's not the easiest kill, to be honest.
Yeah,
okay.
they can still get it before Pari Vision is here to punish. So Pari Vision, they'll start backing away. Wait.
Going in.
Okay, go for the Lich since he was close enough for a Harpoon action. Eki and Smiling Knight try and make their initiations, but they miss. The Blink back and away. And now the Chemical Rage has been used for nothing and Satanic.
Good lasso.
Good lasso. No one gets off the phase shift. Stormtrooper goes in. Echo Slam hits on 3. That's not too bad. DM's going to jump to the other side with the Harpoon, pulling himself forward. No one is able to get away to the other side. And despite all the success of the Earthshaker,
Smiling Knight,
none of it was good enough for the win.
Wants to go back in.
Oh, maybe they can still get some. Oh, DM still had his ultimate. Yeah, he never used that.
And Rage is out now.
Yeah, and he is slowed down to a crawl. Zibe, you don't have Rolling Thunder to really help him out. All you could do is try and fight the Templar Assassin, but he just does way too much damage. Satanic will easily win the fight against 2.
I mean, that was kind of close, but there was just no point in that fight where all the cores on the same target. Again, you're trying to go on the backline and deal with the Pugna while the Alex fighting out. Seneko making big plays here, though.
I got one.
Okay.
Make a run for it, Seneko. Keep that gem. Oh, might even bait it in. Stormstormer tries to take advantage of it and goes for no one, and he gets him.
Hashtag worth.
Very worth, especially if, again, the gem can be brought back to the base.
Yeah, I think he got it out of here.
Yep, got into the courier's hands. Now he goes back in, unafraid of death.
Seneko making some moves out here. Some decisiveness coming out from Avalis.
Says, if you guys won't make it happen, I will.
Another very awkward exchange, though, as Pari Vision continue to capitalize on the chaoticness in these fights. And it's all Satanic, man. He is just dealing the deeps, getting the Deso charges, full Daedalus done, Enchanted Quiver on top of it. That first hit is going to hit hard. And he's almost level 25 already. He is just running down mid. Okay, that was close.
I mean, to be fair, if he's got refraction up, it is really difficult for them to...
I mean, he gets lassoed there, he's dead.
Yeah, but he's 16 years old or whatever. He's got the reaction speed. Ain't no way Eki hits him with a lasso before he blinks back.
I mean, how old's Eki?
He's 20 years old. He's past his prime.
It's not like he's 35.
He's an esports old at this point. He's already taken so much damage for the Templar Assassin. He can only keep this Rolling Thunder going for so long. No one just commits his BKB to assault the backline. They know this fight is over.
Yeah, that didn't work.
Not at all.
Another fight again where your 2 big cores just never enter it. Maybe just not expecting everybody to be there, but...
miscommunication, dysfunction.
Yeah, it's not
just continues for Avalos.
It's not good. Now you're about to have another Aegis on this Templar Assassin. That is a game ender if you cannot rally some sort of high ground defense. You're looking for the BKB on the Shaker. You're looking for
The AC is done for
Yeah,
Smiling
that's
Knight.
done.
Now he wants like Nullifier or something. Same thing as Zibe.
It's just these items with the position you're in are not going to change much. You're going to have to win the fight off the back of the Shaker and the Bat. And
Gonna
if
have to.
Party Vision position well, if they don't clump, they just fight around like a Pugna ward with the Abaddon shielding the TA if he needs it.
Yeah.
It looks like a solid high ground. Looking for Satanic up here. I don't know if you want that guy though.
Yeah, he had traps. He knew what was going on. In fact, Stormstormer almost gets caught on one of those traps.
Still doesn't have that beaky. I mean, you got to sell one bottle here or something to finish it up.
Maybe he can kill this wave that's coming in. Blink Dagger is a big pickup for the Lich because now they have some magic damage threat. Maybe he can jump to like Ducalis.
They have that Nullifier too, so don't have to worry about the Decrep. Can maybe Blink pull Chain Stun off of Lasso too, though that can be a little tricky.
Oh, Stormstormer, you can't stay out here for long. I think he knows that too. He's trying to keep moving. If he goes too far though, he's now under ward. Clears out this wave. Does he stick around? Does he try and cut more? No, he immediately TPs, and that's a good call. So he's got the BKB finally.
All right, that gives you some hopium here. Copium, some hopium.
Don't really think you want to start on the Abaddon too much. That's Chemical Rage on cooldown. So doesn't feel great.
I almost wonder if you want Silver Edge Bloodthorn at some point in this game, so you can go on to Abaddon.
Sure, if we can actually get to that point, I'm down with it.
I mean, you got to plan for something, right?
Sure, yeah.
The more targets you can give yourself that are easy jumps, the better this game's going to feel. Because the problem right now is it's just not easy to find a target and go on them. The Puck, you're never going to see. The Abaddon, you can't go on. TA is hiding behind traps and refraction. And this is a lineup that's kind of built around you have to jump somebody and chain stun them and bring them down, either with the Shaker, the Bat, or the Out. So the more options you give yourself in that department, the more chance you have to come back here. As Party Vision continue to build and build a lead, man, they are farming so much of the map. The TA is not even
this
here.
smoke's going to break on DM. I mean, they can see him.
my.
Oh no, they blinked right as they got silenced.
This is slow.
Yeah, DM is just walking it off. Look at it, he even used the harpoon on the neutral creeps just to get that
And
extra
that
bit of
TA is
movement.
coming.
The ultimate is still up, and the Templar Assassin, your doom is nigh. Avalis, you must
Seneca
get out
grabbed him.
now. He does manage to get the grab on him, yes, but again, Satanic has the Aegis. Is it even worth focusing on him right now? They're trying to kill Satanic, and I might be able to do it, but their backline is just being destroyed. Stormstormer has to use a BKB to get away from an Enchantress. Zibe still dies. They couldn't finish off the Aegis.
Radiant's middle tower is under
They got the Puck. But yeah, another very chaotic fight that just starts with you running into a Abaddon and not having good options versus him. Satanic gets to do whatever he wants with the second life to back him up here. Level 25 online, has the extra meld bash.
Yeah, if they killed him, he slots in his BKB for the second life, and he's gold.
Yeah, you can't hide from these traps. Let's see what they can muster here.
They still have Echo Slam. Oh, okay, that hit Ducalis. He could, if he could jump in an Echo, that would kill Ducalis at least. And if he doesn't jump, it's okay.
Oh, he just jumped on the Shaker.
Oh, he
It's
did.
over.
All right,
Yeah, it's
Obelisk, just call it quits now, guys. We have seen better days from this team, that's for sure.
Yeah, I was not clicking today at all. I think they had a lot more promises for Ramses. Whatever. I don't know what that means.
I told you there was beef.
What does Ramses have to do with any of this?
I mean, Ramses is on a team with Seneko.
Yeah, I guess it's some inner
some old
CIS
beef going on there.
Yeah, just not Atlas's day. We've definitely seen better from this team. I think they know they can play better than what they've showed in this game, but props to Fire Vision, getting the 2-0 here. Looking solid. Beating a last pick Alchemist. Making it look easy.
Incredible. So we all know how powerful a last pick Alchemist can be.
It's strong. Don't underestimate it.
I'm not sure what Obelisk is doing right now. Like, fight it out to the bitter end, I guess.
I like how they, at the last second, showed the Aegis net worth difference gain. 16,000. Like, you really... production really had to pour some fuel on that fire.
5 buildings, one of them being thrown.
Well, Satanic looks level-headed. Be an apt description.
The board would be another way to describe it.
I didn't want to say that, but you went there. As the last pick TA dominates the last pick Alchemist, 10-1 and 13. He just had a very good game, despite being left alone top for a while and dying that once.
Yeah.
He came back from that. There was a point in that early game where the Alch was almost a 1.5K net worth ahead of the TA. It was like 3.5 to 2, but just nothing came in that early game in terms of the fighting. It was completely just coordinated from Avalis. And you cannot play a game like that with Alch, because Alch needs you to be coordinated. He needs you to fight around him. That's what makes the hero strong. You can't just AFK or hope that you win the ultra late with this hero.
Yeah. And how much of that is, well, I will not even go into that. It's Avalis just a bit dysfunctional today. We'll leave it at that.
It does feel like sometimes they are their own worst enemy, and perhaps the wind may have been taken out of their sails after they lost that heartbreaking game number 1. 60-plus minutes could have gone either way. It ended up going Party Vision's way, and then this game, not really ever in Avalis' corner. It seemed like it was kind of destined for Party Vision to take the victory from the very beginning, possibly even from the picks. Because, in my mind, you get this Alchemist so late in the draft, it should be easy pickings, but Party Vision showed that they were not scared of it, and rightfully so, because they defeated it with ease.
I don't know if it was necessarily... The Alchemist was definitely a good hero, and is a good hero, but I just felt like the Earthshaker was falling a little bit flat. Like, the first Echo Slam on the Ancients led to his death, dying to the Ancients. The stacks were mitigated a little bit. We didn't really see a lot of, like, Echo combos into a kill on an important hero. It was a lot of, like, here's the Nabadan up in front, messing with you, and making your game harder.
Hey, Cap!
So I don't know. I feel like there was other issues at stake. It felt like more of a gameplay issue. Last game was very close. I thought either team could have won it, but this one just felt a little bit one-sided. Just better played by Paravision.
Always have a question around Pango. You know, everyone always like, oh, Pango, he's like stable, he's okay. Does it really feel the same way when you flex him to offlane? Is he still just as stable? Is he still as impactful? Does he have the disruption of a team fight the same way? I get the toolkit's the same, right? Like, I'm not questioning that part of it. But yeah, it just doesn't feel like when I see it in the offlane role, and it's not just Avalis that I'm talking about picking it up here. It's almost any team that picks it up in the offlane.
It's weaker against Pugna as well, because you roll in Pugna, and Pugna just decreps himself before he gets hit, and he takes 0 damage. True. And now you're like, okay, that's a third or half of your ulti disrupting him, I guess, which is good, but I don't even think they really needed heals to keep their cores alive in most cases. So yeah, it was kind of, it fell off a little bit, and that's part of the downside of picking it early. Your opponents are going to have counters.
How did you like the option to... Satanic had his pick of the litter on what to do against an Alchemist, ended up opting for a Templar Assassin. Part of it, I would assume, is comfort because he's already played it in this tournament, well familiar. But it does seem like this is very much his archetype, because Fear was proposing maybe an Ursa, but that does seem like more of a Radon Yatoro thing. It seems like Satanic really enjoys these ranged, glass cannon-y type heroes.
I mean, it's safer to just pick your targets. If you pick an Ursa and you're playing against like a Lich, or a Batrider or a Pango, like you could go in and not kill that guy in that like 1 second period, and then afterwards you're spending a lot of energy to try to get out. But TA is just like hop in halfway, deal tons of damage from range. You can threaten the Pango, which he did pretty much consistently all game. If the Elk is ever locked down by Disable, you can DPS him as well, and you don't have to put yourself all the way in danger to do so. And as long as he doesn't get lassoed, then you know he's relatively outside of the...
I do kind of like that, because you already had the Abba, right? And that went to their offlane. That was another core, and it's like you're going to go for 2 melees here, and they want to be all in. I think it does set up a lot more for like a Lich ult to be a little bit more impactful, whilst Senegro did a fantastic job already on the Lich. It's like a little bit more impact on multiple heroes, as well as the Alk stun, being able to find better targets or multiple targets. So I do see going for, maybe he just wanted a ranged, and yeah, it also fits comfort too for him.
And perhaps Satanic was enabled, of course, by some really polished support play. And Fear loves talking about supports, especially for his Acer Predator head-to-head.
I love it so much that I'm not going to talk about supports for this one. So what we are going to talk about is the offlane player in DM. because supports don't do anything in Dota. That has been well established.
Lied to me!
Well, that get used to it. Anyway, Ducalis first. No, right, I am doing supports. Just kidding.
Get wrecked!
All right, Ducalis. I mean, honestly, I did like Ducalis when he was playing heroes that are a bit outside of the box. We did see the Pugna in this particular game. He did go with 21 assists, which is quite outstanding. That's a very high number. In Zibe, he did play the Pango in the offlane for 2 games in a row. Unfortunately, not really finding too much success there, but that's just what happens. Like, you go in with an idea, doesn't really work out, but KDA's here. You have a better support on a POS 5 than an offlaner. That's got to hurt a little bit, but that's kind of the story of this game here. And then we're going to get the moment. This is a hero I actually wanted. Look, you go on to DK, or the DK here, right, DM, sorry, and then you try and kill him, but look, boom, he turns it. And this is the power of like the Abaddon in the late game here. If you don't really keep tabs on when his ulti's ready, and you try and all-in like that, it's going to backfire on you incredibly hard, and that is what happened there. DM on that Abaddon was able to just be the frontliner that we wanted to see, and then even this Alchemist hero, he just can't find an opening, because if you go on to DM, guess what? He's going to pop his ulti and turn it. If you go on his allies, he's going to shield them, so he did a great job in this game. Kind of playing a support role, where Ducalis, he was there, he did okay.
There we go. Outstanding numbers.
Fear, I have a request.
Yeah, why do you have so many requests?
Yeah, could you please compare Zibe Pango in game 1 to Zibe Pango in game 2?
I absolutely could do that for you, yes. We'll have that ready soon.
Thank you. Or you get an alternative. Or Ducalis Aber against DM Aber. One of the two. Either one. You pick.
Oh, the Pangos is way more interesting.
Okay. All right. We'll do that one. Thank you.
Outstanding.
Let us know when you're ready
support
again, please.
Crunch those numbers, Fear. We
I'm
need
crunching.
to know.
Hold on.
Inquiring minds.
It's like the town crier. I'm like, oh, please get this information for me.
We need to get you a bell.
Fear, request! Request!
I'm working on it.
Too slow.
In the meanwhile, any closing thoughts for Avalis in a... It's not even bittersweet, it's just straight up bitter. I was going to give them a little bit because of the game 1. Oh, there's a bell.
They almost won.
They almost won.
But it's bitter.
It is bitter.
Higher vision are better. That's my closing thought.
And that's why I get a chance to speak to a Party Vision player, Ducalis. Congratulations on the 2-0. I'm glad I get a chance to speak to you because I was wondering about the mind games going on in this Game 2 draft. We were very, very shocked whenever we saw Alchemist not being considered at all. No bans, no picks until the very last phase. What was the bluffing going on in this draft?
I think just people stop playing Alc for some reason, like in pubs, because it's banned in officials, and everyone just forget how to play. Like, every Alc who's playing, he use concoction and stun himself. So, I don't know. Feels weird to me.
So if it gets banned too much, you lose the muscle memory, kind of, right?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. People just not playing, and first game they join, they stun themselves. Then it's GG for enemy team.
Okay, so then do you think the same thing could ever happen to Phantom Assassin? How do you mess up a Phantom Assassin in a gameplay if she's just getting permabanned constantly?
I'm not gonna make like silly joke about Phantom Assassin players, but yeah, it's like a good hero, nice, everyone should pick it.
Oh yeah, oh really? As a support player, I'm surprised that you're out here advocating for Phantom Assassins because they've been methodically killing a bunch of supports, but seems like you're not afraid of it?
We was playing against Liquid, against PA, and we should be winning this game, so I'm kinda not afraid of it, but still, like, good players can play well on it.
Fair enough, that's a good answer. I'm gonna pass you on over to Fear, who's got some questions for you as well.
Sure, yeah, I got 2 questions for you, actually. First question's gonna be, do you pick your own hero in the drafts? Does your carry player cry if you play a certain hero you want to play?
Not really. Like, usually I choose my hero, but there is something behind the scene that sometimes not working well with our drafts. Like, today is better than yesterday, I would say.
Okay, so second question's going to be, I don't see a lot of Pugna. I think you guys ended up seeing, Bat, Pango, and Lich. What made you think this was going to be a good Pugna game?
I just watched Dubu stream. He got 14k on Pugna and destroying every pop, and like he destroyed every game on Warlock Pugna. So I'm just my coach said to me, "Can you play like Dubu?" I said, "Yeah, of course, no problem."
Just play like Dubu. Thank you very much.
I see it. Estini's out here watching more Twitch than watching your replays, and it works out well. You may have already gotten a chance to answer this question, but it's something that's been on my mind. How's it like laning with Satanic versus laning with Crystallis? Do you feel a dramatic difference in how they play, or you're able to kind of mold Satanic into like, yo, this is how I like to play, you're gonna play like this?
I think it's like both, because we still trying to understand how we want to play and how Alan wants to play. It's still like a long process, in my opinion, but we are getting on it. I think with like 2 tournaments we played before, we learn a lot, and we are just keep progressing. And about laning phase, I would say just Alan wants to take every creep. So sometimes it can get rough, like in second game when I'm running base minute 1, because they destroyed us completely on range creep.
Wait, so Crystallis would donate a few creeps to you here and then be like, all right, you need your boots, you can take one last hit?
No, he just silently, I'm saying to him, oh, I will take this creep. Yeah, he's just silent because he knows I will carry him. But he's a good guy, I like him.
Nice, I'm happy to hear it. I'm happy that it's been a good fit for you. Ducalis, congratulations on the 2-0 victory. I see that you're on an upwards trajectory according to yourself, so let's see you keep up the good times in day number 3 tomorrow. We'll catch you then.
Nice, thank you, bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Ducalis. Classic support behavior versus a carry. Right, Fear, you love supports. Get down here, Fear.
No. He has
No. Oh, you never mind. I'm sorry. You guys keep doing these bonus head-to-heads. Let's get up the Pango versus Pango stats.
Yes, please.
Just for the record, Natty made me do this, but yeah, we got Pango versus Pango here. We got 3-6 and 22 game number 1, but you have to keep in mind game number 1 was a 65-minute barn burner. Game number 2, 2-9 and 8, not so good. And game number 1, 27,000 damage versus the 8,000 damage from Zibe. And maybe we have one more stat here, and the GPM is coming into full effect here. More GPM in a 65-minute game. Who is surprised here? This is what happens. You have better stats when the game is longer, so just don't lose quickly, and you'll have better stats. I think that's the moral of the story here.
Thank you, Fia. Thank you, Papa Fia.
Thank you very much, Fear. Now, would you care to join me on my luxurious couch?
It looks very luxurious.
It is. I've been enjoying it thoroughly. Although I won't be able to enjoy it for much longer because that is the end of day number 2.
Wait, I have a gift for Fia for doing all that hard work for me.
What's the
gift? Where are you storing it?
It's up my sleeve.
I got the same joke there. You almost messed it up.
I almost messed it up.
Keep the pose.
How long
What do you mean
could you
keep
hold
it? This
for?
is